So there's so many better things we can do. And also, that's not even a threat anymore. What are they going to do? Are they going to kick 10 million people out of their homes in the United States? Are they going to have 10 million empty homes with nobody making mortgage payments around the United States? I think that it would be great if, instead of a march against Monsanto protest, everybody organized a stop paying your mortgage protest. And 10 million people got together and stopped paying their mortgages altogether. That would pretty much settle the problem in one night. It's done. The whole mortgage scam would be over. Every bank in fucking North America would go bankrupt in one fucking day. Why aren't we doing that instead of marching against Monsanto? Monsanto's none of your fucking business. They're a private corporation making products that people are buying. If you don't like it, quit fucking buying it. Don't protest against them. Quit fucking buying it. That's all you got to do. You don't like Starbucks? Quit buying it. Don't protest against them. You don't like the American government? Quit fucking voting. Don't keep giving them 30% of your paycheck and pledging your fucking life to their flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Yeah, drool falls out. I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah. All the flag waving retards out there, you are propping up these regimes that are causing every problem in your life. Every fucking problem in your life. But you've been convinced you need these people. No. So, and again, all these people that tell me, well, I never pledged my life to these people. Well, no, you did. You did. If you're American, every week you're pledging allegiance to a fucking flag. Are you kidding me? You would die. You would kill people on the other side of the planet and you would die for a flag? Really? A fucking flag? Not your family's life or not anything else. Maybe you mistakenly believe that flag somehow protects your family, which it doesn't. That's another matter altogether. But these are the kind of things that need to be addressed. So you need to realize the scam that's going on, which is your continued participation in these events. And these political debates are part of the circus. They're part of the show. I think they even call it that. It's a political circus. It's meant to entertain you and keep you talking about them because now they're relevant in your life. They have some relevancy. You believe they are something to you.
So, picture your life in a place where everything you do, what you buy, how you behave, is tracked. The government gives you a score, and the score is a measure of how trustworthy you are as a citizen and determines what you're allowed to do, like ever. Boarding a train, getting a mortgage, all goes back to this score. It's called social credit. It sounds like that show Black Mirror, but it's actually happening in China. So how does that change you? Does it change you? What does your life look like when your every move is watched? The system's eyes are in big data, artificial intelligence, and roughly 200 million surveillance cameras. And that's totally fine with Ouyang Haoyu. She's 21, graduated from a good school with solid grades. She's diligent. She's nice. No surprise, she's a 752. That's her rating with Sesame Credit, a private company working with the government on the algorithms for the social credit system. The scores go from 350 to 950 and are based on habits and behavior. Buy clothes or diapers, it's good. A lot of alcohol, too many video games, not so good. Haoyu's 752 puts her in model citizen range and gets her discounts and privileges, like using a shared bike without a deposit. She likes it. Her friends do too. They all have pretty high scores.
It's a mechanism like pushes you to become a better citizen, to build on the trust, especially on the Chinese market.
Because you're not going to be punished if you haven't done anything wrong.
I think that's the point. I think the system is working as a warning or a alert to push people to do it, to be a good person.
And it's mandatory. When it goes national, social credit scores will be assigned to every one of China's citizens for life. And what's weird is that so many people seem okay with it. It's complicated, but China went from extreme poverty to economic giant pretty quickly. A credit history system didn't grow at the same pace, so people would default on loans and get away with it. Add in scandals around fake food, tainted baby milk, counterfeit goods, and what you've got is a big problem with trust. So, in 2014, the Communist Party called for a system to allow the trustworthy to roam everywhere under heaven while making it hard for the discredited to take a single step. The model is a place called Rongcheng. It's in Shandong province. It's orderly. Streets are spotless. Cars slow down, which is unheard of in China. Words like honesty and credibility appear on propaganda posters. Display cases show pictures of Rongcheng's most honored citizens. You start with 1,000 points, and you can print out your report anytime. You lose points for things like jaywalking, littering, tossing cigarette butts, or spreading rumors. Cameras do a lot of the surveillance work, but it's pretty analog too, like posters that list the ways you can gain or lose points. And each night, local TV shows the surveillance highlights of the day. And then there's Zhou Aini. She's an information collector, a paid enforcer who walks around and writes down deeds about her neighbors. Like the man who carried a drunk person home. Things like this are good deeds, she said. But the farmer overheard swearing and being rude. Yeah, bad deeds. Her quota is 10 a month. She likes the work, thinks the city's better for it. The thing about the social credit system is that there isn't one single system. Not yet. Different places have different rules. So what do you do if you have bad social credit? Well, for one, you talk about it on Weibo, which is like Twitter. There are forums for discredited people to vent and get advice. In Chongqing, we hooked up with Huang Huijun. He had a business until he was sued by a client, and Huang refused to pay 90 grand to settle it. So the court put him on a social credit blacklist, and things got way worse. He explains that being blacklisted means he can't buy airplane or train tickets. When he tries, a message pops up saying he's discredited. By the end of last year, blacklisted people were blocked from booking 23 million flights and 5 million high-speed train trips. And the list goes on. Being discredited makes it hard to get a job, a loan, a hotel room, or put kids in certain schools. Then there's the public shaming. Photo galleries of blacklisted citizens. There's even an app that shows who around you is in debt. In China, being monitored is nothing new, but algorithmic surveillance makes it possible to collect data to build detailed profiles of people, especially the ones not loyal to the government. Of all the video surveillance cameras on the planet right now, nearly half of them are in China. Are people bothered by privacy concerns?
So we think the lot of camera keep the safety is really good things. A lot of people, we can accept it.
And cameras are getting smarter.
So the information that comes up from my image identifies that I'm female, middle-aged, talks about whether I'm wearing glasses, the shape of my face.
AI is taking them next level. They can do more than just see. They actually understand who they're seeing. So at what point can the technology know too much? Does it already?
Most time, people don't care about it. But if the technology learns too much, for example, cross the right line, it's not very good.
How far off are we from needing to draw those red lines?
It's very hard to say. I think maybe decades, I mean 10 years or 20 years, 15 years, maybe.
That's not very long.
Yeah.
It's coming.
It's coming.
And where does it all go? Hao-Yu isn't so bothered. Her Sesame score is high. Life is good and she's used to living most of it online. Soon, her education and medical records and any run-ins with the law will factor into her social credit score. And wherever she goes, someone will follow and ask, who can you trust?
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click.
You see what's going on right now. This is what's going to happen in this country and all around the world. This is what they want to do to everybody. It's going to be madness, craziness. They're going to keep watching you 24/7. It's going to be nonstop. The people who are starting this, we don't know. A lot of them, we don't know. The people who are trying to start this is called the RIF, the WEF, World Economic Forum, with BlackRock behind them and ESG also with them. Check it out on YouTube. This is coming your way, people. You're not going to be able to breathe without you being tormented or corrected. This is crazy. Now, I have told people about this, I don't know how long, of what was going to happen. This other video was in, let's see, December 22nd. Yeah, December 22nd, I made this video. And I knew this was coming up. And who helped me out mostly was the new guru. He woke my eyes up to what was really going on. And I was really amazed about what he said. Couldn't believe it at first because I was too indoctrinated. But I checked in what he said and it was true. The guy's there not to bullshit you, but to help you out as much as he can. As long as you're willing to, to listen to him and try to do your best. Let's get this thing started and I'll get you another video. Remember, this is 2022, December. So here we go. Audio check. Okay. Excuse my spelling of my words, but I do have a head injury and I try to do the best I can. But you'll get the idea here. So let's see. That goes there. We're there, and we're all set. Okay.
Well, they helped put Joe in office, and now liberals everywhere find that they too are not immune from the consequences of his bad policies. Now, we've already seen layoffs hitting the big tech sector, which was overwhelmingly pro-Biden in 2020. Employees at all the biggies like Apple and Alphabet, remember, they donated millions to Democrat campaigns. And of course, as we saw at Twitter, they helped in non-monetary ways as well. But now they may be wondering what they got for all that money, because the real bill is coming due in the form of lower corporate earnings. Now, this is obviously directly due to the economic downturn that Biden's policies triggered. And now Biden's friends in big media are getting walloped as well. Now, CNN, boo-hoo, has already axed a bunch of really talented folks. And this week, it was the Washington Post. The Bezos-owned paper boasts the motto, "Democracy dies in the darkness." Don't you love that? But they might consider changing it to "Newspapers die in the Biden era." When Post publisher Fred Ryan met with his staff this week to announce that more layoffs were coming in the new year, things got very uncomfortable very quickly, with employees demanding answers about the future. Now, wait for the end of the video we're going to play. They should name this, well, maybe the fire and run move.
Fred, you talked about positions getting eliminated. What are you going to do to protect people's jobs? Are they going to be treated like the magazine staffers were? Are you going to try and
have more information as we move forward. Thank you very much.
You seem to be disrespecting this room. You are disrespecting this room.
Well, a third of you are going to be fired. Bye. Happy New Year. That's even uglier over at the home of our favorite globalist fat cats on Wall Street. Just today, Goldman Sachs announced massive payroll cuts as well, up to 4,000 people. Reuters is reporting that these layoffs are a sign that cuts are accelerating across Wall Street as deal making is drying up and investment banking revenues have plummeted. Now, let us never forget now, it's Wall Street's money that put Joe Biden in office. It's media companies on the East and West Coasts that to this day protect Biden and his administration from scrutiny. All through this year, they actively helped the Biden team lie to the voters about the true state of our economy and what all Biden's spending and attacks on oil and gas would do to inflation. So these false prophets promised. They promised that inflation would be mild, even when the smartest Democrat economists warned otherwise. They promised that job markets were strong, even as real wages were falling. They promised that the economy was doing great, even as Americans were losing trillions in wealth. And they promised that Ukraine was winning, definitely winning, even though Zelensky is demanding tens of billions of dollars, millions of dollars, plus Patriot missiles. They promised crime would subside with community policing. And of course, it's worse than ever. And yeah, they said the border was under control. And as we all know, it is a disaster. So what did all Biden's fans think would happen? For decades, cities like New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, they've been symbols of excellence. They're where some of the smartest and most innovative American minds live and work. But now these urban areas are symbols of American decline. So how much longer will people tolerate these results? A lot of big tech and big media live in those cities. And will Biden's business and media allies continue with their charade until they're all broke? So as the elites start to suffer as they get a taste of their own medicine, they wish to transfer that pain to you. The Greeniacs are coming for the staples of American life, busily plotting away to take, basic conveniences away from the rest of the country. It began with food. During the 2020 presidential campaign, the effort to ban red meat became popular. Kamala Harris even voiced her support for the push. And the alternatives, well, truly horrifying.
It turns out that cows aren't necessarily the most efficient way of making beef. You can print any structure that you're able to design. So you upload a file to the printer and you can present a steak of pretty much any size and also any proportions.
But it turns out people hate this. Fake meat sales are now plunging because of high prices and being too woke for consumers. They also taste terrible. But they see another battlefront to expose: your car. The left wants to move America from this.
Here's a couple of things America got right. cars, and freedom.
Pride, good friends, and simple, honest value. These are the things we know we can depend on.
And move us on to this.
There we are.
That's it.
And there's no sound or film.
There is nothing.
So how do I know it's actually working?
It is.
If you think electric buses are cool, there's electric trucks, there's electric cars, everything is going electric.
It's so embarrassing. And they see this, by the way, as a battle that they can win. And a remarkable op-ed in the New York Times from yesterday explains how. And the thesis is quite simple. Cars are bad because their existence promotes racist tendencies. Yeah. And they lean too heavy into that whole freedom thing. No, seriously, this is how it begins. In American consumer lore, the automobile has always been a freedom machine, and liberty lies on the open road. During the Cold War, vehicles rolled off the assembly line with Native American names like Pontiac, Apache, Dakota, Cherokee, Thunderbird, and Winnebago. The ultimate expressions of capitalist triumph and manifest destiny. But for many low-income and minority Americans, automobiles have been turbo-boosted engines of inequality. God, the left really hates cars. Bike lanes are everywhere. There's no parking in any city. High gas prices. No ownership, just rent for an hour or two. No freedom of movement. This is the globalist goal. In the end, it's all about making you live with less, getting used to living with less. A new global order modeled around austerity. Now, they're going to tell you it's better for you and your life and your mental health. Remember how clean the air was during the pandemic when everyone was stuck at home? Living less is good for the soul, they'll say. But the truth of the matter is, innovation has made the world better and healthier. Any turn away from that is a turn away from advancement. And that's the angle. Here now, Victor Davis Hanson, Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution. All right, Victor, why do you think cars represent kind of the ultimate target for the modern left? What do they represent in American life?
Well, it represents a safe space the government can't intrude into. So they can't get you, yank you out of your car or put you on a track or pack you into a bus or a train or an airplane. So for one moment in a person's life, they can determine where they want to go, how they want to go, under what conditions they can speak freely, they can listen to whatever music, they're not regimented. Same thing with their home. They don't like people to have individual detached homes. They want everybody in high rises transported to and fro by mass transit. And this is a utopian agenda that they've cooked up. And again, they're never subject to the consequences of their own ideology. When Oprah or Al Gore gets off of their private jets, they're going to be an SUV, a big, beautiful black limousine that's a gas guzzler. Same thing with Joe Biden. But it's an effort to regiment us and to control us and to make us fit these agendas that they plan for us that are detached from reality.
Cars also represent freedom in America, right, Victor? Because you can hop in your car and you're like, let's head to Florida tonight. And you don't have to stop for 8 hours or 4 hours to charge your vehicle. You could just go. It's almost like, you know, whoever they is, they don't like that idea of just being able to go whenever you want.
No, they want to know why you're going somewhere and when you're going somewhere and what you're going for, because they want to determine whether it's necessary for the body politic and the collective. And they want to determine whether that trip is necessary under their definitions. It's very ironic because it's really directed at the middle class, and that's part of the Stephen Chu-like rise in gas prices that they're oblivious to. They like the idea that fuel's really, expensive, because then the middle class that's supposedly ignorant won't be able to practice their ignorance at their expense. So they don't. Ultimately, it's an elite that detests the middle consumer class.
And Victor, the other thing that you hear about repeatedly in legislation and op-eds is the racism angle. I mean, people like watching, like, what are you talking about? How can cars be racist? But they say that cars do kind of evoke this American sense of institutional racism, and that it's not clear that it's advancing the notion of diversity and equity and inclusion. And that's another reason traditional car ownership has to go by the wayside?
That's very ironic because I live in a Hispanic community where cars are worshipped and as art forms, and everybody has as many as they can get as a form of pride and identity. And so the idea that they're going to outlaw them, but this fixation on race is another matter because it used to be class. The left loved Marxist class distinctions, and then they looked at America and everybody's upwardly mobile, and the poor can be middle class, and middle class can be wealthy. But when you obsess on race, it's permanent. So LeBron will always be a victim. The Obamas will always be a victim by virtue of their superficial appearance. So that's why they obsess on race, because they throw out all economic criteria. So it doesn't matter what you make or how privileged you are, it's your skin color, and therefore you can be a permanent victim, and that requires power for the government to redistribute privileges and make some people victimizers and other victimized. So this obsession on race is very bizarre, but it's logical in their sense of wanting a permanent victimized class.
Victor, it's great to see you tonight. And if I don't see you, have a Merry Christmas.
Screw government. Screw anything about government. It's a fictional thing. Government has been around for 248 years. People have voted during that time. How's it working out for you right now, everybody? Do you see any gain by voting? It's fictional. Your oppressors don't give a damn about you. Not at all. They make rules and laws for themselves to protect themselves. If you ever look at their net worth when they first came into office as a senator or any official, look how much they're making now. For instance, Chuck Schumer in my last video made $1,170,000 in 2018. In 2023, he's up to $75 million. Check it out. Check it out on Google. Check all your congressmen out how much money they make. They shafted you, and you believe them. Every word that they say, you believe, because of that damn washing machine called television. These people ain't out there for you. They're out for themselves, for freedom and democracy. Yeah, for them, not for you. I don't see them going to war when there's a war, or their children. They're well protected, but yet they want to take our Second Amendment away. My God, people, you do that, you're in trouble. Look what they're doing to you now when we have a Second Amendment. Think what's going to happen when you don't have a Second Amendment. It's going to be mass murder. It really is. Again, there's no such thing as government. It's all in the mind. I use it so you people understand what I'm talking about. It's a fake word, just like America. America. It's land. They did this purposely as children when we went to school to indoctrinate us. Be good little boys. Do good in school. Listen and obey. Stay in line. Listen to the bells before you leave your classroom. Obey the cops. And you might make it in life. You can retire in comfort. How's that working for you? It's a Ponzi scheme, as Nude would say. A lot of people lose and some people win. And it's not worth your life. Later on, if I can, I'll have Nude come up here and talk to you. And he'll tell you the real story, what's going on, what you should do. Because what he says makes sense. A lot of people can't do it. I can't do it right now. I'm just waiting for an opportunity. But when I get that opportunity, I'm booking out of here. But Nude is the answer. He'll tell you exactly what you should know and how to get out of this damn piece of shit in government. Because government's not for you. They're fake. They're liars. They're thieves. They're demented. They're killers. And that's all they are. And they don't give a damn about you. And if you can tell me otherwise and prove it, I'll listen. But other than that, no, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. All right, here we go. We'll get something else here. All right, let's see. Audio check. Okay, here we go, people. Make sure it's in here. It is. Okay, and we're all set.
What we do here is go back.
House Republicans are now opening an investigation after uncovering evidence that the U.S. Naval Academy is keeping some midshipmen from graduating. Those reportedly not receiving their diplomas sought religious accommodations to the Pentagon's COVID vaccine mandate. Yeah, they still have one. Florida Congressman and Army vet himself, Greg Steube, is among those demanding answers and joins us now. Congressman, there is some construction in the background, so everybody at home, don't be alarmed. But you're going to work through it. Congressman, first off, when you heard about all this, what are your first thoughts?
Yeah, this is a constituent of mine who went through the process, joined the Naval Academy before COVID, and now is being told she's not only not going to get commissioned, but she's not even going to be able to graduate and get a diploma. So think of spending 4 years of your life in college and then not even being able to get a degree for the work that you've done. This is a young woman who wants to serve her country, and all because she doesn't want to take the COVID vaccine based on religious exemptions that are being refused by this administration and the DOD. It's absolutely atrocious that we're treating our young people this way just because based on religious views, they don't want to take the vaccine.
It's unbelievable, and the thing is unacceptable. Who is behind it? Do you believe President Biden himself is behind it? I mean, is this his chief of staff? Is this Secretary Austin, a Army general?
It's got to go all the way up to the top. It's got to be Secretary Austin. It's got to be Biden forcing these vaccine mandates on our military service members and then denying their ability under religious exemptions to not take it.
So
it's got to go all the way to the top.
So the way you see it, they're going to graduate from academies, but they're not going to graduate. They're going to go for 4 years, have great grades, hit all the requirements, but not get that degree because of a vaccine mandate?
Not even be not commissioned, which is one thing, but she'll not get commissioned and she won't even get a degree for the 4 years that she spent there. It's absolutely atrocious.
So get this. If you look in the big picture about our military, we are falling short everywhere. Army is 15,000 short of the recruiting goals. National Guard, 7,500. Navy, 10% of goal. The Marine met their goal. The Air Force, 10% of goal. We need people. But if something's not done quickly, we're going to lose 20,000 because they don't want to get vaccinated. How could that be the rule of the land in this country?
Well, thankfully, we took the House. The Republicans took the House, and we're going to make sure that those type of things aren't happening when we do the appropriations process and demand to do away with the COVID vaccine, or they're not going to get their funding.
So there's $45 billion in supplemental funding to the Pentagon that's needed, and it looks like at least two senators, Republican senators, won't sign off on it, Graham as well as Rick Scott, until this is released. You know, there are a lot of Democrats that are dug in on this.
Certainly the administration is. I haven't talked to my colleagues here in the House about it, but when we take the majority back, these are things that we can demand when we pass the NDAA and the appropriations package, that you can't force COVID vaccinations on our service members. And if they file religious exemptions, they have to be approved.
Congressman Stubbe, thanks so much. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully people are seeing this, clear-minded people, and will take action. Congressman Greg Stubbe. Meanwhile, we reached out to the U.S. Naval Academy.
Your oppressors are all full of shit. Now, when the Republicans got back into the House, they had the majority, nothing changed. They're still spending money like crazy. It's all bullshit. All three branches of government break bread together, eat at the same dinner table, and throw scraps of food on the floor for us constituents. They don't give a damn. It's all a dog and pony show. That TV set is nothing but indoctrination. You believe. They're all fake. They're all liars. You always hear them, well, we're going to do this, but they don't tell you how they're going to do it. And the majority of the time when they do get in office, they don't do a damn thing. The only time that we're important is to vote. That's the only time they want to hear our voices as a constituents. There's no constituents. There's nothing. We're slaves. That's all we are. In a plantation called Fake America, who are owned by slave owners, our officials. And the plantation is for us slaves to live in. There's no such thing as freedom. It's freedom of range. If you have the money, you can get a passport if they tell you you could leave. And then you have to come back at a certain time. It's bullshit. This is not freedom for democracy. This is for them. They can fly anywhere they want to. Us, we're slaves. And if we don't obey, they get these freaking goons in uniforms, clown uniforms at that, called cops, to do their dirty job, to beat us, kill us, or take revenue out of us, or both. They don't give a shit. They're killers. They're demented. And I've seen this firsthand when I was in the military. That's what woke me up a little bit, but I couldn't figure it out until I talked to Newt, and Newt put it together for me. And I appreciate that, Newt. Thanks. All right, here we are for the other one, though. Okay, audio check. Oh, by the way, we're going to be getting some good stuff in just a short.
nation's top national security leaders are gathering at the Ronald Reagan Library to discuss challenges here at home and abroad. China's growing aggression and Russia's war in Ukraine, just some of the issues on the agenda. Florida Congressman Michael Waltz is standing by with more on China's influence on the U.S. But first to Jennifer Griffin. She's live in Simi Valley, California. Jennifer.
Hi, Jackie. Well, it's raining here at the Reagan Library, but it's not dampening spirits. This is the 10th annual Reagan National Defense Forum, and we've been out here almost every year since it started. It comes with the backdrop of war raging in Ukraine, the threat of nuclear weapons being used for the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis, and also the NATO alliance is being tested like never before. So far, the alliance is holding up well. It's more united than expected, which has surprised Vladimir Putin, who can't win on the battlefield, so he's now using energy as a weapon of war. The world has never been less stable than it is today. The forum here at the Reagan Library includes top Pentagon brass, congressional leaders on the armed services committees, and industry defense contractors who make the weapons that are being tested and used in Ukraine. They'll meet here in Simi Valley as Congress votes on a new defense budget worth $847 billion, which is $45 billion more than the Biden administration asked for. And as the Pentagon releases its annual report to Congress on China's military power, I'll be hosting a panel discussion here at the forum tomorrow on the way ahead in Ukraine. I'll be joined by the new head of the U.S. Space Force, General Chance Saltzman, in his first public remarks since taking over the Space Force. I'll also have on my panel the Army Secretary Christine Wormuth, who's overseeing a massive buildup of U.S. troops and resources in Europe to train Ukraine's military. We'll hear from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and the head of the Air Force, and General Nakasone, who's the head of U.S. Cyber Command. The debate here is centered around the belief espoused by Ronald Reagan as he countered the Soviet Union during the Cold War that peace comes through strength.
The United States does not start fights. We will never be an aggressor. We maintain our strength in order to deter and defend against aggression, to preserve freedom and peace.
It's notable that a new Reagan Defense survey shows that a majority of Americans still want to send weapons to Ukraine, recognizing that authoritarian leaders like President Xi in China are watching what happens in Ukraine very closely. Jackie?
All right, Jennifer, I look forward to more of your reporting from this. You always have great interviews at this event. Thanks.
All right. Hopefully the rain will stop as well. Let's bring in Florida Republican Congressman Michael Waltz. He is a member of the House Armed Services.
That's enough of that. I can't even take them talking half the time. Most of your technology that we have here in America is in China. Government gave the technology to China. You don't hear very much about China. You hear all about Russia, Ukraine. Government don't give a shit. They'll tell you lies and lies and upon lies. And if you speak out, they'll kill you. They could care less. But our technology went to China to use against us. Technology would be great if it was for mankind, but it isn't. It's to watch us, spy on us, see what we're doing, because government knows it's fucking the people. So they got to make sure that everything's okay, that they put us in line. There's no freedom at all. If you believe in your tyrants, called government, your officials, by all means, enjoy your life. Me, I want to get off the grid. I don't want nothing to do with government. They have nothing there to offer me anymore. Anything the government touches, runs, controls, turns to shit. They can't even run their own damn House, Senate, President, Supreme Court. It's all a game to put a fear factor into you. And if you believe in it, then God have pity on you, because the bottom line is they're going to eradicate you. And I'll show that to you in short. They want to eliminate 6 to 7 billion people on this planet. We are the carbon base they want to get rid of. It's not the cows. It's us. We take too much natural resources from the ground. They want it all, and he want control. Now, every time I turn around, they keep changing the goalpost. Post. It was 360 million people. Now it's 330 million. I don't know what to believe anymore for population-wise in this fake country of ours. But anyway, let's start up another one here. And I'll be getting to the proof here in just a short about the eradication. All right, audio check. Got it. Okay. Here we go.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more would you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finding convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail, and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men."
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished." 2 men tied Charles to the whipping post. "I take no joy in this," Mr. Smith continued, "but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail, and we will all suffer. The whip cracked against Charles' back. But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits. A young man named Samuel stepped forward. But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before? How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats that you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed, months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto, "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all." One day Mr. Smith announced, "Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin." Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. "I was excited when all this started," he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. "But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves." There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. "They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all your time is up, Samuel? Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, two supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience. The whip fell and Samuel let out a grunt. Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished. The whip fell again and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous. At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed, to make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve. Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
Does a plantation sound familiar to you people? Does that sound like what you're at today? What you're living today? This is not just happening here. It's happening all over the world. This plantation. We do the dirty jobs that they don't want to do. Go to war, go to shops, get your hands cut off, fingers cut off by working. They don't give a shit. And all we get out of it is a little comfort. Oh, medical, that we have to pay for. The monetary system, which is evil. Without that monetary system, life would be a lot better. And that's what people are based upon, thinking about all the time. Monetary, have to make that money. And that's what they want you to think, the government. And again, Guru has a different aspect in that, on the monetary money. Excuse me. It's crazy, people. It really is. And people believe this shit. When I was in the military, which I'll never do again, or my kids or nobody else should ever go to the military for these bastards. I seen some demented shit, heard a lot of shit, and see, it's just unreal what goes on in the military. If you want a good education, that's the best place to go. If you want to see how rogue your government really is, it's pathetic. It really is. And New Guru had said one thing, and he's right. I was a paid militia. And I thought about that. It kind of hurt my feelings. And I thought about it, and he's right. If I didn't get paid, I wouldn't go in. So I was a paid militia. And there's no doubt about it. What's happening right now, and I want to show you. Look at this. Financial world war is coming. Global elites plan for a great reset, which means the stuff that you earned, you didn't own, but that you use, your house, your car, is going to be gone. You're not going to have anything. Your monetary system, the money that you make, even if it's like $500,000, it's gone. They're going to change it to cryptocurrency, and they're going to tell you how much you should get a month. And if you do something wrong, you don't get anything. Or they'll just punish you by not giving you credit scores where you can't buy things. If you want to buy milk, well, sorry, can't do it. You bought too much. You want to buy tools? Nope, can't do it. This is the stuff that's coming up. This is now. This is happening now. If you look on YouTube and these people out here talk about the dumbest things, blah, blah did this, blah, blah did that, it's amazing. And they don't see the tsunami coming at the beach when they're playing volleyball. And it's a shame. Look at this. Retailer closed 4,600 stores this year. This is now, people. Now. And it's going to get worse than this. Right now that CVS that we go to, they're hurting so bad that we have to wait an extra day just to get our prescriptions because other stores are closed. They don't have the manpower anymore. You go to Sam's Club or what do you call that? I forget the name. Costco's. There's no more tellers hardly. You do it yourself. Now they got at Sam's I hear. I haven't been there yet. But if you walk with a card, they scan your card automatically and you just walk right out. They're eliminating people to work. Your technology is destroying your lives. Why would they need us if robotics and robots are going to be taking over our lives? They don't. And this is why they're going to eliminate 6 to 7 billion people because they don't need us anymore. They used us. And if you think I'm lying, just hold on because I will show you results of this. Not the technology, but getting rid of us. It's a shame. You work for nothing because people believed in government. And I was the same way you were. Believed in government. Oh, I swore up and down to government. I went in the military for it. Then I found out I was wrong. I could kick myself in the ass for it. There's nothing to see your friend come back in a box. And all he gets out of is a lousy flag. And if he's married, his wife gets shit. And if they have kids, she has to go to work because the government won't protect the family. This is unheard of. This is why they have wounded warriors. Tunnel 2 towers, because the government does not help the people out. But the people expected it, and this is why they went in there. Figuring that, well, if I protect the government will protect us. No, it doesn't work that way. They can do whatever they want to do. It's their rules. They can lie, cheat, steal, anything they want to do. When I needed help at the VA hospital, I got shafted. Once a vet, always a vet. That's bullshit. I can't even go to a PX over here where I'm at because I didn't get hurt. You have to be hurt to go to a PX. Well, excuse me. Screw you. I should have known better. Government's not the answer. The answer is you. You are the answer. And you better get that in your head because shit is coming down. Look at this. CVS closing 900 stores. They've been closing them down. This is all around where you're at now. And it's going to get worse. More companies announced they are closing stores in 2024. Can you imagine what's going to happen in 2025? This is what I keep changing. They keep changing the goalpost on me. It was 360, now it's 300 million people in America. These are the people going to be suffering because they believed in government. And if they keep believing in government, they deserve to get burned. I will not feel sorry for anybody, not even me, if I can't get out of this mess. Because I know what's going on. A little bit too late for me, a little bit, but I'm trying my best to get out of it. Hopefully I can. Office buildings haven't been this empty since at least 1979. And I lived that era, 1979. Michigan here used to be prosperous, very prosperous. You got to see it now. It's the dumps. But people voted in the wrong people. And they believed in these people. And they believe in the word of law, which is a bunch of bullshit. Laws are only commands and demands for us. And if we don't follow them because they say so, then they send the costume police on us to beat us. That's all cops are for. They're taskmasters, beat the shit out of you, steal your property, steal your money, whatever they can do to hurt you. If you can get out of the monetary system, you're doing good. Fuck that monetary system. This is what the government counts on. You to be dependent on them through the monetary system. It's bullshit. Commercial real estate facing major pressure. What's going to happen is you're going to lose your homes, and you're going to have people who do have money to buy the homes. And eventually they're going to lose their money because of C.B.D.C. So only the rich who are connected to the state are going to make a big killing. They're taking your wealth away that you work for, and they're going to take it all. So why would you want to work in a monetary system? It's bullshit. It's a facade, a lie. Here's your money right there. Gone. And they did it purposely. They got us in hyperinflation purposely, just to force us in C.B.D.C. People are going to scream and yell at their masters and say, we need help. We don't know what to do. We can't live without you. Government's going to say, okay, no problem. We got the solution for you. C.B.D.C. is the solution. We're going to do this for you. But for you to have C.B.C, we want your Second Amendment taken away, your First Amendment taken away, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. You're not going to have any rights at all. Nothing. And people are going to buy into it. Oh, yes, we need C.B.D.C. That's why they did this hyperinflation. That's why they kept spending. Another deal. Why is it that if they can print all the money in the world, that we have to pay taxes to keep us in control, to keep us working, to not think? The only thing we can think about is survival because of the monetary system. It's bullshit. And people, USA, USA, USA. Yeah, okay. You stick that USA up, you know what? You see it now coming up. US already bankrupt. See that? This is now, people. Now. And people don't see this. They don't want to see it. They think that everything's going to be hunky-dory for them. And there is a way out of this. There is. New has the key for it. New Guru does. Global Elite Agenda. Global Elite. See that? That's from the WEF, the RIF. These are the people. There's over, like, they have a meeting once a year at Davos, Switzerland. People from all over the world, you elected, unelected, actors, and your oligarchs fly there. And they sit there to control the masses, us sheep. What to do. It's not about this Green New Deal. It's not about, Clean Air Act. If that was the case, they would stop shooting rockets in the sky. They would stop manufacturers from making things. Oh my God, it's terrible. We got to do something. No, it's us they want to get rid of. We are the ones they want to get rid of. Totally. If you don't believe me, look at the WF and listen to their conversation. It's hideous. The WGF predicts this will, I can't read it, global economy. Hold on, let me see what this thing says. Where'd I go here? Let me shut this thing off a minute so I can read it. Okay, the WF predicts this will happen globally economy. Globally, hear that? This is the prick here. His name is Klaus Schwab. That started it. He started in 1971 and became bigger and bigger and bigger. It's all a takeover of your lives. That's all it is. These pricks here are going to just enjoy their lives. They don't care about you. They just want you to fall for their narrative, and people are. Oh my God, the sky's going to fall. Oh no, what are we going to do? We got to listen to these people. They're our saviors. My ass. US dollar collapse. There you go. And it's happening now. And they're starting out C.B.D.C right now through MasterCard. Bank of America right now, if you use their charge card, it's going to cryptocurrency. You're allowed up to $5,000 to get cryptocurrency alone, is what it is. But instead of dollars, it's cryptocurrency. They want you to get involved in this. Check it out. Start learning. Learn what's going on. Social Security double payments, more cash. This is bullshit. I checked up on it, went on Google, and this was all bullshit. This is only a gimmick right now, so people will go to that person's site and get, prescribe whatever and ring the bell, whatever. It's bullshit. Don't even believe in that con job. There you go. MasterCard creates tech tokenized C.B.D.C. Here's your proof, people. Check it out. Learn. And these are the people that at the RIF, the World Economical Forum, over at Davos, I told you about in Switzerland. Here's the people. China, DiCaprio. And look at that, Mr. Bite Me. I mean, Joe Biden. Look at that. This is at the World Summit that they go once a year. And just nothing but heads over there. Over 600 people fly. You excuse me. You realize how much carbon that they use just to fly over there? But yet they're telling us we got to have a clean air. Nah, it's bullshit. All for them and none for us. So why we even listen to the government? Get the fuck out of the government. They ain't worth a shit. This is what happens when you're going to vote. Left, Democrat, right, Republican. And look at this. The slaughterhouse. It's an illusion, people. It is. It's an illusion. You're going to go right to the slaughterhouse, just like they did over Nazis in the gas chamber. That's all it is. That's all it is, a big facade, a lie. And if you're stuck in this government bullshit, shame on you. You're done. You are done. You are history. People that you know are going to turn your back against you. Believe me, you're a loner. When you start talking the way I do, you're a loner because people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't believe it until it happens to them. And they're going to be the first one complaining, oh my God, we should have listened to you. Tough luck now. You know, I don't want to hear it. So you better start waking up, people. It's coming. Ah, here we go. Fact, President Biden signed executive order on ensuring responsibility development of digital asset, C.B.D.C. See that right there? With the RIF program, he was there. This is it right here. C.B.D.C. This is what they're up to. They want control of you. And BlackRock is the leading contributor for the money part. BlackRock has over $10 trillion in the bank. And ESG, and I can't think of the name of it offhand, but you can check it out. The other ones that are controlling, telling them how to do it, how to ruin our lives because we believe in fake government. Do cops have an obligation to protect citizens? Look at this. The U.S. Supreme Court has also ruled that police have no specific obligation to protect you. They do have that obligation to protect riots, you know, to stop it because of buildings and everything else. And I'm saying our elitists, our officials want to be protected. That's only the reason why the cops are there for, to protect them, not protect us. In Detroit, if there's a shooting, they wait till the shooting's done, and then they go over there and act like heroes. Oh, we'll find out who this person was. But to stop the shooting, no. They wait before they go over there. That's how bad things are getting right now. Yet they want to take away your Second Amendment. You'd be crazy if you did, knowing what you know now. Again, if you have a Second Amendment route, and there shouldn't be no Second Amendment, it should be automatically yours in the first place. But if they take your guns away, just think what they're going to do to you now. There's no guns. They're going to have a field day on your ass. Screw them. I mean, they lied enough to me. Oh, our investigation continues into a luxury hotel. Mid-2. Tons of food tossed daily at migrants' hotels. Migrants ain't used to eating our food, so they throw it away. So they were just wasting money. They don't care. That's what I'm saying. They're just blowing money left and right. And they did it purposely to start this C.B.D.C. So they'll have control over you. This is the whole bottom line. Control. And it's bullshit. All right, now let's start with another one. Oh, I'm on a roll tonight. Okay, hold on, people. Here we go. I mean, Nude really woke me up. You just have no idea. I mean, that's all I've been doing is homework and watching, listening, you know, on YouTube and wondering, whoa, shit, here it comes. All right, here we go, everybody. Audio check, good. Okay, let's see, got that. Okay.
Do you know what's interesting about all these people? None of them are volunteering to off themselves. Bill Gates is an old guy. It's the late 60s, I think. Has he offed himself? I don't think so. He's still flying around in a private jet telling us all how we need to reduce our carbon footprint. The carbon they want to reduce is you. You're the carbon they want to reduce. Here's World Economic Forum. There were more than 50 heads of state there. 50 heads of state. More than 115 billionaires and more than 600 CEOs of major corporations. If you count me, I'm executive director of the Fixed Point Foundation, 601. But the point being that major multi-billion-dollar corporations that are involved in this. And then there are peons like me who attended, which are another 2,700 individuals. And so I decided I needed to be there. I wanted to mingle among the 2,700 others. I wanted to see what those people are about. Who are they? And my strategy was this. I realized that, listen, I think it's between $25,000 and $55,000 to attend the plenary sessions. I don't have that. I can't go to that. Even if I did, I wouldn't pay it. As I said, I can watch that online. No, what I wanted to do was to just mingle among the attendees. And so I went to a coffee shop that had about 3 tables. And exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. And that is, between the sessions, people pour out and they're looking for a bite to eat and a cup of coffee. So 50 people pile into this place, nowhere to sit except the 3 tables. I'm sitting at one table deliberately by myself and not moving. I am not moving for anybody. So people began asking, hey, can I sit at your table? And I said, yeah, sure, sit down. And by the way, attendees of the World Economic Forum, they don't say the WEF or even the World Economic Forum. They say the WEF. I call it the WEF. So I just pretended to be a WEFer. I was just a WEFer. And the result was people would talk about themselves and they couldn't wait to tell me how important they were, why they were there, and with what important personage they were associated. I'm the translator for the president of X. I am the bodyguard for Y. I am the chief administrator for thus and such company. I'm CEO of X. I am here as a presenter on. They love to tell you that. And because they just assume that I'm a WEFer like everybody else, they talk quite openly. And initially, they begin by using all the language of the WEF, which is, I'd say, what brings you here? Oh, well, I'm trying to find unity in a fragmented world, and we're trying to improve the world, and we're trying to make things better for humanity, and da-da-da. And then I would push back just slightly because I don't want to give myself away. I said, yeah, but what do you think about the World Economic Forum's overall goal of reducing the global population by roughly 6 billion people? Well, we need to do it. We're moving beyond, and you know what the word is? Sustainability. And we begin talking like this. We should take a second here. You know what I want to pull up right now so that people will know that I am not joking. Let's pull up Dr. Dennis Meadows. Dr. Dennis Meadows, like Bill, and by the way, you can find this with Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a World Economic Forum member, and he is a true believer, by the way, in all this stuff. You can find Bill Gates giving a TED Talk on the need to reduce the global population. Now, he doesn't, to hear these guys talk about population problems is like listening to a baseball fan talk about batting averages. They never say things, they never use words like, say, kill. They never say anything as nakedly as that. We need to kill. We need to get rid of. I know that there's a conspiracy theory. It's not true. That supposedly comes from the books of Klaus Schwab that says where Klaus Schwab supposedly said we need to rid the world of, quote, useless eaters. Ladies and gentlemen, I've read Klaus Schwab's books. This one, published in 2016, the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This one, COVID-19, the Great Reset, published in 2020. Didn't the pandemic begin in 2020? This is June 2020. And this one right here, The Great Narrative, published by Schwab in 2022, so last year. Schwab never uses that phrase. In fact, if you were reading it, you would think this reads like a TV manual. Looks like a TV manual. I mean, it's not exactly the most beautiful looking book. It is self-published. It is published by the World Economic Forum themselves. Looks like you had this done at Kinko's. It reads about as interesting as if it just came from Kinko's. He's very careful in the language he uses. The word they use repeatedly is sustainability. We have moved beyond sustainability. The earth is exceeding its sustainability. Our population is not sustainable. This is the way they talk. So people would begin to explain to me, like they were explaining to an errant child, why the global population needs to be reduced. And this brings us to Dr. Dennis Meadows. Dennis Meadows, like Bill Gates, he's a World Economic Forum agenda contributor. That's his title. World Economic Forum agenda contributor. He's the guy who wrote one of the very influential books that led to kind of the mission of the World Economic Forum. It's a book called Limits to Growth, 30 million copies. And you're going, oh, wow, that's like Da Vinci Code era. That's like Pelican Brief kind of numbers. But it wasn't normal people. That is to say, it wasn't your average person who was buying this book. Frankly, I don't think it sold 30 million copies. That's the number they give. I think it was distributed to that many people, which is a different thing. But anyway, Dennis Meadows is one of 4 authors of this book. He's an MIT PhD, University of New Hampshire, I think. Systems analyst. He's not really a scientist. But listen to what this guy says here in this little video.
In one way or another, we are so far, globally, we are so far above the population and the consumption levels which can be supported by this planet that I know in one way or another it's going to come back down. So I don't hope to avoid that. I hope that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil in a special way, peaceful.
Did you catch that? So Dennis Meadows is here saying, yeah, we need to reduce the global population by billions. But hey, I really hope this can be done in a civil way, in a peaceful way. It's astonishing the way these people talk.
Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence, through force, but rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, I mean, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on
we're now at 8
and how much material consumption you want to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. I mean, we could even have 8 or 9 billion probably if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. That's unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom and we want to have a high sentence. So we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7. So we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow, and that it can be done in a way which is relatively equal, so that people share the experience and you don't have a few rich
share the experience
trying to force everybody else to deal with it. So those are my hopes.
Like going to Disney.
These are pretty pessimistic hopes, but that's what lies ahead.
That's astonishing. So here he says, Dennis Meadows comes off as just your regular, normal guy who lives next door, who you discover wants to rid the planet of 7 billion people. That interview appears to be about a year old. And we have eclipsed the 8 billion mark on the planet. And yet, there are countries in the world that are facing population implosion. Japan. The United States is facing it. Western Europe, the whole of Western Europe, the birth rates are not able to keep up with the death rates. In other words, the replacements aren't keeping up. And here's a guy who says, gosh, I sure hope that we can do it in a sustainable way. And then you hear the absolute contempt for democracy, for the will of the people. This is the way these people think. They do not believe that you deserve a voice in this. Did you hear him voice his preference for dictatorship? Smart dictatorship, but it's preferable. It's what we need. This, you have a glimpse right there. Now, just so you know, again, this isn't the, I mean, they are lunatic fringe in the sense that this is nuts, but this isn't the lunatic fringe in terms of his influence. Dennis Meadows has had extraordinary influence on the thinking of global elitists. And let's call them elitists. We mean people who think they're better than you. To call them elites is kind of a compliment. They don't deserve that. These smug bastards, you need to call them out for what they are. They are elitists. That's who they are. I said to you early on in this show, I was telling you that something was happening between roughly 65 and 75 that had to do with population. That is a kind of a global hysteria over population. And it began with the population bomb, Paul Ehrlich's book in 1968, then The Predicament of Mankind, which came in 1970, and then 1972 was Dennis Meadows' book, co-authored with three others. Who they are, it doesn't matter. You can look it up. A book called Limits to Growth. But there's one more that you can find, and you can find it on the U.S. government's .gov address. The Kissinger Report, NSSM 200, known, you see, the infamous Kissinger Report. And in the Kissinger Report, this is 1972, this one is the most naked of them all, and it is because it was published as a private memo to the President of the United States. The only reason we see it now is because the Freedom of Information Act brought it out. And now we see it. And Kissinger is writing to the President of the United States and saying, we have a global population problem. And his recommendations are kind of startlingly Nazi. His recommendations were sterilization, mostly in the third world, and a Planned Parenthood like global organization that reduced populations of the third world, because he said the freedom of the United States is at stake. Our sustainability is at stake because these people are going to start crashing across our borders. Now, we are seeing that right now, but that isn't due to a population explosion. That's due to the fact that we have Marxist regimes in South America that are destroying economies. I know, because I've been there. I've been in several of them. Just in the last 2 years, 3 years maybe, we have seen Brazil fall to Marxists via dubious means. Venezuela fell to Marxists. Peru has fallen to Marxists. Chile has fallen to Marxists. Stunningly, the most stable democracy in South America has fallen to Marxists. And Honduras, all of those countries have fallen. Did I mention Colombia? Colombia is another one, which has also fallen to Marxists. And they're destroying economies, and those people are fleeing. You know what CNN said the reason was for these millions of people crossing our southern border? They said it was due to climate change. It's complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. This has nothing to do with climate change. It has everything to do with the very policies that these people are trying to import into the United States, that they're pushing. But Kissinger was pushing this. We have a population problem, and we need to off a lot of people. You can read this report online. It's easily downloadable. So again, before you say this is conspiracy theory, conspiracies are by definition private. None of this stuff is private. It is out in the open. Bill Gates is giving lectures on it. Klaus Schwab is talking about it. The World Economic Forum is talking about it. Paul Ehrlich was talking about it. Henry Kissinger was talking about it. And guess who Henry Kissinger's student was at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government? Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab. So you begin to connect the dots. You see what's going on. So all of this hysteria. Nixon, after reading the Kissinger report, created, I've forgotten the name of it. It was like the Office of Population Sustainability or something like that. It's still in existence. The Office of Population. It's a government office that still exists. And it was created by Nixon, or rather with Nixon's recommendation, and then he fell into Watergate and all that stuff. And then it became Gerald Ford who signed off on Kissinger's recommendations. These all very real things. What you end up with these kind of people, the way I would summarize what the World Economic Forum is it's like the HOA from hell. The Homeowners Association from hell. I was talking to a guy yesterday who was complaining about his homeowners association. If you know anything about homeowners association, it is a weird thing that I've observed in universities. I have observed in schools, public and private, and that I observe in law practices, medical practices, and with HOAs. And that is, I don't care if only 10% of your body, your business or homeowners or whatever it is made up of radical leftists. They're going to end up running it. And my theory for that is this: it's because conservatives by nature don't want to tell other people what to do. I have no interest in running an HOA, zero. But it's what happens with homeowners associations. They end up in charge, and these are individuals, both in my experience in HOAs, typically, and definitely with the World Economic Forum, they are individuals who cannot bear the thought that someone somewhere is free. Someone somewhere, their grass might be too high. They might be eating beef. They might be watching a program that isn't approved by the alphabet mafia. They might be praying. They might be thinking things and doing things that you didn't approve of. Now, the conservative mindset is to say, well, live and let live. You just stay in your lane and I'll stay in mine. Fine. That was the conservative attitude, by the way, about homosexuality. And all these things that we were told early on that these were people who deserved rights. What you do in your home and in private, don't care about. I'm not peeking in your windows. If you want to get together with some guy wants to get together and have an orgy with a bunch of other guys, I'm not looking in your windows. Now you're bringing it into the public space. Now you're trying to force it on everyone else. And this is what the World Economic Forum is. The World Economic Forum is the HOA from hell. They are the individuals not elected. Now, it's not to say that these 50 heads of state aren't elected. Many of them are. But rather, they weren't elected to be a part of a governing body that then issued policies that were then imposed on people without their approval. And that's what's happening. So what you see happening with the farmers in the Netherlands, where they are being put out of business quite literally because cattle emissions. Same thing. You're starting to hear those policies. There's this creeping discussion in this direction. Bill Gates keeps talking about it. He's obsessed with it. That cow flatulence, cow farts, are going to be the end of us all. I'm more concerned with the mouth farting that is coming from the World Economic Forum types. We're just vomiting out hatred for humanity. I'm sick of it. That's who these individuals are. In 1991, the first global revolution was published by the Club of Rome. And remember, the Club of Rome has ties with the World Economic Forum. They gave rise to the World Economic Forum. Now, I've read it. These are books I've read. So when I tell you that Useless Eaters is not in any of these books, I know that because I've read them. I ordered The First Global Revolution, which hasn't been published to my knowledge as an actual book. You can only order it as like loose leaf paper. So I ordered it off of Amazon, and I got it. I poured through the entire thing through a weekend, making a careful note. And you know, one of the phrases like sustainability that appears there, social justice, 1991. Started creeping into the American conscience in about the last decade, but they were already using it there. That's kind of my point about atheism, is that what you saw as academic discussions that were not happening in your coffee shop, they weren't taking place in your church, or at the time in your public schools, maybe not even in your universities. I knew that stuff was going to creep down. It was going to trickle down into all of those spaces, and now it has in a very, very big way. And that's why it we felt that it had to be fought 15 years ago when we were taking these guys on places like Al Jazeera, CNN, NPR, BBC, and so on. We were taking them on, and it's because it is easier to dam a river upstream, be it a real river or an ideological one. To put it in the vernacular, Barney Fife put it very well: nip it in the bud. Nip it in the bud. It's easier to dam a river upstream, and these ideological ideas, all these ideas were flowing downhill, but as yet they hadn't gained the kind of momentum that we're seeing now. And then, in 2010, on the heels of the recession of 2007, 2008, the hit in that period, a guy by the name of Richard Florida began speaking of how that economic downturn was changing the culture, was changing the way people live their lives. And he called it the Great Reset. He referred to the aftermath of that economic catastrophe. He called it the Great Reset. And Klaus Schwab lifted the phrase and has used it for his own purposes. Now, in the First Global Revolution, this is what it says, which is astonishing. And you have to bear in mind, when you hear this, you will know this wasn't intended for general audiences. This was intended, again, to be read, by other academics, by people who shared their worldview. And they said, look, we're evaluating where we've been since The Predicament of Mankind came out in 1970. Here we are 21 years later. Doesn't feel like we're making a lot of progress. And here's our recommendation. They say this, and I quote, in searching for a new enemy to unite us, because they say, look, we have to have a common enemy. The only way we are going to unite humanity, to get human beings to go along with our recommendations on population and every other area of human life. They're talking about revamping, not just reducing the global population, but governments, you name it, food supplies. They want to change it all. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. It's an incredible statement. They're acknowledging right there that we are kind of fudging the numbers. We're exaggerating the threat, and we're doing it to try to get people to dance to our tune. And then they say the real enemy then is humanity itself. Let me repeat that. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. The real enemy then is humanity itself. So I've been telling you all along that the World Economic Forum and all the ideas that animate it, which come from, things like the population bomb, the Club of Rome, the Predicament of Mankind, the First Global Revolution, the Nixon Report, all of this stuff, they're fundamentally anti-human. And by the way, you know what else happened in the 1970s is fundamentally anti-human in this period of time? It's about population control. Roe v. Wade, 1973, right back in the middle of the period that I'm talking about. This is what they're pushing. And this idea of uniting humanity around a fake or exaggerated global problem. It is Plato's noble lie. Comes straight out of the Republic. Plato's Republic, where Plato says, or his characters, say that we need a noble lie. One that is good enough to fool even the rulers themselves. But if not them, then the population. That people would believe it and would unite behind it. It's called the noble lie. And behind it all is this idea that the global population needs to be reduced. That part they believe. They don't believe the exaggeration over environmental concerns. They don't believe that part. They do believe the global population needs to be reduced right away. And they are fundamentally, in addition to being anti-human, anti-democratic, they don't think that you deserve a say in all this. Think about this from the standpoint of the founders of the United States. They believed that there was a kind of fundamental decency in the will of the people. And that if a people in great numbers were themselves evil, then certainly individually they were too. And hence the reason because they were inspired by a Judeo-Christian worldview, they believed in checks and balances, these kinds of things. So they felt that the will of the people would be preferable to the will of a tyrant. But you heard Dennis Meadows saying, no, we need a dictatorship. I mean, a nice one. And then he goes on to say, there never have been any. They're all bad, but I'm sure we could create one now. Genocides come as a result of this, is the way these people think. But that's not the way the World Economic Forum believes. They do not believe in the will of the people. And that is, by the way, is what you're seeing. One of the podcasts we've been discussing what ESG is. ESG, environmental, social, and corporate governance, this corporate social credit system that is being applied to companies from Coca-Cola to Target to you name it. They're all being judged according to its criteria, and it's far leftist in every respect. It is far leftist. What ESG does is ESG tells corporate heads, ignore your customers and your shareholders. Ignore what they want. It's stakeholder capitalism, not shareholder capitalism. It's not consumer capitalism. It's a bunch of ideologues who are saying, I know your constituents want widgets, but we're telling you to make gay flags. And that's what you should do. Yeah, but we'll lose billions. We don't care. Do it. They tell them to ignore the will of the people. In the same way, a lot of people are asking, how is it that we're seeing politicians in democratic countries ignoring the will of their own constituents, utterly ignoring them, like they don't even matter? We are now seeing American politicians behave in a way we've never seen in our entire history, where you have a president of the United States in Joe Biden, who is so deeply corrupt, but who clearly, in spite of all the unity talk, ignores the will of the people. Most Americans want the borders closed. They want the borders closed. Do you realize they say we can't afford a border wall. The White House's own website says we cannot afford a border wall. We have sent more money to Ukraine than we could build 3 border walls with the money that we've sent to Ukraine. Certainly 2. We have sent roughly in goods and in hard currency upwards of $200 billion to Ukraine. Border wall will cost nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. But that is what they're pushing. They're ignoring the will of the people, saying, we will make you have electric cars. We're going to get rid of your gas stoves. We're going to, give money to illegal immigrants. We're going to allow people to vote who shouldn't be voting. We're going to impose upon you policies that we know you hate, but it is for your own good. This is World Economic Forum driven, this kind of stuff. Joe Biden at the World Economic Forum, before he became president of the United States, he attended the World Economic Forum, and he said that they were, on board with the WEF. John Kerry said that the Biden administration is, quote, devoted to the World Economic Forum agenda. And I've already told you what that agenda is. That agenda is fundamentally anti-human. It is anti-Christian. It is atheistic to its core. I'll leave you with this. And by the way, I should tell you that everything that I'm discussing about the World Economic Forum, you can find. I wrote a series for Daily Wire that is called The Great Jet Set. It is called The Great Jet Set. And it is about the World Economic Forum. It's a 4-part series. It was very popular. It is, don't tell anybody, but it is now on my website at LarryAlexTaunton.com. That's LarryAlexTaunton, Taunton.com for free, because Daily Wire has it behind a paywall. I don't have a paywall at LarryAlexTaunton.com, and you can find it there. I want to leave you with this story. Years ago, I was reading the minutes of the Nuremberg trials, the trials of the Nazi war criminals at the end of World War II, which took place in Nuremberg, Germany. And that led me to read the minutes of the interrogations. The interrogations, of course, weren't public, but they're American prosecutors who are interviewing these war criminals and, taking depositions and this kind of thing. And anyway, there's one exchange that I found very, very interesting, and it is with Rudolf Hess, not to be confused with the Rudolf Hess who was a close intimate of Adolf Hitler and flew to Scotland. No, this was the camp commandant of Auschwitz. Auschwitz, one of the many concentration camps. I've been there a couple of times, I think, in Poland, where roughly 1 million Jews were exterminated. And it's a conversation at the same time the interrogations are taking place with Hess, the camp commandant of Auschwitz, and Otto Moll. Otto Moll was one of the guys who was responsible for the actual executions, overseeing the executions at Auschwitz. And both men in those interrogations see themselves as good guys. That comes through. They see themselves as good guys, and they talk about the extermination of the Jews as an unfortunate thing that had to be done. Hess, for instance, trying to get the sympathy of the interrogators, saying things like, I already told you I had one nervous breakdown. I had another one. I mean, this work was hard. It was difficult. Nobody likes killing babies. Nobody likes killing people. Nobody wants to do that. And Moll kind of says the same thing. I mean, this is hard work. This is bad. It's rough. You don't sense any contrition. Rather, what you sense is that they saw themselves as individuals who were like sin eaters. It was like they were taking on the sins of the world. They're like the people in 1984. They're the individual. No, excuse me. In Huxley's Brave New World, they're more like them. They're the individuals who know the truth, but they keep everyone else kind of happy on Soma, while they themselves make the hard choices for humanity. And they're the ones who bear the burden of it all. And that's the way Hess sounds. That's the way Moll sounds. It's terrible having to kill these people. It had to be done. That's the way the World Economic Forum sounds. That's the way Dennis Meadows, when I hear that interview with Dennis Meadows, I think of Otto Moll. I think of Rudolf Hess, and I go, oh, wow, there are people like that still walking around on planet Earth who say, I hope it can be done humanely, peacefully. I hope it can be done with civility. Do you know what's interesting about all these people? None of them are volunteering to off themselves. So Bill Gates is an old guy. It's late 60s, I think. Has he offed himself? I don't think so. He's still flying around in a private jet telling us all how we need to reduce our carbon footprint. The carbon they want to reduce is you. You're the carbon they want to reduce. And that's why the World Economic Forum is at core fascist. I hear people say that it's Marxist. It's not Marxist. By definition, you cannot be a billionaire and a Marxist. You cannot. They are fascist. They believe in the strict regimentation of the economy for war against you. That's what ESG is. ESG is about the weaponizing of the economy against the consumer, against populists, which is just a way of saying ordinary people.
There you have it, people. That's exactly what's going to happen to you. If just 8 billion people didn't believe the word government, there'd be no government. There'd be nothing. We'd be free. But people don't believe. They believe in government. They believe in their oppressors, their slave masters. Ridiculous. Your oppressors are going to just literally kill you, eliminate you. They don't care about you. They never did. I've seen it in wartime. The amount of bodies that came back. Big freaking deal. They're dead. Who cares? But we'll tell the American people that we'll honor them. Well, big deal. They're dead. For what? For taking over us right now? Our monetary system? Our food? We can't do anything? We're limited to what we can do. And eventually we're not going to be doing anything. To put a chip in our hand? To walk around? To be scanned as we're walking? This is what they died for? It's bullshit. You got to realize there's no government. It's all fake. It's a facade. Get it off your head that there is a government. Walk away from it. Fuck them damn laws and rules. It's only commands and demands. That's all it is. And enough did this, stuck together, there'd be no more government. We could handle ourselves. It's easy. But people don't want to do it. They're too scared. They are. They're just too doggone scared. Gotta have government. That's the only thing we can have. Oh, please, government, help me out. Oh, I need you. Screw that. It's only a monetary system. That's all it is for them. They didn't have the monetary system. What would you do then? It's a facade, fake control. All right, here we go. We'll do another one. Okay, that's right. Here we go. Now listen to this one very closely for people who haven't listened to it before. And if you have listened before, listen again.
The secret covenant. An illusion it will be, so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goals will be accomplished one drop at a time, so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together always, as will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak, while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways, so that they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouth. They will destroy their minds and reproductive systems. From all this, the children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products used in film and grow accustomed to them and will never know their true effects. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it's for their help. We will start early on when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and create other diseases, for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render them docile and weak before us with our power. They will grow more depressed, slow, and obese, and when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention towards money and material goods so that they may never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games so they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us and they will do what we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish the governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families must never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity among them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits us best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never will they see that from their conflict. We emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and from their deaths. We shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them, that we are all one. This they must never know. They must never know that a man's color is an illusion. They must always think they are not equal. Drop by drop, drop by drop, we shall advance our goal. We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them. We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we shall accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we shall crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. We will recruit some of them to help us carry out our plans. We will promise them eternal life, but eternal life they will never have, for they are no of us. The recruits will be called initiates and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of passage to higher realms. Members of these groups will think that they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will turn against us. For their work they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us. Never will they receive the light and travel to the stars. They will never reach the higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to that realm of enlightenment. This they will never know. The truth will be hidden in their face so closely they will be unable to focus upon it until it's too late. Oh yes, so grand will the illusion of freedom be that they will never know they are our slaves. When all is in a place, the reality we have created for them will be their prison. They will live in self-delusion. When our goal is accomplished, a new era of domination will begin. Their minds will be bound by their beliefs, the beliefs that we have established from time immemorial. But if they ever find out that they are our equals, we shall perish then. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never ever find out what we have done, for if they do, we shall have no place to run. For it will be easy to see who we are once the veil has fallen. Our actions shall have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives, for this reality shall transcend many generations and lifespans. The covenant is sealed by blood, our blood. We are the ones from heaven to earth came. The covenant must never ever be known to exist. It must never ever be written or spoken of, for it is. The consciousness it will spawn will release the fury of the prime creator upon us, and we shall be cast into the depths from whence we came and remain there until the end of infinity itself. Author unknown. But many believe it was written by J.D. Rockefeller.
J.D. Rockefeller, the same gentleman that Klaus Schwab went to for college. J.D. Rockefeller. But yet you people believe in government. Why? Why do you believe in government for? They give you just enough. In fact, you know what? J.D. Rockefeller once said, I want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. They give you just enough knowledge to do their dirty deeds, whether it be an engineer, plumber, electrical, but they don't tell you how to survive if there's no government. They don't tell you how to live off the land, how to forage, what plants to eat that's not poisonous, how to prepare your meals, how to can your foods, how to grow fruit trees, grapes, because that day's coming when you're not going to have any food. You can hear it right now. You're not going to have nothing. You're done. And they don't give a shit. They wanted to eliminate people, and they're going to do it. Like Newt said, if people are on the beach playing volleyball, I'm screaming at them because I see a Nusami coming after them, and they want to keep playing. Fuck them. I'll stand on a mountain and watch them get drowned because they didn't want to listen. And I agree with it 100%. I hear these people out here on YouTube, like I said before, just, ignoring everything. Making money like crazy out of YouTube, that's fine. But that money's not going to be theirs. It never was theirs. They lost everything. They don't even see it coming. They don't see that Nusami coming. Like Newt, if I can, I'm getting on top of that mountain and I'm going to say, oh, well, I warned you. You wouldn't listen. I screamed. But you guys wanted to keep playing. So that's up to you. And believe me, your government will have no heart at all. This is the whole plan, to get rid of you. Totally. Now, I want to see if you guys can hear what I heard on this particular video here I have. And listen well to this. Here we go. Then I'll stop it and we'll talk about it. Oh, my apologies. This is something different. Got the wrong video here. I got it over here on the side. This is what Detroit used to look like a long time ago as a child. I used to go down there. It was beautiful, just beautiful. The homes, the city, clean. Everybody was friendly, talking to each other. Now you can't talk to anybody without them being scared. And I can see why. What government puts fear into you in a TV set. A TV set, like, again, is nothing but a brainwash. It just puts fear in you. There's nothing good about it. They tell you these things are going on, but they don't tell you the actual why, how, when, and why, or where, or who. It's bullshit. But anyway, I want to show you Detroit now, what it looks like. Now remember, these homes used to be beautiful. Now I'm going to show you the Detroit first, the downtown, and then I'm going to show you the urban area of Detroit. This is sickening. And this is what's happening right now. It's the United States is decaying. We have no infrastructure. Fuck them. Go out in the woods. Learn how to forage. Learn how to grow a garden. Be self-efficient. Fuck government. You know? Here we go.
Is it just me staring in the mirror on the wall? All I can see is nothing more, no more of nothing at all. Behind a grinning face, you know what I've discovered? Avoid an empty space. Is it for real? The voice that I keep hearing loud and clear. Is it just me taunting me with things I don't wanna hear? And it goes on and on. It's playing special for me. A never-ending song. Save me from myself. I'm gonna be somebody else. Save me from myself. I try to turn away, but I just can't stop looking right into empty space. Take me from myself. I'm gonna be somebody else. Save me from myself and let me be somebody, anybody else. Just wanna be somebody. Just wanna be somebody else. Just wanna be somebody.
I think you get the idea of what's going on. Detroit used to be beautiful. Now it's not worth a damn. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. Why should they? You know, they don't live there. The oligarchs or anybody else, who cares? It's only a life. Who cares if a kid struggles? We don't give a damn. It's not us. All right, now let's see if I can get the right one this time. Let's see if you can hear what I heard. And listen well to this. This is John Kerry at a meeting. Listen what he says. Listen well.
Okay, so you voted that way, but let me explain to you the vote, because I did manage this on the floor. And I know exactly what happened because I'm the one who said to our colleagues, I think everybody ought to vote for this. And the reason was that it fundamentally had the message that it's not fair. The one we were talking about earlier with the chairman, it's not fair for us to be reducing, and China, which was producing 3 times more emissions than us, and then producing goods that come into our country from that dirty power, and we have a problem. So we wanted to address that. But we knew not every aspect of that piece of legislation is what you all call, we all call, a message. It was a message vote. And the vote was clear. We wanted other people to join us in the effort to reduce emissions.
Okay, fair enough.
That hasn't happened sufficiently.
It hasn't happened sufficiently. Now, Secretary, in 2015 at the Paris Climate Conference, you said that if all industrial nations go to zero emissions, it wouldn't be enough. And then at the White House's Climate Day in January of 21, you said almost 90% of the planet's emissions come from outside the U.S. We could go to zero tomorrow, and the problem isn't solved. And in April 21, you told the Washington Post that even the U.S. and China going to zero emissions tomorrow won't solve the climate's problem. Then in April of 21, you said that global net zero is not enough and that CO2 must be removed from the atmosphere. How much is the correct amount of CO2?
Let me explain to you if I can so you understand exactly what I said. It's close, but it's not quite exactly what I was saying.
Can you just tell me what the correct
let me tell you what I'm
amount
saying.
is?
I'm going to tell you what the correct. Here's how it works. Because we have put, I forget the exact number of tons, millions of tons of CO2 and other greenhouse gases are now in the atmosphere. They're there. And every day we're adding more. And so every day the heat is going up and we have to figure out how we're going to, tame the monster here. The only way to do that is to reduce emissions on an ongoing basis to get control on the current level of emissions that we have created.
But
actually suck.
Sir, with all due respect, you've been through this before. What is the correct amount? I don't want to spend a bunch of time about a history lesson about things that people don't care about.
What changes every day? I can't tell you exactly
the correct
what
amount
it's
changes.
Yes, it does.
So, Secretary, you probably know that for approximately 200 million years, what's the parts per million now? About 400, right? Can we agree on that?
Over 400.
All right,
it's
for
about,
200 million years, 2,000 parts per million. Did Mother Nature get it wrong for 200 million years?
Here's the difference, Congressman. The difference is, yes, there were periods which all the scientists who deal with climate acknowledge that there have been moments on the planet, which is billions of years old, in which there were greater heat and there was greater.
Tell me the difference quickly. I've got a little.
The difference is human beings are creating.
Okay, so
human beings are creating.
Okay, so
There you go. Human beings are creating this. So how are they going to stop this global warming? Eliminating people by the billions. And this is what they're doing. This is why they're allowing fentanyl to come on in to kill people by the thousands. This is why we have homeless to kill people by the thousands. Lack of medicine to kill people by the thousands. And this is what they're doing. They're eliminating the population. Why they themselves can fly around in jets and complain about us doing everything wrong. It's got to be an equal justice system, and there's not going to be. So fuck them. Leave the system. And again, If 8 billion people just left the government wouldn't know what to do. They would shit. But people still complain about their government. The same people they voted in for 30 freaking years in office, and they still complain. The government ain't doing nothing for us. They don't have to. They're not going to. Put it in your head that they're brainwashing you to think that they're going to do something. They ain't going to do shit for you. Nothing. But yet you complain. Oh, I need help. Help me, government. It ain't going to work that way. No freaking way. All right, let's get another one up here. I hope you guys are understanding what's going on here. Here we go. Listen to this one. This is a short one.
I've known about him for a while, and I haven't really known how to go about talking about it until today. Mainly, the thing I'm going to talk to you about is going to blow your mind. Concentration camps in America for Americans. It's coming. I've talked about that. I want to talk to you about that bill. It's H.R. 645. You can look it up. It was introduced. Basically states that they're going to take away our rights and round us up for concentration camps. And again, you can Google that. I've got a link posted to everything right under this video. Right underneath this video, you can see all these links. And then I want to talk to you about FEMA coffins. They're real. As you can see here, I've got pictures of them. There's videos of them all over YouTube. Just look for FEMA coffins. You'll see that there's hundreds of thousands, I'd even say millions of these things laying empty. And I'll tell you, as a prior service to this country, that the government does not spend this much money on stuff they don't use. Okay? They're planning on using this, and not later, sooner. Okay? But what I really want to talk to you about is going to really disturb you. Guillotines in America. That's right. They're legalizing cutting heads off again, and they're doing it in Georgia. Now, this is going to be the slippery slope. They're going to do it here, and the reason they're doing it is to harvest organs, because if you get killed in the electric chair, they can't harvest your organs. If you die in the gas chamber from lethal injection, again, they can't harvest your organs. And if you think that the government can't make a fortune off harvesting your organs, last time I checked, for a kidney alone, you can get $40,000. Imagine how much money is involved in that. It's good business, is what it is.
So there it is, people. I'm not going to show any more videos, but I think you have the idea what's happening right now. I'll put it all in one video here. So it's up to you people. I'm telling you, eventually I have to shut down because it's coming. I see what's coming right now. Much as I hate to do it, I'm going to have to. But hopefully, if everything works right, I can go to New Guru and do stuff over there. And I do appreciate New Guru taking his time to helping me out to understand what's going on. And I hope I can get out of this situation fast. I'm praying. But that's another deal. But if you people can, and I would advise you to talk to New Guru, or God have pity on you when it happens. This shit happens, because it will happen. There's no doubt about it. I show you proof, and that's all I can show you. It's all up to you. Your life is at stake, and if you don't believe it, just keep doing what you were doing. Make that money. Make that money. You know, just do what you got to do, because in the long run, you're not going to have the money. It's their money. It's never was your money. And they're going to fuck you any way they can, and they will. And they won't think anything about it. They're going to lie to you, cheat, whatever it takes. They want that power for themselves. But if there's no government in your mind and you walk away, they have no power. They're fucked, and they know it. So they keep you in fear. Keep watching that TV set and see what happens to you. All right. We're going to have an open panel. How many people? We only got 2 people left. I guess we scared some people. That's okay. Screw 'em. You know? Hold on, everybody. Let me get this thing started here. Shoot. You're right. If you be honest with people, they don't want to listen to it. And it's true. They can't take the truth. They just want to have fun and games, you know? All right. Let me get this thing started here. Well, uh-oh. What happened here? Hold on, people. Something just happened to my. That was weird. Okay, here we go. All right, bear with me, people. I gotta put a letter on here too. I don't know why they put this mojo in it there. Pain in the butt. Whoever wants to come on up, come on up. I'll wait for you. Anyway, so if not, I'll just run some more videos. Believe me, people better realize what's coming down on them. I mean, when you have no food, no car, no home, you're put in 15-minute cities, everything's in that 15-minute city. You'll have theaters, you don't have drugstores. Hell, they can't run a country now. How do you expect them to run a 15-minute city? They're not going to. It's a concentration camp, is what it is. That's all it is. They're full of shit, them people are. So, I don't know. Dude, you want to come on up? Or anybody else? Well, you guys are doing that. I'll do some more videos then. I'm on a roll anyway, so what the hell? Let that be a lesson to you guys. All right. Yeah, it's just, and I was the same boat you guys were. I believed, oh my God, I was dedicated. Oh yeah, USA, USA. As far as I'm concerned, the USA is just nothing but a facade lie. It's all it is. The land of the slaves and the home of the pussycats, the scared us. It's amazing. Let's see what else I can get into here. Desperate people. I'm not sure what this is. I'm checking things out right now, people. Hold on, bear with me. Oh yeah, the infrastructure is getting bad over here. My son-in-law and the family had to come over yesterday because their electricity went down. Every time it rains hard or blows really hard, the wind, it tears the infrastructure down. And it happens every time in their section. They had nothing. They had to come over here. Well, they were down for like about 18 hours, I think it was. It's crazy. It really is. So our infrastructure is getting bad. So they're not putting any money into anything. They know what's going to happen. They don't have to. They really don't. All right, let me get in here. All right, audio check.
Travel.
There we go. Okay, that's working there. Here we go.
Has passed. Roads impacted by people fleeing population centers will be littered with abandoned vehicles and will be far too unsafe to travel. Many will be living out of their cars on rural land they could get to, and they will suffer being kicked out off that land by locals. International borders will be closed to stop the flood of refugees, and governments will issue stay-at-home orders, curfews, or attempt to relocate people en masse. With no sign of recovery, hospital and emergency workers will turn to their own families and communities. You'll want to keep as low a profile as possible. Make sure the windows are covered. Avoid cooking in lights at night. When cooking, add any spices after flame out to avoid releasing scents into the air. You'll need to purify any water you obtain that isn't part of your stores. Stay put and stay hidden. You'll not find food or medicine anywhere, so there's little point in venturing out. Your solutions for this period are to have the foods and medicine you need in your preps. If you formed relationships with your neighbors, now is the time to start discussing food rationing and how you'll work together if you're not prepared. At this point, you have all decided to hunker down, so you're all in it together. Never reveal all your supplies.
It's going to be such a turmoil. It's going to be unreal. I don't know if anybody have seen that movie, The Purge, where once a year people could just go after anybody they want to, kill, maim, steal, burn, and the government allows it to happen. Well, this is what's going to happen in a 24-hour, 7 days a week. People are going to go mad. They're going to go nuts. No food. They're going to pillage, steal, do whatever they can do to survive. This is what the government wants. People are going to start screaming, oh my God, what are we going to do? We got too many people doing this stuff. Government's going to say, don't worry about it. We got martial law coming in. FEMA's coming in right now. They're going to control everything. You're done. That's it. That's what they wanted. That's exactly what they wanted. You know, because by then you won't have any Second Amendment rights to defend yourself. Only the Crips will have the Second Amendment right, called illegal guns. So, I mean, you people better start waking up here. This is your lives at stake, not your government. Your government made laws for themselves to protect themselves, just like that January insurrection, at the Congress. They all had a fit hiding like babies, scared to death. Oh my God. And that was a fake thing, it was all a facade, it was all cover up. But it just shows you what they're capable of doing just to stay in power. I mean, it must be one hell of a job to stay in power, to do the shit that they do to us, I mean, really. I mean, be pampered and fly anywhere you want to go and get all the money you want on the taxpayers' dime. Shit. I can't wait to get out of this freaking grid. Really. There's nothing I want from these people. Nothing. All I want is my freedom back, and I got to do it myself because they're not going to give it to me. These people are crazy, they're nuts, and they're stupid. So there it is in a nutshell. A lot of people won't say what I'll say, but I don't care. It gets old after a while. It does. It really does. And people better start realizing what's going to happen to them. And if not, oh well, that's your own fault. I don't want any.
Yeah, neither do I. Probably
Well,
tainted anyways.
Well, my mentor, how did I do?
Give me a sec here. I was trying to get your attention, tell you I'll be up in a bit. I just got to finish making. Oh, you did see that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Give me a little bit more. I'm almost done. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Match is very important, especially for shit like this. Crucial. Okay, I'll be back.
Yes, I understand it. My apologies. I didn't mean to, shoot. So yeah, just don't believe that nothing's going to happen. Just put the blinders on, walk around, be happy. What the hell? Make that fake monetary system money and watch what happens to it. I mean, you're starting to see changes right now. It's going to get 10 to maybe 20 times worse than what it is now. This is only the beginning of what's going to happen. Trust me. You people are in a heap of trouble and you don't expect it. I've been preparing this for over a year and a half now. What's going to happen? However, I didn't do it properly, but I can do it enough to sustain myself a while. And God have pity on anybody, that has to go through this. But again, it's your own fault. I'm not sure what this is. I'm looking for another video while I'm waiting for Nude. Oh, okay. This is a good one. I forgot about this. I made so many videos, I forgot what I had anymore. Ain't that something? Hold on here. Did you know? Okay. One more before Nude comes up.
I also put a link if you wanted to put that in chat for the meantime as well.
Okay, I didn't see that. Hold on, dude. Then I'll get this after I get this one here now. I didn't see it. Sorry. I'm glad
Look
you said
better
something.
next time. What the fuck's the matter with you?
I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place in this thing right now. Believe me, I am.
In 1940, George Orwell wrote, "Almost certainly we are moving into an age of totalitarian dictatorships, an age in which freedom of thought will be at first a deadly sin and later on a meaningless abstraction. The autonomous individual is going to be stamped out of existence." George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984 is a work of fiction, but much that is depicted in it reflects the political realities of many nations, past and present. At least 3/4 of what Orwell narrates is not negative utopia, but history, Umberto Eco wrote. Referring to his time spent in Belgrade under communist rule, Lawrence Durrell wrote that, reading 1984 in a communist country is really an experience, because one can see it all around one. In this video, we are going to explore some of the similarities between the totalitarian systems of the 20th century and Orwell's 1984. And as will become evident, many of these totalitarian traits are re-emerging in the modern world. This investigation will be conducted in the recognition that totalitarianism relies on mass support. And so, contemporary societies desperately need more people to withdraw their support of this brutal form of rule. Shortly after 1984 was published, Orwell explained, "The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you." Totalitarianism is a political system whereby a centralized state apparatus attempts to control virtually all aspects of life. Everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state, the Italian dictator Mussolini succinctly put it. While totalitarianism can emerge under the guise of various political ideologies, in the 20th century it was communism and fascism that provided the ideological support for this type of rule. Communism and fascism are often viewed as being on opposite ends of the political spectrum, but in the manner they were put into practice in the 20th century, both of these systems displayed the characteristics of the totalized, all-controlling state. Both used force and propaganda to attain power, crush economic and civil liberties, smother culture, partake in mass surveillance, and terrorize the citizenry with psychological warfare and eventually mass imprisonment and mass murder. Speaking of Stalin's communist Russia and Hitler's Nazi Germany, Orwell explained, "The two regimes, having started from opposite ends, are rapidly evolving towards the same system, a form of oligarchical collectivism. In the communist and fascist political systems of the 20th century and in 1984, the totalitarian regime maintained a tight grip of control on the populace through the use of manufactured fear. Totalitarian leaders, whether of the right or of the left, know better than anyone else how to make use of fear. They thrive on chaos and bewilderment. The strategy of fear is one of their most valuable tactics." In 1984, continuous war between the three superstates perpetuated this state of fear. It was not important who was at war with who, or who was allied with who, as this was changing all the time. And the point of the war was not for one superstate to conquer another, but for all three superstates to work behind the scenes to create the conditions of terror that would enable them all to institute totalitarian controls within their own borders. Constant surveillance of all of the citizens was an additional tool in the arsenal of the totalitarian regime of 1984. Surveillance not only allowed for more effective overt control of the citizenry, but it also induced paranoia, which made it less likely that any citizen would even dare step out of line. This surveillance was achieved, firstly, through the technology of the telescreen, which was installed in everyone's home and throughout the streets, and as Orwell explained, the telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time. But at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to live, did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and, except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. Secondly, mass surveillance of the citizenry was conducted by the citizens of 1984 themselves. Each person watched everyone else, and each person was, in turn, watched by everyone else. The most innocent of expressions, an innocuous statement, or a subtle look of disapproval when Big Brother appeared on the telescreen, was reported to the thought police and treated as a thought crime or a face crime. as evidence that one was disloyal and had something to hide. It is intolerable to us that an erroneous thought should exist anywhere in the world, however secret and powerless it may be, Orwell has the character O'Brien explain. In Stalinist Russia, Alexander Solzhenitsyn noted that one could never be sure whether one's neighbors, friends, co-workers, the postman, or even in some cases one's own family, would report to the secret police a slip of the tongue, a criticism of Stalin or of communism. For if one was reported, their fate was usually sealed. The police would knock at the door in the middle of the night, and soon after one would be given the standard sentence of a tenor, that is, 10 years in the slave labor gulag prison camps. This form of surveillance created social conditions wherein most citizens adopted hypocrisy and lying as a way of life, or as Solzhenitsyn explains in the Gulag Archipelago, the permanent lie becomes the only safe form of existence. Every wag of the tongue can be overheard by someone, every facial expression observed by someone. Therefore, every word, if it does not have to be a direct lie, is nonetheless obliged not to contradict the general, common lie. There exists a collection of ready-made phrases, of labels, a selection of ready-made lies. In addition to a ubiquitous state of fear, in totalitarianism there exists a widespread state of confusion and mental disorientation amongst the citizenry. Many victims of totalitarianism have told me in interviews that the most upsetting experience they faced was the feeling of loss of logic, the state of confusion into which they had been brought, the state in which nothing had any validity. They simply did not know what was what. In 1984, widespread mental disorientation was stimulated via the falsification of history and the negation of the concept of objective truth. The Ministry of Truth was the institution which falsified history. Everything faded into mist. The past was erased. The eraser was forgotten. The lie became truth. One of the reasons totalitarian regimes attempt to alter history is because it rids the society of any past reference points or standards of comparison, which might remind the citizens that life in the past was so much better than it is in the sterile and oppressive present. Within 20 years at the most, the huge and simple question, was life better before the revolution than it is now, would have ceased once and for all to be answerable, wrote Orwell. But another reason history is falsified by totalitarians is to ensure there are no historical roots to which the citizen can anchor and find a truth, sustenance, and strength. In totalitarianism, there can be no historical information which contradicts or puts into question the reigning political ideology, nor any institution, such as religion, which offers the individual a refuge from the influence of the state. And so as Orwell wrote in 1984, every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book has been rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street and building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. Along with destroying or falsifying the past, widespread mental disorientation is further cultivated by destroying the belief in objective truth. This is done through a program of psychological warfare. Incessant and intentionally confusing propaganda, conflicting reports, and blatant lies are pumped out in official reports and through the mass media at all hours of the day. What is said today has no bearing on what may be said tomorrow, for as Orwell explained, the totalitarian state sets up unquestionable dogmas, and it alters them from day to day. It needs the dogmas because it needs absolute obedience from its subjects, but it cannot avoid the changes, which are dictated by the needs of power politics. In 1984, for example, the Ministry of Plenty put out a bulletin that they were increasing the chocolate ration to 20 grams a week. Orwell writes, and only yesterday, Winston reflected, it had been announced that the ration was to be reduced to 20 grams a week. Was it possible that the citizens could swallow that after only 24 hours? Yes, they swallowed it. Was he, then, alone in the possession of a memory? In addition, contradictions, hypocrisies, and lies form the foundation of the totalitarian ideology. The totalitarian system presents the enslavement of the individual as his or her liberation. Censoring information is called protecting the truth. The destruction of culture or the economy is called its development. The military occupation of other countries is labeled as the furtherance of freedom and peace. In 1984, the Ministry of Peace instigated wars, the Ministry of Truth manufactured propaganda, and the Ministry of Plenty created shortages. On the enormous pyramidal structure of the Ministry of Truth hung the words, "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." The official ideology abounds with contradictions even when there is no practical reason for them, Orwell explained in 1984. These contradictions are not accidental. The purpose of this all-encompassing program of psychological warfare is to bewilder the mind of the average citizen. For when the citizen is bombarded with contradictions and lies and lives in what Orwell called that shifting phantasmagoric world in which black may be white tomorrow and yesterday's weather can be changed by decree, he or she eventually ceases to know what to think or even how to think. The distinction between up and down, fact and fiction, truth and falsity, is not only blurred, but loses significance. The belief in objective truth disappears, and the average citizen becomes completely dependent on authority figures to feed him ideas, and thus is ready to assent to lies and to believe the most absurd things, so long as those in the political class deem it to be true. The Soviet official Georgy Pyatakov explained that the true Bolshevik would be ready to believe that black was white and white was black if the party required it. There was no particle left inside him which was not at one with the party, did not belong to it. In an essay titled Totalitarianism and the Lie, Leszek Kolakowski, a philosopher who was exiled from Poland for his criticisms of communism and Marxism, wrote, "This is what totalitarian regimes keep unceasingly trying to achieve. People whose memory, personal or collective, has been nationalized, has become state-owned and perfectly malleable, totally controllable, are entirely at the mercy of their rulers. They have been deprived of their identity. They are helpless and incapable of questioning anything they are told to believe. They will never revolt, never think, never create. They have been transformed into dead objects." In 1984, the main character Winston manages for most of the book to stand psychologically outside the grasp of the party and its leader Big Brother, despite the widespread fear and mental disorientation which swirls around him. "Down with Big Brother," he writes in his diary early in the book. However, after being arrested by the thought police and subjected to re-education, Winston abdicates his reason and conscience and begins to accept the lies. He joins the totalitarian cult and becomes another brick in the wall of the all-powerful state. Referring to Winston, Orwell writes, "He could not fight against the party any longer. Besides, the party was in the right. It was merely a question of learning to think as they thought." The pencil felt thick and awkward in Winston's fingers. He began to write down the thoughts that came into his head. He wrote first in large clumsy capitals, "Freedom is slavery." Then almost without a pause, he wrote beneath it, "2 and 2 make 5." The struggle was finished. He had won the victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. Some have taken this ending as a sign of Orwell's pessimism, as an indication that humanity is doomed to a totalitarian future. Yet Orwell's motive for writing this book was not to depress nor promote a fatalistic apathy, but to warn and rouse to action as many people as possible. For Orwell understood as well as anyone that in the battle between totalitarianism and freedom, no one can afford to stand aside. The fate of each and every one of us hangs in the balance.
Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
It's all how we need to reduce our
Okay, let me get yours now, Newt.
What is it? What are you getting?
I'm getting your, what the heck is?
Oh, the other link. Okay. Yeah, if you want to do that, sure. Yeah, it's a passage from something Larkin wrote a while back. Somebody did. And I started briefing it earlier today. Didn't brief the whole thing, but getting to the root cause of the disease, definitely.
Sounds good to me. Let's give it to him.
You want to force feed it? I like your style.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm into the whole statism, what is it? Authoritarianism. There we go. That's the way to put it. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, fascism's even better.
Well, it's the same thing, especially when you have, 8 billion willing participants. It's awesome.
You can talk there. Who is that? Oh, Domenico. How you doing there, guy? Long time no see.
Demonico.
Oh, is that Dean?
Always demonic. Yep. Hey, Red. Hey, Nancy.
What's happening? Welcome up. Well, I made a spelling autocorrect in the chat earlier. I was vouching for him. You can go. You can give him a wrench if you want.
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, I don't. They have to give me bolts. I'd rather have a multi-tool. I want to be a mechanic, but thanks.
He's already got a wrench, Newt. I gave it to him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, when he popped up. Yeah.
Oh fuck! Well, quit being so slow.
So you live in a community where you find that there's the mafia in the community.
Excuse me, Dominic. You sound like you're like hollow.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Crisp.
Maybe I'm not too far. I'm too far away.
See if I can do something. Hold on here. Mike, where's your mic? Mike setting. Let's see.
That's okay on my end, but I'm used to that. So.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, he's like, it sounds like he's echoing with a hollow one behind him. Say something, will you?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now, Vet?
Yeah, I turned up the volume and everything. Yeah, you're all right now. Yep.
So you're in a community where the mafia is running the community. Is it the responsibility of the mafia to educate you, or is it the responsibility of your parents or your immediate community to teach you the whys in the hows, how the system works?
This is true.
I'll answer after. What's the answer, Wrights?
Well, the answer is I got indoctrinated as a kid, ever since I was born with my parents.
He's asking who the responsibility rests on for the.
Me now. Me. Yeah, me. There's no doubt about it. It's me.
I concur.
Okay. So that you're basically taking an acknowledgement that you're responsible from a lesser photocopy version.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Then blaming oneself on the parts, how does that really serve?
Ignore the blame. Focus on responsibility.
I'm with you on that.
Blame is a distraction from that. It's the ultimate.
It is.
It's what the system is built on for distraction.
Yeah, I was blaming the government. It was all me. I couldn't handle that. It was me when Newt said, "No, it's your fault." I'm like, no, it can't be. It's your fault.
Okay,
forget the fault. Even that, I would never say it's your fault. I would say it's your responsibility. And
responsibility.
You have to look very closely, and.
Whoops, good. He took off on us. Okay. So anyway, we lost him again. The satellite keeps screwing up on him.
What comes with responsibility? It comes accountability.
Right.
Yeah. We haven't been taught that.
Where it fundamentally is. Yeah, and the teaching part, this is where it's a conundrum mindfuck. The teaching part rests on the self. It's the responsibility of teaching is on the self. That's why we have the ability to learn.
But if the self's already been programmed, now you have to actually strip
Still the responsibility. It's a responsibility to accept the programming, to continue to accept it, or to reject it, to discern truth, to reprogram, all of it rests on the self.
If somebody's willing to barrage it with that way, yes, Angie, but most people aren't. Let's go with the reality of the situation. I hate to use the word reality, but I have to look at it. Most people wouldn't do that.
That's because that's because in their choice, which is what we're given the ability to discern and choose, they have made the decision to discern not to. It still doesn't change the fundamental responsibility requirement either way, rests on the individual.
Okay, discernment is a feminine energy trait, and that's teachable energy. Most people are in their masculine energy, the program. So the ideal that let's not fault anybody, it's the same ideal you have a choice. You can have many choices, but for most people, they have very restricted choices. And those choices will lean towards what's once favorable, and I don't want to do all the rest. That's a program. That's why we have many programs. That's why when we have to talk about masculine and feminine energy, the self is just when you wake up every morning, that's yourself. That's the ongoing program, the waking state. That's why it's called conscious ignorance. People are constantly caught up in their senses. They're not ever realize what happened when you're in your subconscious. You're in stillness and sleep. If you want to take information, play it while you're asleep because your conscious state has already been bombarded with programs. They're all limiting still. So I'm just playing with words here now. So whether we say the word, don't use the word fault, but yet you say the word choice, they're both limited.
No, responsibility.
Yeah, but Ken, that's implying that we can see it in the physical. Somebody actually knows, or I pick up the energy call. They know what responsibility is.
Before you can see it or not, it doesn't imply. Fundamentally speaking, by default, the base default setting, the responsibility rests on the individual for everything in their life.
Okay, then you have to break down to that person. For them, are they aware what the individual is? They're going to start pointing to things that's not them.
Which works when the individual has a sincere interest, and that's where the rubber meets the road. If they don't have a sincere interest, they're not interested in that, that means they're interested in something else, which will always default to a distraction of some sort. And so be it. It's a lost cause until if and when at some point for them, they decide to change that interest and focus.
Well done. Yeah, you broke that down in better language. Thank you. Yeah.
And that's just the way it is, no judgment or whatnot. That's the nature of how it works, right? The nature of just what is. We get to be stupid if we want. We do. And we can even pretend that the consequence of that is something other than what it is. The consequence doesn't go along with our pretend, though. And that's what a lot of people are just in denial about. And you can be in denial about it if you want. It doesn't change, though, the fundamental what is. And that's another rubber meets the road thing for an individual. So I for myself, I'm only interested in partaking in engagement with anybody who has a sincere, genuine, honest willingness to look at that. The rest is a waste for me. Not interested because they're wasting their time. They're just, this divine gift of awareness, consciousness, life, whatever you want to call it. If you want to just throw it away and to the junk side, as if, not even observe it and being awestruck of it and all of the potential that's there for it, that's up to you. You can do that. It's not for me, though, And that's what the masses are, mostly caught up in doing, and then making excuses for that, and then caught up in the foundational blame program, so that it cements it for them. And another aspect of how we function is you get good at everything you practice, whatever your chosen practice is. So every single moment that you're practicing ignorance and unconsciousness and blame and all these things, you get very, very good at it to the point where you can't even see that it's, a pretend anymore. That's not something I will ever fathom the idea to entertain. That's just a lunacy to me, But if people want to do that, they can do that. On the other side of the fence, though, there's beautiful awakeness and consciousness and awareness and a lot of opportunity that goes along with that. I'm very interested in that.
Where were you 20 years ago?
Learning that, practicing that, learning to practice that, still learning to practice that. It will always be that case. It's an eternal thing. You know, it's a beautiful part about infinity is there's no beginning or end to it. It's just like a constant eternal unfolding, so to speak. So yeah, that's where I was and still am.
Well, it amazes me that I couldn't figure it out. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't figure it out until I talked to you, and then the light bulb came on with that plantation, video. That woke me up like you wouldn't believe. Wow.
Yeah, it's a good video. Definitely eye-opening.
Wow, sure was.
It's still base level though, and it's good base level. It's a little more metaphoric because really you're not in a plantation in the sense of its depiction. You are in a plantation though. It's just one that you believe there's ownership in, and the real mindfuck of it is the ideology behind wanting ownership, wanting to be a slave master, and you don't even know that that's what you're pursuing. That's the whole point of it. And it doesn't matter what side of the game that you're on. You lose because it's all a fallacy. It's all a fiction. Why would you want to have ownership in something that can't be owned and that you don't need to own in trade for access to everything fundamentally for free? That is the dumbest idiocracy mindset an individual can have for a person who gets divine awareness. But it has to be that way in order to have the ability to choose in the equation. Because if you didn't have that, it would be very much, as far as I can tell, like a divine dictatorship. So again, it's very healthy, natural, and balanced to have the dark side of the equation, where if you really want to jump off a bridge or stick scissors in a light socket, you get to, because you couldn't have the both sides of the equation if you didn't have that. Doesn't mean it's good for you though, or wise or smart to do. It just needs to be that way in the setup, the arena,
The problem with that, though, a lot of people choose wrong, like I did, thinking that, oh, wow, I do this, I do that, I'll
right.
get prizes,
And they get to. They choose unhealthy, unwise things, and they get to, right? And they get to repeat that as well. You get to, you get to not learn from your mistakes if you want to here. You can do that.
Yeah, but going through the system, I didn't get no Cupid doll, nothing. I got the shaft.
Your expectation that you would want to get anything other than a shaft from a system that is a shaft would be quite lunatic, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Think of what you're saying, right? I'm in a system where everybody gets the shaft, and now I'm saying, but I got the shaft.
Yeah. I wanted the Cupid doll. I didn't want to get the shaft.
Well, right to Biden, he's probably got a Cupid doll for you.
I didn't realize I was cussing that much.
Oh, fuck whatever.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I was like really on a roll. I'm like, wow.
Whatever a cuss is. Go ahead, Don.
I was going to say, so is awareness more of a mental thing or a physical thing?
Is there a difference between the two? I don't know.
There is. And there's usually something in between them both.
I'll yield for you to just elaborate on that. I guess it depends what you mean by awareness. Go ahead.
You're talking about the divine. So some people can mentally become aware of things. The self, the program, the thoughts. That's in the unknown. That's a mental state. But to pull it down into the material, now we're back with the masses. Most people are going to be led by their physical. And what perpetuate that is the emotions. And usually most people aren't developed with their emotions. And then they wonder later on in life, why didn't I think of that? Because your emotions aren't developed, so therefore your mental capacity is not developed. That's why they try to get people before they're 25 years old, because your brain's not even fully developed till 25. So when people start talking about spiritual stuff, that's more in the metaphors, analogy, because the physical, what does it show? Somebody say, yeah, but Dominic, I see a tree. No, you don't. You see something that we'll have to use in the word to describe it, the material. You've never become aware that you don't see the words you speak. You don't see air. You don't see wind. That's what's called spiritual. That's in the unknown. And you will experience that way more than what you think you do with your senses. As you try to describe things with your senses or express things, but you don't see the energy of anger. You expressed it into physical, and it's a dumbed down version of it. So this is why when people become aware, they're trying so desperately to pull it back down into the physical. And once you do it, now you're back with the masses, because that's how they're being led. Well, I have a hand. Do you? Show me it. And then they'll show me an object. I said, well, where did you see the word hand? Well, you know what I mean, Dom. I said, where do you see meanings? Where do you see language? That's a different game. This is where we're indebted now. I was trying to share that earlier. But what most people are doing is we're comparing ourselves to other people that are dumbed down. Talking about Donald Trump is a wasted energy unless you understand the energy behind it. This is where you have to understand luminaries. The wars have already been predicted centuries ago. It just needs to be acted out. This is where time comes into play. The material is the manifested part. The word man gives it away. Manifested, you got to bring it below man, the energy called man. Hence why you stand under something. This is where all the teachings come into fruition, where most of those fellows that were downloading this information, once they start writing about it or talking about it, now you're in the insanity part. I'm using it right now. I'm using a language, and if you understand the frequencies and sounds that are affected by it, you'll realize the program that you're in. That's awareness. Knowledge is just a child. This belief system is just a stumbling block. Both of them are useless once you realize there are limitations to them. But yeah, we're going to start using the program. But Dom, I understand this. I said, okay, this ought to be interesting. You're using the word understand. What's the sounds and frequency to that? And then I'm going to be a free man. From what system? You're already encased in a vessel. So where are you going to be free? This is where you get the concept of the eye of the beholder in Plato's cave. You're looking through some senses when you wake up. Unless you go into that meditative state, do ayahuasca, do some other form. You can even do wrist slitting with bloodletting and all that kind of stuff. But that just alters you just a bit. Once you realize that, then you start realizing, oh, then I've never seen language before. Yes, now you realize you're the observer of know thyself. Those are programs. The self is a program. When I talk to Siri, I said, you're a program. You're not the computer, are you? No. You're not the Wi-Fi that goes to it. No. So therefore you're not prana. No, you're not. Now that's a tough one for most people. It's no different. People yelling and telling people you're getting caught up in this indoctrination. It's another layer of indoctrination. Once you realize that, fuck, I've been lying to myself the whole time. I said, you could be hard on yourself if you want, but how does that serve you, let alone anybody else? Most people serve the self. So go ahead, Mitch.
Oh no, I'm just concurring. Yeah, especially with that last part that you said there. And that's one of the crux of like the indoctrinative layers that are so hard for people to let go, because you got to swallow what you did to themselves. I'm working on that with Rights a lot right now as we speak, getting him to forgive himself just to move on instead of holding on to the glue.
You almost have to replace with another dependency. This is why when people say that they're addicted, I said, okay, what are you going to replace it with? Or are you going to reveal something that you've never really realized before? You're going to recover something. What are you covering up? Oh, an emotion. Ah, well done. Which one? What most people do is they'll go from one addiction to another, or dependency. So I don't agree with the government. So therefore now I have to bitch and complain about the religion. You know, if it's not the religion, then it's about globalism. If it's not globalism, it's the elites. If it's not the elites, it's the Rosicrucian. If it's not them, it's fucking aliens. Outside of never really looking inwards and saying, maybe I don't have my programs running correctly.
Right. Whatever it is, it's always a blame outside. Always a distraction from any inner contemplation.
But once you start doing that blaming outwards, then you're going to take that inwards, and that still doesn't serve. Where it's supposed to, if I was born an elite and I got conditioned from all their schooling, fuck, I might even be more devastating. That now you start looking at it from, you got to look at them as like one of us, meaning that it's just a system that runs that way. You know, I could turn around and say anybody that actually bears arms to try to kill another human being, what are they saying to the mother's child then? They don't give a shit. Now they can be hard on themselves. I said, no, you're a big company because everybody else is fucking lost like everybody else. And then once you start realizing all the systems are fueled by the same Federal Reserve, it just reinforces what you became aware in that little moment to what? Throw a couple more stakes at it just to prove that the elites are fucking us? No, you're doing that quite well on your own through your ignorance. You're ignoring, and that's usually why it's called conscious ignorance. Once you wake up, you're in that fucking state. And you're going to use your senses to justify things. Really, so you need to have more land. You don't live in the land. You're still in that vessel. That's a tough one for people to wrap their heads. I said, have you ever lived outside of that vessel? Now, if they turn around and say, no, I did astral travel, and now the question is, who are you then? You can peg down the elephant or the baby. Which one would you peg down? I would actually peg down the baby, and that's what the self is, the child. And most people are going to get attached to that. That's why when people say self-aware opposed to aware of the self, the transformation or placement of words will realize which energy works for you at that point. Most people are self-aware. That's about pride. Self-love, that's pride. It's all about me, me, me. I said, then where's the illusion of independent then? You live in a city where everything clearly shows that everybody has to do everything for you. Yeah, but I earn money. I said, that's even being fueled by somebody else. So where's your go ahead.
Can you elaborate? Just a second ago, you said most people are self-aware. That's the opposite to what I'm seeing, but there's a reason you're saying that. Can you elaborate on that?
They're serving the self, self-love, self-aware, self-help, opposed to
okay. So
aware
in
of the
that
self.
limited form is what you mean. They're aware of just the physical. Yeah, I think that's what you mean. Like for me, the self, the true self, is when you're outside that limited view, right? And you're looking objectively as the observer, and you're just observing.
If I told you, both of them are programs. Know thyself. Who's the knower? Who's the self? The self-aware is when you wake up. That's the ongoing program. The thing that runs behind it, the people that go into hypnosis, the people that are going into a coma, there's another program running. That's the one when they talk about the Buddha says, let me fast and meditate, because there's something that's there the whole time.
Existence itself is a program, if you can see it. The seeing it though is the thing that I see that most of the people are not seeing. What they're seeing is they're believing in the facade. They think they are their shell, right? And that's so like just so beginning level of just the start of, it's like looking at a grain in sand and saying that's the universe. Wow, are you missing the big picture?
No, it's a different version of it. So in this case, me and you are communicating. Something's running your vessel right now, running the blood and all that. That's what we would call the ego, the I. That's the different program. And people can actually do body consciousness. Some people have the ability to communicate with their body. It's its own entity. So that's what's called artificial intelligence. But for most people in the ongoing program, they'll say, okay, well, Dom, I gotta eat. I said, okay, so you're getting a pain from somewhere else. Most parents do not teach their kids how to breathe, let alone how to actually digest their food. That's beyond the scope of people that are parents. But they'll think, oh, but I'm teaching my kids. You're teaching your kids fuck all but the indoctrination. Unless you actually teach children to go inwards and say, son, I'm going to guide you. Meaning that once you go inwards, you realize you have a gift. So again, I can tell people on a regular basis, I said, so who's running your body right now? Well, I don't know, Dom. I said, good step. You don't know, but let's say you did know. How would you apply discernment to that? Because then you would have to understand the self. You would have to understand the program. Once you understand the program, then you realize there's another program running. And then you can start talking about being the observer of those things. You can bypass all those things too. I'm with you. You can bypass those things and realize, yeah, those are simple steps. But for most people, they don't even have those thoughts. And thoughts are things. You should be able to question those things. You don't have to use words or written work. Thoughts, you can just be in a state of meditation, and then thoughts come to you. It'll probably come into the program language you have, unless you have another ability. Hence why people talk about speaking in tongues. That's a different program running at that point. It's like us talking to Siri. I said, Siri, you're just the ongoing program. And a lot of people put input into that. This is why when people say, I give up the ghost. So you're giving up the essence called God? Oh, okay. But that's going to be a tough one, because then that person will reveal to themselves, but Dom, I don't believe in that. I said, so you're going to be one of those people, I won't believe until I see it. Well, at that point, you're just knowing. And knowledge to me is the child. I mean, that's a child state. to know things. I know that people speak a different language. It doesn't mean I understand it, and I wouldn't know how it serves me. Most people use numbers, but they don't understand the energy behind number. And they'll do that their whole existence in one lifespan. Same with letters, hence why they have symbology. Those all bring value, but most people, what they want is the same fucking thing most people want. I want more of this. So you're doing left-hand pass shit. You want more of this. Well, that's what the elites are doing.
Most of
I
these
want to live
things,
off the grid. I want to live off the grid. That's more elite shit. It's
most
a
of
selfish
these,
fucking. Go ahead, sorry, my pleasure. Get a little bit passionate. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. No, absolutely. You don't need to apologize for the passion around here. That's what we do, you know, having a safe arena to do that. Oh shit, to get my train of thought. I forgot my first train of thought, but I wanted to ask you, can you elaborate on that? I've heard you say that on numerous occasions. Off the grid is selfish, and now this is the first time I heard you say elitist minded as well. Can you expand on that?
At that point, you're not being of service to humanity. You're being of service to the me, which is fine. Which is fine.
Okay.
But the thing is, once you include other people, then they should at least be informed how the game is being played. So when people want to live off the grid,
let me ask you a question. Two questions. So this is to flip the narrative on that ideology there. First is, when the idea behind some sort of obligation to serve others be a selfish ideology?
it's showing obedience at that point to the system, regardless of if the system is corrupt or not. You're still showing obedience to a system by living off the grid. Usually, what I pick up from most people, they're exhausted. They don't want to pay taxes anymore. They just don't want to play the game anymore. I said, "Oh, so you want to take your chance to be interdependent with nature? Okay, so you're going to give up all your comforts?" You know, if a person said, "I'm off the grid," what do you mean? No electricity, no truck. Well, most people want, they want the cake and eat it. I want to live off grid. I want the technology and all that. So then you're full of shit. And you're playing a game because you just don't agree with certain parts, with not understanding how the whole works, let alone most of the parts. And that's how the elites play. That's why when you see them, they have big mansions and all that, because they know slavery doesn't work. But hey, we'll give them fiat currency, give them the illusion of maintaining their comforts. So when they say, yeah, go ahead.
I totally see that. There's a lot of hypocrisy in a lot of mindsets, and a lot of people who go off the grid. They take their egoic, greedy ways with them. Then they find out usually pretty quick that it doesn't work, or it doesn't work very well. Mm-hmm. Aside from that, though, back to the other part, though, I don't know if I was getting across correctly, though, with the when you said just the idea behind it is like somehow selfish, in the sense as almost like there's some sort of default obligation to serve humanity.
Well,
is that the way you see that? Like
there's rationally selfish. There's rationally selfish where you're including others. It could be the extent of your kids and your wife, and then you can say, okay, I'm doing a family thing. But then again, do you know how to protect it, whether it's from nature, from other people? Because now you're going to have tribes that are going to form together, and your family's just going to be as strong. Are you going to expand your family? Are you going to work with nature? It all sounds nice and great, but it's when people realize, but have you been civilized? And if you have, then they'll come to that awareness. You're just bitching and complaining about different variations of civilization. You know, they're not actually go out to nature, for the ones that choose to do it, and realize, okay, so I got to live out in the woods. I have to understand grounding. I have to understand the luminaries, when to plant everything. That's a lot of work to do, Dom. Exactly. Because when you're living in a civilized thing, most of the fucking people are doing that shit for you. And then they bitch and complain about it. The elites pay fucking people top dollars to understand the luminaries. Most people just fucking bitch and complain about the price of their fucking food.
Yep.
How fucking dare them be that fucking arrogant to bitch and complain? Even the military shit that the people have. Who gave us that fucking technology? Just holding a fucking gun means fuck all. Everything else, you're creating karma on oneself. The fact that you were thinking about harming another person for what? Your fucking country? That's divide and conquer shit. And if you're not willing to fucking revolt within oneself, you're not fucking awake. If anything else, you're fucking that much more asleep. And I only talk that way because I know people built walls in front of them, and they'll quickly say, no, it's not about me. You should have fucking ripped a hole in you a long time ago once you became an adult and realized, fuck, I'm not developed in a lot of areas. My emotion, why am I getting angry? Why do I have to defend a fucking idea? Too baby bitching, complaining about America and Canada and all that. That means fuck all. Religion, that means fuck all. Go ahead.
I think it probably comes with engaging too much with people who are not interested in taking responsibility for growing up and just want to make excuses. That's going to wear on you at some point, you know. And you're surrounded by them, right? Especially, I think you're still living in a city, if I recall. You know,
well, I'm just sharing awareness. I'm just sharing awareness, and when I share it, I'm the student. When other people get all upset, I said that's on you. That means fuck all to me. I'm just sharing out loud. Now they might turn around and say, "Listen, I could read energy. I'm just sharing things because I know it's being recorded, and there's certain people that might pick this up. There could be a billion fucking people. There might only be a handful of people that I'm concerned about. The rest, that's on them. If they think that's the responsibility, then fucking follow the elites because they're doing a lot of work for you guys. And me too. This Wi-Fi shit. We enjoy it, but we didn't create it. No different when people say, I don't like the elites, but yeah, but you like the fucking music that they make for you? Well, yeah. So then stop your fucking bitching and complaining. At least explain things such as, okay, I understand how it works. How does it work to fucking graze animals? It's nice when people like to talk about the ideal. I like to live off grid. Okay, so how does it work? How does the sun and the moon work? Well, I don't know. Bingo, you don't know. So at that point, buy some fucking duct tape, put it over your mouth because silence is golden. And then go inwards. I play the fool right now at NG by talking. I know me. I know myself well enough. And I know I'm going to be doing hypocrisy. I understand health doesn't mean I practice it. That means I'm bringing it down into the physical. That's the anchoring process. That's why when I hear people talk about living off the grid, I say, you're full of shit. You just don't know it yet. But if you do, you realize, fuck, am I not playing another loop with myself? Sure I am. I'm using a language that's fucking itself. It's a loop. I've already went on too long. Fucking, I have diarrhea of the mouth now.
You have what? What was the last?
I have diarrhea of the mouth.
Oh. No, I think it just comes, you know, part and parcel with.
Angie, I'm the kind of guy that all the books should have been burnt a long time ago, because it actually entrains people to be fucking that much more dumber.
Well, yeah, that's what they're designed to do. There's only one book I would read. It would have one line. You don't need the book. That's it. That's the only book I would read, and I'd read it over and over again.
Thanks for the sanity. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, that's what they're designed to do. The whole, all of it. The language we're using, as you portrayed a few times in the last few minutes, is a major testimony and part and parcel of the indoctrination. Major. And so it's the conundrum of conundrums, right? We're using the indoctrination to what? Convey unindoctrination? Holy fuck. So yeah, there's no getting away from that hypocrisy. There's only a starting place, basically holding up a mirror to anybody who's willing to look at the mirror and say, here, it's all a facade, it's all bullshit, now undo it. You're responsible for that. Or not, and continue down the path. Either way, you're going to reap what you sow. That's really what it comes down to, fundamentally, at the end of the day. And then you find out that the truth is, because it's all about being honest, most people don't want to take responsibility, never mind even look in the mirror. That's the truth. And the ego doesn't like that. Why doesn't the ego like that? Because you have to admit to yourself that there's a dark side of the equation here, and you have to get over your fear about that. And you have to take responsibility for that too. It's much easier to just be asleep. It's very comfortable. Just lie to yourself and say, well, you know, all these, the blame game, right? The blame game is very appeasing to the ego, but it's a very unwise and unhealthy practice, and will keep revelation from taking place the way that it was meant to and designed to. And there is a whole world of discovery to be had, and a whole opportunity of discovery to have if we let go of every single ounce of the indoctrinative palette. Let go of it all and just start from objectiveness. Start from reunite yourself from that beginning point, like when you were a child, where everything was new and fresh, and be objective and open. And maybe go back to that place where that first time where somebody fed you a load of bullshit that you fell for. Go back to that place and don't do that anymore. Just learn that you're fallible. You're susceptible for being naive. And that means that you have a responsibility for not playing the truth, the belief, trust, and faith bullshit game. That is the worst level of foundational indoctrination anybody can practice. That's a fool's game. Let go of all that and just become the observer. Embrace what you are. Look at it for what it is. Enjoy it for what it is. Discover everything that was meant to be discovered. And then objectively observe the results of that. When something isn't adding up in a healthy fashion for yourself, there's a reason for that. It's telling you something. We're designed that way so that we know, so that we don't have to walk down the path of self-destruction. When you do that, it becomes this internal transformation of discovery and healthiness, the other side of the equation, just as much as this ocean of darkness and epitome of dark abyss that you can see all around with the indoctrinated masses and whatnot. The other side of the equation also exists. So here we are in existence, standing before in duality, in the middle, in the center of this. And it's all up to you. Which ocean do you want to jump into? And that's what you get to have. That's the gift. I reckon the gift of drinking gasoline and petroleum oil is not a very healthy option to take. But if you want to do it, you get to. What do you say to that there, Mr. Vetz?
I like fluoride. Give me the fluoride, yeah. Yep. It's just, yeah, I said today, heck with, I'm going to go out and see what I can do, see if I make any common sense and everything else. I'm going to, like you said, I got to keep trying, so I did. If I'm going to pass this along to other people, I got to make sure I'm saying it right, you know what I mean?
Of course. And the more you just are there yourself, the more it's just an expression of what is. That's what it's all about.
I'm like, I didn't realize I was cussing.
when you get to it fundamentally for what it is, you'll see that it's really not about words, just about. I mean, a menu is only a menu, right? And here I am describing a menu. What I'm really telling you to do is experience the sunshine because it's there.
I think at that point, even after, when it comes to, we hear the story about fluoride. If I was living out in the country and I had a well and have artesian water and somebody said, Dom, you're drinking fluoride. I said, so you go into my well and you're polluting it? Most people are only complaining from the position you're buying their water. So what's worse, the fact that they're polluting it with, let's say, fluoride, or the fact that you've chosen that you want to buy their water? It's like people complaining about GMO. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you that well. Okay. So if I don't say anything, I can't. Okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
Okay. No apologies.
Go on.
I'll try to talk a little bit louder. So it'd be like when people complain about GMO. Unless you're a farmer and you're growing your own food, and you say, okay, you're cornering me now. What do you mean? You've conditioned the masses, so now I have to sell my wares to the masses based on what you tell me to do. That's one thing. But when the masses are going to their grocery store, are they really in a position to complain about GMO? It's like when people listen to the media. Nowhere does it ever say in the media that they're there to tell you the truth. Everything else, the media is nothing but a boardroom for the elites to communicate with each other. So it's not really to do anything with the citizens. That's why when you were even talking earlier about the amendments, that has nothing to do with you. You can give yourself the illusion the amendments were written for you. No, the Second Amendment gave you the idea that you could bear arms. But what are arms? They're talking about your arms. You want to bear guns and all that? Well, then you have to talk about the First Amendment. Are you working for the people, the nobles? Are you working for their military, their armies, their police? Because that's when you're allowed to bear arms. Outside
Why
of
do
that, it
you
was.
why do you think you need amendments for any of that anyway to begin with?
I'm with you. At that point, me and you are there, and where most people, they're too busy wanting to, they're participating. This is kind of like the gap that we have when new technology comes around. People think, okay, written work, now we can share some information, but then people will go back to their old ways again. So now we're living in an age where we have the internet and we can share this information, but for most people, they're going to go right back to sleep. They're going to become aware of this information, like via maybe knowledge, but they're not really going to know how to apply it, let alone to embody that information.
Yeah, that's the next step. It's like, what do you do now? It was such a feat for somebody to come to terms with even just half the level of being aware of what's going on, but then to actually go to the next phases where you got to start learning what you didn't learn with all the practice you had of delegating responsibility away to your government nanny, and the whole corporate world is just a nanny state, right? Going to the grocery store. It's all of it is just not doing anything but maybe one focus of responsibility in your life. And now you've got to turn that and learn that you got to reverse the atrophication that came with that while you're experiencing the disease state of atrophication. And for a lot of people, that's just, they give up right away because they're feeling the effects of the disease so bad, right? And their health, physically, mentally, emotionally, the trauma, and so on and so forth. And they throw in the towel. It was over before it started. That's why most of the masses, to me, it's like, you reap what you sow. I'm not God. Nature made it what it is. I'm not really concerned. I'm only concerned with individuals who have a no bullshit mindset and want to be proactive. If people want to perpetuate themselves as being in a disease state and be a disease, that's up to them. Let them.
Again, it's one of those things where, if you value the concept that you do come back, well, then I'm coming back with them. This ought to be fun. Again, that's just, I'm planning to entertain that as an ideal. No different when people, if they were taught at a young age to actually know how to think, they would say, okay, Dad, let me understand that you want me to join the military and we're here to protect our country. Then why am I in another country? A very childlike would understand that. An aware child would turn around and say, well, wouldn't that be an invasion? Yes, son. So then why are we going to another country? Well, we're helping the corporation with their stuff. This is why when I hear people talk about government, you're still asleep. This is not about governments. This is about corporations. The amendment. Go ahead.
Bingo. He's right.
Those are one and the same.
Well, they can be, but at the same time, this is why we have a fascism. I mean, one of the isms.
What would be the difference?
Well, it's all perception at that point. So in this case, the language we're going to use, corporations are running governments. So before, when it was we the people, the nobles, then they took that away because they figured, let's make it a corporation now. So we no longer have rights. In this case, the nobles don't have rights. The corporations do. So now they can launder everything to corporations. So now it's the corporation. You guys talk about it. Corporation, in this case, that you talk about it. Corporations are the ones that are saying, okay, let's see what the masses are. Let's give them the popular vote. But they don't count. We'll count them, but they don't count. So at that point, now people say, yeah, but they're representing me. I said, they've never represented you. You know where they're going to represent you? When you have the idea that you have these guns and then you don't understand 2 weeks without food, they'll fly a whole bunch of drones across you. Say, listen, we're going to talk to the citizens. You bring your little fucking petty little fucking guns, your little foreign bullets to our FEMA camps. And then we'll feed you because they understand 2 weeks. Anything beyond that, now you have to deal with gangs that are inside of those communities. Right. See, this is all about military strategy. People want to understand about war, understand about the Roman Empire. Hey, let's talk about Black Lives Matter. Well, what's that all about? Well, first of all, if humans think that they're fucking black, they're a fucking idiot. Have you ever seen a black person black, let alone white? No, you haven't. You're seeing shades of beings. Again, that reinforces that you think you're the vessel. That's how birth certificate works. It doesn't work on if you realize you're not those things. But I'm still, I said, you're attached to those things. That is suffering. It's about attachment, not about resistance. Resistance will at least bring you some muscles. A little pushback once in a while will help you. Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's where the bondage is. Back to that perception thing. Perception is what rules the world. And it's one of those semantic tricks that by design are used to keep people from seeing the truth that corporation and nation is the same thing. When you see it as the same thing, then it starts to make sense. Well, really what it is just people, because that's all it is, who are deciding as a whole, we have this plantation, which is a corporation. And then there's different roles, i.e. actors, that people are playing in this corporate environment, which is an act setting, a stage. And then people are just transitioning around in different roles in the acts, playing this side of the fence, ruler, oppressor. It's just all the people on a stage doing it to each other. It's one thing. That's it. Just one thing. And this is the drama that's going on. There really is no corporations. There really is no nations. There really is no plantations. There's just people playing Barbies, and they forgot that it's just pretend.
So true. Yeah, well done. Well stated, by the way, in the language.
I try to do the best that I can with the semantics, you know. The simpler, the better. And really, it's another way that you'll see me in chat say it a long time. Could you imagine watching WWE and believing that it's real?
Mm-hmm.
Now, one step further to that, can you imagine taking a role in WWE and really believing that it's real?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on all around, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well,
really what's going on.
They're paid, you know, whether or not most of them aren't making the scripts. So that's why when people hear a movie or like, they have to
there's different roles. Somebody's a script writer, somebody's, you know, acting on this side, and his opposition is got it acting the script, but the script writers are all on the same team and the actors are all on the same team, but they're pretending that it's a different drama. And then you got this other side in what people think is the real world. It's the exact same thing, except people are really doing the violence as if it was real, because they can't see that it's just an act. They're attached to it.
Well, some of the stuff when they download information, this is why we have script writers. They literally are downloading information where they say the word God and damn. They know what they're doing. People just think, oh, they just threw that in there. So no, you don't throw something in WWE or movie scripts and they say that because they understand you're serving Allah. You're serving a demigod. You're serving the I am, the jealous God. You're serving a demigod. Again, humans aren't able to wrap their heads around that kind of shit because they're too busy thinking it's a myth. I said, what is a myth? If I showed you holograms up there that there's aliens coming down, what would that prove? For most of them, they say, well, I don't believe in aliens. I said, it would just prove your fucking senses are easily to be misled. Are those things, just because constantly we see things here we can knock on material, but you think those two things up in the sky are actually material? Right. Especially when people start playing cloud busting and all that. Where does a cloud come and go? We don't know. And if some people do know, how would they explain it to the rest of us? It's like an athlete. An athlete has to learn their craft. He's not going to understand, you know, how the Olympic runs and all that. He might even have a professional coach say, listen, you're a natural athlete. But one thing I'm going to tell you, you don't know how to breathe correctly. Because once you start understanding how to breathe differently, because now you're breathing a different kind of element. And most of us don't breathe correctly. This is even how we take in information. Most people will struggle with the idea, well, I don't think that's the way the system is set up. I said, well, I told you a fairy tale story. You tell me your version. Well, I don't know. I said, you got caught up in your likes and dislikes, didn't you? You're going to tell me shit like you agree or disagree. Get that fucking nonsense out of here. And at that point, I'm doing them a solid because we're wasting each other's energy. Live your lifespan. You'll work for 40 years. You might be retired, or whatever words you want to use to justify it. You'll work for fiat currency. Now, they might say something about me. I said, how interesting. A self-absorbed person now makes it about me. This ought to be funny. I said, I'm a hypocrite and I'm okay with it. Are you okay with it? What do you mean, Delmer? You're too busy defending yourself. If you're okay with being a piece of shit, you should have no problem me calling you out and vice versa.
Two peas in a pot.
I'm okay with it, NG. I'm really okay
at least
with
own it, right? At least
bingo.
Be in the truth of it. Yeah.
You know, but when people don't want to own it for themselves, and you can tell them because they're too busy pointing fingers. I said, okay, we're going to talk the biblical story. Adam and Eve were pointing fingers. I didn't see what the serpent was doing. So at this point, when people say that they're Satanists, I say, no, you're like those other people that talk about God. You're serving the self. You're allowing your program to run the household. If people want to understand that, I said, you have a child. You're there to guide your child. Don't make your child run the household. They're not old enough to understand that. And for most people, their program is not old enough, meaning they're not developed enough. This is what cross consciousness means. Forget about what people talk about Christianity. You're developing your intellect and you're also developing your emotions. You're maturing your emotions. I get off excuse me, once in a while, just because to me, this is noise. You know, I give people way too much the benefit of the doubt that they've done their own personal work and they're okay if they're a hypocrite. You know, a guy that's a crook, he talks like a crook, acts like a crook, is not a hypocrite. It's the person that says, well, Dom, I'm an honest person. Didn't you just say that you fucked up tax evasion the other day? So then you're a hypocrite. But you profess to think that you're an honest person. I would respect you more if you said, Dominic, I try, but it doesn't mean necessarily I'm always going to be honest. Oh, okay. Well done. It's the ones that go around preaching, I'm a guru. I'm like, okay, so let me understand this. What has the Pope and the Dalai Lama done for the fucking human race? Fuck all. Unless we want to talk about poverty. But that's a tough for a lot of folks. That's a tough one for a lot of folks.
Yeah, because they hold, you know, what isn't truth so dear to them. You know why?
Go ahead. You're going to put in good words. Please share.
Because it's a scapegoat for dishonesty. It justifies it for them. That's all. Now they can have their excuses and get away with it, but only in their own mind, in the delusional mind, not in reality. You can't get away with anything. It doesn't work that way. You can only pretend that you can.
Well, especially if you have the ability to patterns, you know, reason and rhyme. You know, if a person doesn't know how to reason, but they know how to do rhymes pattern, you'll see patterns. Oh, I wonder why Donald Trump was being hoisted up with Ed McMahon with WWE. I wonder why he was doing the apprentice, because they were conditioned the next generation that are going to vote for him aimlessly.
Yeah.
At this point, why even talk about the fucking guy? Especially if they start understanding why he bought the Merv Griffin casino and all that, because that's all about economics. If a person really wants to understand how to be a crook, then learn from those people. But if you don't want to be a crook, don't fucking spend any energy playing with them. Well, but I don't agree with it. I don't give a shit if you fucking agree or disagree with them. You're playing with fire. And in this particular case, you're going to get burnt. And fire, like anything else, it doesn't care about you. It's going after the same fucking oxygen that you need. And that's what's happening there. You know, anybody that talks about Donald Trump don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. Now, they can make it about me. I said, really? You want to play this game with me? Because it wouldn't serve them, even if I did explain to them. These are families, and they have puppets. And it's not just about America. This is about the United Nations. If they ever do martial law in America, you have to have a foreign nation do martial law on another nation. In Canada, I don't have to worry about that because we have the British military here, and it's fucking pretty big. You just don't see them everywhere. Everybody just thinks, oh, America, you have Canada, you have a military. No, our fucking military is big here. It's not even ours. It's a Commonwealth. And America,
same shit, different color flag.
It is. Thank you. Thank you for breaking it down. It is all the same shit. It's all being fueled by the same Federal Reserve. And for whatever reason, it's to make sure that maybe the masses one day might figure out they're being fucking pulled a leg on. Even that, we're not really citizens, but the masses, you know, that's what they're doing. It's like when when Donald Trump talks about shit like false flag, there's a reason why he said that. Or let's build the wall to keep people out or keep people in.
Right. There it is. There it is. Nations are cages and borders are the locks.
Divide and conquer. You know, I'm a nationalist. So, okay, how does that serve you when they're playing globalists? And how does that work with the corporations? Do they even play that game? McDonald's could be wherever they want. Starbucks can be wherever they want.
Can you imagine how less fallible we would be if we didn't, if belief, trust, and faith were not put on our brain pellets? You wouldn't be susceptible for cons.
We might by default have to work as a species. Even the ones that don't want to work as a species. That's a weird ideal, but I
Right?
would like to entertain that. You know,
Right. So and that's where the epitome of the thing for people is held so tightly, because you say that to somebody and they're just like, they can't fathom the idea of functioning without it, letting that whole ideology go, as if they were never trained, like I don't know what you want to call it, to think like that, because it brings you back down to that zero place. All of a sudden now you have to use your senses again. Now you have to take responsibility for it all again. You have to observe and see, is this thing that I'm holding here, is it something healthy, instead of just believe it is, or trust that it is, or put your faith in it that it is. You can't do that. You don't have an option anymore, right?
and therefore I would use it, be like an occult leader, come to the awareness that I erred, and now that he has to try, or she has to try to convince all the people that he's converted to change their ways. Good luck with that. And that's
And
our
believe in
system.
him and trust him and put your faith in him.
Yeah, that would be like the system where people turn around and say, yeah, well, the system's not working. I said, can you imagine the people that set it up, their forefathers, and now they're trying to change it back? It's not going to work, because most people say, no, I don't agree with Chinese. I said, again, that's divide and conquer. I don't agree with Catholics.
The system is not working as a rhetoric that somebody who is not honest about what the system is says. The system is working flawlessly as designed and as intended. So if you don't see that, then you're just completely in denial, or whatever you want to call it, which is just semantic soft words for lying to yourself about the reality of things. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you get into the next phase of that, right? Well, we just got to fix the system. We got to put new people in here. No. The root to the cancer is the system. Engaging with it, being it, because the system is nothing more than the ideology of abuse. That's it.
Well, the disobedience of the masses, or at least being educated why you do what you do. People that have lords, as long as they're trained at a young age, he's your lord. He's show respect, and he'll show respect back to you. It's a system. We have a hierarchy always going on, whether I agree with it or not. So at that point, where most people are, because we're living in an age of technology where people now are seeing.
There is no real hierarchy, but there's the belief of one.
Yeah, I'm going to go. It is a belief, but then again, some of us are designed differently than other people. So I might not need as. So that could even be like a lower level of, he needs more apples than that person.
Yes, we all have variables in our abilities, but that doesn't mean there's a hierarchy. That just means that our abilities to perform vary from individual to individual, and that's a beautiful thing. Now, if we're going to be a team, we can use the different skill sets and variables to our advantage if we want to. We could also use it to take advantage of other people if we want to do that too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the metaphor I was the analogy more, where you have a lord of a house, that he's going to do the kingdom, he's going to be the lord. Somebody said, but I don't agree, or I want to be that. I said, well, do you know how to handle all the day chores of being a lord? Well, not really. I said, so I've taken on that. I've been conditioned at a very young age, meaning that my parents found that I had a certain kind of gift. This is where Confucius teaching comes into play, where parents should get to know what their kids' gifts are by the age of 13, and then you can hand them over to the community. But most of us are just being taught to be, more cattle. I hate to use the word cattle, but more for the commerce idea of being more industrial. So now what ends up happening, once you realize who the Lord is, then you have to know everybody else's placement. Once you understand each other's placement, and then you realize, okay, my child is gifted with this. But our previous generation, we weren't that. So again, it comes down to what being is in each side of each person. Some children might be seers. Some will understand that. I just know how to read the luminaries. Okay, so you'll have a purpose to play. But today, what we do is we specialize. In most countries, I can't say that, probably more Western countries, we specialize in an area. So we make ourselves very limited. We make ourselves actually disposable. A guy that goes to university 10 or 15 years to become a doctor and practices it for another 10 or 15 years. I got one degree. How disposable is he? Especially when you have to realize, but we have to get a whole bunch of other people to get sick for you to be of service. Shouldn't it be the other way around? You're going to help them stay healthy. You know, that's where we're at. Or we pay people way too much to entertain us, opposed to educating us or bringing out in this case. You know, but
That's where
that's where we're at.
that's where the whole corporate world is such a farce, because the whole, pyramid structure ideology behind that is so weak, especially when you got all the weakest ones at the bottom. Like, you're just dumb, right? If you want to be a team, be a team. And if you're a real team, you want your team is as strong as the weakest link. So a real team, nobody's higher than nobody. Everybody wants to make, suddenly it's in my best interest as well as yours that you're healthy, because we're a team. That's the opposite side of corporatism. Corporatism is just domination, right? It's just I got to step over my neighbor so that I can eat.
Okay, well, so let's play that ideal. So I'm going to go with the ideal that some of these breakaway, we'll call them nations or breakaway groups or whatever, they're working together. The people that are bitching and complaining about them, I would have to say, okay, but are you guys working together? Outside of you bitching and complaining together, are you guys really working together? No. So then why would you want us to have anarchy opposed to monarchies? Now, they might turn around and say, well, Dominic, anarchy works. I said, only as a self-absorbed person it does. But how does that work with the masses without rules? Nature already has its own rules. It's called laws. Forget about what men call it. That's policies. When that has its own thing, the water stay where they are. The earth knows what it needs to do. The sun and moon know what to do. It's usually when we manipulate or interfere, it's going to kick back a little bit. Not because we've totally manipulated. No, it says, no, I have to correct something. There's something going on. It's going to correct itself. So, but for us, most people that are bitching and complaining about governments, what are they really showing? Are they showing that they're working together?
And that's back to the scapegoatism.
Mm-hmm. And are they
It's
willing
the
to be honest with
excuse.
themselves?
It's the excuse to blame it, to bitch and moan, so that they can justify their distracted ways.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is no. Of course, they're not. They just, if you were to ask them, if you could delete the hierarchy structure and the corporate structure and the government structure tomorrow, would you? They would say no. In a heartbeat, they would say no, because they're completely dependent on it, mostly to have justification.
Oh, there might be people that aimlessly will say yes, but they wouldn't understand what they're really saying yes to. Like for me, I just share awareness because I realize it's too big of a leap to think that most people are going to grasp this. You're teaching
I
people.
hardly hear anybody say in my conversations yes to that. They say no. They just want it to be altered in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yeah.
Right.
And at that point, I would say read the Satanic Bible. Why? Because it will show you. They just see it at the extreme case where they see certain elitists or certain actors, becoming famous from it, but they don't see the subtleness of their own satanic. No different when people talk about narcissists, psychopaths, and sociopaths.
Right.
I said, you're seeing extreme cases of people that aren't developed emotionally. But what about the people that are with them? How are they underdeveloped?
The use of force is all good as long as it's in my favor.
Sure it is. And geez, almost like when somebody says, Dominic, I'm not an alcoholic. I said, the definition of an alcoholic is you're dependent on something. So in this particular case, do you need a drink once a day? Yes. Don't give me that comparison, but you don't drink like your buddy that drinks 16 beers. This is where most people are. Most people just aren't an extreme. They're not extreme sociopath or a psychopath. Most people will work at a job that they despise, but they'll look at the end goal. That's a sociopath.
That sounds more like masochist to me, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's even a better word. Yeah. But again, we're using definitions which are more labels.
Of course.
We're going to give more labels. I'm ADHD. I'm autism. I'm an Asperger.
Yeah.
Okay, who's giving us these terms?
Well, we're just having fun with it. I don't actually buy into it.
You don't. And to me, I'll play with it too. I'm always amused by it, but I'm realizing, but people will buy into it. And when they buy into it, they're just forming more attachments. And in those attachments, then when they get that moment where, I'm being screwed, I said, are you going to pick through all your layers of indoctrinations to really get to the root of all of that? Probably not. So what they want is a quick solution, which is fine. But where's the longevity of that?
Well, the solution is just to realize that everything is perfect. There's no problem.
Yeah. Or they do what people used to do of old, even today. They'll go underground, make it a private conversation, and they're doing it for future generations. They're not doing it for their generation now, or they use the excuse, I'm doing it for my kids. I said, fuck off. You're sending your kids to a schooling system. No, I'm doing homeschooling. I said, the word schooling is still in the fucking word. So take your little weak ass shit. I don't give a shit what kind of money you earn every day, unless you're printing this shit. Sleeve. You know, now that's me saying that in my head. I'm being an idiot. Because I know enough. I don't want to have this kind of confrontation because I can get really foul and I can get myself into trouble. Probably physically, I get myself into trouble. And I just don't say that shit. Because I realize
it's
we're at
mostly
our
just
own
a
pace.
waste of energy anyways. You'll be speaking to dead air, right?
Well, at that point, I realized the onus is on me. I'm the one with the diarrhea of the mouth. You know? So, and that's just me to keep in check. You know what I mean? I'll get some soap later where I realize this is important for us as a species because unless they understand the luminaries, there's a death happening here. The human race will eventually die. It's in the signs. That's why we have Aquarius. There's new technology coming in. This is why they openly talk about transhumanism and metaphysical. It's like the giants of the old or the different technology. We're using this technology, and this technology does not favor the physical. If anything else, it puts the physical into disease mode. Wi-Fi, electricity, radio frequency, it bombards the vessel.
Right.
If anything else, it affects all the animals because it's all signals. So now a plant can't communicate freely anymore with an insect. Same with us. So at this point, people have to realize that it's already written in the wall. So when they're doing the reset, they're doing it for the betterment of this realm. Now, the people that hear bitching and complaining, I said, you're a guest here. Why the fuck are you bitching and complaining? If you don't want to live under your fucking parents' roof, go pay rent to somebody else then, but you'll be under somebody else's rulership at that. And these are children speaking at that point. The ones that are working for these systems, they're just ignorant too. There might be a little bit of a sociopath and say, I got to work anyway. I got to make a buck. Did we really go to the moon? Does it really fucking matter?
That's the scapegoat.
Sure it is. You're right on it when you say that. You're just putting it in a word that if a person truly wants to be aware, thank you, NG. Outside of that, it's like, it sounds woo-woo to me.
Right, which is another scapegoat. It's all that. It sounds like this. You know, the moment you that's labeling again, right? The moment you make a presumption or whatever it is, it just means that your mind is not open. And why wouldn't a mind be open? Well, why would somebody be so afraid to open their mind? Can only be one reason.
Well, open is one thing. People could be very flooded. I would lean towards, for me anyway, a receptive mind, opposed to just an open mind. That whole open and close ideal, an open mind can be very flooded and the person can go either cuckoo or it could be overwhelming for them, opposed to being a receiver, be receptive to
information. For sure.
Well, that's
blocked from not interested in receiving anything is what I mean.
And have a noteworthy mind. You know, that was interesting with Donna. And you said, maybe I'll do some investigation. No, I don't like to do research. Oh, okay. So then why are you here? That would be the question to that person. Why are you here? Be honest with yourself. I'm okay to hear somebody say, I'm here to be entertained. As long as you're honest with yourself. You know, I'm not here expecting people to be truthful. Be honest with yourself. Because to me, I don't count in that equation. Especially when I tell my buddies on a regular basis that I don't live in your vessel. So why
hit the nail on the head? A closed mind is not a person who's interested in being honest. So that's a person who's interested in being dishonest, and that's a person that I'm not interested in engaging with because I'm not interested in being dishonest.
Well,
that's how simple it. That's how simple it stays.
You're pretty direct, and if a person at least has an inquisitive mind, would probably find out that you've done a lot of work, and you're still doing it. Where other people, they want a quick solution. When people ask a question looking for an answer, is that what you're looking for? Just one fucking answer? There's many possibilities. And if you're the type of person, maybe that's just my ability, I will note things. That's why we have chakras. I will note things and I will keep it there hovering until something else presents itself. Like I just learned at a young age, I could do math in my head. That was just something I learned. Now I got punished for it because in our schooling system, you got to show the work. So I got under the impression that I was cheating. No different. Some people, they can play musical instruments and they can perceive colors. Everybody has their own way of how they maneuver themselves in this realm. And we've just forgot to appreciate each other's gifts. Some people are literally just workers, which is fine. I don't think it's a beautiful trait to be a hard worker or a smart worker or an efficient worker. You know, when somebody says they're a doctor, I say, yeah, you're a teacher, but for who? A physician, you're a healer, for who? Well, for others. Okay, so did you teach them how to get unhealthy? Well, no. I said, so you're just going to give them a lifeline? Which is fine. You know, I'm playing with clever words at that point to see whether or not they have a mind that's receptive to information, unless they think they have answers. And at that point, I'm like, okay, answer to what? To the world crisis? Are we talking about the world? Are we talking about the human species? Because, you know, my buddies used to joke and Gene said, live and let live. I said, that'd be a hard sell to the animals. You know, if we're just talking about the human race, but I value the concept we're living beings within human forms. Now, they might not believe in all that stuff, and that's fine. I said, but are you going to respect me? What do you mean? At least hear me out. Agreeing or disagreeing means fuck all to me. That just means their ego's talking. I agree. Okay, what did you agree upon? Because the way I said it, the sounds and frequencies, the language I'm using, because you're not seeing it through my senses. That's the person that's actually using what some people call awareness. Oh, I didn't realize I never saw that way. Bingo, you never saw it that way. You never felt it that way. You never had that thought. That's a person that's being honest with themselves.
It starts there and it ends there. It's a circle.
Should be. It should be. You would think so, or at least hope so, or think whatever words we want to put in. Like I always say, whatever words you want to use. You want to call God, source, aliens, reptilians, Satan, call it whatever you want. Whatever works for you to move you forward, to develop more ideals, or whatever you want to call it. Even truths, if people want to play with the concept of truth.
Yeah, and there's really only two focused directions one can go on. One of dishonesty or one of honesty. Call it whatever you want otherwise. One of healthiness, one of unhealthiness, one of darkness, one of light. Whatever. It's all the same thing, you know?
Even that is, maybe that's even a deception, thinking, oh, there's polarities here. You know, maybe it just is what it is. We just give us the illusion there's choices. You know, but again, whatever works for each individual person, because eventually that'll manifest itself into more of a group environment and then expand it. You know, like I know Zeb was talking about it, you know, these 15-minute cities. Well, what do you think we used to have our forefathers? You'd be very fortunate to walk a certain period of time away from your community. You know, the concept of you're going to own nothing, be happy, that's a given in this realm. The illusion is to tell you that you're going to own anything. It's like, okay, we're going to give you the illusion you're going to own land. Why? So then we can take it from you.
It's actually a step in a healthy direction if you see you see the reality behind ownership being a fiction, you know. But of course, it sets the stage for people to be in fear, to clutch on to the delusion even further, right? Oh, we have to let go of the idea of owning things now, as if that was ever a thing to begin with. But now you're really going to want it 10 times more.
Well,
it's just another bait and switch.
We reveal yourself, NG, when you talk to somebody and say, yeah, I own my house. I said, okay, so stop right there. You're going to say you own your kids, you own your wife,
right?
You own your car. So you own everything. I said, okay, so where is...
And you own your vessel.
There you go. You own your vessel, and you own the thoughts. I'm like, okay, so if you own thoughts, I'm going to play with that one first. You own thoughts. So then why don't you speak Sanskrit to me right now? What about Mandarin? What about you just do Braille for me right now, or American Sign Language? Well, Dominic, I can't do that. I said, so did you have to be conditioned to learn those languages? Yes. So don't you think you had to be conditioned to have the idea that you owned anything? This is the whole concept of slave and mastery. They both have to be conditioned to value that stuff.
Right.
You know, especially when you realize, wait a second here, Angie, you're a master. You've been conditioned from your family to be a master. I was conditioned to be a slave. I've become aware and you've become aware. I said, Dom, yeah, we've been playing a game. I can never own you. Bingo. That's why when you get those people that go to jail and they realize, I've never been a slave. Everything else, I'm just entertaining. I'm playing the game of being in this vessel. Now people can perceive it as some sort of like, oh, I hate my vessel. Why don't you like it? Because it's not pretty as hers, or it's not as healthy as his. That's about envy and jealousy now. which again, that's in the unknown. But we just think constantly because we see it through our senses, then therefore that must be real. I said, that's up for interpretation at that point. Because if I show a hologram and you thought the sun was what it is, and I show you another sun, then what is that really saying about your senses? That it could be misled. There's nothing bad or good about that. It just, that's all it is. They tell us that we're drinking supposedly fluoride, and then they tell us what it can and cannot do to us. Could it be true? Maybe. Oh, but they told us a long time ago that the Germans used to feed that to the Russians. Again, did you hear what you just said? They told us. And what did they do to tell us? Put it in pen to paper? Write it down? Tell us the story? Did you hear from your forefathers? Well, no. So then how do you know that's what it is? I don't know. But we'll parrot that information. I do it. I can't see why anybody else wouldn't do it, but that's their choice, how they want to parrot information. I'm offending a poor parrot now.
That's exactly what people do.
When we try to make sense of it or try to use reason or try to apply critical thinking to it, and then we're the crazy ones at that point, which I don't mind being the crazy one. You know?
I'm comfortable with that. You know,
So am
I that's as if you needed confirmation, but if crazy is not calling you crazy, you gotta look in the mirror and ask some questions.
Yeah. Gee, everybody's jumping off that bridge into like a spike. Why don't
Right?
you want to do it? I guess
Right.
I'm crazy.
You know, it's for the greater good. Come on.
For who? Give me a name. It's for that elite guy over there. I'm like, okay, well, how about he jump first?
You're right. You don't want to jump off the bridge. Oh, you selfish prick! You.
That's right. I'm selfish. I guess then I'll apply selfishness. I might even be rationally selfish. I'll even mention to the guy beside me. I said, you don't have to jump if you don't want to. Each their own again. I get that idea. That might be a.
I'm going to make sure that I serve every single person who is in favor of that by giving them, something to giving them a springboard, and make sure that I'm the last one left.
We have a buddy here
for free.
Yeah, I was going to say we have a buddy here, and I'm going to call him a buddy if he doesn't mind, Vet, where he had to go through a situation where he could have, if he had to harm another human being, you know what I mean? And he was sold a faulty good, and I can see why he's entitled to be upset. Who? Don't know. You know what I mean? Your chief, your commander, the system, your fellow mates, the enemy. If there's such thing as an enemy outside of us.
No point being upset. You just know who not to do business with. That's all. They did you a favor. See, it's all perspective. What do you think, right? Should we go into business selling springboards to the masses?
I got a better idea. I'll just jump off the basement window, end it all.
Basement window. How high is the basement window, Bet?
No, you don't want to do that, right? So you might lead by example. You might save too many people.
I might get stuck in a window, Yeah. Help me. Yeah. No, I'm just letting you guys talk. I'm having a hard time understanding him. But I'm getting parts of it when you're talking to him.
Is it just a volume? He's fine on my end, but both of you are.
It's just the echo. He's got an echo, and I'm hearing twice of what he's saying. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? But that's okay. You can do what he can do. But yeah. I mean,
it might be just. It might be. I'm guessing you're not using headsets. It sounds like you're using just a PC mic. No, not you, right? Dominic.
Oh.
Dominic.
Yeah. I got my MacBook here. I guess probably going through my mic through my Mac. I'm probably not close enough to it. So sorry about that. Then.
Don't worry about what you got. What you got. That's it. I'm sorry I couldn't hear you. I'm missing a lot of stuff here. I want to learn. So,
well, I hope it's being recorded. I hope it's being recorded clearly, so this way, whether you or other people want to hear it, because if not, then it is what it is.
Quick hello to JH in the chat. Seeing you there.
Well, JH is there.
Yeah, half asleep. They said.
Come on up if you want to, JH. Join the crowd. More the merrier.
Sorry, right? So what were you going to say?
I forgot. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I'm just in a learning curve. I'm just learning off of you guys, The more I learn, the better it is for me.
So am I. I'm just going to take a back seat.
Oh, jeez. Thanks.
I'm trying
No,
my
what-
best to keep it all simple because it really is. It's just that the whole indoctrinative thing has convoluted and complicated that which is truly simple. So you got to unravel to get to the simplicity, and that's the hard part for people.
My question, Mentor, Mentor, did I do a lot better than I did last year than what I did this year?
I don't remember last year. You're always making progress. It's still a work in progress, though. There's still a lot of like,
yeah,
there's still a lot of focus on the moment you're not mad and the moment you're not concerned about the masses is the moment you've broken through to the next step.
Gotcha. I didn't know I was cussing. Honestly, I just, well.
Cuss away. Nothing wrong with that. For fuck's sakes, who gives a shit? What is a cuss? That's a program. The idea behind that. It's just a word, right? Just syllables that come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Big deal. That's just another one of those indoctrinative layers, right? Foul language. What do you mean foul language? What kind of bullshit is that, right?
Well, don't you know we got to talk right? We got to talk. What do they call that? I can't think of the word now. Doggone it.
The only form of healthy talking is none.
Yeah. Them, those, these, them, it's.
Oh, wokeism. Well, language itself is wokeism if you really want to look at it at its core, right?
Yeah. Like I'm going to follow the rules, Yeah.
Because now you got to be like, proper English and the right semantics and the whole entire thing is part of the stage to just breed further atrophy.
Well, I got to
go ahead.
I was going to say I have to correct myself on something that I just caught myself as you're talking just now.
Mm-hmm.
I said I wasn't a follower. I'm not a follower, but looking back, I was a follower because I followed what everybody else is doing: college,
right.
high school, military, working. I'm like, fuck. But outside of that, I wasn't a follower to nobody. I just, kept to myself. You know what I mean? But I was a follower. Yeah, I just didn't realize it until now.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people don't realize it. They just think that's why you hear me how you referred to follower there. You'll hear me say normie, because to you it's normal when you're doing that, right? When you're following herd mentality as normie mindedness, right? Normal is just a state of delusional conformity. I know, big words, right?
No,
delusional conformity. Normal is just a state of following the herd because you think that it's normal. But you're delusional, just like the rest of the herd. There's nothing, normal doesn't mean healthy or sane or rational or logical. It just means typical.
I like that word. Well, listen to you two talking. You guys are way ahead of me. Way ahead.
Can I change the word follower to server? To serve others. That would actually aid people. Serving oneself is a good step, and then serving others. For most people, when they follow, they're just reacting. There's a leader and follower, which you should do within oneself first. But once you start serving others, think about if you serve your kids, you serve your community. And with that concept of serving, there should be some nuts and bolts to that. Why am I serving? What skills do I need?
I think I try to avoid the serve word because it falls in line with servitude. The closest thing I can come with is just like a simple, raw, basic, healthy, functional semantic is just responsibility.
To the self, yes, I get that part. But because we're interacting with these forms, how do we form communities, families?
Cooperate.
When you're around people around the same age or same awareness, but at that point, like a mother that's serving the community by helping their kids
Well, that's
you
back
know?
to the serving thing again. So if back to the cooperation thing, cooperation has a fundamental requirement. It means consent by 2 or more parties. So if that's there, great. If that's not there, it was over before it started. Move on.
A person that has a certain ability, I was saying earlier about a lord, and somebody else that says, well, how do I cooperate with you? I'm going to use the word cooperate, where we're not at the same awareness. Like I have a certain skill that you don't have. So
Right.
then I'll serve you and vice versa. A lot of times when you're serving others, you're really serving oneself. You know, the kind of like the kingdom ideal, where to be the king of any kingdom, you have to be the bigger server. And that kingdom starts within oneself, where the seats are, the king and queen, and they have to serve each other. You know, and if not, then the heart has to come out. That's where the, you know, the blood coming to the heart. It's kind of like the gesture ideal. But the rest of the body is what you're serving. So just to, you know, we've been conditioned too much thinking too much higher positions, where no, they're just another position that serve at that point. Everybody has to lead in different moments. But for most people, they want to rule. That's why they use the word control.
Yes.
They want to control things. I said, nothing shows that you control here. If that's the case, then who's running your body? Well, I don't know. I said, so that illusion of control, this is what it is, an illusion. Because if a person truly wants to value the ideal of control, then I wonder why they even go to sleep. Again, that's us playing with different words to shake it up a little bit.
There is a proper place for kind of both aspects in a balanced way. Like for example, right now we're actually in an arena of dictatorship. Rights has the ultimate say right now, and it's healthy because we're cooperating. We're fine with it. It's a consensual agreement. Where it's not healthy is where the consent is out of the equation, and where there isn't room for fluidity, where you can't get in and out of it as you see fit. And that's the corporate way. That's where the beginning of disease starts and the beginning of health. It's the end of healthiness right there.
Where corps can get away with this is they do this shell game where somebody will consent to using an iPhone, for example. They'll quickly go through the scrolling and then they'll push the agreement. They just don't realize if they read the document, it basically says you will be affected by EMFs or whatever you want to call it. Now, people will say, well, and this will reinforce what they value the most. They'll say, yeah, but if I go to court now, I said, no, you're not going to win nothing in court. You've signed your waiver away. But let's say you didn't sign it away. What are you doing in Commerce Court now? You're reinforcing consent, unaware to fiat currency. Yeah, but I'm after justice. You don't get justice in Commerce Court.
Then you sign. Signing doesn't have to be a thing on paper.
You're right. But what I'm going with this is consent for most people is done out of ignorance. They're not doing it with awareness. It's like indifference. You can be indifferent with awareness.
That's why ignorance is no excuse. The consequence is still the same. It doesn't change. The consequence will be what it is. A baby sticks scissors in a light socket, and an adult. One is unaware. One is aware. The consequence happens the same. You don't get forgiven just because you're unaware or ignorance. Nature doesn't say you get a free pass.
True when it comes to nature, but I could be ignorant even though I want to learn how to do surgery. I can still be ignorant about all the parts as much as I take all that information and I can't physically apply it. So that's where ignorance is done because you put in effort. Same with indifference. Indifference, where somebody says, well, Dom, I don't understand you, but I'm upset. I said, okay, so you're not indifference. Another person will say, Dom, I just don't give a shit, and their emotion, they don't give a shit. I said, so you're a different type of indifference. Again, it's about understanding energy. Once a person understands energy, you're just not going to get stuck on the one or two different ways how things are used. I get where you're coming from, NG, where you're going to give people a very simplistic either or choice, where there's many choices, many possibilities. Because we're using an English language that has many meanings. It'd be different if we were talking Sanskrit with a healing language, or Greek is a comprehension language. But because it's a meaningful language, we're going to have many interpretations to the same ideal. If we're going to use
Absolutely.
ideals.
Absolutely.
So, but people aren't going to be aware of that. They're not going to, they'll say, okay, well, Domino has many different meanings. I say, yeah, but do you realize each meaning has different energy?
Well, people who want to be stuck on being right instead of being honest are going to be closed off to that. And then again, the conversation is over before it started. It's
Yes.
just going to be a pissing match of semantics for to no avail, no progress, no nothing.
It can be
Waste of time.
semantics. It can be semantics, but if a person that understands it will say, but I'm not just talking semantics, I'm talking about energy now. So in this particular case, people that use that concept of right, let's say they have a shape of an object of a circle, they will go around trying to fit in that circle on every other objects, where another person could turn around and say, but I'm going to give you a bigger triangle. And they're going to think, well, we fit in. I said, no, you're still missing it. I purposely made the object bigger to give you the illusion that you're still thinking you're right. That's all a game, and that's all done in that. Because I know me, I'm visualizing all of that. Where other people don't visualize those things. Most people have to actually experience things, and then they'll say, okay, well, it's been implanted, opposed to telling that person, envision it. Because if you envision it, your body will align accordingly. Now, that's for the few. It's no different people that are seers or shamans or mystics. But for people that more times than not, when I hear certain people talk, I say, yeah, you're very scholarly. You're very left hemisphere. And you're very scribey, or you're intuitive. You're using the midbrain. That's why I said when people start learning to embody it, this is where if women were in most positions, because they're preset with most of the time, they work with their midbrain. And that's where the mind works from, the midbrain, not through the upper hemisphere. That's where the king and queen sits. They're there to manage the kingdom. But where's all the messages coming from? This is where, the story of Jesus, there's many kingdoms from within, hence Kabbalah, many receivers. This is where people, if they truly want to understand the age of information, where they don't want to use Nishan anymore, there's many different teachings out there. Don't worry about the character's name. Don't care who gives a shit if it's Socrates, Kant, Jesus Christ, Muhammad, those are just names. One thing you could apply to that is a belief system. But if you want to know about those things, and then once you know about those things, you can go inwards. And then say, okay, if I'm going to do a bunch of mantras, then I embody it. If I start monitoring the ideal that I don't agree with the system, then something is inside. If you're being like that beginner's mind, you said you don't agree with the system, but you're receptive enough to entertain all the different parts first. If not, that person's trying to force their will. Forget about the concept of free. Anytime you hear the word free, you start running, because that's free will. That's just a person being disobedient. Especially if you're a Muslim. Aren't you supposed to submit your will to this demigod? Well, how do you mean? That's why you spend all that time going to the cube. But again, that's just me playing a game with them to see whether or not they really grasp what they do. Forget about what I do, what they do. They're obviously telling me that they're going to Mecca. I said, what about Petra? Why do you go to the Vatican? Why is it called the White House? Why is it called the Parliament building? Why were they doing all this stuff with the impeachment and all that with Donald Trump? Because you don't understand how the game really works. Most people are caught up. They want to win or lose. Well, most people want to win. I said, the best chess players don't worry about winning or losing. They try to understand the game like any sport. You try to understand the game. Don't vote. Try to understand the system. When you vote, you've done I'm no longer the middle path. I've done the one path or the other. And those are, by the way, and metaphorically for me, those are cliffs. So you've made a choice. You've casted your vote for some leader. Is he really your leader? He's rich. You're from the middle class. How is he going to understand you or her? Well, they're not. So then why did you vote for him? Because it made me feel good. There you go. It made you feel
As they say, if you don't vote, you can't bitch. Scapegoat.
I know. The ones that actually vote, they're the ones that should be bitching and complaining about why they voted.
You wanted a ruler and you got one. You can't bitch.
They can.
All three branches of government break bread together.
There is no three branches.
Well, that's what they say. The Congress, White House, and the Supreme Court.
One branch.
But yeah. All three branches break bread together and eat at the same dinner table. They all cohorts with each other. It's one branch.
That's why there's no branches.
Mm-hmm. So you're basically saying
it's the illusion of
Hulk Hogan and Macho Man are having beer together, but on stage they're going to look like they're enemies. Well,
right. They're having beer together with their scriptwriter, all getting paid.
Yep.
And they're acting, and everybody's going, oh my God, I want a different actor over here. He's not doing a good job, thinking that the actor is actually legitimate, writing the script, writing the rules.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said in chat earlier, if at this point you can't see with a person like Joe Biden that they're just being told what to do, Okay. Do you really think that Joe Biden is, as quote unquote president, making fucking decisions? The guy is senile beyond belief. If it's not obvious that they're just doing what they're told what to do, you're not getting out of your cognitive dissonance in this lifetime.
Well,
Not happening.
we have a system where for generations, if not centuries, they used to have little kings, baby boys kings, or senile kings. It's the Senate. That's why it's called Senate. They're the ones that run everything. And even that, I don't think they really run it. It's probably what's called the Zionists that run all the high positions. I'm just using America for example.
Well, it's actually the people who run it in their delusion. That's what people, what I was just saying too was just it's actually a distraction from the root of the issue, which the root of the issue is that it's all just a facade. Why do you want to pay attention to a facade to begin with? Why do you want to have a ruler? Why, as an adult, allegedly, right? More like juvenile mind in adult physical form, kind of. Would you entertain the idea at all to have a fucking babysitter? Are you not responsible for yourself in this universe existent? Of course not. Of course we are. But if yeah, of course we are. But if I can pretend that I'm not, then for everything that I do that fucks up, because I am a fuck up, I don't have to take responsibility for it. I can just play the blame game. It's so much easier to do that, isn't it? It's so much more beneficial. It brings so much more, I don't know what they think, but they think something.
The blame game, what it does is for the people that are ongoers, like the bystanders looking in, that want to play the fool's journey. In this case, the fool journey is more or less the people that actually reinforce the system is the people among you. A woman will tell another woman, you got to wear a thong, you got to wear a mask. A man will do the same thing. I want a different type of diet. Well, no, you got to be a meat eater. What type of meat am I supposed to eat? You got to be a vegetarian.
The individual themselves is the most reinforcement onto them themselves. They're accepting it all and telling themselves the lie.
Well, especially when we have that other part inbred in on us, where we want to socialize with other people. The person that wants to be the hermit, I'm like, okay, how's that a sell when you're living among us? So again, this is when people start blaming other people, you're actually just not discouraging the people that are getting paid to be those actors. You're discouraging the other ones that want to break away and say, I want to do that fool's journey. I don't want to be the masses that are asleep. The masses, most of them are asleep. They're not challenging the system. And I'm not counting on challenging the system. It's the few, could be 100 million people that are trying to say, okay, I've just discovered this. But by barking and pointing fingers, you're now a Borg. You're that NPC character now, where you're thinking, well, I'm awake now. I'm like, yeah, but you're disturbing the other ones that are going to do it at their own pace. But if you're going to start publicly shaming other people, which more times now when we bitching, I don't do it as much, but where other people bitch and complain about governments and they start picking names, that's called backbiting. And in backbiting, you're fucking up your heart because the blood picks up that shit. And next thing you know, you're harming yourself because that person, regardless of, let's say he's
instantaneously harming yourself.
Yeah, even though we can say with a surety that we know that person, they are harming us, but they're not here to defend themselves as you're trying to attack them. Well, Dominic, I'm not attacking them, and then what are you saying then? I get the general idea. That's why I like to talk about ideals. I could talk about governments. I'm not going to make it personal, but for most people, they're revealing how self-absorbed they are because they try to put names to other people. Well, Donald Trump, you don't know him. Yeah, but he's not helping the country. Okay, who's the country? Did George Bush do anything? Did Jimmy Carter do anything? Did Ronald Reagan do anything? And
what makes you think that they have any obligation to do that?
Bingo. But if you follow the breadcrumbs for these people, I said they did do something. They never did it for you because they read a script perfectly. We're here to represent the people, the nobles. We're here to pass the budget. They don't make the budget. They're passing a budget. What they do is you collect money from the citizens. It goes to, if you think the Dow Jones, no. The corporation's stock market's fucking 10 times bigger than Dow Jones. They bring it all to them. And then at the end of the year, they pass a budget for a future generation to pay the deficit. That's why America is not $300 trillion in the hole. It's not $30 trillion, they're $300 trillion in the hole based on their economic people. They openly talk about this shit. because you have to factor in pensioners. Yeah, but how do we always get a deficit? Because the money that they gather for taxpayer, property tax, tribute, whatever, doesn't go to you. It's like your parents, you get a job, you pay your parents, they give you an allowance, but they're not even giving you the money that you gave them. They're just printing in the backyard. This is where people have to be informed, because if you're going to bitch and complain about system, you better fucking understand your opponent. And you better understand the people that are working with you too, because they're probably your enemy. First chance, you'll get somebody to listen. And you guys, how many zeros would I have to print at the end of the ones to get you to be a sellout? Dom, how many? Yeah, 6 would be enough.
Everyone who plays the game is a sellout.
Sure they are, because especially once you realize, so would you
when
rather
you understand the
entertain?
game, you see that.
Yeah. You want to entertain the masses, or do you want to inform the masses? Well, Dom, good luck informing them. That's where I get frustrated. I'm just sharing information, but when people start fucking defending their shit, I said, you honestly think I'm talking to you? I'm talking past you. Because this system is bigger than any of us. It's usually when people get caught up in their own personal little fucking underdeveloped feelings or their lack of maturity and their mental capacity. Well, Dom, I understand the system. Really? Do you? Let's hear this one. What do you understand? Do you understand the Asian market? Do you understand the Indian market? Do you understand the United Nations? Do you understand the Russian market? Well, not really. So then you're a fucking nationalist. Take your fucking nationalist gun, shove it up your fucking ass, and blow it. Because your bullet's designed for you. Now, I'm being an idiot by saying that, but dare not to actually do something about it. You know, I get it. People are going to get all nationalists. Well, America's not.
Well, that's what I said about it when I was 5 years old, but you know.
That's you choosing to be aware at a young age.
I said, fuck you and your nation state. What are you talking about, Canadian? What the hell is that, you know?
That's true. We
and
have,
then 30 years
boy.
later, they're mocking the idea of wokeism. And I'm going, fuck, you were doing that when I was 5. Nothing's changed.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to do something. I'll be right back.
All right. All right.
Okay, thanks.
You probably had that ability that you can harness that information. NG, for me, it was entertaining myself with sports and all that kind of stuff. So then when I did kind of like reawaken or whatever I want to call it, it's like, what the fuck do I do with that information?
You know, I've observed it a lot because a lot of people will say that from time to time, you know, you're the anomaly and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, okay, but why then? Why is that the case? There's only one thing that I keep coming back to with that: honesty. I just made a very distinct decision to embrace the honesty ideology when I was incredibly young, and I stuck to it ever since, and it led me down a path to not being in a state of delusionalness. That's all. And that's why I keep coming back to this thing where because it was a choice, I didn't have to do that. I could have accepted the bullshit just like everybody else around me, like they did. I could have done that and said, you know, after Santa Claus was discovered that was bullshit, looking around going, you people told me never to lie, and now you're being a conspiracy every fucking year to millions of children. And then you tell me don't talk to strangers and send me at 5 fucking years old away to a concentration camp full of fucking strangers without a clue of direction of what to do, and traumatize the shit out of me, you know. It just blew me awake in 2 seconds, right? It's just, holy shit. I knew right away at a very young age that I'm on my own here.
It sounds like it made you stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Because knowing that I'm on my own here was the decision to embrace that means that the idea of belief, trust, and faith, which is that first stage of indoctrination there, wasn't going to work on me. And that's where a lot of people are stuck in the indoctrinative arena. They practice belief, trust, and faith so blindly and so well that they believe their own belief. They believe their own bullshit, you know, and then they're afraid to confront it because they have to say that I was lying to myself all this time and all that kind of stuff.
I don't think parents go out of their way to manipulate their kids, but like you said, ignorance shouldn't be an excuse. Where, you know, you get a child that's somewhat aware at a young age, like, so Dad, let me understand this. You're telling me that I'm going to put a tooth underneath my pillow, and this thing called the tooth fairy is going to show up to my house and go into my room late at night
Right.
Is it the same creepy guy I have to sit on the lap for a minute? You can take a picture of me.
Exactly.
You know, once you start explaining that to young kids and you put it in that word, like you put it in that language, I've heard some of my nephews said, "No, that's creepy." I said, "Yeah, that's the
Isn't
best
it?
thing I could do." But for most people, they do it aimlessly, like, "Oh, but you know, we're just joking." I'm like, "Oh, okay," but do you realize?
It's fun. We get to decorate the walls and lights glitter all over the place. Yeah.
We're gonna
Sure
hang a guy on
do.
a cross. We're gonna call him Jesus. Like, okay, so you're gonna remove the guy off the cross, because and you're just gonna keep the cross. Oh, okay, so you're gonna give the symbol of what killed them. Oh, okay, that makes sense to me.
Just hold still while we use our thumb to make that ash symbol of the cross on your forehead. Hold real still now.
That's when you know, it almost, it serves in the long run, but initially it's like, fuck, did I just try to use reason to that? I've had conversations with my mom. She goes, "Yeah, Dom, there's certain things I try not to reason because I realize the insanity of it." I said, "Yeah, okay." But I can have those conversations with certain people, even with you, where other people is kind of like, I don't mind
You
the
can
deer in the
have them
headlight.
with honest-minded people.
Yes, or at least they're
That's all.
receptive to entertain, where other people is kind of like the deer in the headlight, or they'll quickly defend. I'm like, but what are you defending?
Right. Truth doesn't need defending.
No, it doesn't. I'm with you on that.
But lies do.
It needs lies needs defense, attack, excuses. I can make up all kinds of stories with it, you know. But
Just
again,
like truth requires zero belief, faith, nor trust. Requires none of that. But lies also require belief, faith, and trust.
well, that's nice when we have people like yourself that are at least implementing that and being the example. Unfortunately, it's few and far between. Like I'm pretty sure there's lots of people doing it, but few and far between the billions that are out here. And even that's probably me overgeneralizing.
No, I see it too. That's the epitome of the masses being where there are, because that's what they're doing. They're practicing the lie. They're practicing belief, trust, and faith. It's just the opposite of honesty. That's the truth. And that's what a lot of people don't want to look at, because it's like, holy fuck, I'm surrounded by it everywhere. Yes, you are. Wakey, wakey.
So you're trying to tell me McDonald's is not
right
about
in it,
healthy
too.
food? Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just closing that saying, and you too, you're right. Not you, Don, but when I say that to somebody, yes, you're surrounded by that everywhere, yourself included. You're
No,
right
I'm
in it.
always included. I'm always included in the fun. I tell people all the time, I said, I'm always included in the fun. I'm not talking from I'm outside of the fun. I'm inside the fun. I'm here to learn this as much as the next person. And I'm going to find a lot of my fable stories I give myself.
The storyteller. Indeed.
Yeah.
What were you saying about McDonald's?
That'll be like when people say, so you're trying to tell me McDonald's is not about health? No, it's about location, guys. It's not about health.
Right.
What
an accomplishment. Most restaurants per capita, we're making progress as a society, aren't we?
For restaurants?
Well, yeah, McDonald's got the most per capita
Yeah.
in the world, right? That's the slave mind's version of progress.
Or like when going to the grocery store and I say, okay, what's the lesser of all evil to eat in this grocery store today? Because I'm not growing my own food. I can appreciate what my wife does, or my dad, what he does. But for me, I'm one of the masses, and I'm okay with talking about it. I'm not proud about it, but where other people will say things, okay, do you ferment your food? I said, no, I understand how to do it, but I just don't do it. So it's a start for me. And maybe it might be, if there is other lifespans, maybe it'll be next time for me. But for a lot of folks, it's of no interest to them even to learn about it.
The next time ideology is too much of a distraction. There's a reason why this moment right now is here right now. And this is where the opportunity is right now. And this is where the focus is and needs to be. So, and that's what, of course, just back to that duality thing again. The blaming and the scapegoat is all that distraction. What does it come down to as far as distracting from what? It's very easy and specific. Right now is the distraction. It's distraction from this opportunity right now. If you look at the next layers of belief, trust, and faith, what do they put on top of that? Tomorrow.
Mhm.
Tomorrow will be better.
Mhm.
Remember the past. Look at your history.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, history is about as useless as the fucking shit you flushed down the toilet yesterday. Today is where it's at. Right now is where the opportunity is. You can't suffer tomorrow and yesterday. They don't exist. They're just in your
Well,
imaginative mind and memory. That's all it is. What you're suffering is the reflection of your focus of your memory and imagination. That's all.
some of the words that we use maybe to delete it right then and there is it's not that important. So it's not even about
You
tomorrow.
clip. Dom, can you repeat that for me?
I said some of the words we use, I can speak on my behalf, where I've had those moments where it's not that important. It's a quick delete of any information, so they're not even pondering the ideal of, oh, maybe
There's a use
tomorrow.
case for it that's healthy, and people practice misusing these tools. Memory is a good thing to have, no doubt about it. Why is it a good thing? Well, we are born naive. It's a good naive memory gives me the opportunity to learn things and learn from my mistakes, so that I'm not so naive and I know what not to do. But the key is to learn from it, And imagination is good because I can extract information with this tool of receiving in my brain the way that it was designed for. But if you go into these delusion states with your imagination and start making up fictions, the boogeyman is under your bed, well, you're fucking yourself over. You can do that though if you want. It's not very healthy for you.
Where I was going with that, not important, because I know from my experience in some areas, when I allow it, now I've entertained the ideal. So now it's in there. It'll be like a seed. Where other people say, but if I denounce it, I won't feel guilty about it. I said, but it would be better, at least you be aware of it. Because maybe you might pass that on to somebody else, whether it's your children or your wife or some other future destination. I'm going to use the word future, where you've been of service still. You might not be of service to oneself, but for some people, it's a quick nope. I don't even want to hear it. Why? Because then I don't have to think about it. This is why some information should be noteworthy, if not a lot. Just note it. It's okay. I'm not going to practice it right now, but at least I'm aware of it. And down the road, at least let's say somebody gets an unhealthy body. They don't have to bitch and complain now. I said, no, you've noted it. Something inside has been working, saying the absence of manifesting this into the physical, this is your reward. But for some people, they play this game, well, there's no way I could have had a cancer from smoking. I said, no, smoking plays a role in all of that. But you thinking that for some reason it didn't play a role in it? That's the person now revealing that they're ignorant. I said, so you're going to blame the tobacco industry when you finally admit that? I said, no, you're the one that did it. Nobody held a gun to you. Them actually showing you packs of smokes, some of my buddies that still smoke, packs of smoke with lungs. That's to motivate you to smoke, not to discourage you. Or you think the big tobacco industries are doing that for your purpose? No, they're doing that for insurance purposes.
I'm going to propose that the masses are much more largely in a state of denial than naivety.
Yeah, that's a good word. Yeah.
And denial implies, the reason why I'm choosing to use that, denial implies more of the choice was made to deny, to ignore. Same thing, ignorance, right? And that's why, and either way, it comes down to the onus of responsibility is always on the individual, being the crux of it, which is brought up here and many times in conversation. Awareness is so fundamentally the key to it all. Without awareness, you're pretty much a sitting duck beyond belief until you become aware. So the question then becomes, well, what is it that generates a state of awareness? And this is where the rubber meets the road. You have to want to.
Everything's there too. I remember when Judith told me years ago, that's the wife, where she had said, the word that came to her was conscious ignorant. When we're living in this waking state, consciousness, we choose to be ignorant because it's not like this
Which
me and
denial. That would be denial. Yeah.
It would be denial. Okay, we have to go to the library now, get all this information. No, everybody now is like a thumb away. But somebody said, Dom, how do I do electrical? I said, I can explain it to you, but you want to just know how much it costs. Why don't you Google all that information? Or what the weather is. Well, you got that information for you. We choose to be ignorant of information. Maybe not me per se, and not in most areas anyway, to my awareness, where other people, no, they just don't want to understand those things, let alone Canadian states understand. They just don't want to be aware of it.
Right.
Especially we have all that technology. It probably could be harming us, but at the same time, it could be helping us in other areas.
Sure.
It's like, okay, I could easily
Sure, it's a
Google.
tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have this quote, denial is the epitome of cognitive dissonance. And that's why, I want to point back to that is why I have zero concern for, and I never play the sympathy game. This idea that I hear this all the time. People default into this position where the masses, they're just like in the state of atrophication of naivety. Not really. No. I said maybe a little bit. The youngins, right? Especially, we're all born in a state of amnesia or whatever, and so we start the learning curve. But very quickly, the opportunity to embrace information and make mistakes and learn from that happens. At this point, with most of the stuff that we're talking about, especially in the fucking bullshit political facade, the corporatism facade, all that kind of stuff. This has been going on for generations, as far as I can tell. I haven't been around since before my time, but if I'm going to take any telling, there's still many generations of people alive above me who are saying it's still been there, and I can observe the progression of it and whatnot. And certainly draw a pretty logical conclusion that this whole facade has been going on a long time. So at this point, there is no excuse for it to continue up. It's completely the masses absolutely embracing it 100%, wanting it, embracing it, choosing it, justifying it, making excuses for it. You have countless amounts of generations showing the results. Unhealthy results, people getting slaughtered, people getting genocided, the violence, the abuse, countless amounts of it. And if at this point there hasn't been a learning, it's simply because you don't want to. That's it.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you in so many areas. You just have to go to a hospital to see how most people is this a job. They're not concerned about the well-being of other human beings there. And that's just one example. You could say the same thing if you went to the mall. The way the schooling system is set up, there's a lot of people, and my brother's a teacher, and he's told me the situation. A lot of times we have to bypass what the program is set if we really truly want to care about the upbringing of the students. For a lot of people, their excuse is quick enough, but I'm getting paid, or I don't get paid enough. It's my job. I don't want to lose it. I'm hearing nothing but excuses at that point, but
it's nothing to do with honesty. It's for the paycheck. That means that everybody in this system of corporatism is nothing but a mercenary, if we're going to use labels.
But once it turns on them and they say, well, what about me? I said, well, you didn't give a damn about your two neighbors their kids getting raped. So when the guy wants to rape,
right. Why would you expect that all of a sudden everybody's going to be honest and help you out? That's a big surprise.
Yeah, you ignored helping other people, then expect it to be treated to you, unless you want to be the example. And it's okay. I apologize. I didn't help other people. Hopefully I'll do amends. I said, okay, but be prepared for a backlash, because there'll be other people who do the same thing. Why would you do that? They do videos on this kind of stuff where somebody will pretend to be a handicapped person. You'll see a whole bunch of people, it might be staged to a certain point, but a whole bunch of other people will walk away. Nobody will stop long enough. The ones that do and say, well, do you need a hand? That tells a lot about how people are so focused on their own existence, but they don't even know how to do that well.
That's how the design is worked, and to step on each other. That's why you got to first set yourself straight, and then, which is part of setting yourself straight, choose your allies wisely.
That's where I'm at, NG. I might talk a mean game, but that's where I'm still at. Trying to be honest with yourself. Where other people is like, that's of no importance. I'm like, okay, but you're talking to a guy that's wavering back and forth here. Right. I know when you're still full of shit. I'm not telling you, NG. I admire the way you talk and the way you handle yourself. Where other people's like, no, I'm still wavering. So I know when other people are still full of shit. I say, because I'm still there.
Well, even when you're, the line gets straighter, you'll still just gets more clear when people are wavering. It gets more obvious, especially with resonation, because we are feeling creatures, so you can feel it. So it's just so loud and amplified. You won't be able to stand it at some point. I'm surprised people can stand it as long as they do and engage with it. But I think that's I understand the compassion thing. That's really what it's about. You're looking at the masses, and you know fundamentally that everybody, we're not designed to live in a state of corruption. It's not healthy for anybody. It's not healthy for, and a lot of people are really only doing things because they don't see another option. Even though fundamentally it's their responsibility to fucking look for another option, and there's umpteenth amount of other options. They're just stuck. They're stuck in their own delusion because, they're lethargic and it's easy and this and that. And your compassion side goes, fuck, if only they knew, if only they saw the light, so to speak, and blah, blah, blah. So there's that compelling instinct there, just like there would be of any being, if you have compassion in you, that's struggling and in trouble, an animal that's struggling, and a dog or whatever. You want to help, you want to rescue, you want to do this, and there's nothing wrong with that. We just have to be careful though with two things. Number one, that it's wanted on the other side. Otherwise, we end up inadvertently being destructive to them, and also inadvertently being oppressive to them, and the opposite of what we're advocating against. And then the second thing is not at our own peril, or not at the expense of our own essence. And that's where a lot of people also get caught up in their own torment. Because they want so wholeheartedly for it to be a fruitful endeavor, and these people come out of it and this and that, and then they get angry and upset and frustrated and this and that, and then they end up defaulting back into a lot of the bad habits to themselves, even though their intention to begin with is noble and genuine. I just want the best for everybody, So that's another wheel for people to work out of that I see a lot.
I think when it comes to the few, then things like discernment play a major role. So to appreciate life is one thing, to appreciate the vessel that's within life is another thing. So that concept of corruption, for most people, they're going to be attached to the idea that they're the vessel, and they see their vessel aging and corrupting. Those are the people that transhumanism will be an easy sell for them first. Because if they can remove, or at least sell the ideal that you're not going to age, you're not going to have to worry about suffering and all that, they'll buy into it because they're still caught up in the vessel.
Right.
So it's when you realize you're that living being, then you can appreciate that other beings are in other forms. So you honor them by saying, okay, I need to eat your flesh, but I'm going to remove you honorably. But unfortunately for most, they think it's the same. And that's where people think, well, my life is short. I said, well, you're saying my life, you're in life. Next time you're in the elevator, you're going to breathe it. If a guy pulls over and he puts a mask on you and throws in the back of the van and you're hostage taken, you're still breathing it. So at that point, you're always breathing in life, prana, chi, whatever you want to call it. And it's unconditional. It goes to everybody. Doesn't matter if you're a crook or you're a thief. But for most people, the corruption is based on their physical. So they're revealing to themselves, but I'm going to die anyway. I'm like, okay. So at that point, what conversation can we get for you to at least entertain the idea that you're more than just a physical? Well, then people will say, well, Dom, you can't prove it. I said, well, can you prove that you're the physical? What do you mean? Who runs you when you go to sleep?
If they default to that as a response, they already told you, I'm not open to the discussion.
Oh, they're not. You're right. But I need the practice for myself, because I know that just because one person doesn't grasp it, there may be somebody else that says, Dom, thank you for that quick moment. It's not even mine to own, where, when you give the example, okay, then who runs the body when somebody goes into a coma? Who's there when you go into hypnosis? The people that actually entertain this kind of stuff and practice it will have that aha moment. Hopefully there'll be a whole bunch more, but they'll have that aha moment. The other people that say, no, I'm just a material, I'm a material guy. I said, okay, so where is language then? When you're speaking like a little child said, Dad, where's the voice coming from? These are us realizing how unaware we are and hoping that maybe, I hate to use the word hope, but it's something. Like, is there something there? Give me a bone for yourself, not for me. I'm the kind of person, here's a piece of wood, go in the back 40, knock yourself over the head. Why? Because you need your attention, not mine. I'm doing something thinking that they already know what they're talking about, or at least they understand a little bit.
Right.
When people say, Dominic, but you don't understand, I said, that's not my job to understand you. That's your job. My job is to know me, but I'm sharing, excuse me, with other people because I do care about the human beings, and I'm showing it. Where other people just say it in words only. Now, caring comes in many forms. Somebody wants to nurture another person back to health, physically, mentally, emotionally. Well done. You know what I mean? I'm trying to help with awareness. I'm just sharing it. What they do with it, that's on them. You know, if they're quick to defend it, that's still on them.
Yeah. Either way, it's on them.
Should be. Same with me. The information that I got, it's on me. I don't own the language. The person that I heard it, okay, thank you. I really appreciate you sharing it. Why? Because I had that moment. I'm like, oh wow, it could be full of crap, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm very grateful. You know, we forgot that concept as the masses to be grateful for whatever presents itself to us. Call
Oh,
it
no
demons,
doubt.
call it angels, call it whatever we want. You know what I
No
mean? It can even
doubt.
be us. That you're right. We should know it.
It's a lifestyle of fear. It's as far away from gratitude as you can, get to. You don't have time for gratitude because you're constantly chasing rainbows.
Mm-hmm.
You're always thinking you're in scarcity and lack. What do you have to be grateful for?
Mm-hmm. That's the word forgive. Forgive. You give gratitude, you'll understand how it is. To be the receiver, you have to know how to be the giver. And for a lot of people, it's warped. Well, no, I only know how to give. Well, why don't you receive? I don't feel comfortable. Then how are you going to appreciate the people that you give to? Who give you that program? You have to complete the cycle. If you want to talk negative, you have to talk positive. My dad used to tell me at a young age, son, you have to appreciate the sweet with the sour of life. Okay, that makes sense to me. I'll work with it.
Another word with that giving receiving thing, or teacher student thing, even that in the corporate world is so uncommonly said and long seems to be long forgotten with the gratitude thing. Sharing.
Yes, sharing's caring.
It really is.
Yes,
right?
it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're doing all along. Life is sharing. We're sharing the air. We're sharing the information. We're sharing existence in this moment, right?
You can't share something if you keep thinking it's so precious that you own it. So you're just going to give me all the shitty stuff you don't want.
Right,
You
right.
don't
The
own
beginning
it.
of owning is the end of sharing.
Yeah, just share. Just share. It's not yours to own. But I know that's a tough one for people. I say, okay, well, at least challenge not me or the way I'm talking. Challenge yourself. What does it mean to own?
We're in an environment where there's so much abundance. The idea of owning is so far unnecessary to even have in your palette. But of course, the corporate world narrows it down to a grain of sand that needs to be divided, not shared, but divided amongst the masses. What? Holy fuck, are you deluded? You cannot see outside of that box. That box is so small. And of course, then, if that's your reality, your version of reality, you're going to act accordingly. And that's what people are doing. But you're missing out, right? You're missing out on the reality of the abundance, this infinite ocean of resources and everything that recycles in on itself, and the perpetual motion of it all, and that we're a part of. And we get to experience that and go through the motion of energy and transformation, which has other intended purposes that we get to discover when we focus on health. And we get to enjoy the journey in a collaborative garden together, and take care of the garden as well and enjoy the pleasures of that. That's the opportunity that's at hand here. But if you want to deny the truth of that and get caught up in one little rock in the garden, and that's all that there is, and it's almost kind of dried up, and you got to hoard the few little streams of water that there is on it, and try and dominate all of it, well, you can have that life too, I suppose.
I think where I was going with this, when it comes to when we look at nature, and then you look at what men have created, it's almost like they're two different species. Nature's more like more into harmony, chi, and then the technology is, like I said, kind of goes with the story where there might have been other beings, and for us, a person has to understand where they stand. Like I get that nature has everything already provided. All our needs are already provided. We just have to have our lacks, our wants. What craft do I need to learn to be a hunter or farmer or whatever thing you need to do, how to build shelters and all that when we're in these vessels. But for a lot of us, we forgot those gifts to a point we've made most of us have become expendable. That could have been designed that way. Like I said, if there is another species that's interfered, hence the term human beings, then therefore there's a different technology going on. It's like, like the toy store. I need a little bit more space. I'm going to build all this technology and we're going to squeeze out human nature. Okay. So are we all on board here, guys? Because they openly talk about, for the longest of time, about controlling the population. Now they're talking about depopulating it. And we've been doing it willingly. Women that do birth control pills, men, not being able to reproduce. They're really emphasizing the whole concept of being a bachelor. They went out of their way to make sure all the housing markets throughout the world have gone way out of hands. So that tells us as a species, we don't even keep each other in check. So if that every time that comes where that shoe finally falls, hopefully people can say, yeah, we finally did it to ourselves. We
Right.
finally got to a point.
Species that competes in on itself is fucking doomed. That's really what it comes down to, right?
Isn't that what Ved's talking about? The shit that he had to go through, like the war, like just the whole concept of knowing that, okay, I get, they're going to give us an education system if you're an American, all that, even the whole thing with Obama with the medical care, they would have to change all kinds of policies just even to implement that because they like getting it from the masses, their future generation kids to work in their military. But you're there basically to harm another human being for other people's corporation stuff. If it's two kings, do it like in the old days. You guys are going to fight or play chess. I don't care. Winner takes all. But we don't have to agree upon it.
Why do you want to be a pawn?
I don't even want to be a pawn. I don't even want to be the checkerboard.
Right. Why do you even want to be on the fucking chess board to begin with? Get off the fucking thing. And that's what people don't want to look at, right? It's like, no, every option to the indoctrinated mind is always somewhere that stays inside. That's the inside the box thing. It's just got to be another piece or position somewhere in there, right? What about just getting off the game? That's the other side of the equation. Well, you can
learn how the game's played. Learn that there's a hidden hand. What are the purpose of all the pieces? What's the purpose of the 64 cubes? Again, these is if learning
when you really learn the game inside and out enough, you'll see that it's there's nothing sane or rational about taking part in it anymore. It's a game of insanity for the insane. That's all
it is, and it probably is. But the thing is, for me, it would be like, but I've taught myself how to learn. That's the takeaway for me. I've learned to think and feel.
You didn't need the game for that, though. You were born with that innate ability.
I just brought it up. Hence the word educate. Yes, I'll bring it out. But some of it needs to be implemented, especially if I want to interact with other humans. Fuck, I'm a human. I'm in a human form. So I just can't go around and say, okay, to my parents, okay, I'm just a being. But I know that we're going to play this game of being a human. I know I'm going to lose parents. I'm going to lose an animal. Or not even lose an animal. I'm going to get caught in
that's if you think you owned them. There's no losing if they were never yours to begin with.
True, but there's also going to be feelings involved. That's just part of the process.
If you're attached.
Well, the attachment will be how long do I drag it? Am I attached to my own feelings opposed to the animal who's already suffering before it passed away? Those are all latents of games that I could play. I use the word game, but for other people, they could use other words. It's part of life. It's reality.
I would concur with game. It's very much that.
Yeah, and then, of course, some games, most people, including myself, I would get caught up initially on the outcomes.
It's a game. It's a game you play with yourself because the reality of the nature is fluidity, and there is nothing here that stays the same. Everything changes. It comes and goes. Nothing is permanent, and you're either in line with that and embrace that and ride the like a surfboard and learn the balance of that, or you stay in denial to that and you get in these fear things and start to want to attach things and want things to stay the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where people get all fucking butthurt and bent out of shape because reality shows you sooner or later, and usually sooner, it's not going to cater to your delusions, right? It's not.
And as me and you as the observer, we'd realize they still don't realize they're in a game, but we do. And at that point, it'd be like, okay, so that person's trying to control change. Change is constant. It's
Right.
always occurring. The wind's always moving. The air's always moving. Our thoughts aren't ours to own. So it's always changing. But what we end up doing is we're trying to solidify things by using the word control. I don't want to change.
Right.
Like you're
Right.
saying the word, but nothing proves that you're not changing. You're aging. If not you, the vessel's aging. Your thoughts aren't always yours. Like I can remember, I went to school, I learned so many words. Well, why do I know hundreds of thousands of words? Because
Instead
it's
of
like,
just embracing that, what about just contemplating? Why is it a quick presumption for the indoctrinated mind to presume that change is something against you or a bad thing? What's so wrong with that? That's actually an amazing thing.
Mhm. Well, again, we're using words, and I get it. I think they use change words around, so I would probably replace the word wrong with left. So those are directions now, right and left. Right and wrong to me means there's a like or dislike involved. And in some applications, yes, I would say I favor this more than this. I like it when it's sunny when I'm doing this, but I like when it's raining when I'm doing that. I know it's about me. I'm aware of me being centered at that point. Where for a lot of people, it's like, no, I don't like rain. Okay, you say that, but does it serve you at this moment? Well, not really. So then you're going to deprive farmers of needing rain? But again, those are the folks, if they're honest, at least they would say, I don't care about them. Okay, so then why do you have to say it out loud then if you don't care about it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's always a clever game when people say, I don't care. I said, well, if you don't care, then why do you say anything? Are you trying to get approval? Are you looking to cult up with somebody? Because we already have
It's
enough
virtue
dogmas.
signaling a lot, I think.
Could be. That's a good word. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care. Okay. No different people say, I care about God. I'm like, okay, so how do you care about God? Because there's many interpretations. And what God are we talking about here? Well, the only God. Okay, well, that's your perception. So carry on. Are you kind to people? Well, no, Tom. Oh, okay. I'm thinking, okay, as long as you want to share a love, I'm not here to take that away from them, but I'm trying to hear them. And then in that, I'm going to probably try to use a little reason. I'm going to be clever at that point. But it's still not going to serve me if I figure that what they're doing is helpful or not helpful, or healthy or unhealthy. Wait a second. You believe in God, but you think it's Satan, and you want to teach my kids. I might have an issue with that. I might, as long as you're good at it. Because there's a lot of people that believe in God, but they don't actually back it up. So if you believe in Satan and you can back it up, at least you can give me the bolts to it. I'm joking when I say that. I don't. I can entertain the idea of what a Satan is or isn't.
Of course.
Just because I do a picture.
I can entertain Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy too,
Sure you can. And then we can reinforce it with pictures.
Yes.
And then calling that reality. I said, you got it from a picture. How can that be reality? Okay, then I guess Mickey Mouse is real then? Well, he's in a cartoon. Okay. Again, this is where we skew what we call reality then. So is reality things that move? Reality a human? Is reality this? I get it. We play with words, and maybe it's just me. I'm trying to reason whatever I'm hearing.
It's kind of amusing, but mostly it gets old. I do. I don't know. I do a bit of satire for fun here and there, as it approaches, and as you work with people to help guide them out of the indoctrinative state as they're wanting to do. Like Reich is a good example. You're still engaging with it, so you're still looking at it head on while you're doing that, right? So and it's a good exercise in facing it, because it actually even reinforces the strength in the awareness of that other side of the coin. And that's what somebody who's in a position of strength is going to do, because you can be on the other side of the equation and be in fear mode too, be so afraid to be like manipulated and this and that. It's like, well, you're missing the point then. You're missing that the whole point of awareness is so that you can see the truth. Then you're not a sitting duck anymore, right? You don't have to worry about these things. So really, it's just another form of indoctrination when they get into that. And that's what a lot of people do. There's so many layers of it, right? So many layers of pit traps, of forms in the imagination that people can get into. And it can be symbols, it can be shapes, which is all really the language is, right? It's just a way to express shapes and symbols that the imagination can calculate, so to speak. It's all math, really. But is 1 + 1 2? What I say to that is, if you don't even know how to count, we probably didn't have a starting place for common denominator to have a discussion to begin with, you know?
Well, consensus would be 1 + 1 = 2 if you use the plus and equal. But if somebody cleverly says, well, 1 and 1 is, and a person would say, well, you never said plus or equal. Yeah, exactly. 1 and 1 is 1 and 1. But again, it's how we use language. And yes, I would lean towards numbers. It's just another variations of symbols.
It is. And at that point, you know that the person is looking for, they're just trying to be right. And it's not, it gets them to reveal their position, you know, if they're going to be wasting your time or not. And that's very important to me, because we don't know how long we're going to be. Tomorrow's going to come, but whether I'm here or not is not set in stone, you know.
Again, I think a lot of us, whether we admit it or not, want to be useful in some way. And if it's being of service, whether to ourselves or for others. So, you know, like for me, I don't mind playing with numbers per se. I said, I don't know, per se, that's time. I know there's things up in the sky, those are signs. What we use as what people call time are clocks and watches with numbers. Those are gauges. So that I would have to really entertain what is time. You know, I get when people talk about, but I see 4 1s. I said 4 1s = 4. 4 is the energy of time. This is why in a Sequenocracy sequence, they don't use the number 4. Again, there's energy behind each number. Same with letters, you know, and of course, energy would be in a form of symbols, where somebody can have a sigil. And if you meditate on it or embody it, you will actually implement that into your own system, whether it's an internal thing or it's around you. Again, those are things that most, you know, you probably entertain that. And G, where most people, they're not even willing to entertain that. This is why when people talk about laying of hands or Reiki, it's kind of like the concept of Wi-Fi. How does that really work? You know, people used to put their hands near a radio. Why was some people the frequency would be more clear and other people it wasn't? Again, we're beings, but some people might like to use the word energy being, hence the word emotions. And again, this is where we would elevate as a species. But for a lot of us, maybe that's who we really are. And we've come down here, or we've been imprisoned down here, whatever word we want to use, to be here and then learn something from it.
Show me one thing that's alive that doesn't have energetical vibration to it.
True. Crystals have it. Rocks, trees.
Rocks have it. Everything has it. Energy is vibration in motion, transforming. That's all it is. So of course we are. We're energy vibrational, and of course we can affect other things. Just yell loud enough at a certain pitch near glass, you'll see it shatter. What is that? That's vibration, right? So of course, something like Reiki, whatever you call it, or things of this nature, there's an energetic property to that that's real. I've used it myself. I haven't done it on other people, but I've drawn from that in times of health as part of a holistic aspect of things, and it's definitely been helpful. Of course, just no different than singing in joy around people who are a little unhappy uplifts them. What is it that's uplifting? It's the sound, it's the frequency, you know.
It's like Samatica, and I know it's kind of like it was a start, I guess, when certain people talk about, oh, you can play music or talk to water. I said, but what about the blood? You know, like we have liquids in our system. You know, people that play Baroque music, for example, the frequency from Baroque music puts you into a different state than, say, rap or country music. You know, and then of course, this is only because I'm around certain people that talk this kind of stuff, and so I'm just going to be talking ever so lightly about it. Where you got to factor in, okay, where are the luminaries at that time? Where's Saturn? Where's Mercury? You know, are you able to gauge all that information and then realize hence kind of like the math formula kind of ideal, where everything has to be aligned. And then you realize, oh, okay, so then are the elites playing with this? Well, they probably pay people to play with this kind of stuff. So they understand if we're going to do a reset, it has to be done at a certain time or certain moments. The illuminators have to be aligned. They do that with currency. People do that with farming. People just assume that those are just pure guesses. I'm pretty sure a lot of it, there's a lot of narrowing it down and realizing, okay, if we're going to do a reset, it has to be during this time. So let's do this 2019 thing just to see where the masses are, because we're going to harness their energy. We have to make sure that the earth is somewhat clean. We can't have radio, so we can't have airplanes flying into the air. Like even with Wi-Fi, what is chemtrail? How does it really serve? And then we have to gauge, how does GPS work? How does Wi-Fi work? Are we having that ability, or something be giving us this technology? Again, this goes back to people entertaining ideals first. That's me. Maybe I'm wrong by saying entertaining. I entertain ideals, where other people is like, no, you got to prove it to me. I said, that's too big of a leap for most people. You're asking me to show you how to do something when you can't even entertain the ideal first. How are you gonna embody it when you're too busy trying to entertain one of your senses? Hence the like apprenticeship program. I got to show you how to do things. I'm not going to explain to you how electricity works. I'm just going to show you how to actually put it together like a Lego set. It's like when I used to tell young kids or young adults when they went into their own electrical, I said, do you know how to play sports? Well, yeah. I said, do I pass the ball where you are or where I need you to be? If they know enough that I'm passing the ball where you need to be, I said, then you understand the sport. I'm not going to spoon feed you. I don't expect to spoon feed you. If that's what your parents did you, leave that in the car when you come onto the job site.
Spoon feeding.
Well, we do it to each other. I won't deny that. We do it to ourselves, and we do it to others.
The entire system is a spoon feed, and it breeds atrophy. That's the point, because the more atrophied you are, the more it just circles in on itself, right? The more dependent you become on it, the more lethargic and atrophied you become, and the more unaware you become of the spoon feeding and the atrophy.
That's who's doing the spoon feeding? The nanny states. The nanny that's doing it. It's not even our parents doing it. They're paying somebody else to spoon feed us.
It is your parents and your neighbors and yourself. You're spoon feeding yourself with atrophication by ignoring reality and taking responsibility for yourself.
There's some truth to that, yes. And then I would call that, in some areas, neglect. Parents neglect their role to make sure that if I'm going to send my kids to a schooling system, I should understand who's the janitor, who's the principal, who's the vice principal, who are the teachers. If not, that's neglect. They think neglect is what, a latchkey kid? That's one version of it.
Right. It's a system of neglect, which should be the ultimate form of abuse.
Yeah, the problem is when we say abuse, or people say abuse, they run from it. They don't want to openly admit that. So we have to use like
there's the neglect.
Yeah.
There it is. They don't want to even see it.
I have to downplay the word now. Because if I say abuse, people are going to get offended.
Well, try holding up a mirror to the neglectful. See what happens.
I know.
You want to reflect the neglection to the neglectful. That's why it doesn't work, right? Because that's where the start is. You have to want to look in that mirror before any change can occur.
Angie, I'm getting frustrated even pondering the possibility that we have to share that to somebody else outside of you and a couple of people. It's like,
well,
how do I explain this? How do I explain this? I struggle with myself, but
if you need to, it's probably your clue that it's not going to happen, right? So you have to qualify for interest is the start of it. And it's always going to be few and far between, but that's okay. I mean, ultimately it starts with you first, of course.
Sure does. Yeah.
And then after that, you can work with the willing. You can work with anybody who, even if the door is open just a crack, like when I first met Wrights, he was indoctrinated to the guilt, still is a lot, right? But he's made a tremendous amount of progress. It's been about 3 years now, I guess. But it's been a slow progressionary thing. But at the beginning, there was inquisitiveness there. There was a showing of sincerity, a showing of interest, a lot of resistance to go along with it, which is typical of indoctrinated mind. You have to be expecting that. But that there was a sincere drive to want to get to the bottom of things and it's night and day difference. The language that a person will say, how they present themselves, they won't just be reactive 80% of the time, or more, about 99% of the time. They'll give you some breathing room to put something on the table for contemplation. If you have that, the door's open. You can work with that, Then it's fruitful.
For me, go ahead.
Then it's fruitful. That was the last thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
For me, I think I like the concept of sharing. I think sometimes it's kind of like a rescue dog. I'm not a rescuer, but you got to stage certain things where, for me, when I used to hear people, because I've done all kinds of meetups before, Zoom and all that, and just talk to people in general, where there'd be a pushback, and then there'd be other people that kind of want to put you on a pedestal. I said, okay, so what serves me both ways? Thank you, but that's of no interest to me. Occasionally you get those people that, oh, you really helped me. I said, sure. I'm just sharing. At that point, I came to my resolution that sharing is caring to a certain point. What people do with that's why I use the term, whatever people do with it, that's on them. Where, trying to tell somebody else about, how they're neglecting their kids, that's too big of a leap for me to have that conversation with them, because I know me enough that I'm going to say, you're full of shit, right? And as soon as I say that, I'm already looking for trouble, because I realized, I said, okay, so if I say it with pleasantries, which I despise, I say with pleasantries, what, you think I'm going to catch more honey with this? No. I'm not interested in catching anything here. But for some folks, that's what they want. Well, Dom, present it to me in a very soothing way how I've committed a crime against myself.
Go easy on my ego, Fuck, I'll go on. I'll go easy with truth. I'll hold the light like a cockroach,
Now, if that's a private conversation and it's a bunch of buddies, okay, maybe. But if public conversation, no, because I realize
for sure. There's an art to it, right? It is an art. Sad saying is an art. Sharing is an art. Truth revealing is an art, and it's always a practice. But ultimately, it still boils down to that one thing. And to be frank, if a person is dead set on being honest, they'll open themselves up to even being vulnerable in public and say, "Go ahead, blast me with truth." That's what I want. Right? It's all up to whatever degree the individual wants. I had an individual that isn't around right now. She was doing some self work, and I made an exception. Most of the time, I actually don't do the deep stuff publicly with people for that reason. There tends to be a level of insecurity and vulnerability and whatnot. But she very much wanted to do that and do it for the benefit of anybody who might happen to be watching either at that time or in the future, because it's recorded on YouTube, to be able to draw from that. So, it was kind of refreshing to see somebody that was wanting to do that as well. So it just depends, right? The individual, whatever they're comfortable with, and what they want is basically you take them at their own pace. That being said, though, is there an interesting twist on the matter here with where things are in the corporate game, so to speak? I use this tsunami narrative a lot in the example with the agendas going on in the corporate world and population control, as you mentioned a bit ago. This tsunami is like just about to hit shore. So anybody who at this point really wants to get to safety before getting hit by that thing and drowning doesn't have much time left. So a lot of you got to kind of cut to the chase with people, ego sensitive or not, right? If they are really sincere and they want to get there, it's very close in a lot of ways to kind of shit or get off the pot when it comes to rubber meets the road with the agenda as we speak here. Anybody who's paying attention to what's going on, they understand that perfectly, with what's coming down the pipeline here.
Well, when it comes to the ego, the eye, the vessel, that's where emotions are. Most people aren't really developed emotionally, and they'll do everything to protect it. We can entertain ideals, and I don't mind doing that. When it comes to the mental part, for some folks, they don't see it written in the wall. They neglect their self. When people say to me, Dom, I want to practice a certain diet, I say, are we just talking physical? We're talking emotional and mental. because most people that really want to understand certain things aren't prepared emotionally. And that will go in, it will reveal itself in the body. So when people feel as though they're getting screwed, that's something they're going to say, okay, so let me understand that you've been neglecting your vessel this whole time. So therefore you must be neglecting a balanced emotion, but now you want to entertain it with more mental capacity. Well, you're going to have to be pretty strong mentally, and you're going to have a kind of like a stoic approach to this information. Because if not, I get it. People just don't want injustice. I said, but you've been dealing with commerce. This is not about justice. If this was about justice, we'd be concerned about how we treat animals as we make them our pets. We'd be concerned about how we treat the trees and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Again, this is humans still talking me. That's the human aspect. That's the beast part. And unfortunately, nobody's really explained it. They said, no, you're eventually going to be perishing. That's just part of the existence. That's a tough one for a lot of folks because most of us walk around aimlessly like the Walking Dead. We're oblivious to the fact that I was born to die. In this case,
so long as you're breathing, you feel the infinity as if you're immortal. It really is an illusion like that.
And we could be, NG. We literally could be immortals, beings, but
energetically, there's no doubt we are. How could we not? Or foundationally part of the infinite energy that transforms. But there's certain parts of our experience right now that are fluctuating and fluid. For example, consciousness. Consciousness is not a certainty.
No, I'm with you on that. Yeah.
We even experience fluctuation of consciousness right now. You go to bed and you lose it, right? Maybe not completely, but it certainly dissipates a lot. So every day we have a fluctuating experience of consciousness. So there's no certainty as far as, and I don't even have it, to me, before I came in this vessel, it's complete amnesia. So I really don't know. And I'm not focused on discovering it. I'm too focused on the present and seeing the hole at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, for this round here. And so that maybe I don't get pit trapped and caught in another state of ring around the rosy amnesia again this time around or whatnot. But yeah, just to showcase, getting attached to that as if that's a certainty is how delusional can you get? And of course, if you do that, you're probably going to get so arrogant where you neglect again. There's the neglect aspect, the responsibility part of the equation. It's going to even more probability outcome of unconsciousness, especially after you part.
I play with the idea that what people call. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Brad. Go ahead.
Who the fuck are you?
Damn.
Get off my panel.
Damn. Wow. See what I mean? Yeah. Damn government. When Newt started talking to me to deprogram me, my head would spin when I got done with him. I couldn't even sleep at nighttime, or even daytime, because I'm sitting there thinking what the hell he's talking about, trying to put the pieces together. It tore me up. And the more it tore me up, I wanted to learn more. I mean, it physically, mentally, I should say, tore me up. I couldn't get the picture what the heck he was talking about. Things he would say, I'd have to figure it out and check things out on YouTube and then I started waking up. I started seeing things around me
I
that he
don't
was
want to
talking
interrupt,
about.
but I got to do a Tim 100. I'll be on mute. I'll be back in a minute.
We don't want to hear it.
No, fuck you. I'm out of here. See you in the next lifetime.
But then I started seeing things around me that I'd never noticed before. My eyes were closed, more or less. And I'll tell you, it was a hard one for me. It really was, to be indoctrinated, to be out of the indoctrination. You know what I mean? It was bad. That was bad. Oh, did I lose everybody? Everybody take a 10-100. Where'd everybody go?
No, I'm here, Pat. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it sounds like you were willing to challenge whatever program / indoctrination you have.
It was
Yeah.
bad.
Well, yeah, that's one way to interpret it. Some people might turn around and say, "Oh, that's it." Like it's a giggle. It's like some people when they do certain kinds of brain alteration substance, whether it's marijuana, ayahuasca, they're engaging into those things, and maybe some people do it whether they know it or not to escape, and then they realize, "Oh, I just got more information." Like, or I'm getting some of the pieces to match. There's maybe a chance that you've probably noted a whole bunch of stuff, and maybe you've had those moments like, is this it? Is this how the system works? Or why do I do what I do? And eventually it manifested itself in a form that maybe Newt presented something to you, and it's like, yeah, that's the stuff I've been waiting to hear. But it's still a bitch when you hear it.
Yeah, it was. It was. No doubt about it. Yeah, you're right.
It might come down sweet, but then but when it goes down, it's kind of sour. And I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that information?
Yeah, it was rough for me, believe me. I spent many a nights had my eyes open just looking up at the ceiling like, what the, Not anymore. I'm starting to get used to it now. I'm starting to understand what he's saying now. So it makes it a little bit easier for me, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the whole thing, but I'm getting it there. I've got my brain open and trying to retain everything he's got to say, but it's a lot the whole, it is, damn, it's a lot.
You might have healthy boundaries. For some people, when they take in way too much information, it could be like a spinning wheel on a computer. It becomes too much for them. Where other people, whether you know it or not, you might have a good, discipline with yourself. It's like, okay, well, I'll entertain that, but that other stuff, leave it the way it is.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm out there on YouTube is trying to wake up people that knew did for me. If I just get one person that'll be even knowing about it, changes his demeanor, his indoctrination, I'll be happy. That's my main goal. It's nothing else. It's not about money. It's not about people subscribing to me. It's just about waking people up like New did to me. Because like I told New, when I went into service, that's what woke me up. When I come out of that service, there's something wrong with the system. There is something I couldn't figure it out. I did the best I could. I went through the system, I worked my ass. I do heating, cooling is what I do. Refrigeration, heating.
HVAC. You do HVAC. Well done.
Yeah, right. Exactly. HVAC. That's it. Yeah, commercial as well as domestic. Household.
Fellow tradesperson here. I'm an electrician, so fellow tradesperson.
Okay, then you know what I'm talking about. Then yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I do boilers and all that steam and everything else. But I went through the system, and I still every job I took, whether it be a drunk boss or a place that folded up, just closed or just moved. Or I got fired because I told them to kiss my ass because I wouldn't do something. You know what I mean? Because I knew it was wrong. But then I look back now and I'm like, well, no wonder all this shit was going on. The system was fucked up. They were losing their job. They didn't care, or it was amazing. It's how I woke up. So it wasn't really me. I'm thinking, But I always had a job though. Always had a job in heating and cooling, even on a side job. But I look back now and like, wow, I could have just been a farmer and just enjoyed my life instead of just doing this shit.
Sound like you're not a yes person. Yeah, very well done. Like the fact that I heard you say that, if you work with somebody, fuck you kind of thing, that means you have good boundaries. I get it. Some people get fearful. They'll do a job that they know doesn't make any sense, or, it's like, when I'm done, okay, I'm leaving. I've told guys I've worked for before, I said, I'm going to interview you just as much as you're interviewing me, and don't think I'm working for you. I'm working for fiat currency, but I'll be the best I can be. You know what I mean? Like, I treat people with the same respect that you expect to be treated. And it sounds like that you've done that with yourself.
Oh yeah, I've always treated people well. I was always good. Shit, my ex-boss called me back up because I had so much referrals. I want the guy back. And he says, yeah, you have some, some people that didn't like you. That's normal. But he says, look at and he showed me a thick book on that. He said, look at this. He even took my wife and I to dinner. So, no, I have manners. I have skills if I have to have it. You know what I mean? I was raised that way.
Tells a lot about you.
I'm over 70 years old, so that'll give you an idea.
You're probably a young soul still. 70. Your body's 70.
Yeah.
Manners are for dogs.
Yeah. For dogs. Disciplined dogs.
Yeah.
And
And I want-
paychecks are dog treats for humans.
That's what it is.
Don't I get paid for this?
Paid attention. Yeah, yeah. Pay attention. That's where you get paid. Pay attention.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
Don't fall asleep when we're sharing that. This is the good stuff.
I like this guy.
It's to enjoy. I always look at life as best I can to enjoy it. And once I become a little bit more aware of it, it's okay. I'm glad that's, I treat it as like more fun. Other people might treat certain information as like, oh, that's cruel. I'm like, it depends where you're standing. If we're elites, it might be business as usual. If we're people that are poor, it sucks to be us to a certain point. Or maybe we like the fact that we spend more time with each other because we're not always rushing, checking without our head, trying to, get the next payment paid off or the next piece of paper, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My buddies used to joke with me. They come and say, oh, Dom, I was working today. I make some money. I stop the conversation. Time out. Tony, are you actually making money? Because I'm there. But if you're earning it, that's a different game. I'm playing with words, but literally, if you're making it, I want to learn. So what do? You have certain kinds of ink you guys are using. You're printing enough so you can have a military working for you. You can have all the governments working for you. Well, then we'd be the elites.
At this point, I just hand you a file on a computer,
Digital. With the credit system on it, and I think they're also talking about an expiry date on it now.
Right? It's called a smart contract. Real smart for you.
Mm-hmm.
Bot babies.
I'll give kudos to whoever designs the system. Doesn't mean it's favorable for everybody involved, but that's why I think it's important for me anyway to at least be aware of the system that you're in. So at least you understand the rules.
Yeah, if you gotta play the fucking game, you better at least play it well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the best way to play the game is to work yourself out of it so you don't have to play anymore. Because if you're playing it, at least if you're a person of morals, and this is not a subjective opinion, one could easily argue that morality is subjective, and certainly it is, but just on a common denominator basis, I think we can all agree that abuse of any kind is not moral. So if you're going to play a game of abuse, which it is, the only moral thing to do is secede yourself out as fast as possible.
Well, usually indications of moral abuse is you're taking advantage of somebody, whether you put them under slavery, abusing them physically, which would be another form of slavery, deceiving them by you spending all your energy to chase fiat currency. I think when farmers used to. Go ahead.
Yeah. The system itself is an abuse. The design fundamentally of the system, the structure is abusive.
Mm-hmm.
From the get-go. So everybody who's participating in it is participating in a system of abuse, hence being the system of abuse.
I think prior to schooling, educating, or in this case, schooling people with an old British system, farmers would be teaching by examples, how they treat each other so that child would know what morals is. The schooling system's not there designed at all, let alone commerce, to teach morale. That's right. Something you learn at a young age, and it gets imprinted in you.
There's a difference. There's a difference between being schooled and being educated, or enlightened. School is to indoctrinate you, which is just a soft word for distract you from morality.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. So that you're a willing participant and justify your participation neglectfully. Neglecting what? Neglecting the morality and making excuses for that to justify it. Well, I need to make money. I need to make a living. That's because you're doing that. Because you're participating and justifying it. You wouldn't need to if you're ready to take responsibility for yourself and take a look at things and take a look at other options. Then you wouldn't need to do that anymore. But until you're willing to do that, then yes, you need to. You need to literally step on other people in order for you to eat tomorrow, because that's all you know. It's about survival at that point.
Yeah, it may very much so. It probably put a kink in if you're trying to thrive. Especially if you don't have morals, you'll probably try to take advantage of people. So I think for like
You
a
have
lot
no
of things,
choice in this system. When you
well, you can be,
understand the system, the design of it, you have no choice. It's a zero-sum game, and that goes back to that class thing that we did the other. It's a zero-sum Ponzi. It's really what it is. That means in order for you to eat, somebody has to starve. That's the way it's designed.
in that system, yeah.
Yeah,
In that
and the
system.
longer it perpetuates, just like any Ponzi scheme, the bottom gets bigger and the top gets smaller until it collapses, right? But every step of the way, everybody participating in it is responsible for the participation of it.
I guess, when it comes to that, the way you lay it out, obviously, if you're talking from a fiat currency or a slave system, yes.
Yeah.
If you're talking about me, I'm going to use my energy to grow crops with nature, and then my other farmer friend down the street is going to do the same thing for different crops. We're going to be able to trade with each other. So that in that system would be different.
That would be a
But
moral way to do things. That's cooperation and harmony with nature. That's the opposite. Yes, I was specifically referring to the corporate monetary system that the masses are very much dependent on right now.
Yes, and that stems from another system that would never have worked, slave and mastery.
Yes.
There's so much resources that have to be expended to have a slave, let alone somebody to be a taskmaster or to be a master. That's why it never worked. People think for some reason all the people finally rebelled. No, the elites figured it just doesn't work.
That's
So
right.
They came up with the Federal Reserve, or in this case, fiat currency, because they've done in Britain. It was twigs that they used to do before. Here, this twig, they go, that's worth so much.
It
you can
doesn't
barter
work
them.
as far as a healthy perspective for humans go, because it's not aligned with their nature. We're not fucking bees. We are not a monarchy aligned being. We are a cooperative and sharing aligned being with fluidity of different levels of variation, as we talked to earlier, different levels of skills and abilities. So when it makes sense, somebody needs to take more of the position of delegation role. Well, another person needs to take more of responsibility of running resources to others, or whatever makes sense,
That's why when people, if they really do the studying and then go inwards, whether it's economic or sociology or psychology, where the only system that truly would ever work, but yet still not work, is communism. But the reason why it doesn't work and the reason why none of them work is because of human factor. But absence of human factor, meaning that who rules over them, communism is the only system in theory that would work. So that's why when people talk about capitalism, communism, Marxism, none of those systems would ever work. It just wouldn't work because you're always going to have human factor. But the system itself, the theory of the system, communism could work. None of other work, because we do have traits of us that we do want to work as a community, but who rules over us at that point would be the issue. That's why with capitalism, the only reason why capitalism gives the illusion it works is because somebody's able to print as much as they can and have a military. Well, at that point, I can make any ism work.
It's the illusion of cooperation, and it kind of is.
It is an illusion. It is an illusion. It's a play. And
Right.
As long as people realize it's a play, or at least they learn it's a play, then they can say, well, then
If I can convince you that submitting to my will is in your best interest, and you go along with the narrative, then now you've got a artificial form of cooperation going on, and you'll get an outcome that works for a short period of time, and depending on what you mean by works, but ultimately it's a disease-based way of functioning. It's not healthy for either side of the equation.
That's why when they use the words like free will or freedom of speech, first of all, free will. Okay, so you're going to give me the illusion I have free will so you can take it away from me. And then freedom of speech, are you going to do any action with that? No, we just give you the choice that you can speak freely, but we're not going to do nothing about it, or we're just not going to beat the crap out of you. Well, hold on, my apologies, Tom. We don't beat the crap out of you. We pay one of your own.
If it can be taken away, it was never freedom of speech. It's permission of speech.
There you go. That's a better word. I've never heard that. I like that one. Permission of speech.
Permission of speech. But again, you have to be naive to fall that it was you needed. It's like back to the rights things again. If you think you needed that to speak freely, then you lied to yourself to begin with, and that's why you're going to be upset when somebody says, "Oh, you can't say this anymore." What do you mean I can't say? I just did. I'll say it again until I'm blue in the face. But if you believe that, then you're going to censor yourself, and you made the reality of that for yourself, and you deserve to experience that if that's what you chose.
Well, the thing is, even in the crossover of illusions, where the government will tell you you have rights, but meanwhile, but wait a second here, aren't corporations running it? Yeah. So can I actually preach the same crap of saying I have rights when I'm on some corporation's plane? No, Dom, it doesn't work that way. What about a train? It doesn't work that way. What about a public road that's being financed by the corporations? What about that? No, you don't have rights, Dom.
If you realize that rights is just a semantic bait scam for privilege, then it all makes perfect sense.
There you go. Yeah, we're privileged.
I am not.
But that privilege comes at an expense. You got to pay for that privilege.
That's corporatism.
And there you go.
That's why there's no such thing as well. It's all a corporate structure right from the get-go. You're running a corporate bait scam. It's BDSM on steroids. That's the whole nature of corporatism. Somebody is submissive, somebody is dominant, and everybody justifies it with scapegoatism and makes excuses. Because you get to pretend that it's easier for a little cookie crumbs, and you get to pretend that you're the master in the equation when you have tenants and when you have employees, if you decide to take that role on or whatever. And then, of course, participate in the gaslight that, oh, well, this is great. Now it's optional. I get to be master if I want. Why do you want to be either? Why don't you just like enjoy the fruits of nature as it presents itself to you in the abundant form that it is, and stop the other option is you make all this work for yourself unnecessarily in the corporate world by having to pay for things. Why do you want that?
Well, want's usually a lack, and then usually it's not really fulfilling a need, so it's fulfilling a lack, and that can be endless.
Right. And it is, and it's it recycles. It's perpetual motion. It doesn't get more abundant than perpetual motion. Enter money in the equation. All of a sudden, you've got this boogeyman fictional belief that to access perpetual motion, you need to do something for entitlement towards it. No, you are beyond entitled to it by default. You can't get away from that. Just try and jump and not have your feet land. You're stuck. Entitlement is an understatement. Wherever your feet are, you're beyond entitled to be there. And you're beyond entitled to access the air and breathe wherever you are. The abundance is there for you. It's what sustains you. You wouldn't be alive without that. And now we want to insert the idea that we have to pay for that. All right. Let's just go to the other end of the spectrum and look at the ludicrous behind that. Let's charge for every breath.
You bypass water. You went straight for the jugular.
Straight for the ultimate source, because we know right away how fast, what's going to happen if you stop breathing, right?
Yeah, a couple minutes at best.
I don't know how to hit a point home harder than that one is, because really that's what it is, right? Money is symbolized. It's just a symbol for time, which is a corporate clock ideology. It's another illusion. You have all the time while you're breathing. You don't need any other time than that. You're already alive. So you don't need to pay for anything. But the corporate clock inserts an intermediary, unnecessary, parasitical form of function that you don't need to do to access that which you are beyond entitled to and have no choice about to begin with. And that really paints the picture as best as I can possibly do. Just try the notion, the ideology that every time you take a breath, you need to pay for it with some sort of currency. So if it's ludicrous to bring that idea into the picture, then why would it be any less ludicrous for anything else that you have, especially for your needs-based things, but for anything, right? Food, water, to be warm, to be sheltered from the elements, you know, if it's clothes or whatever it is. Payment is just, it was a way to change the structure of slavery into the illusion of freedom so that slaves would embrace it incognizantly without their awareness, love it, defend it, protect it, scapegoat it, behold it, cherish it, and worship it. And that's what's happened. That's what you're seeing to the with the masses. That's what they do. Bring the idea that capitalism is garbage to anybody who is a capitalist-minded individual, and oh shit, are you in for one? It's their religion. It's their Jesus, right? But you have a right, fundamentally. I'll never use that word in reality, because it really means privilege. You have an ability, that's a better word, playing with words. You have an ability to neglect reality if you want and choose that. Choose to be naive and stupid and ignorant, and choose to bring hardship under the illusion of easiness, if you so wish to do in this life. And nature will not stand in your way. What nature will do, though, is by design, the consequences of choice is already integrated and built in. That's why this idea of justice, what another distraction. Justice is a fallacy, another one of those fairy tale distraction illusionary things. You don't need it. Consequences built into the equation. It's far better than justice, and it's instantaneous. You reap what you sow. So if you want to play stupid games and win stupid prizes here, you get to. You absolutely get to. I'm out of the equation when it comes to that. No judgment. Let them. People really want to jump off the bridge so badly and so blindly. Why should I get in the way? Now, for those who don't want to, let's have a conversation. Boy, have we got a lot of good stuff to embrace together and share. That's where I sit.
Thanks for that, Nook. If I can revisit something we were talking earlier about
Sure.
our memories. I play with the ideal of, when people talk about soul contracts, I talk about the concept of data. Do we have the ability to come back and have memories? Is that even ours? It's kind of like thoughts. Are thoughts ours? So if there is a thing called the mind, some people might call it in today's language like AI, is that information stored? And it's for us if we come back, if we want to play with it. But is it really ours to say that it belongs to me? Like say somebody that plays music, for example, we have things like called copyrights or a soul contract. Hence why maybe, when some people play with the idea when I do come back, or why don't I have a memory of everything else? Well, maybe because it stays here. Not to say
as far as intellectual property goes in that context, nothing but a scam. It's like going to the beach, building a sandcastle, and saying that's mine. Walk away from it, and as soon as you walk away, everybody who observes the sandcastle, do they give a flying fuck who made it? Doesn't matter. What's ours is if anything, is the individual unique experience of the observation that you're having. That's yours. Which is a fluid thing. It's a fluctuating thing. Again, it's back to that consciousness thing. Now, as far as coming back and returning to it, a soul contract, I don't know. perhaps. I think that gets into the infinite ocean of anything's possible. And there's a whole bunch of different variables that as far as I can tell logically, it all kind of stems to the basis of where an individual consciousness is practicing and focusing and leading towards, you know.
Because it's like your memory, like water. Does it go back to the same source? Why do certain animals, in this case, flight patterns of birds, go back to a particular place and somebody finds out there used to be water there? Like, is there memory stored there? And is it ours to own? Or just like an elephant that has very long memory? You know, like, but is that because they live longer? It's like a tree, like a sequoia tree. It
Right.
might live longer.
Is the memory part of the physical recycling in the same sense, even as we see here like that? It's an interesting question. Information, as far as I can tell, it is part of the infinite. It just is. It just exists. So I think that it's kind of it's another one of those interesting dualities where here you are as a fluctuating observer in finite form, but what you're accessing to be able to observe, it's a combination of the two. It's like you're the bridging point where the aspect of finite existence merges with infinite. Whether or not that cycles back here in another round of this or not, I don't know. Again, I think that's very variable. Nonetheless, the awareness of that is an amazing thing to know, because it means that all things temporary. There's just no reason to be afraid of anything. You know, it's all great. It's all fine under the sun, right? I mean, it sucks if you have a bad experience while you're here, right? If like Wright's got into an accident, there's certainly some shitty aspects that are not so nice. But it's all a learning curve, and at least we don't have to hold on to anything being a permanent state here. As far as I shouldn't say that, because I don't know for sure. Again, after you part, how far does you reap what you sow go? Do you take your focus while you're conscious with you? A lot of mysteries there. So, and I think people are very careless when it comes to that and don't even observe that. And might be set to find out some things the hard way, unfortunately, when it comes to that too. You know, gambling and playing Russian roulette is not a healthy position ever, but especially when it comes to divinity or the topic of, that is nothing to be gambling with. So having an understanding of that, doing my part for responsibility with myself being the forefront of the equation of health has always been the leading center of focus. And I found the discovery, what that brings, aligns everything to an understanding of properness, if you want to call it that, or what was meant to happen. Let's put it that way. What we were designed for comes into clarity. And that's as far as I can get. So yeah, there could be a lot of possibility as far as soul contract renewing goes and all that kind of stuff. If it's an ocean of infinity, well then anything you can think of is going to be a yes, right? In some form or another.
Yeah, so I was going with that as the contract more than the mental state where karma, action, Could be you get a deleted memory, but because you treated another human being based on the color of their skin, you're coming back unaware that you're going to be the exact thing that you despised. You know, you misunderstood women, so you come back as a woman. You mistreated an animal, you come back as an animal. Those are, again, it is in the realm of possibilities. This is
Sure.
how one exercises their limitations. So you're expanding something, and for a lot of folks, the reason why they don't, because they figure, well, that has to be useful. So, well, sometimes you practice the things that aren't useful. How better would it be when you cut a piece of property that doesn't belong to you? Then when you do, it becomes yours, if that's even yours to do. So
Let's
when you,
entertain that for a second. Let's say that was the case. Now, what would that serve as far as in a bigger picture sense goes? Where would that be used?
give a chance for somebody to learn empathy, if that's something is a learning curve. You know, you reap what you sow. You treat other people with disrespect. It only makes sense. The only way you're going to learn is if you become them. You know, especially if you look at a person based on the color of their skin or their gender or their position. You know, this is why we have to be wary even how we present ourselves and show respect to each other, because we just don't know where it goes. You know, some people might be arrogant and they say, "Dom, I don't care about that kind of stuff." Okay, so now the question would be, what do you care about? Now, if they turn around and start telling me, I care about this and that, and I give them a quick example, I don't give a shit what you just said. Well, why would you say that? Because you can get your own medicine right here. It's kind of like a blessing and curse. Be very wary how we give that to other people. You know, because there's people that are downloading information from wherever, and of course, people put too much value on their written work. You know, unless we met a lot of immortal beings, then we would probably have more of it in the teaching form of oral. But because it isn't, we end up getting it in the lesser version, which is pen to paper ideal. But I think it would serve in a lot of ways where you're going to be very wary and realize, okay, so I should respect women. I should respect children, even though we were all children at one time. I like to hope most of us, you know, but we quickly forget those things. And then we get caught up in the me. I don't think there's even a gender in the me. It's just, you know, they get caught up in that. They only make it a gender when it's advantageous to them. I'm a male. Okay, so what makes you a male? Because you have a pecker? Because you have hair? Because you have hair on your arms? Is that what makes a male? You know, again, that's to stimulate, you know, one opening up their receivers to different possibilities. You know, one that thinks they have the answer, the know-it-alls. I said, what do you know? That's so important that you think you can overlap everything else. You know, you bring up topics about morale. People will talk about it in words only. They'll even debate it. I said, well, that should be better done alone with the self. That debate should be done with you, not with me or no, with no guru or whatever. You know, but unfortunately, people rather do that because they figure, well, Dom, I got to compete with you. I said, okay, so did you create me? Well, no. Did you create the sport that we're playing? Well, no. Did you create the audience? No. So then why do you think you're so fucking significant in a world that clearly shows you're insignificant? But that's just to humble them, just enough. So then they can actually entertain different ideals. If not, then am I to assume that whoever these elites are going to say, well, we don't give a shit about them, but yet we're going to give them all the technology too. Because if everybody was just caring about themselves, we wouldn't have Wi-Fi. We wouldn't have cars. Would that help us in the long run? Maybe. Maybe we would have been extinct sooner. I don't want to go to work today, Dom. I don't want to do groceries. I don't want to work on the farm. I don't want to tend to the animals. So what do you want, Dom? I want my comforts. And what would that look like? Comfort to have food, or comfort to know that you have to put a little effort. Most people will work at a job that's actually useless, but they're not going to be honest about that. You know, I do electrical work. I'm lining people's houses and commercial building with electricity. You know the damage that does to people, let alone the diodes and the LED lights, what it does to the brain. It's worse than what book reading does. But we're still going to do it. So I could be creating karma for myself, whether I do it out of ignorance or not.
I think we lost Newt.
That's okay. He's there. You're here. I'm here. He'll be back.
Yeah, I think he wants
We're
to
probably the
set.
ones. I was gonna say we're probably the ones that need to practice more anyway. But
Yeah, he has a problem with the satellite dish. Probably fighting with it right now. Yeah, I'm just trying to get myself out of this situation myself. To hell with everybody else right now. They want to find out they can talk to Newt about it, you know. Oh, there he is. Shh, don't say nothing. I said something wrong. Shh.
okay, I won't say nothing.
Okay.
But do I see that I'm going to entertain the idea. Do we ever really get out of the system? Like, I get maybe we're trying to advance it or maybe try to give us a little break, but do we ever truly get out of the system? And what would that look like?
No, you don't. I agree with you, but you try your best as much as you can, so you're not so dependent on them, you know. Or you can tell them go screw themselves, you know. I don't need you. I got food. You know, I got water. I got electricity. What the hell do I need you for? You know.
Well, plus you're at that age too, where I'm getting to that age too, where you probably just want a little bit more peace, silence in your life.
Oh yeah.
You don't want that,
Well,
the constant rat race.
what surprised me, being my age, my grandfather and my grandmother, they had a farm. I used to be there a lot. They used to, can, and they had fruit trees, plum, pears, grape, and I never thought about it. As I got older, I got out of it, And then when Newt says, yeah, just start doing your vegetables, start learning how to forage, start learning how to, eat edible forages out there, find out which one is poisonous, find out which one is not, And it all dawned on me, like my grandfather and my grandmother did. They lived in the Depression time, so that's why they did it.
So in a way, it was implanted on you a little bit. If it wasn't, like think about the younger generation now, if they've never been presented with that, how would they even gravitate to that? Like, especially if they hear somebody else. It sounds nice. Even when I hear it, I know I hear my brother, my dad talk about it, my wife talk about it, where it's from my point of view, it sounds nice. I was never really truly presented to it. I might intellectually get it, but it sounded like you also got to experience it at that childlike stage. So at least it was there. You still got to do the work. I won't deny that. You still got to do the work. It takes effort.
Well, during
Am
my
I
time.
back?
Oh no! Doggone it! You ruined the whole thing. Now I can't talk bad about you. What the hell?
That's okay.
Thanks a lot.
I'll talk bad about you for everyone.
Go on, dude. So I noticed you were gone. I was, you're gone.
Well, it's just Starlink doing its thing. I think it was resetting a satellite or something. It's all good. I'm refilling my matches, so carry on. I'm listening. I'm here to learn. Teach me, guys.
Well, I'll just say that never trust a new guru.
Yeah, fuck. Careful about them.
No, I was just ready to tell him. I was just ready to tell him when I was younger that people used to stick together. Neighbors against neighbors. They'd help each other. Bargain. Well, I don't have the money, but well, I can help you out. It's just that if I need help, I'll call you. Okay, yeah, no problem. And they did. They helped each other out. It was really neat. They got
Shit,
away
when
with
I
it.
was young, people used to stick together as long as they had the money.
Wow, no, not my time.
I'm describing the time now too.
Yeah, it was great in those days, but things have changed drastically.
Well, because now you get to play King of the Hill much easier. Isn't that fun?
Mm-hmm. Problem is, I always get knocked down. Get tired of it. I'm gonna make my own hill.
I think, guys, I've had conversations with my dad's friends, where they're older men, and sometimes they can lose themselves by saying we were better with money. I said, okay, so let's understand human behavior here, guys. You're saying that you were better with money because you didn't have credit cards, you didn't have PayPal accounts. But if you had the same technology that we have now back then, How many of you truly, if they're honest with themselves, would have said, I would have resisted those technology? Most of them wouldn't. So again, it goes back to, it takes an individual person to understand as the different ages come. Are you going to stay closer to nature, or are you going to adapt into civilization at the expense of nature? Even though nature is always here, it's ever present. But how much are actually us are truly going to say, no, I'm not going to go to the grocery store. I'm not going to use a microwave. No, I'm not going to use everything that's automated. I'm not going to use Wi-Fi. But then you're in a system where most people are going to do it. And then if you work at the company, you want to still play that game. Well, I got to use Wi-Fi. Well, we say we have to, but do you choose not to use it? It's challenging for most of us if they're being honest with themselves. That's usually 101, being honest with yourself to realize all the challenges that you've been, bestowed upon.
Well, I don't know if you showed up or not at the time, but there is going to be a time I'm shutting down. It's coming up. Totally. You won't even, that'll be it. I'm done. I'm going to have to. Yeah. It's coming to that point right now.
Be truly living off the grid, even though that's their term. We won't know where you are. And all the best.
Yeah, so God have pity, and they pick on this old man. They're going to hear it, regardless if they like it or not. I got a mouth on me when I have to have it, but I don't like to use it.
I guess as individuals, we're insignificant. Again, it's us thinking that, I know something, so I'm that important. No, it's like Satanists. If you choose no longer want to participate with them, say, yeah, good luck explaining that to the rest of them. They're going to think you're weird or crazy. Same with people that are Christians. You become aware of something. Okay, so how's that going to change? Everything else, unless you're going to teach that to your kids, and then your kids, as they get older, say, Dad, thank you very much. Why? You taught me how to be an upstanding, caring, moral human beings, but now I'm with all the crazies. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah, there you go. You're better off making me, even though I'm using the wrong word, but you would have been better off making me crazy like the rest of them.
Well, you're right about that, because I taught my kid to be honest and everything else. It's biting in my ass right now. I'm like, oh, shit.
But at least you can stand on your decision. That's the most important thing. That's why you have to be true with oneself. As long as you're okay with it. Yeah, the rest of the people could be, Rome burning down. Everybody's treating each other like hoovers. As long as you're true to yourself, you shouldn't have to be accountable for everybody else. You can do your part. You can guide your children. You can guide your loved ones, whatever they may be, your wife, your grandparents, and vice versa. But
according to nature, you're not accountable to anybody else. It's only an illusion if you think you are.
Yeah, again, that's another illusion that we're doing, because we're always within that vessel.
Right.
Am I really ever outside? I'm always here. I'm not there.
That being said, though, we have an effect on each other, and in another sense, we have a responsibility. If I contaminate a river that we both drink from, we're both fucked. So we need to make sure we're both in check, right? It's good for both of us to do that, and it's bad for both of us to not project the truth, and at least give opportunity to get rid of any excuses or justification of bullshit off the table. At that point, if you still want to be an idiot, that's fine. Have your bullshit life if you want. Just do it in a corner where it's not harming anybody but yourself, because that's where I'm going to have to step in and, in self-defense, do something. But if you don't affect and harm others and you do it to yourself, I'm not in your way. So it's none of my business then,
And if it's done in private, even better, because this way the children and everybody else don't get to see, oh yeah, he's going to hang himself. Okay, do it privately, and do it near the animals, because the animals will know what to do after with you. They'll just pull you down and start eating.
Might as well, yeah. Give a resource back.
Right. Instead of burying us, and then it takes like 80 years before you even get to it.
Right.
I already know, like I've listened to, I call them true hunters. Yeah, an animal dies, I'm sorry for it. We bring them to the woods. We don't even bury it, because we don't want the wolves to have to dig it. And it'll disappear.
Yeah, if humans pretending they're bees isn't bad enough, now they pretend they're carnivores that hunt. Like, where's your claws? Where's your hunting instincts and predator instincts where you just catch it and eat it raw, unskinned, unhulled, non-cooked, non-flavored with vegetables, by the way, herbs, you know.
Are we supposed to get a secondary? Are we supposed to get that secondary? The animals are supposed to eat the vegetation?
Right. Yeah, yeah, because that makes a lot of sense, you know.
Newt, could you excuse me for a while? I got my wife's up right now. I got to
No,
here,
no,
so.
you're not excused.
Okay.
About myself, guys, Vet,
You guys
I'm
go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead
taking
and
off
talk.
myself too. I'm taking off myself. So, ciao, Vet.
Oh shit. Okay.
Again, Newt, thank you very much.
You too. Thanks for being up. Appreciate it.
Thank
I'll be
you.
on the lookout for the other stuff that you passed to me as well. I appreciate that, and we'll see you soon.
Hey, did you charge him $5 for that wrench?
What do you mean $5?
It's $10 Canadian. It's $10 Canadian to your $5 American.
I charge him $50 and I bill it to your credit card as usual.
Well, no order of
Ciao.
order.
Ciao,
See you
guys.
later,
Have a good
Tommy.
one.
Yeah, thank you.
And you want to go? Okay, you got to do something with your wife.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
do that stuff. Okay. While you're
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
that, I could put on a Larkin. Actually, let me give it to you because
Okay, yeah, I can
in
do
case my satellite does its thing again, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you have problems, give me. Wait a minute. Let me turn my bell on here.
Are you going to be listening at the same time, or are you going into the?
I'm going to be playing with water a little bit, so I'm going to have a hard time with that.
Okay, let me get a longer one then.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing with some water, and I got to take my headphones off.
All right, hold on a second. Give me a minute here.
Give me time. It's going to take a while, dude. Believe me.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll get back just as soon as I can. Oh, yeah, I got to get back in the kitchen here.
Which one should we do?
Oh, there's something I wanted to. You know, you know that new Guru Part 12?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see it lately?
Yes. The last one?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time you seen it?
Today, I think, wasn't it?
I don't. Well, yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah, but I just happen to look at it right now. I don't understand this. I'm just totally freaking. We got over 70. It says 72 on the StreamYard, but I looked in my Neelix. It's over 80.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust either. Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I noticed that too. Yeah, the same thing on my channel. The analytics back end side never matched the what it showed on the video. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with clicks that happened by ourselves and stuff. I really don't know.
I don't either. I'm just totally baffled about this, Anyway, okay, I'll go to the private chat here.
So you got, oh yeah, I see. You got 65 views on the last one. That's what it's showing right now. Wow.
Yeah, well,
that's more views than anything in a while.
Mine says 70.
Yours is 70. You mean in the analytics or on the?
On my actual, my phone says 70. My analytics says 80.
Okay. On mine on the feed, it's showing 65 right now.
Let's see if I can see. Hold on there. Let me see if I can do this. Bear with me for a minute.
Yeah.
How do I do this? The home, right?
You got to
right
put
here.
screen share on if that's what you mean.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Bear with you. Hold on there. Let's see. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah, it's a 62 here. My phone says 70. 72. Exactly. Is that the one? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That says, okay, hit refresh, because on my, oh, that's not the, is that part 2? Yeah, it is. Hit refresh.
I don't understand this. Really.
Wow,
62.
interesting. Let me show you on mine. Give me 1 sec here.
I'll
I'll put
take a
it up.
picture of my phone and I'll send it to you. It's 72.
Window, Chrome tab. There it is. Look what it says on mine.
Okay, come over. Oh, I have to make it bigger. I can't see it.
Highlighted it there.
Still don't see it.
Right here on the first one. Can you see? I'm circling.
65?
65.
Wow.
So I don't know, right? Yeah,
Oh.
I wouldn't trust YouTube's counts were shit.
Which reminds me, I'm gonna have to wake some, hold on here. Let me get a hold of you know who. I didn't send him anything. I wanted him to sleep.
Oh.
Let me do that now. That's what I was gonna do. Whoops, for one. Bear with me here. Dan the man. There you go. Okay. You should be up, so you'll have someone to talk to there a little bit. So I get myself ready. Let's see, where am I at here?
There was a really good Paul Enslaved thing that he did the other day.
Oh, you don't have the link yet. Okay.
No, I'm still looking for it.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking for which one, because you're going to be a while. So I want one that's at least
gotcha.
Say an hour, because if you're going to do it, then I can't. Well, I guess I could put it up and down still if I need be, but I won't be able to put another video on unless I do it from my end.
Well, how long's the first one? I'll come back then. I'll keep an eye on it.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. How long do you want it to be?
As long as you make it, because I don't know how long it's going to be. I gotta.
Well, I'm trying to look for one that's going to suffice for, so that you don't have to come back until at least, so you can just concentrate on what you need to do there with your wife. I can always fill in the gap a little bit or whatever. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave you stranded like this. Sorry about this. I thought you and Amico, whatever his name is, was going to talk, but it didn't quite work that way.
No, that's okay. You're paying me, right?
Yeah. I use the checks in the mail. You know that.
Yeah. That's what I thought. So biding my time well. Playing the corporate game and all. And
keep talking. I'll pay you.
I've never got so rich before I started working for you, right?
You notice? You noticed that, eh?
I mean, I have capitalism and the monetary system down to a science, and I can prove it. If it's a zero-sum game, I do zero fantastic around here.
It's a Ponzi scheme with me. Well, did I say that? I didn't mean it. Yeah.
You know what we can do? Then that's something that I want people to continue to get a chance to really review. Why don't we showcase that class 1 again? Let's do that. We don't have to play the whole thing just until you get back.
Which one? I don't know. Which one are you talking about here?
On your channel, the class 1. I'll give you the link. Hang on. Let me get to it.
Class 1.
Yeah, we'll do that. And then when you get back, I don't want to showcase any new material or stuff for everybody else without using it too.
The last one we did, the last live.
Yeah,
okay. Hold on.
The class 1, the one that we made the editing together. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. What the hell happened here? Hold on, I'm playing games with myself here. There you go. Class 1 content. That was a live.
Yes.
And let's see which one it is here. I'm still going to start showing now. Governor. Well, I don't know which one it was, dude. I'll start showing my old. No, government does.
I could either direct you or just give you the link, which is easier for you.
Here, direct me.
Okay.
Easier. Hold on here.
Well, are you on your page? If you're on your page in the live section, I can tell you where it is.
Okay, I'm on the live section. Can you see it?
Okay, now I can see it. Yeah. Just go to your channel directly. That should do. Yeah. Okay, now go to your live tab. Okay, and it's the one that has our thumb that shows the class further down.
God dang, we did that many already? Wow.
Scroll down further. Well, okay, actually, that's the. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not in your lives. It's in the videos because we re-uploaded it. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to show the full one because there's a lot of Yeah, there it is. You see it? Second row, number 2, right there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Now, if I get done with this fast, do you want me to shut it off when I'm done, or you want to just continue to play?
No. When you're back here, I'm still here listening, doing other things. So when you're back, just hit pause so I can hear you, and let me know that you're here, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Sounds like a winner.
Yeah, I don't intend to replay the full thing again, just while you're not here to fill the void, and then when you're back, we can get into some other things.
Hey, what's going on here? Hold on here. All right, audio check.
When I found out about I
Working.
just.
Okay, here we go. Go here. Let's see, make sure it's back there. It is. Okay, we're all set. I knew it'd catch you short.
You bet. Roll them.
Learned about how they print money. I literally could not believe
Oh yeah,
it.
money's not real.
For 3 days, I'm sitting around, so I'm like, what the fuck is this? So they could just print this shit?
Money is not real. It's not real. They just print it. It's not real.
Fair. Please continue.
Yeah, so money's not real. And I say that to people. They go,
So
"What
it's
do you
not
mean?"
about money.
No, it's not about money. So what's about? It's about power control. So we say about money not being real. Money is not real from a governmental perspective because they just print it. It's nothing. But money is truthfully the stored time and energy of other people. If you have money, you have stored time and energy of other humans. Because
people are hourly rates.
That's right. Because I can take that money and make someone else use their time and energy for X thing.
Got it.
So
So it's a different version of slavery.
Absolutely. Because if I'm going to come along and say, you're no longer my slave. As my slave, you had to work for a house and a car. You're no longer my slave. In slavery, let's actually look at slavery.
Slavery began that way.
Yeah, and slavery said, you work on my plantation, I give you somewhere to eat.
Or I'll give you my daughter.
Completely. So let's look at even American slavery, the slavery that most Americans understand. You're going to work for me. I'm going to give you a house and I'm going to give you food and you're going to stay here and you're going to work. Slavery is abolished. So now what do? You're going to work for me. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you some money. And that money is enough to only buy you a house and some food. We've just put money in the middle. Now, if I can make you do whatever I want for money and I can print as much money as I want, you're my slave because I can print it from the sky and you need it to live. So you are my slave. Money's not real.
All right. Getting started. Who here knows and can tell me what a Ponzi scheme is?
The whole monetary system is a Ponzi scheme.
Well, yes, we're going to get into that. But what is a Ponzi scheme specifically? Who knows?
I know half of it.
Scam. It's a scam.
The guy called Ponzi did it himself. He did a Ponzi
Fonz?
scheme. Ponzi scheme. That was his name, Ponzi, not Bonzo. I have to teach you how to say scissors. It's called skizzers.
It's a scam. To scam you out of money.
Yeah, that's what it is. But there's more to it than that. Nude broke it down. Go on, Nude. Tell us.
That is correct. It is a scam. Now, how is it a scam? Why is it a scam? Can you explain it?
Probably not.
Well, basically,
they offer you something
I
that's
can
not
explain
true
it.
for money.
So a Ponzi scheme is basically where you get someone to sign up for something where they give you money, right? So that first person has given that Ponzi scheme dude the money, and then now people sign up. He keeps signing people up, right? And he pays those people with other people's money less, right? And then each like layer gets less and less money, all the way to the bottom where it's basically like those people are trying to sell other people the dream. And it's all a scam because they don't have enough money to actually make it go, pretty much like the economy.
Sounds like the pyramid scheme.
Very good, Moose. It almost is a pyramid scheme. They're very similar, except the pyramid scheme could be a lot more multitude of things. And some pyramid schemes, there's nothing scammy about them, actually. They're just a structure and a way to organize a team, or if it's in the corporate world, everything in the corporate world is a pyramid scheme, the way that businesses are run. So they're similar.
Excuse me, just a minute, please. Sorry. Burry's asking a question for Moose.
She's off topic.
Yeah, that was from earlier, right?
Was it?
Yeah. I'm going to probably buy the tree because starting an apple tree from seed is a bad idea because you never know what you're going to get. Or I might graft it. I might go back to the hotel and take a couple cuttings off the tree and then graft those onto a different rootstock.
She asked, are you going to try starting your apple tree from clippings or seeds? Oh, okay. Got it. Good question. Okay. So I have a couple quotes of the day here that I'm just going to post up here. And I'll have a couple, 1 second here. There's the first one. We'll read them. And it's one of them is which one is which here? This one here is yesterday's, I believe, quote, and then there's another one from a couple weeks back. And it's these two quotes here that I got thinking about yesterday morning. in my meditative state contemplating, that would be an excellent focused discussion for us to get to the nitty gritty. So who wants to do the honors and read this first one here?
I have to go into bedroom here, so always got the TV on. I can't. Go on, Dan. It's all yours.
I'm illiterate.
At least he didn't say I don't get paid enough. I'll even zoom up. Dan, you've been put on the spot.
Yeah, I'm going to the bedroom right now.
Okay. We'll give Rights the other one. Dan, can you just the honors on this one?
Nope.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Where's the boot button?
Yeah, here you go.
Okay, we'll wait till.
I can't read with the shit anyway, but you guys want me to. Well, I can't see. I know. Okay.
Instead of fraudulent, I'll say fragrant.
I can't read that at all. Too small for me. Damn.
And I had the circle thing happen. Am I back?
Yeah, yeah. I can't read that, dude. That's too small on the phone.
Is it too small?
Yeah, it is. I can't see that. I think I need glasses.
Probably, but you should be able to zoom with your if you use the finger things.
Well, I'm in my cell phone right now. I don't know how to do it without getting kicked out.
Oh, you're on your cell phone and looking at
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I'm
Moose
looking at
can read it. Moose can read it.
My wife's got the TV on in the front room. I'm in the kitchen. You'll be able to hear her, the noise in the background. I don't want that.
Cooking meat.
All right. The entire monetary system is a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme is a fraudulent scam. Therefore, all who participate in the monetary scheme are participating in a fraudulent system. Quote of the day by Nude. Oh, no, whoa. Quote of the day by Nude Guru.
All right, and we'll do this one here as well. Here's the other one. Moose, you want to grab that too for us?
All right, here we go, folks. We got the current capitalist monetary system is a zero-sum structure and Ponzi scheme. This means that if you are doing well or even modestly okay in the system, it is on the backs of those who are struggling and not doing well at all by design. Do you care? And this is for all the people, especially like me, right? Like I'm in a comfortable spot now. I don't have a bunch of extra capital to throw around, but I grew up really poor. And I realized that, yes, I have gained where I'm at on the backs of other people. And so I do give back to the community. I'm community oriented, and I definitely want to get out of this system.
Okay, very good. And there's another aspect of this. So we covered just briefly what a Ponzi scheme was. Very good explanation, Moose. I have a couple of videos as well that is going to showcase a good detailed visual explanation of a Ponzi scheme. We'll put on in a minute for everybody as well to elaborate on that. And also, as you can see here in my quote, there's another part of that. Who here knows what a zero-sum structure is?
I don't.
That I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure.
No, I don't either. Never even heard of that.
Okay. Dan, do you know? Or anybody in chat?
No idea.
I'm going to guess so before you give us the answer. My guess is a zero-sum structure is basically where nobody wins.
You're close, and you kind of hit it earlier, actually, a little bit ago. To sum up a zero-sum structure, it means in order for you to win in a game, somebody else has to lose by design. So there's not enough for everybody.
Copy that.
That's what that means. Another way to put that is there's superficial scarcity by design, so it creates a environment where, like in a game, where people have to compete, and whoever competes the hardest wins, and somebody else has to lose. Now that's all fine and dandy in a game, right? Games are just games. But this is real life stuff we're talking about here. A monetary system, a system that people are depending on and functioning with, co-functioning with. You can already start to see, even before we elaborate on this, if that's the case, it's going to set up a pretty dodgy, unhealthy environment for people, where they're going to start to have to do things outside of their character and nature just for survival. Because nobody's going to sit there and just let themselves sit down and let themselves starve. So it really takes things to a pretty toxic situation, where you've got a synthetic scarcity situation going on by design that is not in line with the way things work in nature, which we just started to touch on that a bit ago with moose, with the abundance that happens in nature. In nature, this is not the case whatsoever. You've got way more than enough for anybody who wants to access into that. It's just never ending. And there is no zero-sum game in nature, not at all. It's healthy. That's why it exists and functions. But in the corporate world and the capitalist monetary system that we have going on today, the entire thing, top to bottom, is zero-sum. Now you got to ask yourself, if you're a moral person, and I reckon most people are, is it moral to participate in this? Now,
Definitely not.
Definitely not, of course. Now, most people, of course, don't know or understand how the monetary system actually works. And of course, a lot of that is by design from the corporate school system. It intentionally doesn't even touch base on any of that. It doesn't want, by design, people to even think about that or focus on that. It just wants the people who designed it, the people that aren't present in the public view, by design, they know how it works. And so they're the people at the top of this Ponzi pyramid structure, reaping the most benefits on the backs of all the rest of the people who are naive to this. Now, just because you're naive to this doesn't forgive you. It doesn't forgive you for your participation in this. It doesn't make it okay. It's your responsibility. And this is what a lot of people do. A lot of people, they say, well, I wasn't taught this in school. I wasn't taught this by my parents. And yeah, you weren't. But whose responsibility is it? If you're going to partake in a system of some kind in life, whose responsibility is it to take the initiative, to learn the ins and outs and the top to bottom ins and outs of how the system that you're functioning in? It's certainly not going to be the responsibility of what many people would refer to as your oppressors to give you that information, right? So, and this is what a lot of people go sideways with. They think they've, by design, again, the corporate school system and everybody has taught patriotism and to put your trust into these things that we just take for granted and send our children away to think that, okay, it's been designed for our benefit when it hasn't. And don't question that. Just don't rock the boat or challenge the status quo. And most people don't even have enough time, once you get too caught up in the system, to even have the energy to focus to question. And that's by design as well. Nonetheless, just because all of that is designed that way does not change the fundamental responsibility aspect, that it's on you to think about that still, to learn about that, to challenge, to question, and to get to the bottom of what it is that you're participating in. And that's why we're doing this session here today, so that we can bring more awareness, because awareness is the whole key to all of it, and present it like it is, so that you can see what it is that you've actually been participating in for all this time, and start to think about your morality when it comes to that. And then of course we'll discuss the other side of the coin, the options of how to segue out, and the holistic health picture that goes behind in leaving the toxic nature of this whole thing. So let me shift to the couple videos that I have here that are going to showcase the Ponzi scheme and how it works. It's going to elaborate on the explanation that Moose said. There's a couple videos of that, and then I've got one video of the zero sum explanation. And I'll also put the links in chat for anybody who wants to keep that as a reference for themselves and showcase to anybody else as well. These are really good videos that I found. Very brief and simple, to the point, layman's terms, basic videos to explain it. So give me a second here while I call up the first one. How Ponzi scheme works. And we're on this one.
So,
Okay,
you may
here
have
we go.
heard about Ponzi schemes in the news. Everybody knows they're illegal, but you might not understand how they work. So Ben is here to show us. To start off, Ben gets a few people to invest their money with him. At the end of the year, he gives those clients amazing returns that beats every other investor in the market. Needless to say, the investors are thrilled. In fact, they're so ecstatic about all the money they're making that they tell all their friends and family about it too, who tell their friends, who tell their friends. In the stock market, most investors make money some years and lose money others. But Ben's Ponzi scheme, yeah, it never loses money. In fact, it always beats the market by a huge margin. But the returns he pays to these people aren't from actual profits. He just takes the money these new guys invest and gives it to these guys. But as soon as you can't get enough new money,
He froze.
Did it again, eh?
true, it probably is. Just ask Ben.
Oh, never mind. Hey, we missed part of that video. Can you do a replay?
Yeah, let me redo it again. And then after that, I'm just going to go straight into the other two back to back. They're all pretty much just as short like this, just to give other views of explaining the same thing. And while I'm doing that, I'll go ahead and put the 3 links for these videos in the chat for everybody. So here we go with this one again. And sorry about the disconnect there. It's bound to happen here on my Starlink.
So, you may have heard about Ponzi schemes in the news. Everybody knows they're illegal, but you might not understand how they work. So Ben is here to show us. To start off, Ben gets a few people to invest their money with him. At the end of the year, he gives those clients amazing returns that beats every other investor in the market. Needless to say, the investors are thrilled. In fact, they're so ecstatic about all the money they're making that they tell all their friends and family about it too, who tell their friends, who tell their friends. In the stock market, most investors make money some years and lose money others. But Ben's Ponzi scheme, yeah, it never loses money. In fact, it always beats the market by a huge margin. But the returns he pays to these people aren't from actual profits. He just takes the money these new guys invest and gives it to these guys. But as soon as you can't get enough new money from this group to pay these people, then the whole pyramid starts to crumble because they're not getting paid anymore. Ben and these guys who invested first made a killing, but these folks lost all their money. So the next time a guy like Ben tries to get you to invest in something that sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Just ask Ben.
Ben's a dick.
As said before, you've probably heard a lot about finance terms being thrown around. One of the most common things you've been hearing is the term Ponzi scheme. In this podcast, I'm going to explain how it works. Now, what is a Ponzi scheme? Well, it's an investment arrangement in which investors are promised low risk and high return. Here's the catch. These investments are fraudulent. They are not actual investments. They eventually collapse, and investors lose a lot of money. The origin of the term Ponzi scheme comes from Italian immigrant Charles Ponzi, who immigrated to the United States in the 1880s. He was a businessman who later duped a lot of people into buying postal reply coupons. When the scheme collapsed, Ponzi had carried out one of the largest frauds in U.S. history. So, how does a Ponzi scheme work? Well, let's start with an example. Let's take an investment of 6 blocks, and each block is worth $1. So in total, that's an investment valued at $6. Anyway, the client goes to what he thinks is a qualified investor. In reality, this investor is a Ponzi schemer, and he says, I have $6. The investor says, if you give me your $6 and invest with me, I will give you $9 of return. So the naive client gives his $6 to the investor. When the client is ready for his money, the investor gives it back to him with the full $9 or the $3 of return that he promised. Satisfied client Green goes and tells his friends Orange, Red, and Blue about his wonderful investment experience. In turn, Orange, Red, and Blue give their investments to the Ponzi schemer. Sure enough, when Orange, Red, and Blue ask for their money back, Ponzi schemer is able to produce it with the high returns that he's promised. The problem with Ponzi schemes is despite the great return, it's looking behind the returns that actually matter. The truth about them, and this is a secret about Ponzi schemes, is they're not about investing. Rather, it's a distribution or a redistribution of money from new investors to old investors. And in this example, let's say there's an old investor, Investor Pink, and he had given Ponzi schemer $6. So he goes to Ponzi schemer and says, I want my return. What Ponzi schemer has actually done is that he's taken money from the newer investors, Red, Orange, and Blue, and he's used that money as part of the return. Now, in fact, this is a simplified example of how a Ponzi scheme works. In reality, it's much more complicated, and there's a lot more money being used. The key to understand is not that this example is simple, but that this reflects that the money is being shifted from newer investors to older investors. Thus, the cycle continues. Because satisfied clients are thrilled with their return, the Ponzi schemer earns a good reputation. And that's how Ponzi schemes are able to sustain themselves, by taking money from the much larger pool of newer investors and giving it to the smaller pool of old investors. The pattern continues until the Ponzi schemer stops getting newer investors, or these newer investors aren't large enough to sustain the demands of the older investors. This often happens during an economic downturn or if something goes awry in the fund. The result, when all is exposed, is that the entire scheme collapses. Thus explains the story of Bernie Madoff. The feds estimated that Madoff must have swindled about $50 billion worth of money. How did he get so many clients? Well, it was primarily reputation based. He started giving out some good return that his clients referred him to their friends, and slowly he was able to build up a roster of very wealthy clients. By having this large number of clients, Madoff was able to sustain his fund for a good period of time, until finally some people started getting suspicious and the entire scheme collapsed. That's the reality behind Ponzi schemes. They can never last. To review, Ponzi schemes aren't actually investments. They're just a redistribution of money from old investors to new investors. When new investors can't support the returns of old investors, the scheme collapses. Investors such as Bernie Madoff are able to get a wide array of clients because of their reputation, not because of their investing ability. Thus, they're able to fool many people. Coming up, how assets can be toxic. Thanks for watching. To learn more or watch more podcasts, visit www.subprimethemusical.wordpress.com.
Want a new career but don't have experience?
Prior to the Google UX design certificate, I didn't have any. A Ponzi scheme is an investment fraud that supposedly offers investors low risk and high profit. Although investors believe that their profits come from successful business activities, in reality, there aren't any business activities or profit. New investors are the source of the funds, and the profit is just a redistribution of money that's collected from investors. Suppose that you have $1,000 and my offer is 20% payback every month. That means you'll get $200 at the end of the first month, $200 at the end of the second month, $200 at the end of the third month, and so on. After just 5 months, your money has doubled, $1,000 profit plus $1,000 your capital. It sounds like magic, but it isn't sustainable. Let's see why it's a dead end. Although Ponzi schemes can be very complex, let's keep ours simple and say that every month 10 people join the scheme and each of them invests $10,000. They'll get 20% payback every month. In the first month, 10 people join and $100,000 is collected. In the second month, 10 people join, $100,000 is collected, and $20,000 is paid back to people who joined in the first month. The total money will be $180,000. In the third month, 10 people join, $100,000 is collected, and $40,000 is paid back to people who joined in the first and second months. The total money will be $240,000. In the fourth month, 10 people join, $100,000 is collected, and $60,000 is paid back to people who joined in the first, second, and third months. The total money will be $280,000. In the fifth month, 10 people join, $100,000 is collected, and $80,000 is paid back to people who joined in the first, second, third, and fourth months. The total money will be $300,000. In the sixth month, 10 people join, $100,000 is collected, and $100,000 is paid back to people who joined in the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth months. The total money will be $300,000. In the seventh month, 10 people join, $100,000 is collected, and $120,000 is paid back to people who joined in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth months. The total money will be $280,000. If you notice, the total money at the end of the sixth month stops increasing. After 6 months, the total amount of money begins to drop. And in the 11th month, the total money will be $0. In reality, the total money never drops to $0 because the creator of the scheme either disappears or declares bankruptcy when the total money begins to drop. In order for the scheme to survive, the number of new investors each month must be higher than in the previous month, and that's impossible to keep up. Eventually, the scheme will collapse. You might think it would be very profitable if you join the scheme early on, but the problem is you can't know when the scheme has started or when it'll stop. Even if you join at the starting point, there are many uncertainties. When you want to quit, will you be able to get your capital? In our example, in order to earn your capital, the scheme must continue for at least 5 months. But will it? Finally, let's look at how we can identify a Ponzi scheme. Many Ponzi
I'm just going to pause there for 1 second and elaborate on what he just said here. Notice how when he was putting the question mark here, he didn't even mention a thing about morality. It was all just based on who can get in first. Almost like there was no consideration for the fact that no matter what, even if you got in first and you lost, it was based on somebody else, and you won rather. It was based on somebody else that by design is going to have to lose in here. And that's where the zero-sum game comes in, which we'll elaborate on it in just a second. So, who cares if you win in this scheme if it's on the back of somebody else who's got to lose by design? Now, it'd be one thing, I guess, if gambling is gambling, and that's really what this is, right? The entire monetary system actually is just gambling. It's a game of hot potato. Now, if you have a situation where everybody involved in a game of some kind is fully disclosed and aware, top to bottom, what they're involved into, they understand the structure of it and the risks, fair game, right? But obviously that's not what we're dealing with here, especially on a large scale worldwide at all, both monetary systems. So it's widely a scam and highly a scam because it's preying on the naivety of people who don't know this and exploiting the vulnerability that comes along with that.
be able to get your capital. In our example, in order to earn your capital, the scheme must continue for at least 5 months. But will it? Finally, let's look at how we can identify a Ponzi scheme. Many Ponzi schemes share common characteristics. Every investment carries some degree of risk. If someone offers no or low risk with high earnings, it's a warning sign that it could be a Ponzi scheme. Also, investments tend to go up and down over time. Be skeptical about an investment that regularly generates positive returns regardless of overall market conditions.
All right, so those are
Dialpad
the
AI.
1 second here. Those are the 3 videos on the Ponzi scheme overview. And now we will do the zero-sum game aspect of things.
Welcome to the Investors Trading Academy Talking Glossary of Financial Terms and Events. Our word of the day is zero-sum game, a situation in which one person's gain is equivalent to another's loss. So the net change in wealth or benefit is zero. A zero-sum game may have as few as 2 players or millions of participants. Zero-sum games are found in game theory, but are less common than non-zero-sum games. Poker and gambling are
Hey, dude.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, there. I just read the message.
Okay. I didn't know if that was and a change back or whatnot.
Yeah, a little surprised my end, but yeah, I'm all set for a while anyway.
Okay. Yeah, no
So I see
worries.
Michiganders here.
Yeah, morning, Mitch. Anybody else who's there as well?
Reggie was
Dan a
here.
bit ago. Reggie, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he said he was going to take Dan for a walk, didn't he?
Dan needs a
Oh,
walk. Yeah.
He said, yes, thanks. Just getting Dan's day started. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Dan's got to, take a shit in the woods.
Does. Yes. Yes. It's an important part of the ritual of the day.
Yeah.
It's got to clean the pipes,
That's right. We don't want Dan getting all plugged up here.
Yes. Yes.
Blame it on Reggie,
Yeah, especially at his age,
Yeah. Yeah. I hope he gets some good poison ivy when he sits down.
Yeah, that'll do the trick to clean you out one way or another.
Scratches problems away,
Right. Be sure when you're foraging to grab some of that, put it in your salad.
Wow. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We teach how to be healthy here, folks.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you'd be seeing Reggie scratch his balls like crazy with Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's some nasty shit. I am so highly allergic to that shit. It's unreal. Damn. The calamine lotion, boy. Woo.
I heard it's just no. Don't try this at home, kids. I've never experimented this, but I've heard some people who get accustomed to it, just like anything else. You adapt, and then they actually do put it in their salad, and they do eat it.
Wow.
Yes. Don't try that at home, please. I'm not endorsing it.
As a kid, that's all I used to get was that, because it used to be a wooded area, Shit. Never got used to it. Damn. catch gardener snakes and tadpoles and all that stuff. Yep.
Fun times.
Oh, it was. It was a lot of fun at those times, yeah. Now, there's no woods back there at all. It's all built up.
You got to go a little further for that these days. Past the
Yeah.
Starbucks, That's where most people draw the line. It's
Can't
like
believe
the edge of the world is where Starbucks ends.
I can't believe there's one in a VA hospital.
Oh,
It's amazing.
that just makes purpose. And most hospitals have a McDonald's.
Really? Wow.
At least over here. Yeah.
You're right. You're right. I seen that. You're right. I remember that now. Yep. You're right.
Because they're all about, health and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're there for your best interest, and you're loving it.
Yeah. Yes, you are. Yeah. I love paying for it. Yeah. Shoot. Oh, thank God. It's a beautiful day today, too.
If you're going to go down, you should go down with a Big Mac.
Mm-hmm. In your hand.
They don't tell you, of course, the meat in there was scrounged up from the corpses in the basement on the psych ward, but
wow,
that's for another. You'll discover that, once you get the effects of the IV.
What's bad about this? I don't know if you were, well, probably not. But in 1970s, early 60s, no, I'm sorry, late 60s, early 70s, Whoppers used to be twice the size, 3 times the size they are now.
I remember that.
Remember that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just huge.
Yeah, so when I was a kid, yeah, they were giants.
Mm-hmm. Used to eat 2 of those bad boys.
Well, they had to get people addicted somehow, So at first, it's like gluttoncy, all you can eat. Easiest way to get genocide to be self-imposed is make it attractive, make it taste good. It works.
I had women like that. Yeah. We were talking about women, right?
Women, genocide, potato, yeah. For sure. Pretty much is a death sentence right from the moment you sign.
Wow.
And then there's Barbara, she'll concur.
Yeah, last night I was doing your videos. I still can't understand how that works. But anyway, I was doing your videos at Magoo 12,
Mm-hmm.
and I get a ring on my phone. So I had to stop. Hello. Hey, how you doing? I said, doing good. My son-in-law. Hey, we have no electricity here. I said, well, what's going on? He says, it's hotter than hell. Can we come on over? I said, yeah, come on over, So they come over here and slept, over at the house there. So it took about 18 hours to get that thing to working. They kept saying, oh yeah, only 5 more hours, 5 more hours,
Shit, I would have charged them for air conditioning service.
Yeah. That's worse than me trying to get money out of me, dude.
Whatever works.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So he stayed till like about 9, and they finally says, well, it's on. So he went home, with their granddaughter. The infrastructure's bad here, real bad.
Well, you never expected Big Macs to be good for you, did you?
No, not at all.
Well, the same people who designed the Big Macs design the infrastructure.
Made to fail. Makes sense.
Well, made to fail you.
Yeah.
Yes. Made to fail in the name of the American dream.
Well, yeah, they get you addicted, and they just don't give you a better Bigger Mac. They make it worse.
Isn't retirement such an exciting thing to work your whole life for?
Oh yeah,
Think of the logic behind that.
Yeah.
I get to retire as my trophy after 60 years of bullshit.
I was forced retired. I mean, I didn't want to retire. It didn't work out. Let's put it that way. No, you're right. I'm waiting for a better day, and we're going to take off a while. My wife and I, we're going to go up north.
Yeah.
Take some videos of it, show you the difference of Michigan here, the water.
How much petroleum's in it?
No, this water is fantastic.
Oh, that's the other thing, the peninsula thing that you were showing me or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's about the thumb area of Michigan.
Right.
Cleaner than shit. You go past
I'm going to hold you to that. You stick your face right in there and drink raw.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Yeah.
All right. Let's
the only
prove
problem,
to the world.
Fish do in that water.
The fish, what?
Fish do in that water.
If they live in it, everything.
Yeah, right.
Shit, piss, procreate,
Make a little whoopee. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're all right, dude. Jeez. Wow. No, but it is clear though. It is clear compared to the area we're down here. It's just brown. You can't even see the bottom because the industrial. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
I do.
It's disgusting.
That's I go nowhere near that shit. And we're all responsible for that.
Well, I was a kid. He said, jumping that shit. They have a place called the Metropolitan Beach, and you can swim there. Now you can't even swim there. They made a pool. All you can do is sit in the sand. That's how bad it is now. They didn't say nothing when I was a kid.
I'm surprised they do now.
Yeah, well, yeah, I am too. No lifeguards, no nothing. You're not allowed to swim.
Well, that's what the people get for consuming and abusing.
Mm-hmm.
You reap what you sow. If you piss in the garden in the back, you're probably going to have shitty vegetables. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if everything works, I'm going to show you where I grew up at as a half kid. You know, my life there, half my life, and that's been built up. I hear, so I got to go up there and find out what's going on up there.
I mean, just give me a second here. I'm closing down what I was working on. I just got to make sure I did something here. Yeah. And last thing. Okay. Close that. All right. Now all my attention is back. Yeah.
All right. I don't know how you can do that. I can't do that.
What, multitask?
Oh my God, that's hard for me. Yeah.
I hardly can. I suck at it. I really do. I'm better than I used to be.
Really?
I had to try really hard to improve that, and I got better. But I'm still like, I even tell Fruity not to say anything when we drive and stuff. I need to really concentrate. You know, I get distracted too easily. Yeah.
I'm not that quite bad, but I'm not bad enough. I can talk and drive. Well, of course, I'm used to driving, though. You know.
I think it's because I'm so in a meditative state that's very in the moment, in the present, and a heightened state of consciousness. That it's very being pulled away from that is like a sensitive jerk. That's the best way that I can describe it, you know? And so you kind of like get jolted out of that, and then you get disoriented, and I can lose my train of focus really easily.
Gotcha.
That's why I don't like being in crowds as well. You know, I'm very sensitive to that.
Me too.
Yeah. It just drains my energy so fast because it's intense to maintain a focus of that already, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just better off to be in solitude with nature, with just calmness around all the time, and that's where I perform my best, you know.
Well, you go up north, you meet some good people up there. How you doing? You know, talking to you. You know, like, wow, you know, I'm not used to this. You know, where are you from? You know, they're fantastic. Got good manners. You know.
Wow, you should introduce me. Where's this?
In the Thumb area where I grew up at. We were up there about 2 years ago. Called Port Austin.
Oh yeah.
The people were fantastic. They were just beautiful people. That's where they have all those windmills up there. I got to show you that too when I go up there.
Hmm.
I think it's about 5 miles out of my way, but I can do it. You can see them all over the place up there. The people are friendly up there. They are.
That's nice.
Yeah. It's not like down here, you know, different atmosphere.
Yes, amazing the different areas can be in terms of people and stuff. Never go to Vancouver. It's not that you'd ever want to, anyways. You want to see. Well, I'm sure it'd be just like New York or Manhattan, probably Philly or Chicago. It's probably like that, you know.
Hmm. Now the areas that you mentioned, I flew there, but I never was out in New York. I was in the New York airport, but I never got a chance to go. From there I flew back home after I came out of the service.
Hmm.
For Chicago, we went around it. we went on a vacation trip. Never went there either, So, who was it in Illinois, but never Chicago. They say you can really get lost in Chicago with all the way the streets are made, how they're built. You can really get lost. I've heard that more than one person.
Yeah, Vancouver's like that too. For that reason, I think a lot of the streets, they're just number named. But in between all that, there's a lot of cul-de-sacs, and you don't know if they reach the edge of the main roads or not. And if you get caught in there, that's a labyrinth. And it's easier if you're walking. You could probably find your way through some of the house gates and stuff. But if you're driving, it could take you days to figure out how to get out of them. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I went nuts when I first what do they call it? Roundabout.
Yeah.
I was driving around circles trying to figure that out for short, What the hell?
How do I get off this thing?
Yeah, I went on the wrong side,
Right. Now in Europe, that's commonplace, and it's multi-lane roundabout.
Wow.
Sometimes 4 or 5, 6 lanes. And then they have roundabouts connected with other roundabouts with multi-lanes.
Are you kidding me? Wow.
No, sometimes 4 or 5, all in a pile together. And they all go off into different highway chutes, so it depends on what you're trying to connect to.
Well,
when you're used to it, it's nothing, but, the system here is very different.
Yeah, the first time was very different. Let me tell you, driving around circles, trying to get over the other lane where I'm supposed to be at,
Right.
People blocking me, driving around circles.
I prefer the roundabout. I think it's safer and keeps the traffic more flowing.
Well,
better for on your car as well, you're not fully stopping and shit.
That's true.
And you're not waiting at lights,
Mm-hmm. It is.
Morning, Sloosh.
Oh, Sloosh is here?
Yeah.
You two-timing woman, I heard about you. Well, you wait till I see her.
She two-timed you again?
Yeah, she sure did. I heard about it.
What'd she do now?
Well, she had another chicken dinner with a chicken. She ate it. She wouldn't share with me.
She had her rights for chickens?
Yeah. Think I'd even get a bone out of it? No, not her.
Well,
how do you plead now there, Sushi? Huh?
I think she pleads to choke the chicken. Yeah, I threw her curve. She wrote to me on a message. Instead of putting a slice, she put she slice. 56. She bought it. Oh, she's up. Is that her? Nope. It's Reggie. Reggie finished bringing Dan for a walk. I take it.
Oh, Reggie. Did Dan take a shit?
For fuck's sakes.
Yeah. Reggie took Dan for a shit.
Yeah.
Did you figure out the Wi-Fi thing? Reggie?
Yes, he did.
I'll take that as a yes. For fuck's sakes.
I got shitty internet.
He screwed up his
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think there's just a big lag.
Can
you hear us?
Yeah. No, I didn't screw my internet up. I got a cord because I wanted to stop frying myself, microwaving myself with the Wi-Fi waves. And I shut off my Wi-Fi, and now I can't get the cord hooked up. It won't connect.
Huh? Wow.
Did you call them back?
No, I haven't yet. It takes hours, and I can't understand them. They're from Indian,
Yeah.
and I can't even understand them, and it takes hours. And so, no, I was going to do it this morning.
When you call them, you should either listen to the options for tech support or just say that verbally. Say tech support. You'll probably have to do it like 4 times, you know.
No, I know, and I do, and I get someone from India.
Yeah, he's right. He's right about that. That happens to me quite a few times.
Are you literally saying that though? Tech support?
Yes. Why? What's the difference? I don't understand. What's your point?
You'll get somebody who's specifically trained for what you're looking for instead of just a general agent who's kind of just not really specifying in that and may not know what they're doing and probably looking to just make money off you. Just a corporate bottom of the barrel non-techie shithead, you know.
Well,
just a regular
he's right
agent.
about that. Hindus. I mean, I can't understand them half the time, and I keep saying I don't understand you. I'm sorry, they get frustrated. I'm not trying to be rude, but I couldn't talk your language, but I sure can't understand yours talking to me. Talking English.
They're speaking English
with a Hindu accent.
Mm-hmm. Like this.
Yeah, they speak English, but they speak so fast with an accent you can't understand them.
Reading is good.
Oh, I just heard somebody else come up.
It's the chicken choker.
Oh no, I gotta go now. I'll see ya.
Yo, you didn't finish that story of that. You didn't finish that comment.
But they speak so fast.
Huh?
They speak so fast. Us too, and
Dan is still like a half an hour behind on the conversation.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear.
Right. Sorry, Dan
So
will hear
what I
you
was
in
saying
about
is,
5 minutes.
Good morning, Dan. Did you get walked by the dog this morning?
You can go for coffee now. Come back in 5 minutes and you'll have a response.
What?
Did the dog take you for a walk this morning? Oh my God! No. The delay. All right. Let's move on. Anyway, I related to what Dan was saying about the whenever you call tech support.
I can hear.
Whenever you call tech support.
Morning.
There is always a Filipino or Indian or somebody from India, or you know what I mean?
No, I haven't done that yet.
No. I'm just saying I relate to what you were saying about anytime you call, there's always somebody that you can't understand when they're talking to you. I used to go through that all the time, yo.
What are you
like internet?
Dan, you should.
I was in the chat.
Dan, if possible, I would suggest turning your modem Wi-Fi back on for the meantime until you get a hold of them later, because right now the lag is like literally about a minute and a half behind.
Yeah, what am I talking about? It was just 3 seconds ago, Dan. I'm talking about the internet.
We'll give him 10 minutes before he heard that, I'm telling you.
I know, right? But I relate to what he's saying, though, Nudie. Every time I used to call when I first got my computer, I used to get so frustrated with them because it took an hour for the first person to understand what the problem was. And then they said, okay, I'm going to connect you to our upper support. Why you didn't just connect me to the upper support from the beginning?
Because they get paid more. It costs the company too much. See how that works? It's corporatism at its finest. They send you to the Asians or the Philippines or the Indians first because they work for 7 cents on the dollar. And of course, you get 7 cents on the dollar customer service. Corporatism at its finest. You shouldn't expect much more.
That's true. I mean, I didn't know these things, Nudie. Like, I got my computer like maybe 10 years ago. So I didn't know that, corporate and all of that was all involved. I didn't know.
Every time I call a corporation for some reason, the first thing I do is ask to speak to a manager. And if it's important enough, as soon as I get a hold of the manager, which still may take 5 minutes or more, I ask to speak to their senior officer, their senior manager, because, it's only 50-50 that the lower level manager is going to have a clue either. So I get as high up as I can go before I start the conversation. And as much as that probably takes me about 20 minutes, I still probably save myself about 3 or 4 hours.
Well, was I wrong when I used to ask for I used to say, can I please speak to somebody in the United States? Was I wrong for doing that?
No, shy of me. But I took the shortcut. I just asked, can you get somebody with brains on the phone?
Right? I mean, because it's a time difference. They're in India. I'm in the United States. There's definitely a time difference, like a 10-minute lag, like what Dan's going to right now. So it's definitely a time difference, right? So they don't know what's going on in the US. You know what I mean? So, like, could you get me somebody in the US, please? Could I get somebody that speaks English?
They're paid to be a buffer. What they're trying to do is get you off the phone as fast as possible because every minute you're on with them costs them statistically money.
That's true.
It's like you can leave. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Go ahead.
She can leave her mic on. That's okay.
Well, I turn my mic off because when I used to go on panels, I always got shy your audio. So when I
it's
stop
better
talking,
that she does that when she's outside, especially. It's actually a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got the traffic and stuff, and I came outside because in the house I got the air conditioner on, so it's more noise in there than it is out here.
Yeah, it prevents the background and the echoes, especially.
See, I'm smart, Officer Peeler.
Oh, I did give you a message. I don't know why you didn't get it.
Oh wait, so let me finish telling you about that. He called me. What you call me, sir?
I called you She Sly 56.
Yeah. So I was like, yo, who the heck is Slee Shy 56? Like, yo, is you cheating on me again? So now he's gonna turn the tables and say I'm cheating on him.
Wasn't it supposed to be She Sly 85? Where did you get 56? Holy shit.
Where did you get 85? Holy shit.
Well, I told her that I love her, but she never came back with that though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't check that message. I'll respond. But didn't I send you a kiss and a hug or something?
That's why I told you I love you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, I did respond.
See, she's killing me, News. I'm being romantic, and she just doesn't read my notes.
Well, you were asking for choking the chicken. You get what you ask for.
He keeps talking about that chicken.
Well, I see that.
I can only hang out with you guys for a few. I got something to do today. Come and join y'all and mess with y'all a little bit.
Cool.
What? Oh, you said cool?
I said cool. You're lagging out a bit, but I heard something. You can hang up for a little bit. You got something else going on or something?
Oh, okay. So I need to get back closer to my modem.
That's right, Dan.
This slave link shit, yo. Nudie, I've been on a roll lately, though, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everybody's posting pictures of Kamala, right?
Of what?
Kamala. Everybody's posting pictures of Kamala. Talking about they with her.
Oh, Kamala Harris. Okay, the vice president. Okay.
I have no idea who this is. Oh, she's the vice president. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying, right? But anyway, because I haven't really, of all these past 2, 3, 4, almost 4 years, they didn't give. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. I'm so sorry. Good morning, brother. Good morning, brother. So let me show y'all how ignorant the police is in my neighborhood. Just dumb. So let me turn this around.
Don't go too far with your modem. We won't be able to see.
I know. Can you hear me though? I'm gonna turn the Wi-Fi off.
Seems all right.
Yeah, so far she is. Yeah. I don't know how far she's gonna go.
She said she'll. Yes, I think.
Okay, it's switching. All right. So wait a minute. Let me turn the camera around. Oh, that didn't work.
I hate to tell you this. You got to shut it off and do it again.
Oh, he got a car down. Let's try this one.
I think she might have some big thumbs there, right?
There you go.
She did do it. I'll be danged. Okay, she taught me a lesson.
So this car is parked here. There's a ticket on it, right? And I'm quite sure that this ticket, I can't take it off and read it, but I'm quite sure that ticket is because of this sign, right? You see anything other than a wheelchair and no parking on there, right?
I can't see it. Yeah.
I'll put her full front. Hang on. Okay, what are we looking at here?
Huh? Say it again.
Show us the sign
I
again.
put you on center. All I see is a wheelchair sign. All right.
Right. I can't I don't know how to zoom it up, but anyway, all right, so you see that, right?
Yeah.
There used to be right here, there used to be a clinic and some kind of resource place for the community. That's been gone for 3 years almost now. Well, about 3 years. The sign is still here. They are giving people tickets for parking here. It's not a handicap thing. I mean, you know what I mean? They are just robbing the people for no. I mean, just
Lucy. It is
yes.
now. It is now.
What? I know, but that's not right, man. You know what I mean? Like it's not legit. It's not a sign. I know what you're saying. It is now, but still, they should know that the places is gone. It was there for the clinics. It's not there because somebody is disabled.
Never there for the clinics. It was there for revenue.
Yeah, you say that almost like you had an expectation otherwise.
Y'all make me sick. Yo, I can't bitch about nothing.
Well, you play stupid games and win stupid prizes. You want to be in a corporate world, you're going to get corporate up the ass.
It's sad though. Even in the neighborhood, they got 12-hour. So you can only park on the block how do I say it? It's 12-hour
Daytime.
parking every 2 hours though. Like you got to come outside and move your car every 2 hours if you don't have a certificate.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And that's genius. From 12 to 12. I mean, from 12. Yeah, it's 12 hours in the
Is the
community, in the hood. It's 12
is
hours.
the is the wheelchair parking spot places open for investment? I'm ready.
Yeah, they open for investment. That's what they do.
I'm ready to invest. That's the lucrative business right there. Bring it on.
That's crazy though. That is so crazy though. Like just robbing people. You can't even, they pay taxes for the roads, the sidewalks, and all of this and all of that. But you can't even park in the damn street.
Oh, it's going down right now. You can't tell, lady? You can't tell it's going down right now?
What?
The whole system. It's all going to slowly buckle and dissolve right now. It's step by step.
I do understand that now.
Are they keeping up on your garbage and stuff there in Chicago? You're
No, she's
muted.
in Pennsylvania.
Or Pennsylvania.
You muted. Yeah. Oh, she's talking to somebody.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my neighbor. Hey, Yanni. Yeah, I was talking to my neighbor. Yeah. It's just sad that I mean, it's not sad. Sad. It's just a rude
I think it's
awakening.
funny.
Yeah, it's a rude awakening though on how people are not really paying attention to how they being robbed.
You should see the grocery stores up here. It's ridiculous. The prices are crazy.
It's going up higher too.
Not high enough.
Yeah, it's going to go up higher. You're going to be happy, believe me, dude. Not me, but you will be.
Bag of
I got
dog
ready.
treats was almost $28. A bag of dog treats was almost $28.
Yeah, that's getting to be a little bit ridiculous. They're trying to hit like $50 for a bag of dog food and shit.
It's like inflation, which is built in and has always been the case. Is what a surprise, you know.
Nah, we're gonna see.
And the push is so they raising, or we're going to regulate these corporations so they can stop raising prices. Why can't you be regulating them already? Like, why wait until they raise the prices to where people just can't live anymore, right? Why you got to wait until a presidential election to start saying, oh, we're going to regulate the corporations? No, y'all not. Y'all lying just to get people to vote.
It's like they're not going to do a damn thing about the corporations. The corporations pay the donation for their. Go on.
Yep, it's just like he showed the Ponzi scheme. They're just going to keep going. One hand washes the other.
Yep. And that's why I said I'm on the roll, yo, because I keep posting stuff like that on YouTube. I mean, on Facebook. I keep sharing your videos.
I think it's funny when people who are caught up and involved in a system of abuse are surprised of the abuse.
Well, I find it funny that they defend it.
Justify it, defend it, advocate for it, continue to participate in it, while touting in the very same breath how abuse and corruption is such a bad thing, you know.
They put up a post about we vote because they can't. So you remember all the people that were deleted unarmed by the police. You guys remember all the people?
Say that again. Which people?
I know Nudie, we all know you're not from this universe. So I really don't expect you to answer. Okay.
I'll do
I'm
my
looking,
best.
I'm really talking to the humans.
Oh, I'll see you later then.
No, you can stay. I'm expecting to know things like this, but somebody posted that, like, vote because they can't. So y'all heard about the last shooting of the last deletion of a young lady?
Yep, I heard about it.
Yeah, so I put another one that can't vote, and
You
y'all
talking about?
defended it.
Are you talking about the young lady that said she was gonna she made a God term and the cop smoked
She
her?
said, she said, I rebuke you in the name of
Yeah,
Jesus. Why
he
she said
smoked her.
that? I'm gonna tell y'all why she said that. Because she felt that evil spirit in her crib. She felt that evil spirit. That's why she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Because
That
she
dude
knew
straight dumped her.
she felt it, huh?
That dude dumped her too. Straight dumped her. Headshot.
Yeah, yo. I mean, really, if it really, are you really that afraid of people? Why did you go in her house?
Welcome to
If
the
you
rat.
that afraid and she heard noises, I think he took advantage of going in there because she was a little like when he said, "Do you need anything else from us?" Talking to her like she was retarded. I think that's why they went in her crib. That's why he went in her crib. Took advantage of a situation. He had to get the ID. Like crack. He had to get it.
Nah, they'll be shunned overnight. Overnight, there'll be people throwing rotten tomatoes and stones at him, yelling at him, telling him to get out of there. They won't have no authority here in a minute.
Oh
I'm
no, no.
noticing that.
I
Well, I'm
want you to
noticing.
go ahead.
I'm
I'm sorry.
noticing an odd turnaround up here. We're not seeing any police hardly at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're there, but we're not seeing activity like we used to.
You know why they there? Because they doing shit like this, putting tickets on cars. You know what I mean? Stopping people at stoplights and running your plates for no reason. That's all they there for. They not there to do anything else but rob you.
Everybody's waking up to the Agent Smith shit. I'm just not even since they tried to a couple years ago they tried to scam me at the stores. I'm done. I told all the owners, you're out of your fucking mind. If I can't purchase anything in this store, you might have a mental illness or need education. Look at me. Look at me. And they just they a couple of the business owners ended up talking with other business owners and things have been changing. We put a video up. They put those electric speed signs with the cameras on them. You know, that flash and tell you how fast you're going, and they got the cameras on them. Boy, those didn't last but a couple weeks here. I'm serious. They lasted a couple weeks here. They ended up yanking them up at the school. They took them up out of the ground at the school, and then they left the one on a side street. And it's like, well, you didn't finish. Get this one gone too. And they're all
And
gone.
they tried that shit on the street right here. They tried that shit. They put two of those big signs in parking spots on the block. On a residential block, they put two of those one on one side and one on the other. So, two-way traffic, right? And I'm
I was
like, are y'all accepting this? Like, y'all got speed
Kathy,
meters.
I was in a cell with a kid that was on probation, and he was talking about going to the store with his girlfriend. She bought a little bottle. She bought a half pint of liquor and cigarettes and stuff like that. He slid the half pint off and put it in his pocket as they walked away. The cops ended up coming to his house and snatching him for a probation violation. And he said they used the cameras at the party store in town. That is so nuts. I looked at the kid and I was like, and you're going to accept that? I didn't say it, but I'm thinking to myself, you're going to accept that? I'd be like, dude, I'd be all up in them. They'd be letting me out that other door over there, dude. It's amazing to see what the people will tolerate, and that's where new gurus, right? Well, if you won't stand up for yourself, ain't nobody else gonna.
And that's what I've been doing on Facebook lately. Like, yo, y'all, this is what you tolerate. You know what I mean? You don't know how to stand up for yourself. That's crazy. That's on you. And you can't
And they're,
blame that on anybody else but yourself if you don't know how to stand up for yourself.
and they're violating you with your own money, and they're doing it with your own money. These people are sitting there hot rodding around in a car with no insurance on it that you fucking pay for, telling you what to do. It's insane. I'm done with it. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
fight. Dude, the first time, as it is right now, they're experimenting with the food so severely. The minute they walk you in the door, if you got half of mine, go at them at the food right there. They're gonna buckle. They're gonna throw you out the other door because they don't want to deal with that legality. And the thing is, it's provable beyond a reasonable doubt with their fucking signature on it. These people are scared. Listen, these people are really scared, and they're gonna do stupid stuff. They're gonna do stupid stuff, thinking they're getting away with it, making it worse. I'm watching it right now.
Wait, who's scared?
The governmental criminals. The people that are government wise, they've been brainwashed, just like that guy. When that lady said, "I rebuke you," what did he do? He dusted her. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, but I look at what was, you got to think of all the people that hired that man. What was their, you know what I mean? What was they thinking to see that he 2 times driving under the influence of alcohol? Twice.
Lady, I remember being 14 years old, holding signs that said peace in the Middle East, and they were bringing a newspaper in. These people were brainwashed at a young age to violate people, and now they come home and think it's okay.
But that happened in every war, every so-called war that happened.
Yeah, and that's where New Guru hits it right on the head. It's just people hurting people.
Well, that's why they deleted Jesus, because they wanted to continue to kill people.
Yep. You'll go for a ride. Don't look at me like that. We'll go. I'm almost loaded.
Here I am. I came in the house to find my earbuds, right? Would y'all believe they right around my neck?
Yep. Done it.
Sounds like me.
Yo.
Hey, how's the flooding doing down there? Are you guys okay down there? Because I heard there's flooding.
Where? In Philly?
No, Flint.
Oh, Flint. Who's in Flint?
Right. He's down in Detroit area.
Yeah, I'm in Detroit. Detroit, baby. Detroit.
Yeah. I know that they talking about the water, clean water and all of this. Has they fixed the water in Flint yet?
Fuck no.
If they have, I haven't heard anything about it.
Go back and watch while they were addressing that situation. They were protesting so loud outside, the guy stopped and started laughing. You couldn't even hear over the podium. And they just laughed. And it's on National News Archive.
It's like, what's the name of that damn outfit? Camp Lejeune. 35 years contaminated water. 35 years, they didn't know about it. Camp Lejeune. Just like Flint, they knew what was going on. They didn't give a shit.
Yeah, because all them inspections, I mean, how did they pass? You know what I mean? Like somebody was getting paid. Somebody was dipping.
Well, sure they were. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. The government don't care if they have to, you get sued by the government. It's not their money anyway. It's ours, that we got to pay the taxes for.
They just scribble on a piece of paper, just like Guru said. They just scribble on a piece.
Too.
Here you go. Mm-hmm. Here you go. Here you
go. Even further, if money is the remedy, when you can print as much as you want because you're the maker of it, what remedy is that?
Ponzi scheme.
Well, it just, okay, let's say you're trying to hold me accountable, right? And you take me into my tribunal, right? Let's say I'm McDonald's. You take me into my tribunal and now you sue me and you win, and the payout is McDonald's coupons. Oh wow, I'm crying, aren't I? You see the game here? That's what's going on.
Yeah, they wait McDonald's coupons because they gonna kill you eventually.
Yeah, I'm trying.
But if I'm printing all the coupons, what loss is it to me? Nothing. Especially when you're going to take those coupons and come back and use them on my products. So there's your remedy, right? There's your justice.
That's why I told you eventually. So you with them coupons, you gonna go back, you gonna use them, and you gonna get high blood pressure, sugar, diabetes, your heart gonna get clogged up, your knees gonna swell up.
And you're going to pay for it all with money that you didn't even make. I don't
Yeah.
mean earned. I mean made, like as in the same way McDonald's can make a coupon. It's not yours. You were the one who had to slave over it. The makers didn't. You can't lose in this. You can't win in this game, and even the makers don't win either because it's all a scam. But if you want to participate in a system that's a scam, you shouldn't be surprised nor expect the results to be anything other than lunacy and idiocracy.
Most people aren't though, Nudie. They accept it and go along with it.
What does that say about the people who are accepting it and going along with it?
Man, I get cussed out a lot. I be trying to tell you.
If the system is lunacy and idiocracy, what does that say about the people who are participating in it?
They're the same.
Yes, they are lunatic idiots. Right?
Slave.
You have to be.
You can say whatever you want, Slicey. You know better than this channel.
Yeah, we don't have censorship here.
No,
Wait, who's in the chat being slutty?
Who what?
Huh?
Did you say I can say whatever I want in the chat?
Yeah.
Who's in the chat being slushy? I'm right here with y'all.
Well, yeah. Well, you said that you couldn't say very much. And I said, well, yeah, you can say whatever you want to say.
Okay. Are you reading the chat from like 2 days ago, man? Get out the chat. Nudie, did you hear Talcott yesterday?
Only a few minutes of it.
He was trying to fuss at me, right?
Oh, you were there?
I was in the, I show up in the chat and mess with him every now and then.
Yeah, but no, I didn't see that yesterday. Yeah, very, very little bit yesterday. I actually kind of lost a bit of respect after seeing him engage with this Bex girl a couple days ago, the day before, or whatever. I wasn't impressed.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell you. he moves his hands very well.
No, this was a different side of Jack that I didn't see. This was, something different, and I don't know if it was just. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
Can I ask? Was there, because I know how I kind of see how he gets. Was there anything calling him out or not agreeing with him or?
Yeah, it's a little more than that. It was almost like it was borderline gaslight to the point of I don't even know what to call it actually. I really don't. I'll find the right words and I'll express it when I do.
Okay. But
I understand sometimes where he comes from as far as frustration goes, but let's put it this way: if you give somebody a question, you got to give them room to answer, and then when they answer, if you cut them off and then they say you're cutting me off, and you say, you're trying to overrun the panel, you're completely being you're beyond a Nazi, right? Like, yes, it's your panel, and it just wasn't healthy. Let's put it that way. It was just complete bullshit for a bit. It wasn't properly
Well,
regulated in a healthy way.
Oh, he has his moments. You got see, and this is what I keep trying to explain to people. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly when to do it. He has to keep his ratings or whatever. He has to keep his show going. So he has to be just like Paul, controversial. You understand where I'm coming from. This is his game. So if that people don't understand it by now, and it's like, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. You didn't like, the way he acted towards her, but
This was a little
that's
different though. Like that
it
stuff that
was,
you just said a minute ago,
yeah.
that's your typical sort of character playing drama stuff, that you see for clicks and views and blah blah blah. This was
Hmm.
different. This was something a little bit more I really don't know what to call it yet, actually. I'll figure it out.
I'll let you go ahead and whatever. I don't want to get you too involved and wrapped up into somebody else's mess.
Yeah.
I know that's not your spirit, so I don't even want to do it to you. But what I was saying is that when I was there yesterday, he has a habit of reading my comments, and then he wants to go back to Sly Shy. You're another one that doesn't understand me, and all of this bullshit, right? So and somebody jumped on his bandwagon and tried to, question me. And I said, listen, he's been knowing me I've been knowing him for almost 2 years now and
Right.
watching him. So, he knows who I am. So you can't, don't get involved in trying to check me and all that. So he was reading my comments. So I ended up saying to him, get out the chat, stay focused, right? Let go of the past, stay in the present. I said, I was using his words. He calmed right down, y'all. He even started reading my stuff, but putting it into his words, right? Yeah. He was like, staying in the present and letting go of the past. And I was like, see, yep, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
But you got to know how to deal with him. A lot of people don't know how to deal with Jack as being in these boxes, right? You know what I mean? If you see it, that's what it is. Jack does a show every day, and if
Yeah.
you participate in it and don't understand it, then you on your own, for real, for real.
Well, I don't think the people who are participating don't understand it. I think they understand it so well that they take advantage of the opportunity to mock it and ridicule it and be a shit show.
But that's what he wants, Nudie. He wouldn't do it if he wouldn't have it if that's not what he wants. He wants the controversy. He wants the chaos every now and then. He
Yes.
wants it.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. He gives the opportunity.
Right, exactly. So it's like, we like people, say people are mocking him or ridiculing him. It's really not that. They're just going along with his shit.
No,
Really.
they're taking advantage of that opportunity.
That's what he's comes on the air for 2 hours. So people can take advantage of his show and they can do what they want to do, kinda sorta. And he can do what he wanna do, kinda sorta. He got his members, he got his mods, he got people that you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
It's it's a Ponzi scheme.
Pretty much. It's a lot of lip service.
Exactly. And who does it best? You think about all of these people in these boxes, Nudie. That's what they do it for. Because they're on YouTube and it's a business.
Yeah.
I mean, really, do you think Jack can't do half the shit he want to do for real, for real? But it's better to just sit in front of the screen and talk about it.
You're talking about what what specifically?
Getting off his ass and going to talk to people.
I think he does. I think he just finds very quickly
An excuse to not do it anymore.
no, I think he's just communication is not one of his fortes.
Oh, definitely. Good morning, neighbor. Definitely. That's that's why he sits in front of the screen and do it.
Yeah. So I think that's why he kind of touts out to look for some help in that area or whatever. I don't know exactly what it is he's looking for, but even still, it doesn't matter because the direction he's going is not a solution for anything.
He does not really want help, okay? I'm telling you, dude, he does not really want help. He just wants to be able to sit in front of the screen and talk about it. Talk. He just want to be able to have what he has in front of that screen, in front of the fireplace, in his comfortable chair, microdosing every now and then. You know what I mean? That's what he does.
Microdosing?
Yeah, man, come on, come on. You
Is that
don't
what he
know Jack
does?
Help.
I have no
You
idea.
come on, you ain't never seen him pinch.
No.
Oh, yo, when I first met him, he was pinching.
I have no idea. Lucy, I really
Yeah.
don't.
Oh yeah.
I don't pay attention probably anywhere near as much as it might look like I do.
Oh, okay, because like I said, I've been with this crew for almost with Jack, seeing Jack for almost 2 years, maybe 2 years. So I
Ah,
kind of
yeah.
he's kind of like a neighbor that I don't really hang out with, but I'll tolerate every now and then.
Hmm.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes.
Yeah. So I when he first started, I used to pay attention to. I did that to everybody. I did that to what's the lady name? Cynthia. I did that to her. Anybody that came on pause and started asking a bunch of questions and trying to get too much information, I paid attention to. I just for some reason I just paid attention to them. And Jack was one of those people I paid attention to, and yes, to me, I would see him pinching, and I would say he was microdosing because his temperament would be like first he would be so happy and so handsy and so connected, and then when it wore off, he got angry. Look, he couldn't communicate properly. You know what I mean? Like I paid attention to stuff like
Well, take notes on that, right? Make sure you pinch regularly.
that. Right.
Right on.
Oh, wait. I gotta mess with rights. Rights, I love you, and if I hurt, well, I don't know if I said anything that you didn't understand the other day when I said nudie, don't fall for it. What I meant was nudie, don't fall for it. His ass is gonna talk, and then he gonna go to sleep, and you gonna have to take over the damn rest of the show. So that's why I was saying, take your damn nap and come back later.
Oh, I stay up all kinds of hours. I don't mean to fall asleep, but I tried my best here to try to.
I know. So what you did yesterday was really good. Wait. So what you did yesterday was really good. You said, yo, I'm gonna get up here and I'm gonna do this by myself. Okay.
Yep.
He said, I'm gonna do this by myself. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about, and then when I'm done, y'all can come up here. I was
That's right.
like,
Yeah.
okay. I was like, okay, because after he finished work, he gonna take a nap, and Nudie gonna take over.
No.
But you've been up. I noticed.
Yep.
You
Yep.
go, you go, boy. So
Yep.
that's why I had to come up here and hang out with y'all for a little while before you get sleepy.
Now you marry me? Hello?
I don't answer questions.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, I'll help you draw the prenup.
I was.
Shit, we don't need no prenup. I ain't got nothing.
Don't expect the marriage to last long, eh?
Match made in heaven.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He said, all I come with, he can have.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're one hell of a good painter. I'll tell you that much.
Don't tell nobody.
I won't. I'll keep it quiet as long as you get money. Won't say a word.
Yeah, Nudie, did I send you the pictures? Some pictures? Did I
No,
send you?
no.
No? Oh, okay. I'm gonna do that. Because the pictures turned out very well, and I believe the whole open house turned out well. Turned out well.
Cool.
Well, if you want me to, I'll set them out there on YouTube for everybody to see it.
No. We don't do that.
You don't want to do that, eh? Okay.
Oh no. In-house only. In-house only.
What's that meant? Yeah, not outside. No, not out. I'm in south. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, YouTube is worldwide.
No, yeah, I know. No, I meant in not out. No.
Yeah, and I try not to like you don't always let Big Brother know exactly everything you're doing. You know what I mean?
I didn't know that you did it outside. I thought it was just inside.
You ain't see
Yeah.
the oh wow, you missed that one too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did an outside one like about a month ago.
Yeah, I'm not getting notices from you, and I don't know why.
I don't post them. Duh.
Oh.
You're not on Facebook, so I can't share anything with you privately.
Oh, you're on Facebook. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't go
Yeah.
on Facebook. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
how
right.
me.
Wrights is an elitist. He's too good for Facebook. He's a
Yeah.
YouTube snob.
Yeah, I know, right? And I post all your shit on Facebook.
Fucking traitor.
You hear me? Right? Right, you hear me?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I post
Sorry.
I post all
Thank
your
you.
stuff on Facebook.
I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Well,
See that,
not
Newt?
all of it. I don't want you to get too excited.
Oh shit, that's it. I'm heartbroken now. See that, Newt? I told you.
I don't
No,
want
get
you to
the
get too
divorce
excited.
papers.
Yeah, get the divorce papers. Yeah.
That's a damn shame, man.
Divorce papers.
I've only been married a couple of hours and already he wants to divorce me.
Yeah, it's okay. I make the money every contract, so
Is this a Ponzi scheme going on here or what?
yes.
Yeah.
Ours is called Jesus Coin. I was explaining it earlier in chat. It will save you all. I get to print it, and you can have some.
Wow, that sounds like a winner.
Yeah,
Like them coupons.
that's right. And you can spend it on each other. And when you're out, I'll give you a little more. And then when you have some goods to buy, just let me know, and I'll come and buy them. You know how that works? And you'll love me for it. I'll be the best money maker of them all. Jesus Coin will save you.
Take it. I'll take it.
It's
Do I
a
put it in a
beautiful
box?
rainbow.
Pass the
Yes.
basket. Pass the basket.
They say ear bites. They say ear bites can save you too.
Yeah. No. If you're good enough, I'll give you enough Jesus coin to buy them.
Somebody did give them enough coins to buy an ear bite, yo. Are y'all with me or not? Do y'all understand where I'm going? Where I'm at? Ear
Say
bite.
that. I
Ear
got
bite.
lost. Say it. I don't know what everybody is.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I
Give
live
me
the
a
shelter
second.
life.
Give me a second. Let me go outside so I can explain it. So I can explain the ear bite.
Sly, you're gonna have to charge him a couple extra Jesus coin to explain it to him.
Never heard of an ear bite. Is that what you said, right? Ear bite?
Yeah.
I've never heard that. I live a shelter life. Trust me.
This is why you need to join Facebook. all the crazy shit gets said on Facebook. You know you can't say too much on YouTube.
He
what's
won't
gonna
join
happen?
Facebook. He's a YouTube Nazi.
You know what's gonna
I
happen?
know, right?
No, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go on YouTube. She sees me on, she'll kick me out.
No, listen, all right, so let me tell you about the ear bite. You know this guy got shot in the ear?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, my story is, because I'm an investigative journalist. I'm an investigative journalist, and my story is, let me show y'all my face. When he was standing like this, and that lady held up that sign saying Biden is fired, that's when the shot went off. The camera caught the shot. The camera caught the bullet going by. It didn't catch hitting him in the ear though, but the bullet went by. The camera caught that, right? So anyway,
I'm gonna invest in some Tyson shares with Jesus coin. Go
wait,
on.
shut up.
I didn't
So,
I didn't break the punchline. Go
all
ahead.
right, all right, all right. Good morning, neighbor. So anyway, all right, wait, y'all. Oh man, my dog is coming, and she's gonna see me, and I gotta stop. But anyway, so when the shot got fired, the what you call the Secret Service all came, jumped down. Donald Trump, that man dropped to the ground, dropped to the stage. Mike Tyson came from out, bit the ear, and Trump came up. That's what happened. Mike Tyson 2 is coming soon. Theaters near you. You get it yet, right?
I got it. I
All
got
right.
it.
So what happened?
So you got shot in the ear.
No, oh my God, no! He got bit in the ear by Mike Tyson.
Where's Mike Tyson? I didn't see him. Hello?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna show y'all her.
Do you remember when Mike Tyson bit the ear off
See,
his opponent?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
see,
Right. So
wait,
Slushy is
wait,
referring to
wait,
that.
wait,
It was
wait. I want y'all to say hi to. I want y'all to see Rue. See Rue? That's my neighbor.
Hey,
Isn't
Rue.
she beautiful?
I take her
Her
out.
name is Rue. She is so pretty. That's my neighbor. She loves me.
Hello, Rue. Hello, neighbor.
Hey neighbor. All right. Yo, yeah. So I'm friendly with everybody around here, y'all.
That's good. That's good.
I gotta go soon. But yeah. So go ahead, Nudie. Tell him, Nudie.
He was getting it. I was saying the Mike Tyson ear bite incident was, she's referring to that with the Donald Trump thing, getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
It was an ear bite.
Oh, I got it now. Okay. I got it. Okay.
It wasn't really that bullet. That was a BB shot. It
Just
really wasn't that. Mike
just
Tyson was
like
under the podium.
just like the Mike Tyson incident, it was WWE. It was fake. It was an act.
Gotcha. Wow.
And if you can't see that, you need binoculars.
Yeah, come on, like how you gonna catch the bullet flying by? How, really? Come on. That just looked too fake. Like y'all
Right.
really zoomed in and caught the bullet flying by.
Somebody with a fucking rifle or whatever made it all the way up on that roof and stay there for the entire time with no Secret Service or no CIA or whatever, except that the CIA got caught being the perpetrators, so to speak, right? So yeah, like that doesn't make perfect sense or anything. It's a fucking psyop, people. Come on. WWE. It always is, always was, is, and will be.
There was a lady behind him that just sat there during the whole time. Didn't even
The
flinch.
lady with the sign. The lady with the sign.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
That's what. Did you see
that.
all of them stand there and look when he dropped? Because they saw Mike Tyson too. They was like, hold up, is that Mike?
Question isn't whether it was, real or not. The question is really the only thing in question is what kind of ketchup did they use to make it look so real?
It was fast.
Was it barbecue
That was hot
sauce?
sauce. That was hot sauce.
Yeah, something.
I think it was hot sauce.
That's the real debate,
I think it was hot sauce. I'm sorry. It was it was that southern red hot sauce.
Oh, Louisiana Tabasco.
That Louisiana shit. Yes.
Yeah, that's Tabasco. That's my favorite. I have that all the time. Habanero Tabasco. I love it.
Listen, I know. They call this when they call you a conspiracy theorist, right? That's because you usually are conspiring to believe the lie. I conspire
it's a
to think for
projection.
my damn self.
Right. It's a projection. The MSM is conspiracy theory. Actually, it's conspiracy. It's not theory.
All right. So conspiracy is conspire too.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the whole political shit show. It's all a conspiracy. Same with the monetary system. Same with corporatism. All of it.
To conspire too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the ultimate projection to anybody who calls it out for what it is, they say, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist. Nice gaslight.
And a soft sit.
And a soft sit. That's right. Yes. You're one of those, right? You're one of those thinkers that, they won't call you that, but
that don't think the rules. I heard him. He said, you're a soft citizen,
right.
One of those people that don't think they have to follow the rules.
Right, that don't think they have to follow the rules. Oh my God, heaven forbid. Somebody who isn't brainwashed. Yes, thank you for concurring what I already say that I am. Yes, I am one of those. I am one of those people who think for myself and don't follow like a imbecile who thinks that I have some sort of nanny that has some sort of authority to tell me what to do as a fucking adult.
I said that too, Nudie. I said, see, y'all need a mommy and daddy.
Right.
That's why y'all keep voting. That's why y'all keep voting, because y'all need mommy and daddy.
Right. To tell you what you can and cannot do, to tell you, how to drive, how to walk, I mean, it's short of your fucking shoelaces being untied, having a fine for it.
How about you just need permission, somebody telling you how to live? Why do you need permission for somebody to tell you how to live?
Why do you want permission? Why do you want to have permission? That's the most bizarre thing, right? These people, they want that. They want to have to ask permission as an adult to do everything.
Well, who was that up here that said, oh, that was, what's his name? Oh, man, I can't
Michigan,
remember. No,
Michigan.
no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. No.
Oh, Dama,
Uh,
what, Dama,
no, no, no,
Dama.
no, no. I'm talking about last couple of weeks ago. Jamie. Jamie
Oh,
was saying that people, we need, we need government. People need to be regulated.
Right. Because if we didn't have government, we would all just shoot each other. I love that. I love that, ideology people think. If we didn't have cops, everyone would just shoot each other.
Right, but it seems like because we have government, everybody's shooting each other. I'm just saying.
It's even
no,
worse.
you're right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right? Regulation doesn't prevent crime. Understand what I'm about to say. This is deep. Okay? Methodically think about this. Regulation doesn't prevent crime. It is a crime.
I believe that too, Nudie. I said anybody that regulates is going against God's will.
It's a crime
Anybody
because
that
it's by force.
right, yup.
And what's a fanciful word, and it's commonly portrayed in sexual deviancy, but it doesn't have to just be sexual. What's a fanciful word that we use when we describe somebody doing a forceful act against somebody's will? What do we call that?
Rape.
Assault.
Rape.
Assault. Great. Assault.
Regulation is a synonym for rape.
Assault. Okay, I got you.
Rape.
Well, the reason why is that you keep saying that word. I just don't want this channel to get stricken.
Oh, you can expect that. It's just a matter of time. Rape is what the system is. It's a system of abuse. That's the soft way of putting it. I say that all the time, but it's a system of abuse by raping each other of what?
Money.
No,
everything.
Money is a form of rape. No. So every time you use money, you're participating in a form of rape. Try that on for size. Think about that next time you open your wallet.
Your freedoms. Oh, we lost them.
No, I'm just letting you guys contemplate it. I'm here.
Your freedoms is a form of rape.
It's molesting your freedoms, right? It's hindering. It's interfering against one's will. Mm-hmm. Except here's the kicker. 99% of the participants are willing participants. So it's a misnomer to call it molest and rape because it's what they want. So now
every time you vote.
Now it's masochism. It's what people want, right? And that's where you got to be hands off, because if you really want to be fucked up the ass and you like it, well, hopefully you have enough lube. Have at her.
So much for the family show. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. You done chased all the kids away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame what's going on. It really is. But again, it's the people's fault. They want to listen. That's fine. Let them drowned.
But I say it's not right. It's not a shame. It's what they wanted. It's what they keep voting for. Right? You know what I mean?
Shame is an understatement. It's literally, and I'm not being facetious or insultive when I say this, it's literally retardation. It's a mental disease. It's a disorder. It's a disease, is what it is. And that's what you got to figure out, is you're participating in a diseased way of life. And only a diseased mind is going to do this. So to come to terms with that is the key to being the solution. In other words, you have to stop being a disease yourself.
But nude, USA.
Right. Dan's
US ape. 8, US 8. Y'all better tune in to Paul and Slave. US 8. Better vote for Donnie Chimp. Guys, I gotta get ready to be on the move. I'll come back as soon as I get situated.
All right.
All right.
Okay? All right,
Yeah.
guys. I'll
Catch
be
you
back.
shortly. All right.
I'll be back. All right.
You know, I did see her on YouTube one time, which she's doing at she's at nighttime talking about the cops and how dirty the place was. I thought she was on YouTube. I guess not.
You mean here on your channel that time?
Oh, is that where it was at on her channel? On my channel?
Yeah, that was here, like
Oh,
a couple
okay.
weeks ago or whatever.
Oh, okay, I forgot about that too. I thought it was. I thought I happened to accidentally see it was on my channel. All right.
That was the
Wow.
day that JG came up after. Remember, or during that?
Okay, I don't remember that. You know me. Yeah. Son of a gun. Yeah.
And she did a great job with the cops. And what I like about that is, you know, she's being an example for, you know, say what you want about Sly, but she was putting it to them, cutting it to the chase, and showing them. To anybody who's watching, what's your excuse? Look at little Sly by herself there, using them vocal cords to speak up, speak the truth, right?
Yeah, she's good. She's good. I'll give her credit.
She's come a long way.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
did
she has.
some of her homework to be able to do that, and that's what, you know, most people aren't doing. They're just like settling for, you know, she wants to. She's been seeking to see and learn the path of not being a disease, right? Being a cure and figuring it out. And it takes time. It takes a while. You know, it doesn't happen overnight, but putting that effort into it is the key. And before the effort can happen, the recognition and the awareness has to happen. That's what we're talking with Dominic about earlier. And in order for that to happen, the want for that has to be there. And that is what's lacking in most of the masses, the want. And their being is the root of the disease. They would rather be dishonest. Dishonesty is the cause of the disease. And nature has its own way of handling disease. What is it?
Nature has its own way of handling the disease. Eradication.
Eradication. You better believe it. That's called attrition. So, as you've heard me say many times, if attrition is part of the equation in the balance of nature, that's healthy. Just you don't want to be on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get out right now. Yeah. I'm in the wrong place right now, in the wrong time, you know.
Right. And most people are, but they don't want to be honest, so they're going to fall to the wayside because of their choice. That's what I was saying to Dom earlier as well. You can ignore, be ignorant all day long if you want, but consequence is not going to ignore you. It's still going to do what it's going to do.
I happened to see a video. I was going to post that. Better not, but it was about FEMA. FEMA will have total control of people. Shits of taking them out of the house and dispersing them wherever they want to go. FEMA. They gave them the right. The United States gave them the right to do whatever they had to do. Oh, did I lose you?
No, I'm listening.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. That was just about it. You know, like, wow, you know, and they got, you know, got into it really heavy. And I was going to say, well, nah, better not. So I just let it go for now. But if I happen to see it again, I'll see if I can take, you know, put it in the backstage or something, you know.
Well, it's what people want, right?
Well, they're going to get it. No doubt about it. They're going to get it.
It's not factual unless the belief has to be there for that to be factual.
Yeah.
right? So to anybody who believes in that, that's what it's for. It's for them. And that's a good thing. They absolutely should get a nanny. I mean, you can't have a true nanny unless if they can come into your bedroom and save you from yourself, right?
Yeah.
So
Like I
you
can't
got to
save
go all the way
myself.
here. Yeah.
I don't need no nanny to tell me what to do. I've always been that way, self-efficient as much as I could be, myself. I don't
Well,
need somebody else telling me.
the masses wouldn't hear of it, right? They absolutely can't stand the idea of taking care of themselves. I mean, they wouldn't even if they didn't get corporations to make toilet paper, they'd shit the floor. I'm telling you.
Well, I got a philosophy on that. If they're not helping me out now, I don't want their help. They're liars, thieves, demented. I don't want no part of government. I don't believe in government.
Well, let's say they wanted to help you out.
No.
That shouldn't change anyways, that whether you want it or not.
No.
Because that would breed atrophy for yourself. It's our responsibility to take care of ourselves one way or another.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter if it wasn't even if it was even a system. It's just like any other form of technology. It would just breed more atrophication for us, regardless. It's a distraction, no matter what, and which will, from the get go, no matter which way it's dealt or handed or whatever, it's unhealthy for us.
Well, they're going to make something up so they can get FEMA involved in it. There's no doubt about it. Okay, the way the guy was explaining it, it makes perfectly sense what the guy said. So this is going to be something that's going to be man-made. You get FEMA involved in it, and try to get people out of their house and everything else.
And that's good. Everything that people want and they get is good. That's good. I have this thing in Facebook. I wish I could find it again. I found it this morning. Let me see if I can find it again. It's only a 2-second thing, but let's see if I can search for it.
You're slacking off on me. I'm gonna have to fire you.
Oh, please do.
Jesus. Wow. Jeez. That's for that you're staying on.
Well, fuck, I'd ask for a raise, but I don't get paid to begin with, so. From 0 to 0 is not much increase. It was a clip from something. I have no idea what the movie is. Let me see if I could just do a search. And says wait. Invoice to.
Oh, what happened to Dan? He gave up, eh?
I have no idea. Both of them. Well, Dan earlier, I said he should try and put his Wi-Fi back for now. Maybe he went and called them. He's going to have to wait a couple hours. I totally don't blame him for wanting his Wi-Fi to be turned off. That's a good move, but yeah, it's an endeavor. They make it a hassle so that people won't do that.
Oh, hello, Bill. I didn't see him. Where did he pop up? Bill administration.
No idea.
I was too busy. I was getting my wife, getting her settled when I was thought. Yeah. Well, hello. Sorry, Bill. I didn't see you. I'm on the phone. Bell? I'm on the phone, Bell.
Stops.
What is he talking? I'm on the phone, Bell. What's a phone bell? Freedom. SD.
There's.
I'm on the phone, Bell.
Need to find this clip. Electric. I'll bet.
What? While you're doing that, I'm amazed about that part 12 of New Guru Mean. I didn't do anything special, and I couldn't believe the amount of hits I got. I went, what the hell happened? Why the difference? I did Guru part 11, I didn't get that many. I do Guru part 12, and bang, I get everybody. That's weird.
It is. I'm not sure what triggered it either.
Huh.
Possibly you hit a hashtag or something.
I could
Just
have,
by
yeah.
fluke.
Huh.
Sometimes it's all it takes. Or video. No, it's not popping up. I tried in Facebook where I actually saw it. It's pretty funny when you see it, especially when you correlate it to the common analogy I said many times about scissors in a light socket.
Yeah, let's see it. Oh my God, dude, you're not gonna believe this. What in the hell's 110 views, dude?
On that one now?
Honestly,
On
yes.
the
I'll show it to you. I'll send it to you. Hold on. Yeah. I don't understand what hold on here. How do I do this here? I don't understand what the hell. I didn't do anything different than I normally would do. In fact, I'll put part 11 and 12 together. I'll show you the difference. There we go. All right. Let's see, dude.
It might have been
It's,
in YouTube, but I don't think so.
there you go, dude. It's coming your way when you get a chance.
Where did you send it? In text?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Now I have to open that too. Okay, I'm back. I had the circle thing again. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
You sent a text, you said?
Yeah.
Text or email?
Text.
Oh, it didn't come through in text.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh, yeah. It's no. It's going around in circles. You son of a gun. Hold on. You're right. It didn't go through. Try it again. There we go.
What are we talking about in chat? We're talking about this this lady we know named Slushy.
Oh yeah, Slushy. Yeah, you know about her?
Yeah, we should talk about her, and she can't hear.
Good. I'm glad she can. She knows how to cook good chicken, though. Okay, should have went after you right now. You should see it now, bud.
I got it now. Yeah.
Okay.
110. Yeah. I don't know what's making it kick off, but
I don't know either. I mean, do you see part 11, part 12?
yeah, they're shit.
I don't understand that. Okay. Things that I don't think it's going to take really well, they do. It's amazing. All right.
I don't
Not
even
gonna
think the
complain.
YouTube gods know what the algorithm is.
Unreal.
They don't even.
Maybe they felt sorry for me. I lost you again. There you go. I got you now. think that's you, isn't it?
I gotta explain everything to y'all. So that's why I asked, what were y'all talking about, right? Are you talking about your views?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you talking about you're getting more views on certain things?
Yeah, well, I did part 11 and part 12 of New Guru memes.
So do you know what I did?
What?
I keep telling you I share your shit. Yo, I put your shit on public on Facebook.
Is that what's going on? Wow, thank you. I couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's what
no,
that's
this is
why
something out of the normal. Like
yeah,
most
but
of
that's what I'm
the,
saying. Lately when I see her write stuff, I post it straight to Facebook public.
yeah, but
So
only this one video is like most of his view count is 10, 15, 20 tops. Only this one.
that one touched home to a lot of people, and my comment on top of that video might have touched home to a few people more. Like they might have paid attention to that one, especially through my comments on top of his video. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's up over 100. Like that's
That's
weird.
good. That's not weird. That's good.
It is weird.
Like, why is it weird? People, oh shit, my trolley. Can I catch the trolley? Can I catch the trolley? Thank you, baby. Thank you. I gotta catch the trolley. I gotta catch the trolley.
You okay?
Yes, catch it. Thank you, sir.
Well, hell, I thought you fell. Yeah, we lost her.
Yeah, she's lagging out there.
You ain't lose me. I told you I was running. Sit when you're like, when? I'm sorry, I'm on the trolley, y'all.
She's really breaking up now.
That's because I'm on the trolley. Everybody's sharing the same signal.
Oh.
That's what happens when you bring chicken to a potluck.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Slicey, that you did that for us. Thank you.
What I was gonna say. Oh, hey, Rights, do you watch boxing in Flint? I mean, do you watch boxing?
Do I watch who?
Boxing.
Boxing. Yeah, I do watch boxing now and then. I haven't seen
Do
it in a
you?
while. Huh?
Oh, do you like Clarissa Shield?
Do I like what?
Clarissa, the female boxer.
I have not seen her at all. No.
Oh my God, you need to Google her. She got a fight coming up.
Wow.
Yeah, you Google her. You. She's exciting.
Who?
Her name is Clarissa Shields.
She got a
Clarissa
fight? What kind of fight?
She's a boxer,
Oh,
female boxer.
Is this regular boxing or kickboxing?
No, she did that too, but I'm saying she's a boxer.
Okay.
She's a boxer, but she's from Flint. That's the reason why I'm telling you. She's from Flint.
Huh.
And I think she has a fight coming up soon.
Well, I don't have a channel anymore, so.
You don't have a channel anymore.
I erased my main channel, so I don't watch any news or anything. I just erased everything.
So that's why I couldn't find you.
Well, no.
How do I know? Because I kept looking for you the other day, and I kept typing in rights for vets, and they wouldn't come up.
I should have.
I don't know what happened. I kept typing in like rights for vets, and it wouldn't come up.
Wonder what the hell's going on there. It should, I'm up. I'm up here. I
It's
didn't shut
probably
anything
my
off.
slave. It's probably my slave language. It's not your fault. Because I typed in today, I typed in genocide 3 times in the chat and it didn't show up.
Huh. Well, you
And
didn't
Nudie,
notice. Go on.
Nudie said his showed up when he typed it. But when I typed it 3 times in the chat and it didn't show up.
Are you getting my notices?
No, I don't have the bell on. I can't read. There's too many of y'all to be putting the bell. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I love you, but I catch you. You are in my algorithm. It's not, you know what I mean? You are in my algorithm. So whenever you go live, I see you. But no, I don't have the bell on. You know
See
how
that,
like
dude?
how they say they leave the light on for you.
Yep.
I don't
Yep.
have the bell on.
I, you didn't leave the light on for me. You're right. Where's the nuptial agreement there, dude?
I keep telling y'all, man, I'm hip. I'm hip.
That'll be
That's
another.
why you.
There'll be another
That's why
30
you like
Jesus
me.
coin, please.
Be another what, dude?
30
Yo,
Jesus coins.
Newbie told me he was in collections today. You put him on collections.
Yeah.
You put Nudie on collections.
Yes. That's my position now.
And giving out Jesus coins.
Yes. No, I'm collecting them.
Oh, you're getting them back. Okay.
Right.
I gotta go. Slicey, you handle my business for me, will you?
You always want me to handle something. The other day he was like, Slicey, come on up here, get up here. Like, no. You are not the boss of me.
Well, no, I was being polite about it.
No, I was just messing with you. I know you're not trying to be a boss.
Next time I'll say, Slicey, I love you. Come on up, will you please?
Shit, you was begging for anybody that day. You was like, look, I gotta go cook. One of y'all bring y'all asses up here.
What I'm going to do next time I see you, I'm going to ask you, come on up. You can go to door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3.
See, you gotta understand what well, no, you don't have to understand. What I do is I've learned how not to become a box whore. Excuse my expression, not saying that anybody is.
I
I'm just saying
apologizing.
for myself, I don't want to become a box whore. Like I don't want to have to, because people used to say, "Oh, Shy, you just want to be seen. You just, yo, no." So I just like listen. I don't have to be seen all the time. I show up in the chat. I support. I love people. I try to show that I love people. If you send me bad energy, I don't mess with you. I ain't gotta fight with you. I ain't gotta do none of that. I just stop messing with you.
Well,
And the
Slicey, you're
only
more than
time
welcome.
I know that's what I'm saying. That's why I show up here, because the energy and the love that you guys give me and appreciate me being here is like, like they had somebody attacked just yesterday in the chat, right? You ain't see that, Nudie? You Nudie don't be around like that. But Nudie, yeah, somebody attacked just yesterday, talking about talking some shit. I had to straighten them out. I said, listen, don't try to get me in that, to try to turn me against her. Like I've never had no problems with her. You know what I mean? So whatever y'all going through, that's on you. That's not even on her, really. Because if you don't like her, just leave her the fuck alone.
People and their drama bullshit.
Bullshit, right? Just kid bullshit, like unnecessary. Like, why would you come in somebody's chat, like just fucking with people for no reason? Because you don't like them. But leave them alone. Don't bother them. And if y'all can't be friendly, bust on each other, or crack jokes on each other, then still leave each other alone. There is some good plantains on this side of the world. Very good plantains. Want me to show you?
Oh, we lost you.
I'm still trying to find. Oh, she's on mute. I'm still trying to. Is she foraging?
Oh, no, 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 I'm showing you, stupid. Are these some good plantains?
What is that? What kind of plants are those? Creepers?
Plantain.
Yeah,
Plantain.
take a bite and
Plant.
find out.
No, dogs pee on it. But I'm saying it's still. Dan might have look. Dan might have been over here. No,
To
but
make
they
that,
just look.
make the chicken
They
extra tasty, you know.
they just look good though, don't they, Nudie? Are these plantains, Nudie?
It's hard to tell from this angle.
All right. Let me
'Cause it
see if I can find. Let me
looks
see.
like a mix of a lot of things.
Yeah, but that big one right there. You see the big one with the hole in it right here?
Yeah.
All right. So does that look like a plantain?
It looks like half a salad.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because when I googled it, that's what came up, and they said you can eat them and you can make tea.
Yeah.
And it's a lot. It's a lot down here. Up my way, it's not no more. But down on this end, it is. I made some for the dogs. I made some water for the dog, some tea for the dogs.
What do you think of that, Wrights?
Well, I think she's one hell of a good cook. I'm gonna have to try her out and see.
I keep telling you, man. Listen. The only thing about me and traveling is I don't like to have to ask permission. That's why I don't do a lot of stuff. I don't like having to ask permission. You know what I mean? Like I don't, I just don't want nobody questioning me. Where you going? Where you coming from? What time you coming back? How much money you got in your pocket? Like, that's none of your business.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
I don't.
that's why I never got involved in none of this shit because I didn't want to be regulated.
I never did that to my wife. Never. You can ask her that.
You
That's true.
dumb
Yeah.
as shit, yo. Good
Yeah.
morning. All right. You crazy. Talk about I never did that to my wife.
No, seriously, I never asked you to where you going. She can go anywhere, anytime she
Oh,
wants to go.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's one thing we talked about before we even got married. I said you can do what you want to do. I don't care.
Right,
You know,
right, right.
I'm
You
not, I'm
do
not that way.
care. Don't say you don't care. Just say
No, I
you're
don't.
not that insecure.
No, I don't care. I mean, you know why I don't care?
Hmm?
Because I know so many people. When I was
See, that's
leaving
the
school,
devil.
yeah,
That's the
yeah.
devil in you. But I'm at the job. Listen, I'm at the job site, right? I'm gonna come back when I get situated. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay. I'll tell you, you'll visit her. She's gonna have to cook for me. You're on mute.
No, I'm still here. I'm still looking
Oh
for
no, I meant
the.
her. Her.
Oh,
She's talking away. She's on mute. Dan said something about a bell or something. I don't know what the heck he's talking about.
no, he's on the phone with Bell. That's the name of the internet company.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that.
So he's trying to get that fixed. That could be, who knows how long. Depends on the competence of the person he gets.
Hello, can I help you? Thank you
Yep.
very much. Yeah.
Let me pass you to colleague.
Do you speak Hindu? Oh my God.
I will give you. Push the button. It's easy. Don't be dumb.
How come you don't understand me?
Just put Binder dot on. It will work.
Yeah. Oh, I know Dan's going to pull out now. Yeah. You got to press the button on.
That's probably what it is. We must rule out all possibilities, sir. Number one, did you plug it in?
Yeah. Process of elimination, eh? Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
You didn't get a what, did you? Yeah. Uh, see that? Dan, that's what happens when you don't pay your bills on time.
What happens when you just don't pay them at all?
Then it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that happened to me because they tried to keep me as a customer. That was Rogers. Then they sent me a phone for free with 2 years of free service. And the third year, they said would be half price. So after 2 years, I
Wow.
canceled. I accepted the offer.
Oh, that's too much.
If I remember correctly, that's the phone that I skipped in the ocean to the fish.
Oh, I remember you telling me about that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was. That was the last phone I had. Yeah.
Bet you the fish are enjoying that cell phone. Can I have an order of shrimp, please?
Yeah. Fuck that thing never shut up. It's terrible.
Hold on a minute, dude.
Yep.
You doing? Just checking. With you. Yeah, it was a spirit moment last night. I says, you know what? I can't get no sleep. You know, I seen a lot of stuff on YouTube. I said, you know what? I'm going to bring it out there. The heck with it.
Well,
Happens, you know.
it's good for me. I was kind of thinking I'm up to my neck in trying to still solve this movie thing. I've got a bunch of things that I got to try to test out, and I was just like, after 2 days, I was thinking maybe I'd just take a break, do something else. I was wondering if you were thinking to go live or not, and then you did.
There you go.
So that was good.
Did that movie work for you? The one that we
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes,
work?
we're good.
Good.
Yeah, I got it, and it's yeah. So we can delete that off yours and undo the $2 thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I also found something as well. You know that that player issue that we were having with the H265, where we had to try and get that 99-cent thing from the Microsoft App Store there.
Yeah, I do remember. I can't remember what app it was, but yeah, I remember that dollar. Yeah.
Right, we were trying to get it and it just wouldn't work. Then we went through the rigmarole to get the Microsoft account. That didn't fix it, and then I undid it, if you remember. I stumbled across a video that was saying that the reason why that doesn't work is because that's an old thing where it used to cost 99 cents, but then Microsoft undid that and made it free. So there was a link to where to get it for free on the Microsoft Store. So I saved that link, and next time we do that, we'll give it a try, and we'll see if that's all it is now.
Good. Because a couple of things I want to ask you about. I tried last night. I didn't quite. Well, I didn't know how to work it. I forgot on DaVinci.
Oh yeah.
I was trying something. It didn't. It's sound only. I figured, well, I'll just try sound, and I couldn't figure out how to get the like the wave. Instead of MP3, and I forgot how to do it. I went, son of a gun, ain't this a mess?
So, you mean when rendering?
Yeah, and I forgot how to do it. I went, shoots. So I'm just trying to get myself used to DaVinci, what I'm trying to do slowly, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and then I tried to copy something on YouTube using that SureFast that we were using.
Right.
That didn't work.
You mean copy or you mean extract?
Copy. I think I did a copy. Yeah. It was pairing. It had the little buttons going up and down, and I waited for an hour, and it still was going up and down. Those little dots. So I
Okay.
did something wrong. I said, "Suddenly, I just can't win. I can't remember."
It could just be that it was taking a while because it's a big file. What were you pairing from? A YouTube video or something else?
Yeah, YouTube video, not
YouTube
mine, but
video.
somebody else's. Yeah,
Somebody else's. Okay.
and I was having a hard time with that. I'm a son of a gun. Why? And
Yeah,
I
we
tried
could do
everything.
it. We could do that real quick in a second here if you want. Just see. Do you know? Do you have the link of the video?
Oh shoot, I gotta check. Hold on, let me check it, see if I can find it.
Sure.
I'm not quite sure if I do or don't anymore. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute, I should have it on my computer still. Hold on here. Let me see. I should have it on. Let me get up here. Yeah, so I'm trying different kinds of, what you're teaching me and everything else. So, but I'm not making a grade yet. I'm trying, but
It's all good.
oh yeah, I'll learn it eventually. It's just, well, what's
I'm
all that
still
noise
learning
about?
it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, especially well, you should see what I'm trying to figure out, man. It's I'm up to my neck in challenges trying to figure out to get things to run smoothly. I almost got DaVinci to work. It actually worked just fine until I got to doing transitions, and the transitions are showing up laggy. So, yeah, it's a few different possible reasons. I got a whole bunch of things I got to try for that. Then I'm going to see if I can get an older version of Cyberlink to run, and then Ableton Live to run. If any one of those fails, then I'll be good to go. If not, then I need to refactory reset my computer, try them again, see if that fixes it. If not, then I partition my hard drive and put Windows 10 on one of the partitions, do the same thing again and see if that works. If that doesn't work, then I'm just going to call it a day and go get another fucking computer. And which one I get is a big decision because I do not want to get Windows 11, but maybe I will just for that one purpose. I don't know.
Wow,
or I might get a Mac. I'm not sure. Or I might actually, well, the other thing too is to just go the Linux route. And that's a learning curve that I want to do too anyways. It's just all time. That's the problem. And I'm just like, fuck. Which one is going to be, for now, the Band-Aid solution at least, so I can continue on with the videos, and then in my leisure, solve it officially, where it's not interrupting this stuff. So we'll see how this goes in the next day or two here with my testing.
Well, I know you. When you get into something, you get into it. There's no doubt about that. This is here at Upbeat Day. We just talked about this, huh? Hold on, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh, hold on. Okay, right there. Hold on.
Okay, I'm back. Whew, okay. Let me go over here. Yeah. Audio, that. This is what I was talking about right here. See this right here?
Yeah.
FEMA knocks on doors. There it is right there. All right, now there's no place to download this thing. Or I should say upload.
What do you mean upload?
Well, I mean to the SureFast. I don't know how to do it.
Okay, so that's parsing. Okay, so you go to, just make sure it's on the right video. Click on the video and let's make sure it's the right video to go to.
All right, let's cut the crap and get straight to
Okay,
the point. What happens
that's not
when you
the
have to
YouTube
strike
link.
some
That's
signal
why.
from-
So pause it.
It isn't.
You see, no, you see where it says YouTube on the bottom of the player there, the bottom right. YouTube.
Bottom right here, yeah.
No, where the word YouTube. Lower down a bit.
Oh, here.
Yeah, click on that. Okay.
Comes knocking on your door.
Now pause.
Deal.
And highlight and copy the address bar at the top.
That's what I tried last time. Yeah, okay. What did I do wrong? Okay. Copy. Right.
All right. Now minimize the browser and open SureFast. Okay. Click on the middle thing. Oh, you're in the wrong section. You got to click on General at the top.
Okay, I was up there before. Yeah.
Or sorry, the one. What is it? Is it private? Yeah, try clicking private.
Oh, I didn't go to private. That's why. Okay.
No, it's not private. Sorry. Is downloader clickable up above general?
Downloader general.
General.
Right
Click
here?
on. Yeah, is that clickable or no?
No.
Okay, click on general again. Okay.
Right here.
Switch it over to the downloading. Yeah. Okay, click on the middle thing. Or that. Yeah, that's fine. Either or should be fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I was doing last time. And well, not this time. It was obvious. Not work. Thank you, dude. I got it. All right. That would be MV4 720. That's as high as I can go.
Yep.
And
confirm it.
Thank you, dude.
Now it'll be in finished at the top there.
It's going to be finished at the top.
At the very top, you'll see the finish tab. Yeah, click on that. Yeah, it's the first one.
Wow. Okay. Then all you got to do is transfer this over to.
All right, let's cut the crap and get straight.
Oh, actually, I got to put it on. I do this, can't I?
No, not from that tool. It's already on your desktop though. I set it to place it there automatically. So you just got to find the name of it, whatever it is. There it is. Do this now. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right, let's cut the crap and get straight to the.
Beautiful. Thank you, dude. That's.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
What are you gonna? What's the objective to do with that next?
I was gonna put that backstage. I want to save everything for backstage so people watch it. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
You know, it's not. I can't say, but yeah.
I gotcha. Oh, hold on, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. You can also put it on Rumble too if you want. Possibly even on YouTube if it's shareable, depending on the creator.
I don't know. I didn't check. I just.
You have to go. Let me show you how to check that. If you go back to the clean that up first if you want. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll show you how to do that after.
Screenshots. I'm just going to erase this. I don't need these anymore.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah. Oh, there's another deal right here. We're gonna have to do one of these days. See it right there?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't do that either. I tried to put this one on DaVinci and it didn't quite work. Oh, okay, screen. Not now, but I mean later on. Oh, come on. Sucker. Come on. There you go. And delete. Okay, I'm with you for now. There you go.
Okay, come back to the Chrome browser. Okay, and if you scroll down a little bit, too far, just in the section under the video, and yeah, so where the details of the video are, you see in the gray there, underneath the
Right here.
subscribe button. Yeah, click on that to expand that. Okay, and it should show if this is in there. No, too far. Let's just read in here. If this is, scroll up a bit further. Videos about, have you ever thought describing themselves that way pretty, they didn't say anything about it. Is it a monetized channel? What's the name of it? Dollar Details. Most likely it is.
Yeah, because you got 13,000 subscribers on this thing.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. It just means the type of channel is why I think it probably is, but not necessarily. Scroll down a little bit further for a sec. Follow along using the transcript. Show
Going or no?
Dollar details. Videos about. Click on that videos button. Yeah, click on that for a sec. Okay, hey, I'm Emma. Scroll up further into my Frugal Living channel. Click on the more.
More. Where's that at?
In the right there. Yeah. So, from button. Scroll down further. See channel details. Share channel. Okay, just give me a second here. Tell if a YouTube channel is monetized. Or with that, YouTube channel's my go to channel's homepage. View the page's source code and search the string. Monetized available. Wow, how the fuck do you do this source code? How do I know if guys view source? Let's go F on Windows or Command F. Okay. Now tell if a video is creative. Any CC-based videos on YouTube. Do a search and find the filter option after you do a search on YouTube. Filter option result. Go to the description box under the video. See a section with details about the video. Here's spot the license in this box. There's a section called licenses. It will mention either standard or what if it doesn't say either? Grand. Retain your copy. Okay, well, according to this, if you close that, click the back button,
Comes knocking on your door.
pause it.
FEMA agents have the authority.
All right, scroll down a bit. Scroll down further. Description. Click on the About button. Maybe that'll be the About video. Yeah, there, click that. No, it's just for a channel. Click back.
Comes knocking on your door. Here's the deal. FEMA.
Details. Well, let me just see what that means. Video show. All right, let's try this. Scroll up. Okay, now highlight and copy the name of the video.
Right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and paste it in the search at the top. And click the magnifying glass so it starts. Okay, now there should be, see filters in the top right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, click on that. Click on Creative Commons. It's in the features. Yeah, right there. All right, so scroll down and see if you see the video. If we don't see the video, then it's not Creative Commons. I don't see the video. It probably would be near the top if it was.
I don't see nothing either. Nope.
So it's probably copyright. Do the filters again for a sec. Click on that. And click the X of Creative Commons. And do the filters again. And click on, I think subtitles CC. Try that. Which I think means copy Creative Commons as well. Not there as well. Yeah, so I would presume it's not 100%, but I think most likely the case that video is copyright. So if you wanted to either just showcase it on screen share or put it on Rumble if you want or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it probably on Rumble. See what happens. Yeah.
I actually have on my tidbits videos, I have about 4 hours, maybe 5 altogether of copyrighted material on there that the algorithm just didn't pick up.
Wow. That's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Dan's writing to us. What was that, Dan? Or is that Slicey?
Let me see.
Slicey.
I didn't know you guys are on Rumble. Yeah, we are on Rumble. Both of us.
Yeah, the last movie we made was How McDonald's Started.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm. That's the last one I made.
I'm on Rumble. I'm on. Oh, actually, before I lose it, let me. Shit, I did lose it. It was 80 something. That's okay. That's in history.
Which reminds you want to tell the people about maybe going to backstage about the movie They Live?
Except we don't have a time for that or anything.
Well, anytime you want to make it, I'll make sure I'll have the time for you.
It's I'll be there whenever everybody else wants.
Okay.
Which can be any time. I got a day job. My corporate schedule is pretty busy. It's crazy.
No, I understand. Mm-hmm. I know the feeling. Yeah.
Slave.
Oh,
yeah, I'm a slave to the corporate life, so I have minutes every day if I'm lucky.
That's why I said we don't know what you are. Slave one day, unslaved the next. Like, who are you, Nudie?
Yeah, right. So if you pay me enough, I'll transfer over and give you more attention over here.
Okay. Shy, can I borrow some money off you?
I'm broke.
Nude, you're shafted.
I don't know what you heard about me, but I am broke, okay? And I don't answer questions.
I make the Jesus coins. I didn't say I accepted them.
You just said you collected them. What do you make up your mind?
I didn't say I accept them for payment, though.
Well, what are you collecting them for? Souvenirs?
Tax.
Tax of what? Joints?
It's a tax for my services rendered of making the money. You see?
You see why I'm so poor? You see why?
And can I ask you, nobody, no, you are something, and I ain't gonna call you a nobody. You are something very wise. But when you get this money, what do you do with it?
Which money?
Whatever Jesus coins you get, what do you do with your Jesus coins?
Well, I lend it out to you guys.
I ain't got none yet. You going to stop lying to the people, telling people you giving away Jesus coins, because I ain't got none. So you're going to have to start sending me something to keep your word, okay?
How much do you want? I got a discount on for the interest rate as we speak here.
Wait, I gotta pay for them too?
Well, yeah. I mean,
well, yeah.
Jesus don't save the world for free, He's got to eat too somehow.
I know. See, that's why I'm saying I don't understand why y'all don't understand what Jack Talcott is doing. Like, he's got to eat too.
Well, dude, he's a Ferrari, and all that stuff.
You got a Ferrari?
No, he needs one.
Right.
You need
for Sundays. My Lamborghini does the job the rest of the week, but on Sunday I need a Ferrari.
Hold up. How does dark space drive?
That's church day, right? So
how does dark space? No, explain how dark space drives. Because you're nothing but dark space. Yes, you're nothing but dark space with a leaf between your crotch.
You know how fast the speed of light is?
No, I never raced the speed of light.
Well, let me tell you something. You should check out the speed of dark.
I have. That's why I'm here with you. I've been on your speed. Look, I've been on your speed for almost 4 years now.
Has it been that long for you two?
Yeah.
4 years? Wow.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. She was there close to the debut days. Very close.
It's like What? I think I started hanging out, and I did start hanging out in 2020,
Right.
but I started hanging out in 2020.
That was the first year I was in the hotel, right? When I just
Wow.
finished making the decision to do this and co-hosted on Epic Cop Watches.
That's
for
where
a
I met
while.
him.
That's right.
That's exactly where I met him.
And that's where Dan met me too.
Yep, that's where I met Dan. I don't know why. Why did I think Dan was Graham?
I don't either.
Didn't Graham have a? Wasn't Graham Animal?
Yes, and British guy.
Right. So when I see Dan's profile picture.
Dan is Grover.
Oh, see, I don't know. I wasn't in the Sesame Street like that.
Yeah, she didn't play the the acting Muppets. She played the real world
Yeah,
Muppets. Yeah.
yep. That's the truth, Nudie. I wasn't all into Mr. Rogers. I just thought he was strange. Noah's Ark. I just thought they were strange because they liked being around kids. And then they had puppets. Like I just thought that was so strange.
Hey, Slicey.
Yes.
Slicey,
Yes.
would you be my neighbor?
No. Are you wearing a purple? Wait, are you wearing a purple or green sweater?
Rights for cardigans. Right here.
That's a good one. Rights for cardigans. Yeah, every time that man pulled out that sweater, I just thought it was just something strange about him. I don't know. Would you like to be my neighbor? Like, no. Like, that is so creepy. They was grooming us then, right?
Yes.
They was grooming us then.
Yes. Everything on the TV was grooming. Everything.
Yes, everything. The Grimace, Ronald McDonald, the Burger King, the Burglar, what was he? With the Burglar?
Yeah, Burglar. That's right. Yeah, Burglar. Yep. Forgot about him. Yep.
Yeah,
Burglar.
like, yo, we
Wow.
was indoctrinated with criminals.
The
He had
clown
a
was the
mask.
mockery. The clown mascot was mocking the consumer for eating this shit. You're a fucking clown. Quit falling for this shit.
Yup.
Right?
They was showing us right in our face, and we ain't even pay attention. But they
And
tricked us.
the grimace was a mockery for what you're going to look like, a big purple blob if you keep eating this shit.
Yup. Oh my God, Nudie, you so smart. You are so smart. I never looked at it like that, yo.
I never have either.
And Burger King was another mockery. You think you're so smart? You're the fucking king, sitting there with your crown jewels, eating this corporate bullshit. You're the king of bullshit.
And we robbing the crap out of you because he looked like a robber. He had the mask on.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But they even gave you the crowns at Burger King to wear. Remember?
Oh yeah. Make you feel like a king. Eat
That's
a Burger
right.
King.
You are the Burger King, aren't you?
I was waiting for me to eat this family jewels.
Wait, and remember Jared? Remember Jared?
Somebody just pop up.
Nudie, you remember Jared?
Jared, it's Reggie, right? I got him.
Okay, thanks. Right.
No, I don't remember Jared.
Hoagies, footlongs.
Oh, maybe that's an American thing.
Wait, what was the name of the restaurant? I mean, the name of the place to show the hoagies. To show the hoagies. Come on, y'all.
I never heard of it myself.
It's a place that sells hoagies, not Wawa.
I'm not sure.
I'm not either.
Tell Dan to get on his slave link and find out the place to sell hoagies, not Wawa, and not the Poppy store.
Oh, good. An opportunity to charge some Jesus coin. I get
So, yeah.
real excited as the I don't
He
know,
did-
what should we call this? I'm the I can't be called the Federal Reserve. How do we mock that? In
The
a
nudie. Why you
religious
can't be the
aspect.
nudie reserve? Why you can't be the nudie reserve?
The Nude Reserve.
The
Oh,
nude reserve.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody would come and see you.
That's
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry.
You get to see a phallic picture of Jesus on the back and the front of every coin. It's worth its weight in gold.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened, you guys?
We were waiting for you. We were waiting for you.
Did you already have class 2 and everything? Did I miss everything, or what happened?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna have a test on it tomorrow. How to
Well, I
fix your
wasn't
cable.
here.
How to fix your cable.
I got the cheat sheet. I got the cheat sheet for you, Dan. Don't worry about it.
I just spent all that time on the phone with those guys, and I had to get my mom involved in everything. What a pain in the ass!
Rectified at least.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi's off, and I'm on cable now.
That's good.
You was repeating yourself though, right? You kept having to repeat yourself and tell the story
Reggie
all
never
over
sounds
again.
so good. He's got no lag right now or anything.
Awesome.
Damn, now I can't get away with me talking to him.
So what happened? You guys been on for 9 hours. Did you guys do the other class, or?
No. We're just doing whatever.
Oh, it's just free. You're just free wiggling.
I haven't scheduled.
Dan,
I haven't
excuse me,
scheduled the class yet because until I sort out the video editor thing, I can't make the announcement video of it. So I'm kind of in limbo until I get that done.
What the hell was going on?
Hey Dan, can I tell you what happened? Shut up, Nudie. Can I tell you what happened, Dan? Please let me tell you what happened. Wrights woke up and
I'll
he
shut up
said,
for the right amount of Jesus coin.
I got you. I owe you. Wrights woke up and said, hell with these people. I'm going to do my thing. He got on the screen and he said, y'all going to watch these damn videos. Y'all going to listen to me talk. And ain't nobody coming up until I'm done. And that was the word. That's what he did last night. He ain't let nobody up until he was finished.
I gotcha.
So he held class. You missed his class. That was part what, 12?
I think it was pretty good. I think you did all right. I really do.
Yeah, you did. You did fantastic. You made us wait. Look, you weren't playing. He ain't even acknowledge the chat. He usually say, Nudie, I'm gonna let you up. He ain't say nothing. He said, y'all gonna wait.
Well, I had the link the whole time, but we didn't tell
Well,
anybody.
I know you had the link. You're the king producer. Nothing happens until you're here.
Whoa.
To collect your coins.
You rule.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot this is your show. Please forgive me.
Wow. No Jesus coins for you.
Well, I was supposed to get paid to come up, but instead I came up to try and collect.
That's why I told him to stay there. I told him to stay there where he's at. Yeah.
Is
I
that why
got
he did
excited
this?
when I got designated to the collection agency, but I don't know.
Well,
I
wait.
haven't collected anything yet.
Nudie, is that why he made you wait to come up on the screen? Because he didn't want to pay you?
That's right.
Oh. Ow.
Oh, snap. What happened, Dan?
I just went to slap a mosquito and hurt myself.
Oh, man, you should
hurt my rib. Slapped
should've
him on my
seen-
chest.
Did you catch it? I don't usually catch them. They bite the crap out of me.
I hope I got him. I don't know.
Did you see those pictures, Nudie, that I posted the other day? The mosquitoes, man, I went in the yard and pulled up some weeds, and I got bit like 6 times. People was talking about they the hives. People was saying they were the hives. I'm like, please stop being so dramatic. I got bit by a couple of mosquitoes. Yeah, I mean, look, they was like, go to the emergency. For what?
Seriously? What are the
No,
Americans?
no, they was a little dramatic though. They wasn't that dramatic, but they was
They
a
wouldn't
little dramatic.
surprise me, you know.
Yeah, look, somebody said get some baking soda and some toothpaste. Like,
So
yo.
basically, you didn't miss very much. I just went solo there, Dan. That's all I did.
People want to get stitches for a splinter these days, you know.
Hey, Rights, can you let me have my bit, please? Sometime, just let me have a bit, man. Dang, you got correct all my bits. Can you stop correcting my bits?
Well, get any money?
Oh my God, Nudie, can you ship this man some Jesus coins, please?
Yeah, no problem. Make me an offer I can't refuse.
I'm not, no, I ain't making no offers. I ain't got nothing to do with it. My name is Wes.
How much you want, right?
I was gonna say, if I get done with you, I'm gonna have to slice you because I won't have anything left.
Man, you are not going to want to come to Philly. That's all I'm going to say about that. unless you move on the right side of the city, you don't want to come to Philadelphia.
It's the beautiful part about this system is you can never run out when I can make as much as we need.
Yeah. And the interest is high too, eh?
Well, of course.
Hey, Nudie, can I ask you a question, Nudie? Tell the truth. Have you micro?
No.
No?
No.
You just
Do
straight.
you what?
You just straight went for it, didn't you?
Back in the day.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
That's a long time ago, but yeah, back in the day, I
Back
went
in-
for it out of naivety, though.
What are you
It
talking
was-
Oh, okay.
I completely was, unaware of what I was about to discover.
What are you talking about?
How about you, Dan? I'm going to ask you. You next, nigga. I got you. Have you microdosed?
What is that? What are you talking about?
Oh my God, where are you? Where have you been?
I don't know
Microdose means, wait, let me tell you, taking
Acid.
hallucinogens.
Oh yeah, I've taken all kinds of drugs, everything. Can't you tell how dumb I am?
Yeah, but
No,
do you know what microdosing is?
Yeah, you know what microdosing
Taking
is?
small amounts or something?
Yeah,
Right.
just
Every
small
day.
amounts regularly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I took
And that's-
large amounts every day.
Oh my God.
Mega dose.
That's illicit, isn't it?
Oh snap.
Isn't that acid? Isn't that acid?
It
Well,
can be.
Mushrooms.
It can be. Yeah, it's all different kind of. It's all different kind of hallucinogens. All
I've
made
done-
from the earth.
I've done pretty much everything except for needles. I didn't take any needles.
And I did those, Dan. I did
Yeah.
those.
He
With
was a pussy. He didn't do needles. That's the real shit.
you was
Yeah, I
scared.
didn't do heroin.
Well, I didn't. Only did that one time. The other things I did was speed and coke.
Is the needle?
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
Wow.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
needle, wow.
Yeah. I was hanging around some older people, and I wanted to sit in and be a part of. So I
Man, I
took the
bet you
jab.
lost some weight.
Look, I took the jab. I took the jab, y'all. I took the jab.
I bet you lost a lot of weight doing that.
Well, I'm small anyway, right? I'm only 5'2", 120 pounds weight. So, I ended up 100, maybe 100 pounds.
Well, ain't too bad then.
But I didn't get, so I used to just do coke and baking soda, right? I didn't do crack. I didn't, when crack came out, I only did it maybe a couple of times, and I got out. Thank God, I got out like in 84, 85. So I was like, you know what I mean? I was pretty much safe, and I didn't lose too much weight. I was like 24 when I stopped using.
Well, since we're doing a little confession, I'll tell you about my confession.
Go ahead.
I came home for a month from Germany. I came over here to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed here for a month, and I went back. I could barely fit into my clothes, my uniform.
What did you do?
Speed.
Oh yeah, that monster was a
Yeah,
trip back then, wasn't it?
yeah. I
Yeah.
sniffed it. No, I didn't shoot it. I sniffed it.
My
My
mother,
nose.
my mother used to sniff it, but then she started shooting it, and then right, she started jabbing it, and they used to have all kind of crazy parties and stuff. But I don't know how. Oh, I know how. Me being grown, hanging around people I ain't had no business hanging around with some of my mother's friends. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
A
And
Well,
smart
I used
one.
it until I dropped my weight again. I could fit through my clothes again. I walked all over the
mhm,
place, and that was it. I was done with it. That's why I
mhm.
did it for, just to lose weight, and I did. I lost it real fast. I went, wow.
Then he went
Wow. So
back to Burger King and wore the crown.
right,
Mhm.
yo, Nudie, you ain't right, Nudie, you ain't right. You said he went back to Burger King after he lost all that weight.
And wore the crown.
I gotta
Yeah.
admit, when I came home, I did eat. I ate everything I wanted to. I paid for it when I went back. Jeez, oh man, I paid for it.
But
I mean,
that's all in the plan though.
That's
yeah.
his way of
Suck
saying
you.
I had the munchies. I had to deal with it.
Yup.
Uh,
Yup.
Oh
Yup.
man, I went back to my God. Did you gain weight? What the hell did you do over there? I said everything. Yeah.
And when did you become a high blood pressure, sugar diabetes candidate?
Isn't
Never
it
been
kind
high
of
blood
weird?
pressure. Never been
Isn't
high
it
blood
kind of
pressure.
weird how junk
No.
food and fast food is like the ultimate compatibility with doing those drugs? Why is it a big old salad would be like repulsive on that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine just smoking your joint? A salad would be the last thing you would want,
And wow, thank you, Nudie. Oh, let me take the phone with me. I'm gonna put y'all on mute, but thank you for saying it, right? Because that shows how I've grown. Because in the past couple of days, I've been craving a salad.
Everybody else is quiet.
I
No,
know,
I
like,
just
did anybody ever crave a salad before? Like, y'all got quiet as, like, how could she do
no.
that?
They're all calling up the, contemplating speedballs and shit. Where's my dealer's number?
I eat a salad. I eat a
This
salad
chick,
just about every day. Every day I eat a
this,
salad. In fact, I just bought some dandelion weeds. Finally got some good ones.
I'm
Some
eating
nice.
dandelion right
that's,
now as we speak.
Are you really?
who? Dandelion?
Weeds.
I'm
Yeah,
eating it right
the
now in
leaves.
my smoothie as we speak.
Listen, wait, tell me about that, Dan, because I cut the grass the other day. Like I let everything grow. I said I'm gonna let nature take its course, right? And I let everything just grow in the lawn. Dandelions, the yellow things. What's the yellow things that come out for the bees?
I can barely hear her.
You can't hear me?
Oh, I
You're a
can hear
little
you
more
now.
in the background.
Yeah.
All right. Well, because I got an echo. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm gonna put y'all on mute, and I'll be back. Okay.
She'll be
Okay.
back.
Okay.
You
I'll be
talking about
back.
you talking about the buttercups, Sly? Those little yellow flower things.
Yeah. I guess because the bees be on them. Like every morning, the bees be on them,
Mm-hmm.
and then they go away at night or something, and then they come back. Like they disappear, and then they come back, just like the white things. The white things disappear, the dandelions, and then they come back. I cut the grass the other day, and the yard was full of dandelions. Like the next morning.
That's a beautiful thing about that plant. I mean, we couldn't get rid of them if we tried, and it's the ultimate healing food for us. It's like nature knows, and this is a perfect example of indoctrination. The idea of this thing called a weed is the
No
furthest
such
thing
thing
from
as a weed.
no such thing. It's the furthest thing from reality, And weeds are bad, evil. They're choking our lawn. We got to get rid of them.
They
Just
tell
eat.
you that. You know why they tell you they weeds and they're
Because they're
bad
good
for
for you.
you? Because they're good, right?
They're
They gonna
medicine.
tell you the opposite.
It's medicine, not weed.
Because they need to keep dense people dense.
Duh.
USA. USA.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Duh.
Hey, Nude, changing the subject here.
Yeah.
I just did all that with my laptop and got the Ethernet cable and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So when I'm on my laptop now, I put the cursor down the bottom right, you know, where the volume is and the internet thing is and everything.
Yeah.
When I put my cursor, hover it over the internet thing, it says internet, no internet access. But I'm on it. How's that? What's that mean?
You're on the LAN now. You're not on Wi-Fi. So that shows the
All right.
Wi-Fi connections.
Can I tell them? Because I had this problem. Wait there. I had this problem. Check your going about on your settings. Check the date and the time, whatever. You gotta have that in your, where your area is, whatever. You gotta have that exact because I had the cable company come out. They did all of that kind of stuff, and they
What you
kept
talking about,
saying,
Willis?
Wait, come on, yo, you sound like Ice. You know, Ice Cold Audits. Well, that's what he called me. He called me Willis. But anyway, but no, seriously, I had they came out. They changed all my wiring. They gave me a new box and everything, right? But it kept saying I was connected without internet access.
Yeah.
So I was like, what the hell is going on? So I called the cable company, or I called, I called the TV, who made my TV, and
Provider.
they told me, they told me how to do it. And I went about and I changed the time to whatever the internet or whatever is on. I changed the time, the right time. So do that if
I don't want Wi-Fi. I want just Ether cable, so it's working good now.
Okay. Yeah, but it says, you said Wi-Fi is not connected?
Yeah, I don't want it though. It's good. I'm all good.
Yeah, then that's good. Yeah.
So I'm not getting
You don't want it
microwaved
bouncing.
anymore.
Right, you don't want it bouncing back and forth. No, I used to hate that shit.
Except with your cell phone. That's still cooking it.
And I got my cell phone on airplane mode, so it's not on at all. It's off.
Yeah, that's keep it at least at 30 to 50 feet distance. Even if
and I
it's
do
off.
that. I keep it in the other room too.
Yeah, even if it's off.
Yeah, I do that. But we're still getting fried by the towers, though. The G5 towers everywhere.
And,
that mean I'm fried. I'm letting y'all know now that I'm fried. Just letting y'all know.
Among other things, yep.
Yeah.
That's
man.
back in the day with TV transmission antennas and radio and transmission antennas. It's been there all along,
That's what you hear, the ringing in your ears.
Yeah.
See, this is why I like hanging out with y'all, because I always connect with the ringing. Like I always be quiet, sit still, and I say, okay, I'm getting the charge. Whatever y'all doing, go ahead, do it.
Holy smokes, what a long bunch of bullshit this morning with them. And the problem is I'm on my cell phone, and I have really bad connection with Rogers on my cell phone, so I kept losing connection with them. I had to phone them back, then get a different person, and I had to go through all the verification again. And
you know that you can tell them off the pop to call you back if it gets disconnected, right?
I gave them my phone number and sat here for 15 minutes, and they didn't call back.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So I called them back again and got another person, and they wouldn't do anything with me because of it's in my mom's name, and so they had to get a hold of my mom, and my mom was just crazy, and she couldn't understand why she's paying for two places and wanted to know why and everything, and which is not their problem, you know what I mean? So it's just a big kerfuffle, man. But I finally got it done.
Wow.
3 days it took to do this.
Were they at least more English this time, or still?
Yeah, I finally got an clear English-speaking guy. But this took 3 days of bullshit just to change it from Wi-Fi to cable.
So what did you end up having to do?
Reboot the the modem needed to be rebooted, shut
That's
down.
all.
Unplug. Yeah, unplug
It
for
sounds
30
simple,
seconds.
but they won't. You have to connect them to do it. It just doesn't
Yeah.
do it. You know what I mean? You have to connect, get a hold of your provider, or talk to them on the phone, and they got to do it over the phone.
They got
But
to do it.
no,
They got to
it
switch
don't.
it, and then you reset your modem.
Wait, there's an app. There's an app. Why don't
Yeah,
you
but
have
I
that
can't
app?
do it. I can't do it without internet. How can you do it with an app if you don't have internet?
Because once you go to that, once you click on the app, it's going to say troubleshoot. You push troubleshoot, and it's going to ask you, do you want to restart your modem? You
How can
push
you do
yes.
that when you don't have internet?
Don't
There's
worry
no.
about it. Just do it. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, that's what I do. If it says troubleshoot, you say yes. It says, do you want to restart your modem? You say yes. It restarts the modem.
Cool.
Or you unplug it for 30 seconds and plug it back in.
Yes, I realize that, but
That's not the issue though, Sly. For the changing over to turn off the Wi-Fi part
Well,
on the modem.
don't make me hurt y'all. Don't
Let's
make me
move
hurt
on.
y'all.
I've had enough of it
Yeah.
for today.
Look, I'm sorry, because I'm going to slap all three of y'all like y'all the Three Stooges right now. Okay. Wait a minute? What you just say?
No, he did what he needed to do. What he needed to do. There was no way he could do that without the ISP's assistance, for sure.
Yeah, I guess. I
It depends on the modem, and in that particular case, which is no surprise with Bell.
Nudie, I done seen them. They done been out my house. Like, I've been there for 16 years. I done seen what they do, man. They listen. And they did not tell me to move my modem closer to certain devices. So my stuff kept going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Right? I had to figure it out.
I
Maybe
bet
the
you
modem is too far away.
I bet you even the modem's got ears and eyes. Hey, dude?
It does.
Of course it does.
And someone from India.
It's also got a recorder in it.
Yeah.
Someone from India can know what's going on in your house.
Yes. Anybody who has access to your modem has access to, it's like
They gotta
having a
have
camera.
permission. They gotta have permission to have access to your modem.
Fuck permission. They don't need permission.
Who says they have to have permission? It's their modem.
Yeah, but you signed a contract.
It is not invading your privacy. You accepted it in your house. You wanted it and paid for it, and it's absolutely in the contract.
Y'all make me sick with knowing everything. Oh my God, no. That's a shame, man.
But
you're right.
Wait till you discover that your fridge and your microwave had cameras in audio recording for the last 40 years.
People buy that shit. People buy that shit. They do.
Wait till you find out the
refrigerator talks to you.
You wait till you find out the little barcodes that have been coming on cereal boxes and other products also have video and auto recording for the last 50 years.
You're lying.
Nope.
Now I think you're
nope.
overdoing
Look it up. Look it up. That entire thing. They've been recording and tracking where they go in your cupboards, how much you consume. They've been recording all of that for years and years and years.
Well, I kind of believe that though too, because as soon as they started with the servers save information, right?
The servers what?
Am I right? The servers save information. Like when they started making the servers, right? Collecting information.
You mean for the internet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well that's just a fancy word for computer. That's all.
No, but I'm saying they started having servers for with what Bell, with certain corporations. They started having servers collecting information when people call them.
Oh yeah,
right?
that happened in that's right. That happened in the Long time ago. As soon as they could
Yeah.
record, probably like 1700s, you know, maybe
Wow.
earlier than
No,
that.
we going back. We going way back then.
Yes,
They
maybe
had that kind of
further.
technology.
Absolutely. Whatever they give to the public is they're eons ahead. That they had that a long time ago already.
Mm,
So,
okay.
you know, the stuff where they say it's new, you know, the public thinks we're making progress, right? Whatever they give you is breadcrumbs compared to the actual stuff that they use.
So somewhere.
Anybody in the military will tell you that. And
Mm-hmm.
and even that stuff, the stuff that they're showing and using people in the military is also far from what they're using
Fix
in,
that
you
for
know,
them.
top secret labs and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hi,
that's just what I know
Heather.
about. Imagine what,
Hi,
you
Heather.
know, none
Excuse
of
me,
us have
guys.
been told about. Well, don't everybody fucking talk at once now.
I thought my headphone went dead. I went, oh, my
Huh?
headphone went dead.
Everyone went to go put on Burger King hats, crowns.
Shicely?
Shicely. She got a
Hello?
call something. She went on mute.
What did she?
Yeah.
I just want to know if she ever heard of Operation Stingray.
Fuck, I was on mute and didn't know it.
Are you on the different audio now? You sound
Yes,
a
I
little.
unplugged my headphones so I could walk away from my laptop for a second and do something.
Yeah, you could tell. I think your laptop mic is pretty good, but when you go too far away from it, it starts to sound a little tinny and trebly.
Okay, can you hear me well now?
It's all right. It's good
What'd he
enough.
say?
As long as it's only for a bit, yeah.
What's that guy, fat guy, saying?
He said Reggie has stinky balls.
Probably because he doesn't have any balls, so they're probably rotting somewhere, I'm sure. I got him fixed when he was only like 8 months old or something.
Poor dog.
I know. I wish I hadn't have done that.
Wow.
Are you talking about taking your dog's
abusing
man?
your pets with neutering them.
Yeah. That one thing I didn't want to do with my dog, my boy dog. I did not want to take his. I didn't want to take his personality away.
And I got him vaccinated and got him kennel stuff and flea and tick fucking pills and.
So what do you do now?
Nothing.
Right, and he's happy, isn't he?
He's doing well, yes.
See, I stopped. Huh?
He can't breathe very well though.
Okay, how old is he?
14 almost. 13.
See, yo, listen, I'm gonna tell you something, Dan, and I know you probably say this girl always got a goddamn story, right? But yesterday, I thought my dog might have been going away. Made a video, I was crying and everything. An hour later, this little nigga perked up and was moving around like, I don't know what she was crying about. I don't know why he was telling the people, pray for me. I mean, I was going through it because when he wakes up, it seems like he's having a hard time breathing. Like
He was trying to show you what a bitten on bit looked like in doggies.
he sure did.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not lying. I made the video. I'm crying. I'm glad I didn't post it because I'd have felt like a damn fool. But I'm like, pray for Graham. I think this is it. He's old. You know, you can see it in his eyes. And I'm crying and shit.
Getting the funeral bed all ready. And,
Yeah, yo, listen, no, stop. I had to
call it up the Grim Reaper.
Yo, stop playing. I put him in my lap. I had the white little nice comfortable little sweatshirt, you know.
Had the little pause tombstone on order already. You know?
Y'all not see my face.
Minus the ceremony, you know.
Listen, I had it already. I called my close friend, and you know, I said, "Listen, dogs. I think the dog's about to go."
Did somebody just pop up?
I think
called
so,
the
right?
bank.
You're gonna have to get it this time.
Okay, I'll go get it. Hold on there.
I think some look.
I'm
I
tired of
called him
working
this,
for free around here.
I got it.
and you can tell he about to doze off too. You hear
No,
it in
I'm
his
up.
voice.
I heard it go. Boop. I'm up.
Yeah, but we still hear you about to doze off though.
She can't wait for me to doze off so she can talk bad about me. I know what
Like,
she's going to say.
yo, I love you.
Yeah. Well, that came back on me, didn't it?
Are we having what do they call a second round marriage? Is there an official name for that? Should I get the prenup agreement out again?
I keep telling you, I don't know why. What you got with this prenup stuff? I don't have anything. So
It's all
anything I
about the
come
Jesus
with,
point.
anything I come with, he can have.
How you doing, JG?
You know what I mean?
About time. I was back there for 2 hours, man.
we was waiting for you to hop on the right train, my brother.
Yeah,
Duty's
what's
got
up,
to do his
nigga?
job.
What's up, nigga?
Talk
I
to
just
your
felt like
dogs,
saying
Mike.
that. I don't
Duty
say
doing
that
his job.
seriously. Just felt like saying that.
JG, what's going on, my brother?
What's good, my ninja?
Nothing much. Yo, yeah, and yes, he can call me a ninja, y'all. It's okay. You don't think he's racist. He's not. We grew up in the same city.
I'd just say nigger. I'm all good. You know.
That's
my nigger.
because you're wait. That's because you're black.
That's
why
right.
you say it.
I'm black and white. Just look at the circle.
You're not white. Ain't nothing white about you. You just got a white leaf. You just got a white leaf between your legs.
That's right.
Nothing white about you.
Yeah, that's right. I wipe my crotch with the white. Okay.
Right? There you go. My nigga. All right, y'all gotta. I'm in the customer's house. I gotta behave.
Oh shit! Another painting job or something else?
Oh my God! Why y'all always telling my business? God damn!
Well, you show it on cam. I mean,
all I said was I didn't show anything today, did I?
I was asking. I don't know.
Why you all in my business?
That's right. Why you all in my business?
Oh man, Sly, you're a piece of work.
Yes, I am. I got it from my mama. I looked in the mirror and said that today too. I said, damn, I'm just like my mother. You would have loved my mother, JG. You and my mother would have got along perfectly. Because you're a daredevil. My mother liked daredevils.
Yeah, that's one thing I loved about growing up in Philly is like meeting older black women that were cool as hell, and it was like hell yeah, like
yeah, my mother would love
Mrs. Johnson's fucking dope, you know.
yeah, my mother would have loved you. All right, y'all too quiet now. Come on.
Well, I was just gonna say
Wake
I
up.
couldn't interest you guys to come up here in Detroit, could I?
Coming to well, hey, I don't know about Nudie, but the rest of us can travel. Nudie might get lost in the wind.
No, I'm stuck on a plantation. It's hard. I can't get off it.
You might need somebody to save you. We're gonna send Kamala Harris to get you, all right?
My master won't let me go.
That's why we got Kamala Harris. She gonna come save you.
Yeah, Kamala's a lady in Philly you don't talk to. Like, you don't ask to shovel her snow. You don't even fucking acknowledge her.
Right.
Yeah, I see they're advertising on YouTube about that. Yeah, your needs is $10 for your freedom
Oh,
and
it's
democracy.
Wait, it's $10 now? Because it was
Mhm.
$5. It was $5 2 weeks ago.
For what?
That's 10 now.
Donate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was $5 2
For
weeks
your
ago.
freedom and democracy. You know, you're fighting for freedom. You know, like she doesn't have enough money. She needs our money. You know, screw her.
Wait, Barack Obama was begging for it.
So is
Like-
Donald Trump.
Yep.
Yeah, well, he's begging for it for him. I'm saying they begging for it for Joe. And Joe ain't look, Joe don't even know he quit yet.
Hey, watch. Joe Biden's gonna die in like 2 months. He's got nothing to do. Just sitting around.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. They gonna swear. They gonna swear you gonna do something to them. Don't say that. You know how you know they listening.
Hey, I would doubt Jill and him would get a divorce. She lost all her power.
Nah. She ain't divorcing him. He about to. Did you hear what JG just said?
Yeah.
It's true. Even though he shouldn't have said it, it is true. Yeah. Now Joe get to smoke all the weed he want to smoke.
Yeah, he can drive his Corvette up and down the driveway.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere
Well, no,
else.
I don't think they gonna let him drive no more. If he done lost the presidency, they not putting him behind a wheel. Are you kidding me?
No, he was not allowed to drive his vet, only to his driveway and back. Anywhere he goes, he has to be.
But that's what I'm
chauffeured.
saying.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Now that he done quit his job and don't know it, they not gonna let him get behind a wheel. He might try to drive to work.
Hey, did you guys hear what happened to Miss Piggy?
No, what happened to Miss Piggy?
She had to phone in sick because she had a frog in her throat.
Lucky Kermit.
A frog's penis?
Oh my God, JG, no. Really? Did you really have to ask?
I'm more curious what her job was.
Oh shit. Holding down the swine.
I'm taking Reggie in for a walk.
You taking Reggie taking you for a walk, you mean?
You gotta have some issues if that got caught in your throat, you know.
What, Reggie? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot this is a family program here.
Yeah.
I got more than I bargained for, but I'm good.
It's okay. Pay enough Jesus coin. You can buy your say what you want, uncensorship. Get out of jail free passes.
So I didn't know you guys were on Rumble.
Kind of. Rights has put videos up there. We attempted to go live on there once just as an experiment.
Well, you know you could go when you go live on here, you could go live on Rumble. They usually do it. The chronic what's their names? The chronic what is their names? The weed boys.
The who?
The weed guys. Devo.
Oh, Devo. Yeah, Devo and Cheech and Chong.
Paul. Yeah, Paul is on there. Brian is on there. Yeah, so I got a Rumble account. I also got a Kicks account. You heard Kicks?
Kicks? That's a new
Kicks.
one to me.
Yeah, Chuck Bronson. I'm on that with Chuck Bronson.
Did I hear somebody else's pop up, or did somebody just drop down?
I got it. It's Reggie the Second.
Reggie the Second.
Yeah, that's
I'm
his phone.
blocked.
That's his phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Am I blocked?
Yeah, you're blocked. I mean,
I'm
you're
gonna have
black.
to. I'm gonna have to check that out. What is Kicks? Is that a new social media?
I don't know. Go to your Google Play Store.
Oh, it's a phone app.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a computer
She
app
means?
too. If you, I guess, I don't
She
know.
means it. I mean, she means. Does she really mean it when she says she means it?
Yeah, I
Or
think
she
so.
doesn't mean it. She doesn't mean it when she doesn't say I mean.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
You know what? It feels good to be black. It feels real good to be black.
Did everybody press the bell before they came up?
Did you tell everybody to press the bell before they came up?
All right. Well, everybody,
Too
please
much
press
work.
the bell when you come up. How's that?
Too much work.
Yeah, I.
Shit, you got more likes than you do viewers. You know.
Yeah, you're right. I do.
That's a good thing.
Well, I want to see what happens today. See how many people watch this thing. They got a surprise coming.
Well,
Probably shut it off.
they might not listen. A lot of people don't really watch the live streams, the replays of the live streams, but they do watch the videos. Yeah, they do watch the videos. Nobody sits through a 4-hour live stream really and watch it. But sometime I might do it. But that's
Reds
because
actually
I'm.
gets a lot more viewers on after the fact than on the stream. Sometimes in low hundreds. It's weird. I don't
So
know
you're
who
saying
doesn't.
people watch the replay?
That's right. I don't know who doesn't have a life that much, but yeah, you should see his stats. It was even more on the backup channel, which is weird because that has like half the amount of subscribers. Not even.
Shoot, in the middle of the night. Well, in the middle of the morning, AM like time, 3, 4 AM. There's a lot of foreigners on YouTube live.
Yep.
Someone might be asleep, but they live.
There's a deaf channel, right? It's a bunch of deaf people sign languaging on a StreamYard. It's pretty interesting.
And they be doing it in the chat too?
Nah, just live on the panel, and they're going hardcore. They're just fucking hands left and right.
And can you tell when they angry and stuff? Do they be getting triggered like we do?
Yeah, you can see it in their face, but
that probably do seem funny.
yeah, I wish I could communicate with them, but I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Just give the finger; they'll understand.
Oh no! Then you gonna get my boy banned. They gonna ban his ass. JG, you go on their panel with your glass, your glasses with the one lens in it, and they'll be like, oh, he one of us. He got a problem too.
Just tell them you're a new beginner. You're trying to learn the sign language.
Like a couple of the panelists on there, they're all tatted up. They look like gangbangers. They're like deaf gangbangers.
Damn. Yo, have y'all noticed though, JT? Have you noticed a lot of cops getting sleeve tattoos?
Nah. That's probably happening a lot in Philly, but I don't see it out here.
No, well, yeah, a lot of videos I've seen of other states, and well, no, I really don't see it that much in Philly, But in a lot of other states, though, these cops are getting sleeve tattoos. They look like gang members.
Because they are.
I believe so too. Blue line, Doug, gang members. Yeah. All right,
You know,
y'all.
blue.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
cops nowadays, it's a different breed. They're just it's like punks. It's like a punk gang.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
right. That's right. I
Exactly.
agree. Yep.
You're right about that.
Whatever makes the most money.
The gang members, they
Yep.
make the most money. Because because they want you to be scared of them. You have to be afraid of them.
Policing for profit is the only way. Why would anybody think there'd be policing for free? That doesn't make sense.
But war is for profit.
What is it?
War is for profit.
Yeah.
Wars are
Yeah.
for profit.
Yeah, of
Wars
course.
are not. They're not to help anything. They're not to make any changes. They're only for money
Well, not
and
only
power.
for
Well,
no,
power, control, right?
they're also for entertainment for the elitists.
Oh, well, I think. Wait. Did you say that? I think that
There's nothing that'll
purging.
satisfy an elitist mind more
I think they
than
purge. I think they purging now, yo. I think
yeah.
they betting and purging now. That's why we got all the guns and the drugs and all of that kind of stuff. Because the
That's
elite
right.
are. I believe that. I
That's
truly
right.
believe that.
Nothing
How
will
many?
satisfy an elitist mind more than a slave ritual that goes and sacrifices themselves in a battlefield and fights to the death for them, right?
Mm,
It's just like, to them, it's like watching a football game.
right. I've been saying that for a long time, Nudie. I've been like, yo, I believe when they made that movie, I'm like, yo, I believe they really got people like that will sit. I mean, because they got plenty of movies like that. They not even called The Purge, right? And they got people on computers that will rally up people and have them do things and stuff. And being watched on cameras and people placing bets on them. I believe that stuff really happens.
Of course it does. You know,
I believe that's how they got that guy up on that roof.
that's why they put their faces on the money, because again, it's entertainment for them, right? To watch all the slaves use it, and mock them for it.
Mm-hmm.
Got what guy on the roof?
That guy that gave Mike Tyson the cue to bite the president. You ain't know that guy gave he the one that gave Mike Tyson the cue to bite him. He fired off his shot. Secret Service, the Men in Black all jumped on Donald.
They
Donald
make them
fell to
cap
the
guns
floor.
pretty convincing these days, you know.
Yeah,
Don't you
Trump
realize
fell
that's
to the floor.
You realize
Go
that's
ahead.
a movie, right?
Yo, it's
You
gonna
realize
come
that's a
out.
movie,
Mike
right? Like
Tyson,
entertainment.
Mike Tyson 2. Yes,
Whoa.
it's gonna be a movie. Mike Tyson 2. Mike
Rise
Tyson
of the
returns.
corporate earwigs.
They said, well, didn't Mike Tyson have a fight? Why he back out of his fight? I said, because he got a better deal. He got to bite the president's ear.
Yeah, isn't Tyson supposed to fight Jake Paul? That's not happening.
Right. No, he something happened. He had a spasm or I don't know, something happened. But I said he got a better deal. They said, Mike, we're gonna need you up under that podium like Monica Lewinsky. They said we're gonna need you up under that podium to when Trump fall, you go ahead and bite him and bite him hard enough for it to bleed.
Did you say
That's why.
Monica? Did you
Yes,
say Monica Lewinsky?
I said that they had a better deal for Mike Tyson. In his contract, they said, we're going to need you to do a Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, damn. The hell with
Get
that
up
shit. I'll be
on,
over. I'll be on the podium. Hold on.
they said, get up under this podium.
Yeah.
And when he dropped, just bite him.
What do I
And that's
say?
how, and that's going to be the next movie. Yo, I'm telling you, The Simpsons, I bet you The Simpsons already got that movie. The Simpsons already probably done did it.
I'm running for president.
There's another mockery of the citizenry, right? Of all the things that, if it was half as legit as it isn't, for impeachment of all the presidents, and the one that actually gets it, it's over a fucking blowjob. You guys are fucking morons, you citizens.
Yup. Right? Yup. Now I can go out on Saks Fifth Avenue and shoot a nigga and get away with it. This man got a blowjob and y'all was mad.
Yeah, he gets impeached.
The taxpayers died. The taxpayers are paying for it.
That's crazy. You right. How backwards are you? That's the slaves, though. It's all like you said. It's a psyop. It was just the, yeah. I mean, just the, it was just because.
Do you guys know what KFAB is?
Who?
KFAB, the factor or convention of presenting stage performances as genuine or authentic.
Wow. And when did you look that word up? You better erase that shit from your Google search, boy.
That's all this is.
They gonna swear you did it. But yeah, I believe it. I've been calling it Hollyweird for a minute now. For the past since Cat Williams told y'all know they trying to cancel Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is the one that did the interview with Cat Williams.
Don't ask
now,
me.
I'm telling you, Shannon Sharp used to be a football player. He has a podcast, and he did a big interview with Cat Williams, a comedian. Cat Williams exposed a lot of people. He exposed the quote unquote Illuminati, people at the gatekeepers. He exposed a lot of them, right? So now they want to cancel Shannon Sharp because he did the interview. Now, help me understand, what does Shannon Sharp have to do with what Cat Williams say out his mouth?
It makes a lot of money.
Right, it did. It made him a lot of money. That interview made him so much money, they trying to cancel him now. So I guess they probably don't want to pay him because he made so much. He got almost 80 million views from Cat Williams alone.
Easy money, and also again just part of it's all theater, right?
That's what I said. It's all theater.
The LARP must go on.
Mm-hmm. So they cancel him and get another one out there. I mean, you're right. They put another psyop out there.
Yeah, it's one after another to keep the distraction enticing to engage with, so you don't get too bored of it. Right?
Ooh,
another cookie crumb.
Yeah.
Yup. All right, so y'all, I'm hearing their dryer like bounce on this floor. It would drive me crazy. I want to fix it so bad. Should I just mind my business?
What's wrong with the dryer?
You don't hear it?
Not really.
Wait.
Maybe a little bit.
Wait. You hear it?
Okay, yeah, I hear that. That's a dryer?
Yeah. So, I want to fix it. I just want to fix it.
What's wrong with it?
It's unleveled. It's got to be unleveled.
Oh. And it's
gotta
not
be
your
unleveled.
clothes in there?
No, I'm not. I'm not at my house.
Slicey, I know what the problem is.
What the problem is?
It's broke.
What's the problem?
No, it's not broke. It's working. It's just unleveled. It's on a wood floor. It's probably unleveled.
Sounds like the bearing's gone.
What kind of work are you
Oh,
doing right now, Slash Eye?
I don't work. Yo, that's between me and you, man. I don't work.
I thought you were painting a house or something.
I'm
You're
not,
still doing
I
that?
am telling you, man. Yo, I'm not sharing shit with y'all no more. I'm not telling y'all nothing else.
JG, I said the same thing to her. She almost shot me when I said that. Yeah.
I finished that one though, JG. I'm in another one.
You working for the Russians?
Nah.
All right.
China.
He said,
China.
am I working for the Russians?
That's how I used to find work in Philly.
Wait.
I'd go on Craigslist, and the Russians and Polish people would always be posting ads.
Wait, you know why? Because that's all that's moving to Philly now. That's the Jews are buying up everything.
Let them have it.
I was saying the Russians and the Polish, but yeah, I mean the Jews.
They duh. You don't
Yeah.
think the Russians and the Poles are Jewish?
It's all made in China. It's only shit you can buy anyways. Let them have it all.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I was watching somebody's live stream the other day. The house went up in smoke. 12 animals died. Thank God they weren't home.
Especially the farmland. It's all toxic from the big ag and shit. Let them have it.
Yep. And these chemtrails, they killing your soil. They are purposely killing your soil with these chemtrails. With these high heat, with these over 100-degree weather days, they definitely killing your crops, killing your land, your soil. No rain. Then when we get rain, it's first they gotta spray the chemtrails so the rain can make them fall down. Oh, is we supposed to talk about stuff like that? I'm so sorry. Allegedly, we got chemtrails, y'all. Allegedly, not for real.
No, for real.
I didn't say that. As long as you don't get me in that, because they swear we are part of a group. JG, go ahead, catch your train, buddy. I'm with you.
Everything that people try and censor, I just say the opposite. Fuck
I
it.
know. And Nudie, I said we could curse here. Nudie said, "Fuck no."
People want us, do the whole. I don't give medical advice or legal advice. Fuck that shit. I give medical advice. I give legal advice. I'll give you whatever fucking advice you want. Why are people so paranoid about what?
Because we are censored, man. We're censored. The people are censored, not the government. The government swear the Constitution is for them. They don't think that
because my toaster is listening to me.
Dan, you sound like you're under a pillow.
I said because my toaster is listening to me.
You got a smart toaster?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you get a smart toaster, yo?
And he tried to fix it by hiding the toaster in the refrigerator, but it didn't work well.
That don't work, because the toaster told the refrigerator to pick up.
The smart fridge communicated with the toaster, the smart toaster.
Yep.
They ratted on him. They were all asleep.
Yup. He said, yo, we fridge. He tried to hide me. Get him.
They even have smart toilets now.
They do. They got one flush for the poop and one flush for the pee. No lie.
Flush.
Yo, no lie. He ain't lying.
I got that toilet.
You do?
Yeah, I have that. No, it's true. I do. I have that toilet. Yeah.
You wear the Burger King crown when you sit on it?
It's got two levers on it. The green one's for the pee, and the silver one is for the poop.
It's got to be connected to the internet. What I'm saying. Smart.
I can't hear what he said.
Well, it seems like these new water boxes are computerized. They don't, your water is not set up like it used to be through the ground and all of that. They got red and blue hoses. They got boxes where you could shut the water on and off and all of that kind of stuff.
Now, just think about that when you go buy the smart water.
Yeah, like what is that, dude? Can anybody tell me what is smart water?
What is
Internet of
this?
Things.
It's got nanobots in it.
It does. He's not
I'm
kidding.
not joking.
Ion charged alkaline water.
Wow, y'all too damn smart for me, yo. Y'all know too much stuff. And I guess I just feel stupid because I'm just learning, right? I was paying attention, but still I'm learning a lot of stuff that I didn't know.
Well, we're on that subject. You got to change your laundry soap supply.
I cannot hear him hardly. What
He
is
said
that?
something about.
Seinfeld episode. This guy's a low talker. It's like
He said
Seinfeld.
something. Wait, he just said something about my laundry. What?
Yeah.
He said you got to change your laundry soap.
My laundry soap. Okay.
The
They
whole
stopped selling.
laundry, your whole process of the way you do your laundry, you need to change.
Well, all right. So I was thinking about this because y'all know how y'all talk about the fluoride, right?
You're using smart. You're using smart soap.
And there's tons of fluoride in your laundry too.
Yeah. So I was wondering that, right? Like, how do you can't get rid of the fluoride unless you boil your water? Like, how do you get rid of the fluoride? You can't.
You don't use
The animals.
water.
Well, how do you bathe?
It's a process. I guess it's all about location. It shouldn't be where you are. You're not.
Don't follow my lead. There's no Starbucks out there.
We don't know when to let. Maybe that's why Nudie black, because he hasn't bathed in a minute. He's black. That's because he don't bathe. Nudie, you be quiet, man. You stay out of this one.
Hey, whatever works to stay cloaked, you know.
You too black to be in this conversation.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Whatever it takes to be under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, damn.
You don't want to follow my lead. The solution is too easy.
Active ingredients in Crest toothpaste: sodium fluoride, 0.243%.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We've been fluoride all our lives.
I like it.
The fluoride.
It's good stuff.
He said it's good stuff. Like we was giving that to our animals. We was having it in our Kool-Aid, and we didn't even pay attention. That's what Jim Jones got. He made the Kool-Aid, didn't he?
It's documented to be a domestication aid.
Kool-Aid was?
Fluoride.
Oh.
It's actually patented to be such. It's an aid for domestication and pacification.
Kool-Aid, domesticated. Kool-Aid was domesticated, and what's that other word you used?
Pacification.
Right. Tang. Right.
Docile.
Yeah.
Docile. You know, I mean, to make you obedient, compliance resistant to abuse. You know, that type of thing.
Make the kids some Kool-Aid. Hey, Kool-Aid. Yeah, make the kids some
It
food.
calcifies their pineal gland.
That's right. Less aware, you know, more
Yeah,
asleep.
man.
What they're
Damn.
really saying is it's hand in hand with hypnotics, right? So it helps. It helps being in a trance state.
And then send them to school out of control, and then we'll put them on medication.
For the hypnosis.
Put it right.
I
That's
just
what
brushed
school is
my
for.
teeth. I'm feeling very sedated and unnerved.
That's how they want you. Slaved up. Yo, and I can't share this with nobody. That's crazy. I can share it. Yes, I can. All right. So since I've met y'all, well, since I've been coming on the panel with y'all, I've changed a lot of stuff. I even stopped brushing my teeth with that shit with toothpaste as much.
There are
You
other
hear me?
kinds. There's other options for toothpaste if you want.
Um,
You can also make your own quite easily, and it's pretty tasty.
Peppermint and what else?
Spearmint, whatever, tea tree, coconut oil, a little bit of baking soda if
Coconut
you want.
oil?
Mm-hmm.
Coconut oil?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, like, how do you buy coconut oil? Like, what is coconut oil for?
Brushing your teeth.
Oh man, yeah, that's what I use it for.
It's for a lot of things.
What you could do with it.
Yeah, for a lot of things.
It's a lot of stuff you can do with coconut oil.
Yeah, for sure.
You can
I
eat
wouldn't.
it.
You can, but I wouldn't. You know,
Okay, okay.
it's not gonna really harm you or anything like that. But I think it's a misuse case. Any oils like that, I think it's not really a wise thing to do. It's not natural. But compared to something like McDonald's, you know, it's a far cry, of course. Use it for more topical use cases, cleaning, soothing, anti-inflammatory.
I tried to use it for a hair. I tried to use it for a hair grease, like a hair oil.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work. It burned. It burned my forehead, like my scalp.
Coconut oil burned your scalp?
It burnt my skin. It made me itch. Like
What
I was
kind of
allergic to
coconut
it.
oil was it? Was it we're talking about it's got to be real coconut oil, like raw, organic, extracted coconut
It
oil,
was.
not like
It
some
was.
cream.
No, it was pressed coconut, raw, like you said, something like that, organic, one of them. And it made my forehead like itch really, really bad.
Huh. Interesting.
Got that coconut fluoride.
Yeah. That could either be because there was something wrong with it, or it was working. It was doing something to extract toxins. You could actually do oil pulling. A lot of people do oil pulling with coconut oil or olive oil. Just swish it in your mouth for like 15 minutes, spit it out, and that takes a lot of the toxins out of your gums and shit.
You gotta do it for a half hour to actually really sink in.
Half hour?
Sink in all your teeth. Goes right into all your nerves, your teeth, and everything.
There you go.
The fuck's this guy saying?
Just be real careful when you do it, not to swallow. That's bad. Make sure you spit it out.
Fly. Make sure you're a spitter. Don't be a swallower.
I was spitting at an early age, man. I didn't swallow.
That's way too much information.
I'm just saying. You asked for it. Shit.
You should try coconut long time ago.
Long time.
Yeah.
Nah, you know we ain't had no coconut in North Philly, man. A lot of vitamin D though. Oh shit. What?
I got a story for it. I met this chick downtown. I go to her place. We're drinking, She's giving me a blowjob. I'm about to bust a nut, and I just start peeing all over her. I pee on the floor. I'm pissing all over the mattress. It's crazy, man. Never happened to me.
This was like
I mean, that was a story that you wanted to share with the panel? Okay.
Yeah.
Was this
Yeah,
like a
raw
calculated
stories.
incident or this?
Yes.
Say it again?
Was this like a calculated incident or what's the rest of the?
What's the
equation?
backstory? Yeah, what's the backstory?
Yeah, I met this chick downtown. I end up going to her place, and you know, I'm thinking I'm about to bust a nut, right? And you're like, all right, and boom, I go to nut, and it's just urine, and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck?
you didn't know it?
Yeah, like I'm about to bust a nut, and I'm like, all right, you know, and then boom, it's just urine, and I'm pissing all over her face. It's coming out of her mouth. It's on the mattress. Yeah.
Oh. Did you get put out after that?
I just played dumb. I was like, I don't know what just happened. She's like, what just happened? I don't know what just happened. I was embarrassed. I was in shock. I was like, holy shit, like I can't.
Did she call you back?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, she was trying to get a new mattress, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what happened. She's like, oh, do you think you can buy me a new mattress? I was like, I can't do that. You know.
He's like, I'm a train jumper. I don't have that.
It's an $8,000 mattress. I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't can't buy you a new mattress.
Yo,
wow.
She slipped you something, yo, for you to be pissed instead of nothing. You pissed. She slipped you something.
The moral of the story is the next time you fuck a rich girl, you put the towels down on the bed first.
Right? You get the plastic wrap.
Yeah, don't take it off the bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this tarp down just in case I
just in case. Right? That's right. She say if she asks you what the tarp is for, tell her don't worry, you got it.
When you can't afford insurance, you make your own. You know, this is how it works.
Yeah, and I thought when that happened, I'm like, damn, can I not, you know, ejaculate anymore? Is it always going to be urine from now on? I was kind of shook for like a couple minutes.
I can see why that'd be concerning.
Yeah.
I'd be a little concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, you know, what a night.
Yeah, that is that's quite the story.
And I have a mental image of this girl's mouth just filled with urine. Urine's coming out of her mouth. It's all over her face.
You felt like R. Did you feel like R. Kelly? Did you feel like R. Kelly?
I wonder what her mental image is.
Yeah. She probably liked it.
She said I had an R. Kelly experience.
Well, that's why I asked you. Did she call you back? You know.
I told her, yeah, and I was like, damn, I'm, you know, I don't know what happened, and I played dumb. I was embarrassed, man.
I didn't think it was possible to urinate out of an erection.
I can't hear what you're saying.
That's because
I'm sorry.
making all kinds of noise.
That was me. I apologize.
I didn't think it was possible to urinate out of an erection.
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, you're literally about to bust a nut, and it's just urine coming out, and you're like, what the fuck, you know?
It's happened. I've seen it happen.
Yeah,
I'm not on it. I'm not on it. I did not. You did not hear me say that, brother. Don't be lying on me, all right? I did not say I had that experience. How about I might have did it?
Sly does it every morning.
This is out of an
erection. You're peeing on somebody, huh?
And she proves that you can go with an erection.
I peed the mattress again
every morning.
Yeah.
Just tell her I'm sorry. I'm a bedwetter. That's all you got to say. I'm sorry. I'm a bedwetter.
Yeah, to all the liberals and snowflakes, I'm sorry if what I'm saying bothers you. You know. It's not my intention to bother you.
You're
Maybe you should
disgusting.
Maybe you should bring a kitty litter box on your dates.
The fucked up thing is that girl she beat cancer, right? She was like a cancer survivor. Like, she showed me pictures when she was in chemo, and she was fucking beautiful, even with a shaved head. You know, beautiful. And I fucked that up. And
You really believe she beat cancer?
yeah, right. But I mean,
beat it.
Hopefully she's still alive.
That's what they tell
somebody's
you.
pissing on her.
Yeah, somebody might be pissing on her.
Maybe that's what
Metro.
cured her.
She found her new thing. It's like, whatever happened to that piss guy? I miss that guy.
And she's from Philly?
Transplant.
You said she's from Philly?
Nah, she's a transplant.
Transplant?
Yeah, she's from
What?
somewhere else. She moved to Philly. Her parents had money. She became like a nurse.
What the fuck is a transplant, though?
A transplant is somebody that moves to Philly and they live in Philly, or New York or a big city, but they're not from there. We call them transplants.
Wow.
Come on,
Okay.
Sly. You're from Philly. You never heard that term?
I've never heard of nobody be getting called no damn transplant. A transgender, maybe, but never a transplant.
All right.
Never. I'm sorry. Never. All right, I done messed up because I didn't think I was doing the ceiling. Oh, don't pay me no mind, guys. I'm great mute.
Did we lose, right?
I don't know. Right? See there?
It's nap time. Y'all can forget about it. That man been up like for 18 hours, so it's nap time.
He's not allowed to take a nap.
I used to take naps on the job when I was painting houses. I'd be like, all right, nap time. That's the best part about working by yourself. You can just take naps, go piss on some squirrels, you know.
Holy shit.
There's a theme to this guy.
Can't hear him. What'd he say?
Danny, I don't know. I don't think it's the wind. I think it's wherever the mic is. It's not close to your
I said
house
there's
or
a
something.
theme about this guy.
Well, yeah, now I'm running with it. I piss on everything. I'm pissing on trains, squirrels, Jews.
He's pissed off at the government.
Yeah, we should trend that.
Yeah, go to court and just pee all over the desk.
Then we should be pissed off at the masses because they're even more fucked up. So we should just piss all over them. You lead the way, Rights. Are you with us?
What a bunch of bullshit, man.
Rights.
He's packed it in.
I can't even do the bell thing. I can try.
The stream's almost over anyway. So you don't care if you go past 12 hours anyway, do you?
Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that. No, I don't think so. I think it's another one of those whatever ones, right? Whatever content you lose, who gives a shit? There was nothing really. Well, I guess I don't know. The conversation with Dami earlier was kind of informative, I guess.
You can always
More
edit
preaching to
that
the
out.
choir stuff, really, huh? Yeah,
You can always
yeah.
put that.
Yeah, Dan's Wi-Fi sucks. Oh,
You
he's
hear
not
that,
on
Dan?
Wi-Fi. No, he's not on. Yeah, he's not on Wi-Fi no more. He on what, 5G? You
Yeah,
on
he's on
5G,
cell now.
Dan? Yeah,
Mobile data.
yeah, data.
He
Yeah.
wasn't on Wi-Fi
Mobile
earlier
data.
though. That was landline.
Right.
Yeah.
That landline gonna ring like crazy. It is.
That
They
landline
they
or
done
what?
so it's gonna
What?
ring like crazy. They gonna give your phone number out.
No,
You
LAN,
gonna have
LAN.
right. They go. Oh, you mean
Yep.
computer?
Yeah.
They still gonna give his phone number out.
You don't have a number.
Don't worry, they'll find one. They'll generate one. They will generate some kind of number for Dan's ass. They say, "Oh, you think we ain't gonna be able to find you?" Dang.
No, he's got a cell number. They can find him.
Yup. They gonna find you.
It's not hard to find. They know where everyone is anyway.
Yeah,
Listen,
well, that's why I turned my GPS off on my phone.
they've
My
got
toaster
everybody's
knows where I am.
DNA tagged from birth. That DNA can see your fingerprint 10 feet in the ground from GPS. Everybody's tracked.
That went over the head.
Sorry, guys.
Everybody's worried about facial recognition software and shit like that. It's like that. Fuck. Old shit. Old technology.
It's just comfy technology to make us feel like something's getting happening.
Yeah. To make you feel safer.
And society is advancing.
That's right.
We'll be flying cars in no time.
It's not to make us feel safer. It's not to make us feel safer.
They make you worried about a social credit score as if it's something new.
What do you mean by that?
Follow the masses. Oh, I'm sorry.
Social credit score is already live. You just put it together, and over in the West, it's just in a different format of it. You know, your credit rating, your criminal history rating, blah blah blah. It's all the same thing. Your shopping habits, all tracked.
Oh, yeah, everything. Yeah, your phone.
Why does a job need to know my credit score? Why does a job need to know my credit score?
Don't ask me.
I thought somebody would know. Like, why would the police need my social security number? Like, what's
Well,
that
that
about?
I can answer. That
yeah,
I can answer.
why do they need my social security number?
The same reason why when you go to the grocery store they ask for your credit card. It performs the same function. It's for money processing.
So you telling me the cops take your social security number and they use it for, huh?
The same exact purpose for credit card processing.
Mm. So basically, they stealing your stuff.
It makes them money.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's
Holy
not
shit.
legal, though.
I gotta get up.
Of
What
course
happened?
I'm gonna get off my phone.
Okay.
Yep.
I gotta get off my phone. It's like
You
feels
okay?
like it's melting. It's all fucking hot.
Oh, it's
I'm
burning
okay, but
up.
my phone feels like it's about to melt.
Yeah.
I'm
Go get
heading
off
home
of
anyway,
it.
so I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back. Okay, see you.
He'll be
Talk
black. He'll be black. All right.
I'll be
we
black.
got you. We'll be black.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
I also gotta leave. I gotta go take a piss. I'll see you guys.
He gonna go piss for somebody.
Now you said it's not legal. Who makes legalities, Sly?
I don't know. I'm just saying that stuff like that shouldn't be legal.
Why shouldn't it be? Legal is just a made up corporate fictional thing.
True, but
That's
Just
all it is,
saying.
right?
Yeah.
That's like saying in my house, me saying that nobody can stay in my house after 7 o'clock shouldn't be a thing. Of course, it's my house.
Right. You make your. That's right. That's your house.
That's right. So the same thing. It's their corporation. Of course, it's legal for their corporation.
That's true.
They make the rules.
They make
See,
the
it's the
rules.
perception that it's not their corporation slide. That's where they got everybody all dyslexic and
Fooled.
gaslighted backwards.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You got us fooled.
And that they're supposed to be a servant for the people. No, they're not.
Right. They're not. They're not. They really dislike the people.
And they love it when people think like that, because the more people think what it is something that it's not, the more people will continue to put their attention into the game of facadism, and it can continue.
Right.
As long as they're distracted and deflected from, the truth, they'll continue to engage, and that's what it's all about.
Right. And we're the fools for not engaging.
For continuing to engage.
Right.
Yeah. It is a game by and for fools. It is.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll hear the common thing after that. Typically, I usually get a response of, yeah, but I didn't know any better. You don't want to know any better. That's why.
But I didn't know any better. Just the truth.
Now, why didn't you know any better?
Because
it's a game by and for fools.
Right. True that.
The actual answer is because wanting to know better is where it starts.
And that's when that's when they call you a troublemaker. Why would you want to know better?
Right. And again, by and for fools, right? You have to be a fool to buy into that bullshit, that propaganda crap, right? So that's only going to be a concern for those who are foolish enough to buy into that. So the whole, I didn't know better scapegoat excuse, because that's what it is an excuse really just for the reason why someone doesn't know better is because they didn't want to know better. They didn't take the initiative to know better. They didn't investigate to know better. And that's foolish.
But how do you know? Now, see, that's what I'm saying. How do you know if you're taught one way for so long? How do you know to investigate another way?
When it comes down to honesty, fundamentally in so many ways that something isn't right about this. You feel it. You can see people are getting hurt. You know that it's dishonest. It's only a matter of, do you want to know what's dishonest about it? Do you want to go further, or do you just want to accept it to go along to get along?
I didn't, I guess, because I didn't want to be taught. I didn't want to go to school or anything. I didn't want nobody to say, well, if you want to learn this, you got to go to school. So I knew it was wrong. I didn't participate in it, but I didn't want to learn. You understand? You kind of get where I'm saying?
Yeah. So that was,
I didn't want to.
That's where you settled.
Right. Well, no, I didn't settle. I said I didn't. I just didn't partake in nothing.
You did, though.
I didn't.
You continued in the corporate world.
I had to survive.
There it is. You had to survive. You had to survive. You had to survive as long. Yes, you settled. You had to survive in it as long as you decide to settle for it and not investigate further to look at other options. How do I succeed out of this?
Oh, I didn't know. But see, I didn't know that you can get out. I didn't know that was a thing that you can get out. I thought like once you was in, you was in. You bad for wanting to get out. That's what I thought. Right. Something was wrong with you for wanting to get out.
Right. So you bought the bullshit.
Right. Right.
which is you bought the dishonesty, you see, and that's where the disease is. You took on the disease.
I believe the lie.
Right. You lied to yourself, and that's the hardest thing for people to swallow.
No,
Yes, you did.
no, I did not.
Oh, yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did. You accepted the lie. That's lying to yourself.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't know it's a lie until.
Ignorance is no excuse. You accepted the lie. You took it at face value. Did you investigate to make sure it wasn't a lie?
No, I just felt that shit. I just felt like a lot of stuff that they was doing was a lie. I just felt it. It was
Right?
just a feeling. I just felt that it was just a
Right?
lot of stuff
Your
that was
intuition
wrong.
told you. Your
Yeah.
intuition told you. You knew something wasn't there. Now, did you settle or did you take the responsibility, which is my next question?
I
Whose
settled.
responsibility whose responsibility is it to investigate something to make sure it's an honest thing or not?
Mine. Yeah, but like you said, the fluoride and all these excuses. I got pushback, sir.
You
Fluoride. I was drinking
you settled for
Kool-Aid.
the dishonest narrative.
We had the water fountain in school.
Yeah.
You know.
I remember that thing. I remember that thing.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I was indoctrinated at a young age. Yeah,
And it's so
they
much
said we had
easier,
to go
isn't
to
it?
school. Yeah, we had to
Yeah.
go to school when we was a certain age.
You don't have to think for yourself. We got it all cut
Right.
and dry for you.
Yeah. So why would I want to do any extra work of finding out something different?
Right. Why would I not want to be lazy and take the dishonest route?
Right. Yeah, because they gave it to me. I mean, they wouldn't
On a
lie.
silver
Look,
platter. They sure
wait,
did.
wait. They wouldn't lie. They wouldn't lie to me.
Oh no. You knew something was not honest about it. You knew it. You didn't
They
even
would.
have that as
That's true though, nudie for real. I think I realized that when they started. I realized that I think the
I don't know
cheese,
how many people really don't realize something. I think it's more
the
few and far
cheese.
between, right?
I realized that when they was making us stand in line for the cheese and the canned meat, they had to get rid of all that surplus from the war in the '60s when the
By
war
the
was over.
time you figured out the Santa Claus scam, if you aren't questioning everything after that, you're in dishonest land as an individual, and that's where most people go.
True. Well, yeah, I didn't. I mean, I only did it. I had to go with. I went along. I had to go along with it for my cousins because my aunt and yeah, I had
For the
to.
family, that's right. I mean,
I couldn't
they would
lie.
chastise the shit out of you, wouldn't they? They would go, "What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You're not
What do
coming
you?
over for
Yep.
Christmas. You're not doing the
Yep.
birthday thing. You're not doing the baby
Yep.
shower. You're not doing
Yep.
Halloween. You're not doing the tooth fairy. What the fuck?
Yep.
What's wrong with
Yep.
you?"
Well, why would you tell the kids that?
My
Santa
my
Claus not real. Why would you do that? That's evil.
my
Why
parents
would
are
you
still trying
lie?
to pull me back into that shit after all these years. My
That's
mother still
crazy.
tries to send me a birthday fucking email every year. One
Oh,
more
Christmas
time, I'm just
card.
gonna right. One more time. Oh no, they don't have. I literally stopped giving them my address for that reason. When I was 22,
Okay.
that was the last time I gave them my address, so they couldn't send me cards and presents and shit, and then have the expectation that I'm gonna participate back and all.
Right.
So I stopped, and of course that drove them nuts. And um,
Mhm.
they tried all the tactics, the guilt trips and shit like that. Didn't work. Then they sort of just kind of accepted it, but still tried. Any little window of opportunity they thought was there, they would immediately go for it.
Yeah.
Kind of amusing to watch.
Like I'm trying to get. I don't know. I be just trying with Talcott, but I'm trying to get Talcott away from the label of Jesus and Christian and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, like They
Oh no, he's
labels.
right. He's right wrapped up in that bullshit.
I know, but then I'm like, yo, I was telling, that's what I was saying in the chat yesterday. I was like, yo, stop labeling yourself. You know what I mean? A Christian, or, you know what I mean? You a man, you know? Like, I don't understand how people label themselves. How do you
Yeah,
label yourself?
You
he's
label
got
yourself.
No,
he's got
I used to. I
he's
used to
got
label myself. I'm black.
he's
Yeah, I
Yeah,
used to label myself.
you
he's
label
got
yourself.
half of the scam right. Like he recognizes that the corporatism is a facade, the monetary system is just a fairy tale. But as far as solution goes, he's still right wrapped up in the fairy tale. He's got
You really, I was going to say, you really believe that he only repeats what y'all, what y'all. Yeah.
he's got changed the systemitis.
What he got say? He got what?
He's got
Bless you.
changed. He's got changed the systemitis.
he got fake change the system itis.
Who?
Talk her.
Jack. Yeah, you remember that guy? The
guy who has faith.
Right.
Yeah, hands.
Yes.
Fear. Yeah, fear. Live
And
without fear. And he's
and
scared to go. And he's scared to move out. He's scared to go outside, but he lives without fear.
He believes if we all pray harder, it'll be fixed.
right.
Yeah, if we all act like Christians,
Right.
what would Jesus want? That's what he wants. That's what he says. What would Jesus want?
He does the belief, trust, and faith thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's an advocate for belief, trust, and faith.
He's going down.
Wait, stop. I was getting ready to say, Nudie, don't do that. Don't do that.
What?
Don't do that. You
Don't do
said
what?
he just was doing something that you really didn't like, right? But he advocates for what? What does he advocate for? Or is he faking it? Because he can't advocate for something and then do something that's really like totally against you. When somebody disappoints Nudie, that's some shit. That's all I'm saying. That's some shit to look into.
He does belief, trust, and faith.
You think he does?
Oh yeah, he's absolutely wrapped up in that bullshit.
Oh yeah, well no, yeah, we know what he wrapped up into. We know what he says. We know that how fake it is, right? That's what I'm saying. Do you believe he really believes half the shit he says?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's absolutely not faking being being a religious head, being a Bible thumper.
Right? Ask. You really ask that man? He can't even stay on a whole sentence. You ain't see that last night? No, you didn't see it. I watch it. I pay attention.
He's literally under a trance.
He does what?
So you're questioning that, Sly, because you think that somebody who's a true Christian or whatever is somebody who's like an honest person or whatever. That couldn't be more opposite from the truth. They're the
That's
most
what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm saying.
So he's an authentic belief, trust, and faithitist individual, right? Furthest from honesty when it comes to
He's furthest from the truth. That's right. That man is furthest from the truth to me, my opinion. Even I like him. He does what he does for YouTube. But far as like really like following him like that, nah, I couldn't. He's a slave.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Like I said, he's literally under a trance.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Or does he just that's that microdosing?
He's microdosing on the little black book.
One of the heaviest part of the indoctrinative factors of the indoctrination system is to get you to want to try and fix it or improve it. So the moment you engage with that kind of ideology, the indoctrination is working on you.
Right.
It's a success. his method of solution is exactly that, right? He wants to, I'm all with him for the idea behind, I wouldn't say ending wars, but mitigating violence. And, he's got some noble ideals. But as far as being...
action, 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 action. We can talk about it for 5 to 20 years. Action, action,
his
action.
his method of action is
Just to talk about it.
no, even if it wasn't Sly, even if the direction to go in is, as I was saying earlier, he's got changed the systemitis.
Yeah, I mean he has talk about change the systemitis.
Either way,
He talk.
either
Okay,
way.
all right. I'm gonna let him have it. Since you so bent on liking Talcott that liking Talcott's dreams, I'm not going to take them away from you.
No. I oppose that. That's the opposite of what I advocate for.
Okay.
I would never advocate for going
for fighting for the system.
Right. Or trying to change the system, or and what do you hear me say all the time? Disengage, secede from it, right?
Well, that's
Be
what I
the
say
source for
too.
yourself.
Right. That's what I say. Disengage from it. Why sign? Why continue to be part of the contract?
Right. So that's what I mean by change the systemitis, promoting the idea behind change in that direction is always.
But that's why I'm asking you. Do you really believe that? Do you really think he believes that can happen?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
In reality, it makes no difference. But in his mind,
Right.
yeah, he believes that bullshit. He totally believes that bullshit.
You really believe he believes it? I
Yeah.
don't think he believes it. I really just think it's a show.
Like I said, he's
I'm
under a
sorry.
trance.
True.
He's totally
he's under a trance.
from that book. Literally.
Yeah, he's totally in a spellbound. Yeah. With it.
Yeah, you're right. I see it.
You can tell by the way he gets defensive when anybody just wants to not even challenge the narrative, but just ask a bit of question about, okay, what's step one? Do we have a plan of action here? Anything about.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
Anything about that is immediately taking in defense because he's so in his mind convinced about it.
Right. Exactly.
We should all hold hands and pray.
In a circle. Yeah.
With that mentality, you might as well just sit on the couch and do nothing because God's going to take care of everything.
Well, that's what he said. I mean, excuse me. I apologize. Right? I don't mean it. But that's what he says. I'm gonna tell the truth. That's what he says. He says he's going to depend on God. He's going to sit back and he's going to just use his hands.
That's the belief, trust, and faith thing. That's what I mean. He believes in that too, right? That's a big part.
Yeah.
You'll hear him say this constantly. I have trust that God's got it all under control. Well, if that's really the case, okay, why don't you just sit back and do nothing because it's all under control?
Well, that's what he does. He sits back and he does nothing. I mean, so you're right. He's fine. He's on point. He on schedule.
See how well the belief, trust, and faith thing works? I mean, it's
them who have belief, trust, and faith are going down with the ship.
He gonna be right in that house in front of that fireplace going down with the ship, yo. Hey, shit. It's just funny to me, like, how people, but it's Hollywood. Like, everybody has a script. I don't care who you are. You got a script. You play a part in something. In something with the system.
We're all characters.
Not you, Nudie. Not Nudie, Dan. Dan's. Nudie's not a character.
No, he's a character too.
He is.
I'm a character that mocks character. for the sake of that, to deflect that. It's a bit non-bit in that sense.
So
You can look at it
why
that way.
do you look down on the people that mock Talcott?
Why do I look down at the people who mock Talcott?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I look down at them. I just think they're wasting their attention. But just like all trolls, they're wasting their life.
I was going
most
to
of them.
say, anybody that really be on the internet like that constantly, like, gotta, you know what I mean? Yeah, I kind of think. I mean, I'm not on the internet. Like, I mean, I watch videos and stuff like that, right? But I ain't gotta be in your live streaming.
It's kind of also like of all the targets you can pick, like that's kind of an easy one, you know. It's like
Yeah,
really worth it. Not much of a trophy.
Yeah, but like you said, it's a place to be. Stop playing. It's just something to do. If you're disabled, you're not
Can you
getting
imagine
out.
being that fucking bored?
Yeah, but it's some people that are that not if they can't get out. They're disabled. They're stuck in the house. They're stuck in a chair. They're stuck in the basement. You know
They
what I
don't
mean?
want to.
They don't want to be, but they are. So they
No,
have
they
to.
don't want to get out. They want to be stuck in the basement, watching Talcott mocking them. It's true.
No,
That's what they want to do.
because it's some people that really can't get out. It's like I know a few of them that are disabled. I know some of them that can't talk. Right? They only can type.
So mocking Talcott is the saving grace.
Not my, but I don't look at it like mocking them. They be just. It's like a comedy show. He come on and people just, you know what I mean? It's comedy. It's a show. That's
Comedy,
how I
huh?
look at it. It's a show, man.
And then you wonder why we're having the purge.
Yeah, they bet on Talcott too, probably.
Nature's cleaning up the field.
It's just, I mean, like if I knew how to do it, Nudie, listen to me. If I really knew how to do it and I was lazy, I would do it. I got
Do
a
what?
channel, sit in front of the damn computer all day long and just be on there running my damn mouth.
Why?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Why? It's like people, but they do it. Yo, I see people all day long, Nudie. Chat. I used to be like that, but now, I go and see you live. I'll be like, yeah, I don't feel like going in the chat. You know what I mean? I don't even feel like texting. I don't feel like typing.
It's
And
no
then
more
sometime
or
I do.
less productive or meaningful than watching a fucking soap opera.
Right. And that's
Oh, it is.
exactly what the Talcott illusion is. It's a soap opera.
It is, and one that it's a little more enticing because you get to be the star if you want.
Exactly. Did you see his
Ooh.
panel? Did you see his panel the other day? He had most of Denison people on his panel. Did you see that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a few times it happened.
Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, but I seen Denison people. I was like, okay, Talcott.
Actually, it was interesting to see Denison and Shiva get Paul to humble out for a minute, but very, very short time.
I didn't see that. I missed that. What was that on?
That was on Jack's, like I think only 4 days ago, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that. So did Joku ever get a chance to talk to Shiva?
I have no idea.
Oh, because remember Joku was mad at me because he couldn't talk to Shiva.
No, that's because he wanted Shiva to stay and engage because Shiva went for coffee.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah.
They've known each other for a long time, I think.
Oh, I remember Shiva.
I hardly know Shiva. Just a little bit.
He's been on PDS, I think. I think.
I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, I think he's been on PBS. I think he's been on what's my baby daddy hippies. I think Shiva's been on Hippie. Remember Hippie? You know Hippie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Haven't seen Hippie in a while.
He's been doing the occasional panel lately. He took a
I
big break.
seen Sash on I think it was Denison's.
Hippie's got
Sasquatch.
puppies.
Hippie's got what?
Puppies.
He does.
Who's Sash?
Sasquatch.
Oh, Sasquatch. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I seen him on Denison's.
Yeah.
Cause we was friends on YouTube. I mean on Facebook, but I don't see him on Facebook that much.
He's still got his own show with Ajot. I think they do a thing.
Oh, okay. With who?
Ajot.
Ajot. Oh, okay. You know who stays in touch with me? Too
What's that?
Tall. Too Tall.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Too Tall Rob. He sends me pictures and stuff all the time.
I had fun with him on a couple panels. We call him the cop shop together and trolling the cop shop.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretending that we were looking for the best donuts in town.
For real? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
For real.
That probably was fun.
They went with him for over an hour.
Uh-huh.
I think it was a 911 call.
Y'all crazy. Yeah, he does. Sometimes he does streams where he puts a smorgasbord out for the raccoon and the squirrels.
Oh, right. I remember that.
Yeah, he still do it. Oh, you know who oh man, I didn't tell you this. You remember Larry?
Yeah.
Yeah, Larry's dog had passed away a few weeks ago. I haven't heard from him. I did send him a message.
He's on my Facebook. I just saw. I got reminded about him a couple days ago because he's in my message list or whatever.
Right.
They don't. He hasn't done a live in a long time or anything.
No. So the last one he did was he sent me a video. I didn't know what it was. He just sent me a video of him of the dog, and the dog was breathing. And Erm had told me the dog had passed away. So that's kind of what got me scared yesterday about my dog, because my dog went, and even when Dan was saying, who was it? Dan is saying his dog was breathing funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what made me think of my dog, like, going, because he was breathing all funny yesterday. So I was like, oh, this might be it.
That's kind of how I met Moose. Well, I knew Moose a little bit from Paul and Jax a little bit, but yeah. And he sort of spliced and did his own thing a little bit around the same time Jack was doing it. And as soon as he mentioned, he was kind of like, "What the fuck is this bullshit?" And just want to do more my own thing now and get away from that and better myself as a man and do good for my child and all this. That's where I was in his own chat, wanted to encourage that, so that was the introduction there.
Right. All right, let me see. I gotta get a smaller brush, because behind the radiator, under the window ledge, trying to get that line right there, it is hard. Oh, I know what to do. Tape. I'm smarter than the average bear, y'all, at times.
So you're painting for a living now?
No, that's not what I do. No, I don't answer questions. No.
It was just for renovations, Reggie.
Yeah, just for renovations. Yeah. But that's what I've been. That's what I'm where I've been though. Dan, like for um since about 87, 88, been kind of like doing that on my own. Don't have a boss.
Good.
But it's you can't tell the right hand what the left hand is doing. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
When
What do
you
you mean?
when you tell the right hand what the left hand is doing, most likely you're gonna have to sign a contract with the right hand, the one you can write with. I don't want to sign no contracts. You get it?
Yeah.
She's trying to say the best thing to do is work with your feet.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Oh shit. All right, that's what I got to do. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone.
She can do a lot of
Reggie showing Dan a
shit out
tree,
of
eh?
her.
Good man, Reggie.
What
It
what you say?
sounds like someone barking.
Sounded like a fat man was talking.
Never heard of
That sound like Burger King.
Yeah, that'd be a great name. Did that king have a name? Let me look that up.
The Fat Man.
Is the name of the king of Burger
He was the burger. Oh, yeah, he was Burger King. But they
That
had the
his name?
burglarer. They had the burglarer. It was a burglar, the hamburglar. The
Say that 3
hamburglar.
times. Say that 3 times.
Hamburglar. Hamburglar. But yeah, they had the hamburglar. But yeah, he was the king of
I
Burger
think it
King.
was Ron Jeremy.
No, that was the king of porn, silly.
Fat man with a mustache.
That was the king of porn. You find it, Nudie?
As far as I can tell, it is just Burger King.
Mm-hmm. Got a couple of things to fix over here. Okay. Yeah. But I was thinking about that too because I had a conversation with somebody one time. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna eat for dinner. And then I was like, yo, I feel like having some home fries and eggs. And they was like, what's wrong with you? You want me to buy you some food? Why are you gonna have breakfast for dinner? Does that sound right to have breakfast for dinner? I said you can eat what you want anytime you can eat anytime you want to eat it. You indoctrinated to believe that you have to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I eat what the fuck I want to eat when I want to eat it.
You go, girl.
Hey, that's how you stand up to people, man. Tell them.
You hear that, right?
Yeah, I know. There goes my bill. I take her out to eat. She can probably order steak, lobster.
She
I
eats
know
with
she
white.
is.
She eats with white privilege. You could learn a thing or two.
And she doesn't swallow.
No, I don't swallow. It's one thing I don't do. Oh shit. Y'all funny.
I
Damn, I
don't
take
even
her out
have
on a
that
date. I
level
can see
of
right
white
now I'm going to be
privilege.
doing dishes.
Huh?
As I take her out on a date, I can see right now I'll be doing the dishes.
No, seriously, I'll take my food home.
And then leave me stranded doing dishes. Peeling potatoes.
You're used to doing dishes.
Right?
Yeah.
Quit while you're ahead. That's a new form of getting lucky. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He trying to get lucky.
What was I thinking? I never lucky.
I know lucky. All right. So is this 12 hours yet?
Almost. Got about 20 minutes.
So
Yeah,
are
they were
y'all
asking
gonna?
about that earlier, right? I don't care if we go past. It's up to you if you want to hold the content from earlier or not. It's up to you.
Yeah, I really wanted to because I thought it was my first solo in a long
Oh,
time.
there's that too. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well,
Yeah.
do you want to
Y'all
make a
could
new
come
one and
back.
we'll jump?
Yeah, y'all could
If you
come
guys,
back.
I
Take
can
y'all
start it up
nap.
for you guys. I probably won't be there, but
Look,
I can
see,
start it up
see,
for you. I'll start talking. You guys can handle it. How's that?
see.
That
That
sound good?
he always doing that shit. I'll set it
No,
up for
no,
you
no.
guys. I gotta
Ancinati
go, but
always
I'll set it up for you guys.
makes us do all the fucking work. He pays us
Yeah,
enough.
I'll set it
No,
up for
you
you
guys
guys.
just have a good time. Have a good time. I'll be back when I can. You know, I got to do some stuff right now. You know that.
Even tries to gaslight us. Have a good time. You do all the
Yeah,
work. Have a good time. I'm not paying you anything.
make me some money. That's what he's saying. You right,
Right,
Nudie.
right.
Make me some money.
Make
Stay
me
on
some
here.
money. Give me the fucking views.
Oh my god! I thought you guys would making more money after I left. You know, I'm trying to be nice about it.
No, we made no. We hold this thing down.
You're dead. Yeah, I can change it over right now, and then you guys can just keep talking. That don't bother me any.
Well, I'm gonna probably let y'all go for a minute because I know my phone is the battery's wearing down and my earphones. So I'm gonna get something a little more done. I have to run home, and when I run home, I'll be charging my phone and stuff, and I'll check on you guys.
So that means we're gonna have to shut it down.
Okay? Huh? Nah, man, Nudie got a lot to talk about. Let Nudie handle it.
All right. That sounds like order. Okay, all right. That's how you are. You don't want me no more.
Nudie,
I see. See,
I'm here to
Nudie.
educate the willing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So Nudie, if you be around, I'll come back and check on you, okay?
Sure.
All right. I'll let you guys later. See you, Dan.
See you later.
All right.
Don't say goodbye to the fat man. That's okay.
Fuck you, right?
I'll be black. I'll be black, rights. I'll be black.
I'll be
Officer
white.
Peeler.
I'll be
Officer
white.
Pe-
I'll
Officer
always be
Peeler.
white.
No,
Yeah.
you're going to be Officer Peeler. That's what you
Okay.
are.
All right. I'm on. Okay. I like that.
Bye. Later, y'all.
All right. See that you guys hoarded in on me. Couldn't even ask me to go out, but no, you guys had a hoarding in on me.
How's that?
What do you got to say for yourselves?
How did we horn in on you?
Well, I couldn't talk to her privately. You guys were, stealing my show, talking to her. I feel bad. I feel real bad now.
Wait till he finds out I hit the monetization button.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, do you guys want me to start the show up for you again or what?
Sure, if you want.
Okay, I'll start it up for you guys.
I'm going with you guys. Whatever you guys want.
Okay. Well, I'm just doing it because if you guys want to. I don't know how long we'll be staying.
Didn't Wright say he's leaving?
Yes. But you
Well,
guys don't need me anyway. You guys don't need me. You're gonna Slice. She's gonna be coming up anyway for you guys.
Well, I'm here to teach, so
Here to what?
I'm here to teach.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
So it depends if they're students.
Okay. Well, you got Dan. You got JG still here.
Reggie already graduated.
It's only me, Wrights, that's here.
I got 6 people up here. Got me. Wait a minute.
Is that how much you weigh?
Wait, there's 2 F. That's you, Dan.
Is this guy impaired?
I think so. Right? Are you looking at the right thing?
JG is listening.
I only see 3 people up here. What are you guys talking about?
I see 6.
It sounds like you might.
Hold on. Oh, I see it now. Okay, my time was wrong. All right, I'm on my phone. I see 3 of you now. Okay. I see.
He sees now.
Yeah, my time was on the wrong frame. All right, let me get you guys started. You guys can do your thing. You guys are still on when I do my thing and wake up. I'll be down there again.
What are you doing?
I got to do some stuff around the house, and I'm going to get some sleep, and then I'm going to come back on again.
You got to
Well,
do
maybe.
dishes.
I'm telling you, Dad, you would love me. I did solo first time.
Solo what?
Solo, talking solo.
I mean, you did a live stream solo without nude.
Yeah. Huh?
Without nude, you're saying you
Well,
did
Lou
it
was
by
talking to
yourself.
me on my earphone.
Okay.
I was what?
Talking to me on my earphone.
Holy shit! You're hearing voices.
That wasn't you? Wow. This ain't right. All right, let me get you guys straightened out here. Now it's your turn, Dan. Now you can stay up for 12 hours.
Duh. How do I do that?
Just keep your eyes lit open. Have Reggie take you for a walk.
We just
I
got
ain't
back
saying
from
no.
our walk.
Is there anything specifically you want me to put on this nude? The new one? I gotta get there. Hold on, put it on there. I got 70 hours. I might have to download something here. I'm not sure how many hours I got left in this thing.
You running out of the memory thing?
I think so. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out. Let's get back in here. Voila. Oh no. Okay, I got 24 hours. Okay, no, I got enough. All right, let's see here. Let's go in here. Okay, dude, what would you like it to say today?
Jesus coin for sale.
I'm praying I get more.
All right.
Or even some would do.
Pray harder. Everybody gets white privilege.
What
is that?
Jesus. Okay, you want me to put Jesus? You want me to put the other one?
What's the other one?
Whatever the one that Dan said.
I didn't hear.
I don't remember. What are you talking about?
Never mind. I gotta go back.
Is he speaking with us, or is he in his own world?
Jesus for Bitcoins?
Jesus for Bitcoin, yeah. We're gonna end up on like some Chinese live platform in a minute here.
You guys have a good time.
You have a good time.
Well, I will. Jeez, okay,
It might be a short one if there's no there's nobody. I'll just end it.
Okay. Well, there should be somebody up there. Shicey's coming back.
I think not till quite later though.
Well, then she lost out.
She said she'll come up if we're still going.
Well, it takes me 45 minutes to charge my phone up. All right, I got Jesus for Bitcoin. How's that?
Why don't you guys just start another stream a bit later?
Jesus for
Bitcoin. You're going to end up
Bitcoin?
passing it, and that'll be it for a week.
Yeah, we could do that if you want to do that.
Probably end up not doing it for another week, though.
Well, no, we could. He's just full of wonders. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you want to do?
I'm following your guys' lead. If everyone's calling it a day, then I'll go with it.
Dan?
I never called it a day. I just said if you shut down now, you guys won't start again for another week.
Today is what? We start up. Today's. What is today?
Thursday.
Is today Thursday?
Today is Thursday.
Wow. Okay. I'm missing track of my days. We can do it tomorrow night if you want to.
Do what?
No one jump at once. I mean, hello.
Oh, he asked the question right.
What are we chipping in with?
Well, I can even let you guys go today. I don't care, or we can do it tomorrow.
He asked you what tomorrow.
What are we doing?
StreamYard tomorrow.
I love watching clusterfucks.
Oh my god!
Especially
On,
since
Dad, stay
class
with
2.
me here,
That's
buddy.
it's going to be about that.
It's going to be a what?
Well, clusterfuck. How to unclusterfuck. I'm supposed to teach how to unclusterfuck to the clusterfuck. It's quite a challenge.
To say the least. I don't know how you do it.
Neither do I. I really haven't figured it out yet. But we're going to try.
I can let you guys keep going. That's okay.
What are you talking about?
The StreamYard. I could do another one now, or we could do one tomorrow.
Why aren't we just doing what we're doing right now?
Because we're almost at an end.
Yeah, he's got to end it at the midnight mark. He wants to save the earlier part of the stream.
What the fuck for?
Well, I worked hard in that damn thing.
That's what he was
Shame
trying
on
to
you.
tell you earlier, Reggie. He did the solo thing. He wants
So I have to rewatch it to look at your solos.
Oh my god, I give up.
If we keep going, then
We'll lose his solo.
We'll lose it. Yeah, if we go too far.
Oh, how long did you do that for?
Oh my god, how long was that? That was a long one.
It was about 12 videos in a row.
He soloed videos out.
That's right.
Good work. Good work.
Those are good educational ones.
And that started 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1:45 at night, you started a whole bunch of videos.
That's right. And then it went into discussion with Dom. He came up for a while.
Oh, cool.
A couple hours. Which was pretty good. That was some good value there, I guess. A lot of preaching to the choir.
I guess. I like my support. Come on, team. Beat.
Well, that's a very niche audience for that, right? Like that's a sort of I don't know, deep shit, you know.
So I got to ask you this. I'm 51. What do you guys want to do? Thanks, guys. Thanks.
I rest on my stance. It's it's you guys.
Dan, it's up to you. What do you want to do?
We can keep talking.
All right. So you want... All right, I'll put you backstage. How's that then?
Dan says make the stream go for 2 more hours. Make him lose his solo material.
That's what he wants to do. Yeah.
I don't care, to be honest. I don't.
Do you want to do
maybe
it
you
tomorrow?
shouldn't lose it. Someone could get some good entertainment out of it.
So you want to do it tomorrow?
Do what tomorrow?
Go on StreamYard tomorrow.
What's wrong with now?
Okay, I'll put it out now. Okay, here we go. It's like pulling teeth, you know? Damn.
Oh man.
Okay, hold on.
Let's make Dan do a solo.
Yeah. Okay. How long would that last?
We'll find out. We'll find out. Dan's gonna do a solo next, coming right up.
Yeah, I'll just play videos. Grover, Sesame Street, and Muppet videos.
He's gonna screen share the one we're on right now. Just replay it.
Replay it, yeah, from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I missed it, to be honest.
That's what you get when you sleep, you know.
I was being nice to you. I wanted you to sleep.
Indoctrination videos to the max.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Just makes me feel dumber than I already am after watching that shit.
All right. Well, we all set now? Here we go.
Jeez, why is he making such a big deal out of this?
Okay. Well, I'm not. Trust me. Trust me.
Am I missing something?
I don't know. Don't ask me. It's all in your hands, you guys.
All right, here. I'll give it to you backstage. Here you guys go. Voila. There.
What's he doing giving us a backstage?
I ain't backstage. That's a brand new StreamYard.
What's he doing? He's just setting us up on
I just heard one pop. Okay, who popped over? Nude did. All right. You're next.
For fuck's sakes. What is going on here?